Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 20th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles. Travel and drink coffee, get paid. FBI hacked computers to delete malware. Complaints over conflict minerals. I don't edit anything. I want complete transparency. So when I, flub things, you get to see it in all its, what do you want to call it? Sausagey glory. I don't know. Anyway, FDA milk recall continued. China builds tallest bridge. Marburg bad bat virus spreads. Fake fire truck. Texas solar farms can't keep people awake. There's a story there. I'll explain it. Air tags by Colorado police and tiny home boat sailing the world. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. Wow, that's a bright light in my armpit. See that? I have a sun back there. I have a backlight, and there's the right there's the backlight right there.
I don't know why that's showing up right now.
Because it's further back than it normally is. Inside ohmTown. It's a ohmTown after dark with really bright lights. All right. Well, anyway, hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
All right. You might be wondering, where the hell are the podcasts? Well, mayoral duties kept me from doing them, and a little bit of laziness. And I was working on projects. And anyway, they're going up there sort of as we speak. And I'm doing other things. So if the audio is off, let me know in chat or on the YouTubes. Be sure to follow us, like, and subscribe, and all of that kind of stuff on Twitch and on YouTube and Patreon and Discord, and download the podcast and leave a 5-star review, and I'll quote you exactly how you type it, as long as it isn't offensive. But hey, if you want all of today's articles, you can actually mash bang NSN over in the chat on Twitch. They're already in the show notes for the live broadcast. So, and if they're not, I don't know what happened, but they should be. Anyway, let's get into it. You ready to go?
I am.
Okay, there you go. It's not how it works. Visual indicators do not work. All right. The next article, the first article for today's show is over in the mobile channel. This company wants to pay you to travel and drink coffee. Because traveling and drinking
that would be a problem if you're the driver.
Tends to be bad. Oh yeah, I guess I could hire somebody. Okay, $75,000. So if I pay somebody else $30,000, they could drive me, and I could drive. I could sit in the passenger seat or the back seat and drink alcohol.
Yeah, but this company is not going to pay you to do that.
They even call it the brew crew. I know that you brew coffee and other things, but how about what's the stuff? What's the stuff with the SCOBY?
Kombucha.
Kombucha, yeah, which I don't drink. I think I've had it once, and I was like, bleh. Guess I'm not gonna get any.
SCOBY wasn't enough. Do that.
Yeah. SCOBY. Anyway, imagine getting paid to travel the country and drink coffee. It would be a literal dream come true for most of us. One coffee company is offering the opportunity to do just that. Chameleon Coffee, a Texas-based coffee company, has opened applications for their brew crew. Basically, if hired, you'll be paid $75,000 and receive health insurance and travel costs to drive cross-country while sharing your coffee expertise and adventures on social media. But why Chameleon Coffee? What do they benefit from it? They're the tour traveling,
getting influencing done, or marketing or whatever.
Yeah, so they can't have. Well, maybe they have their own coffee as well, but they must sell all of the other coffees.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So the Traveling Road Brew Tour brand, but gee, can't you be a little more succinct? Traveling Road Brew Tour brand ambassador and content specialist job posting states that the company is on a mission to spread caffeine happiness across the country. The article is over at vice.com. Sammy Caramella put the article together. Yeah, $75,000. I mean, that's not bad for driving around and drinking.
Exactly.
Coffee.
I wonder about like your travel expenses. Like, do you get lodging and everything like we've seen with some other of these opportunities?
You have to sleep in a sandwich bag or something. They're currently seeking 2 media-savvy individuals to join the team. I'll do it. Join us for the... No, it's a lot of traveling. I mean, 2 people? Each one getting $75,000?
Yeah, I don't think you're sharing your pay with somebody.
Join us for the adventure of a lifetime as a Brew Crew member, where you'll zigzag across the country in our tricked-out Sprinter van. Oh, you're sleeping in the van. You'll get other things, like you don't have to pay for travel expenses and stuff like that, but you're going to be sleeping in that Sprinter van. With your road partner, a fellow coffee-slinging buddy, the posting continues, together you'll make stops at exciting pre-identified locations, chatting with coffee fans, handing out free brews, and sharing your journey on Instagram and TikTok.
So that's where you're getting the tie-in to Chameleon Coffee, right? Like you're basically marketing at each stop, I guess.
So you have until February 12th, 2025. So if your goal for 2025 is to travel around the United States, I suppose, right? It doesn't say it's the United States, actually.
Right, but it probably is, because they probably want customers who can actually buy from them.
And if you don't necessarily get your travel costs covered, choosing a remote job can still allow you to book adventures while working from any location. It says there are a ton of interesting jobs on the market that pay you to travel. Really?
Well, I mean, we've featured several of them in ohmTown.
You can note that you want to be paired with a specific person who must also fill out their own application. So like that person, and then they go no.
Right, exactly. But I mean, it has things like health insurance, which, I mean, that might be worth it right there compared to some other jobs you might be having as new to the workforce.
So it's a specially tricked out Sprinter van, which I think is probably their device for delivering coffee. So I'm not quite sure what all is behind the scenes here.
I wonder if it's like a food truck.
Yeah, because see, it says additional perks include free coffee on tap, health insurance, paid time off, $75,000 annual salary, and quarterly bonuses. I don't know.
I mean, that's better than a lot of jobs that don't give bonuses.
This seems like it might be fun. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in the Mobble channel. Mobble. The FBI hacked U.S. computers to make malware delete itself. The U.S. Justice Department and the FBI teamed up with each other and then with an international consortium of partners to remove a nasty piece of malware from over 4,000 computers in the United States. What makes it especially interesting is that they essentially told the malware to delete itself, and it did. China and the United States have been in a Cold War for years now, with both sides hacking each other's systems and implanting malware along the way, and it's quite stupid, and everyone should grow up, but until that impossibility occurs, I guess we're all going to be fighting each other. This Vice article by Louis Prada put the article together for Vice.com, and it says that they hacked into it. In this case, the malware was called PlugX and used by a Chinese hacking group called Mustang Panda. Mustang Panda! Sorry, I break into songs sometimes. one thing science fiction got right is that the future of the names for things would be all the way stupider. Not just partly stupider, all the way stupider. That's a shirt right there. All the way stupider. Just put that on that shirt. Might have to... Man, we really do need to open up an ohmTown shop. I mean, I could tie it to... Anyway. PlugX, believed to be around since 2008, is suspected to have infected around 2.5 million devices in 2024 by sending commands to a compromised server. The FBI essentially told the malware to delete itself from infected devices. All told, 4,285 devices in the U.S. were infected with PlugX.
Oh, that's interesting. So, like, they attacked it from a central location?
From a command and control computer, but it's 4,285 devices out of 2.5 million infected devices in 2024.
Yeah, I noticed that. Like, it's good, but what about all those others?
That is like a drop of pee in the ocean. Yeah. Anyway, international operation was led by France. How much money was spent to cure these 4,285 devices?
Probably quite a bit. I'm thinking of the computing center, right? The operations center or whatever that was doing this, all the personnel hours, like it was probably pretty pricey.
I went through a process once where about 35 or so people were involved for hundreds of hours, essentially relabeling things. And I was astonished that these sessions... The price tag. Well, when you looked at the numbers, yeah, I wasn't the one that was looking at the numbers, though. I was just part of the consortium. But when I said something about it, people were all like, yep. The amount of subject matter expertise hours spent was astonishing, because nothing was done until everybody met. And then paperwork shifted afterward. But hours upon hours, quite fascinating. So, of course, you saw the number of 2.5 million above. A little over 4,000 devices were wiped clean in an instant in the United States. Plus, who knows how many more overseas, it says here in the article. But it probably doesn't even come close to the number of devices. Remain vigilant, citizen.
And they say that their own device could be infected, and so could anybody reading this.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I wonder why this only reached a subset. I mean, maybe it's because of the different country locations.
Segmented, so that one device isn't in charge of everything. It compartmentalize it, so the risk of loss of control. All right, let's keep going. Click with care, people. Click with care. It's a simple concept. Click with care. All right. Well, the next article is over in the Smack Talk channel. Apple faces criminal complaints over Congo conflict minerals in Belgium, now investigating. Apple is facing a criminal complaint by the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, which accuses the company of illegally using conflict minerals, also known as blood minerals. The term refers to minerals sourced from illegal sources who employ child labor and use the proceeds to buy weapons for armed conflict. But they say that the charges have been filed in Belgium and France because those countries have a strong judicial record in corporate accountability cases. And Belgium says that they've opened up an investigation. The article is by Ben Lovejoy over at 9to5mac.com. So the main minerals associated with human rights abuses are tin, tantalum, and tungsten, collectively known as 3T, and gold. The term 3TG is used to encompass all four of the materials.
Okay, and that's in reference to the Apple matter, because we know there are other minerals in other
for sure.
uses.
Yeah. I think, though, that this is used not just in terms of Apple, but conflict minerals in general.
Right. I think so too. The fact that there's a term and everything, I would agree. But for instance, we don't see diamonds on here, which are a known
Which is another,
issue.
yeah. And there's all kinds of stuff beyond that. I mean, other
Lithium.
I was gonna say, yeah, lithium. There are other minerals and rare earth materials that are controlled, and companies will pay big money to get them beyond the scope of their overt influence. They'll, lubricate the machinery that allows them to get their resources, however. So evidence sent to Tim Cook in April. The international lawyers representing the government of the DRC say that they passed evidence to Apple earlier this year showing that the company's supply chain could still include conflict minerals. But I'm sure that, well, I don't know. I tend to be, go ahead.
One thing is there was some movement in 2019 and they stopped using certain suppliers. So they've at least made some attempts. That doesn't mean they've eradicated it.
Yeah, and they may not know and then not have the ability to legally just chop it off without costing a lot. And so there just always seems to be context that's missing because we're not on both sides of this discussion. We don't really know. But they say in parallel, complaints filed in Paris prosecutor's office and in Belgian investigating magistrate's office. On Monday, Congo accused local subsidiaries, Apple France, Apple Retail France, Apple Retail Belgium, of a range of offenses. But those are subsidiaries. They're not the core, and so they're not actually directly responsible. They may be the benefactors, but there's somebody that's made a decision to use these resources, and that would be the Apple core.
Yeah, I mean, they may not even have authority to select suppliers, for instance.
Right.
I mean, maybe they do. We don't know.
I doubt they're even cognizant of the fact that there are. But the CEO has been informed, and so they must be making some strides. We'll see. They say that they were still awaiting a decision from France, where the process was slower. This is the first step, which shows that the prosecutor takes the case very seriously. A lawyer who prepared the case in Belgium, which colonized Congo with catastrophic consequences in the early 20th century.
Okay, well, that's interesting history here.
Yeah, well, yeah. You cannot... just look at any country, particularly, well, you look at any country and you'll see European domination for a short period of time or long extended period of time, all the way up until today. The influence is felt. And you'll hear people go, well, I can't say sorry for what people in the past do, but you can sit there and say, well, we know about it and we'll never let it happen again. Oh, never mind. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Milk recall update as FDA sets risk class over spoilage fears.
This is something a weird one to me because, I mean, I know there's like a certain amount of shelf life, even though it has to be refrigerated. So I don't know what the source of this issue is.
So nearly 20,000 cases of milk were recalled across Arizona, California, and Nevada due to potential for premature product spoilage during shelf life. The article is over at newsweek.com. Jess Thompson put the article together, and it says the recall was voluntarily initiated by the firm Horizon Organic Aseptic Plain Whole Milk. Apparently it wasn't aseptic because it had potential for premature product spoilage during shelf life. The milk products were issued a Class 2 risk level by the U.S. FDA, Food and Drug Administration. Basically, exposures to a volatile product could cause temporary or medically reversible health consequences, or where the probability of serious adverse health consequences is remote. There's different grades. Milk is an odd duck because if it isn't sterilized enough, it is an organic material, and so it ages and off gases, and an entertaining but potentially dangerous event is that it can build up enough gas and break the container that it is housed in. Or, I don't know, shoot a lid off and almost hit somebody in the forehead.
Yeah, it might be able to do that. This kind of milk, though, I think is one of those that's sold as it can be unrefrigerated if not opened.
Oh, so it's shelf stable? The recalled
I believe
products?
so, yeah.
8-ounce cartons with both individually sold cartons and 12 packs being involved in the recall. They have UPC codes over at this article at newsweek.com. I won't go through all of them, but they say the exact reason for the product being in danger of premature product spoilage was not given, so we won't ever know. Could be a range of issues, so I won't even get into it, but regardless, it can go bad. And typically when milk goes bad, it starts decomposing because it's organic. And so if bacteria gets into it, or, let's just say it's going to be bacteria. I mean, odds on it's going to be bacteria, and it causes it to break down. It will go bad, and back in the day, it would turn into cheese, but anyway. So it says this is not the only milk product that's been recalled in recent months, with over 100 bottles of breast milk being pulled from shelves, which I didn't know that was a thing anymore.
No, I didn't either. And then they're also talking about all the raw milk issues, which we've seen related to bird flu.
Yep, and that they found it apparently inside raw milk from infected cows and sporadic human cases identified in workers in close contact with infected dairy cows. They don't say what the pathogen is, or they don't say that there's a pathogen. They just say premature product spoilage, but I would like to know what it is. Anyway, we won't know. Pasteurization is kind of fundamental. And for me, don't drink cow milk. All right. Sound good?
Yeah, and it most likely would be our usual suspects, right? E. coli, salmonella, and listeria are pretty common for milk problems.
Lovely. The 3 bad bats.
The trifecta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 3 bad bats. We need a 4th one, and it's the 4 bad bats of the apocalypse.
Of the apocalypse.
Yeah. It's the 4 bad bats of the apocalypse. Well, we know that the 4th one is COVID, right?
Sure. I mean, it certainly gained its place.
The other one is bubonic plague, right?
Okay, yeah.
So we got to come up with the other 2. Anyway.
But that doesn't mean we need to be too inventive and having new pandemics or anything to get there.
Yeah, this isn't a challenge to Wuhan. We're not setting up a bar where we're asking you to, create that bad bat.
Well, one of our articles is kind of going along these lines later in the show.
Oh, not too far later. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. China builds world's largest bridge. Towers 9 times higher than Golden Gate. There is a video, by the way, on YouTube that describes, or it follows a person leaving their apartment and having to descend down through, I cannot count how many hundreds of feet worth of descent into like the bowels of the city. And I'll have to... Is
this like a stairway or an elevator or...
A combination of things that allows them to get down to where their job is. And it comes across as cyberpunkish, dystopian, like just fascinating that somebody would be able to do this. Because they walk, they don't ride a bus or anything like that where it's just all the way down. They have to do this hop, skip, and jump.
Interesting. Yeah, it seems like it could fit in any of those types of movies. There was There's this one community in China where school children like scale a cliff like for hours to get to school every day. Now, that's not as technologically interesting, but the point is there's some pretty ridiculous journeys out there on a daily basis.
Sorry, the silence is me trying to find that video. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so this was a month ago. It's over on Reddit, but it's a person who has demonstrating an extreme commute to his job by descending seemingly endless flights of stairs, navigating bustling markets and the subway to reach his office deep underground.
That's fascinating.
Let's see if I can find the actual video. No, I'll embed it in the show notes. But it's mind-boggling what I saw. 1:33 for them to get to their job, and I think it got smash cuts and stuff. Anyway, let's get into this.
I'm sure it took more than 1:33.
Yeah, it's because of the smash cuts. So the new sky-high mega bridge soars above a canyon in rural China, slashing travel times from over an hour to just 2 minutes. I guess you could just hold on to the thing, shoot all the way down.
Right. I mean, for things like congestion or whatever, that would be really good if it's really cutting the distance that much.
It's 9 times higher than the Golden Gate. So the article is by Tom Haworth over at Newsweek.com, and there is a picture of this. Oh, it's a suspension bridge going from one side of a chasm to another.
Well, I can see why it cuts the travel time, right? How many miles do you have to go out of your way before the bridge?
It's like the Bay Bridge in Maryland getting destroyed. Now people have to drive, this long.
Right. Yeah, like to other cities and everything to get around.
Yeah. So by cutting travel time across the canyon from an hour to just 2 minutes, the bridge will strengthen economic ties and drive growth in neighboring cities, including Guiyang and Anshan, according to the state-owned newspaper China Daily. So there really isn't much more to know about this article. It says that the bridge reported to have cost $280 million, which that seems low.
That seems low, but we know labor costs are typically low in China, so maybe that makes sense.
I don't know, man. You'd have to be a subject matter. You'd have to be an expert to do this kind of stuff. I mean, oh God, this is unsettling. It's a ginormous canyon, and people are putting this thing together. It looks like a truss bridge, but with a suspension element to it, because there is nothing.
It's very nerve-wracking looking at the picture of this, and I don't even know if this is a render.
Yeah,
I think it is, but anyway, it doesn't. I don't know. It could cause fear in some people, I think, given the chasm and the distance across it.
Yeah. So the project's main load-bearing steel truss structure consists of 93 segments weighing a total of 22,000 tons, the equivalent weight of 2 Eiffel Towers or 56 Chinese surveillance balloon buses.
That part was not in the article.
The title currently the tallest bridge in the world belongs to the Baipanjiang Bridge, also located in Guizhou province, around 200 miles north of Huajiang Grand Canyon Bridge. What? I thought the Grand Canyon only is... Oh, never mind. It stands 565 meters above the Baipan River and serves as a connection between Guizhou and Yunnan provinces. Wow. Oh my, that is so unsettling.
I know. If anybody is afraid of heights, they might not want to be on this.
Yeah. It's scheduled to resume. Okay, so with 80% of the bridge's main construction complete, the next phase involves installing panel segments between the trusses. In one of the pictures, you can actually see that the leads for the truss suspension is just dangling there. It says it's scheduled to resume after the Chinese New Year, which is on right now. And it's upsetting a lot of people because they're, why do I have the shadow is there? What the heck is that all about? Anyway, for those in the podcast, never mind. It's Non Sequitur News, and I noticed a graphic artifact on my broadcast. Anyway, I know. Focus. The bridge is expected to open in the later half of this year. Anyway, I was going to say something else, but let's keep on moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News.
It was really soon. I didn't know it was in the sequence.
I fought to call this Marburger, but because Wahlburger and Marburg and Wahlberg.
Oh, right, yeah.
But then I didn't want anybody to get upset with me because I'm making Wahlburger, and it has nothing to do with Wahlburger. Anyway, Marburg bat virus with 88% fatality rate has spread to another country. Tanzania's president said a sample tested positive for the Marburg virus, which has a fatality rate of up to 88% if untreated. Shamim Chowdhury over at Newsweek.com put the article together, and they say this marks the second Marburg outbreak in Tanzania's Kagera region since 2023. The region is near the border with Rwanda, where an outbreak of the disease was declared over a month ago. Rwanda reported 15 deaths, 66 cases during the outbreak, which similarly affected healthcare workers treating the first patients. Why does this carries a meal to an isolation tent, and they're in full PPE?
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe they're taking it to somebody, but I'd be a little, I don't know, like somebody shows up at a food truck like that, and they're like, oh, I want that, because that's what that looks like it's a food truck delivery.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not, though.
So what to know? The WHO had, not the band, had initially reported on January 14th that Marburg had claimed the lives of 8 people in Tanzania's Kagera region. I'm not sure how they pronounce it. However, Tanzanian health officials disputed the claim shortly after. Yes, let's argue about that part. Yeah. So is there a cure? There's no authorized vaccine or treatment for the virus, making it particularly dangerous in outbreak situations. You get treated for it, but it can cause everything leading up to death. So you need to take care of yourself and precautions, and don't be cavalier about it. Wear a mask and avoid, things like blood and saliva and other bodily fluids.
By the way, just for reference, in some countries, now there's not data on China in the source I'm looking at, the mortality rate from COVID was like under 5%. So which that seems very low. But my point being, with this being, I think, 78%, that's pretty significant.
Yeah, and I don't know how fast it moves. It says it spreads to humans through direct contact with bodily fluids from infected individuals or contaminated surfaces, include like bedding, but it says it originates in fruit bats, the petri dishes of the animal.
So if it spreads more locally, right, not in an airborne fashion, maybe it's a little easier to contain. But even, for instance, for Ebola, well, there's varying figures, but at some points it went up to like 90, but some figures show lower than Marburg. But anyway.
Yeah, and depending on how fast it travels and incubates and mutates.
Well, that's the problem with some of these stats too, is that there are different strains, and yeah.
I think the biggest problem with this is that it hasn't hit a threshold where people are like, we need to move on.
Yeah, and if they don't contain it early, it goes worldwide, and that's where these issues really become a problem. Obviously, they're a problem in the local area, but that's when it starts getting into pandemic territory.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A couple with fake fire truck arrested for impersonating LA firefighters. The couple said that they were from a fake fire department, and they had a fake fire truck for their fake fire department. Big faking fakers. Jordan King over at Newsweek.com put the article together. They had a fire truck.
I mean, how much money did they spend to have a fake fire truck, which was probably based on a real fire truck? This is, it was ludicrous that we saw people that were dressed up as firefighters and everything, which we talked about in a previous episode, but a fire truck?
Yep. So this is the latest arrest of at least 29 people, because we talked about this last week. Alleged crimes during the chaos of the deadly fires, hampering emergency services amid disaster, in which at least 27 people have lost their lives. These two idiots were arrested for impersonating a firefighter, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office said on Twitter. They were caught by an LAPD patrol unit that was driving through the Palisades fire area, which noticed that the truck did not seem to be legitimate and reported it to deputies. Officials later discovered that the fire truck had been bought at an auction. Well,
wow.
Guess what's not going to be allowed anymore? Yeah. One of them had a criminal history in Oregon, which included charges of criminal mischief and arson.
Oh my. See, I thought they must be like looting or something, which seemed crazy because maybe they spent more money on the vehicle than they would obtain, but arson brings another flavor to this article.
One of them's a firebug, and I guess the other one went along with it. They were a couple. They were married. So won't even go into what's going on with the rest of this because, well, it's all adding on to what's going on with California and LA fires. So I don't know how much of it is actually covered now, like or under control.
Oh, you mean like contained?
Contained, yeah.
I can find it real quick, but
okay. While you do that, I'm going to move on. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Texas is maintaining its solar farms with the help of grazing sheep, and technicians keep falling asleep for some reason. It's weird. Okay, that last part doesn't really happen. But anyway, you want to say something?
Yeah, sorry. Let me jump in here. Oh, this is good news. Palisades fire is 59% contained.
Yay.
Which is much higher than I'd seen previously reported. And Eaton is actually 87% contained. Now, both those are really good, but I know wind shifts, etc., can change it. But
so there were 3, weren't there?
Yeah, but the other one was almost all contained. I think Hearst was one of the other ones they were reporting a lot on. I mean, there's been multiple smaller fires in that area.
Sure.
But the 2 that I mentioned have been the most significant for acreage.
Gotcha. So it says back to this article over at Mobile, Texas is maintaining its solar farms with the help of grazing sheep. Our modern world has presented us with a bounty of new words and phrases, including solar grazing. If you've never heard of it, you're probably imagining people standing around soaking in the sunlight like they were members of a sun-worshipping cult, but it's actually nothing more than sheep walking around solar farms and grazing. It is easier than like lawnmowers and things like that can actually kick up debris and damage the solar array. And they have to do more. They have to be more careful about it because there's wires and other stuff, and they can't get as close to the array because there's posts that are holding up the solar panels, and they actually pivot and move. So it describes the process of populating land used by solar farms with sheep so that they can graze. And sheep and other animals are notorious for getting a certain distance away from the ground when they snip the grasses.
Oh, I see. So not only are they efficient and everything, like it's like dialing in a lawnmower or something.
Yeah. And there's different animals that get closer, and some of them damage the soil and pull it out by its roots, but apparently sheep don't do that. But the state use of sheep to keep solar fields tidy isn't just a clever move to better align state with solar energy goals either. The Texas sheep and wool market has been struggling in recent years. The number of sheep and lamb in Texas dropped 4% between 23 and 24. Giving sheep and lamb free rein to graze on solar fields allows livestock farmers and solar farmers to work the same property instead of fighting for space. So they basically just say, go and eat, and then they round them up later on. So it says now his once small family business has 26 employees, 8,026 if you count the sheep. His business, Texas Solar Sheep, is expanding so rapidly that he's about to add 20 more human employees to his workforce. And this is J.R. Howard, who in 2021 started contacting solar farms to see if he could get his sheep on their property to munch. So there you go, folks. If you want to break into business,
right, be a sheep farmer and loan out your sheep to various facilities that want eco-friendly lawn mowing.
Yep. There's people that actually complain about solar farms because the sun can't hit the ground, and so the grass dies off. But I don't know how much wheat.
Well, maybe some of that depends on the orientation of the panels and the orientation of the land, how big they are. Any number of variables.
Yep. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Smack Talk. AirTags are now given free by Colorado police to prevent stolen vehicles. Apple has long been, it's weird, it says Apple's has long been a great option. Oh, Apple's AirTags have long been a great option for tracking your vehicle location, and now one Colorado police department has caught on and started giving them away for free to help deter auto theft. Yeah. Ryan Christoffel over at 9 to 5 Mac put this article together.
That might help you locate it, but it's not always going to help you retrieve it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if somebody steals your car and you're not fast enough, they can find that AirTag because it's always giving off a beacon. Your phone.
Right, but we saw other articles about that where they tracked something that wasn't an automobile to the property, and that was the end of it.
Yeah. So free AirTags come with auto stickers to warn off potential criminals. CBS Colorado shared a story on its YouTube channel yesterday, and this is a weekly show. So this was actually, January 20th. This isn't a weekly show. This is the daily show. I totally... Okay, it's a holiday here.
And it's from today.
And it's from today. So the article is shared from CBS Colorado on its YouTube channel. Okay, and this is where it gets really complex. It's posted on 9 to 5 Mac, but it comes from Apple Insider via YouTube, which has a channel for CBS Colorado. Anyway.
Layers and layers.
Yep, it's a turducken of news sharing. So the report says that the police are trying to decrease the number of auto thefts by distributing free AirTags and tile trackers to members of the community. The first such giveaway took place, and another is planned. So along with the little tag that says this vehicle is tracked, you get an AirTag. In the case of theft, yes, the AirTag would help police track down the stolen vehicle. It will be interesting to see if this program leads to a noticeable drop in auto thefts in the Arvada area, in which case perhaps we'll start seeing AirTag giveaways become more common, or I don't know, included in the cars to begin with. It's
there you go.
$25 per car. I'm pretty sure if Apple or Tile were to offer, hey, we have a little black box, we can put your tag in it, blah, blah, blah. Somebody has an idea. Never mind. All right. You want to go to our last article?
I do.
Our last article for Non Sequitur News for January 20th is over in the Non Sequitur News channel at ohmtown.com. It's almost like it's in the name. A couple bought a boat as a tiny home, and they're sailing the world working remotely with 3 pets.
I want to know what the pet type is.
Well, let's find out. Leah, I think it is, right? Leah McKenzie told Newsweek about what her life is like traveling the world on a boat with her husband and their 3 pets. Okay. Trying to figure out.
First of all, this video has nothing to do with the article.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. So Brian Dillon over at Newsweek.com put this article together. Okay, one of them is a dog. Yeah, I don't know about the rest yet. So Mackenzie,
2 cats.
2 cats and a dog for 8 years and has traveled to a number of countries around the world in her epic adventure. The couple started around Vancouver Island, she told Newsweek, heading from there to Alaska. They then spent another few years sailing in the Pacific Northwest. From Alberta, Canada, they lived on her boat for 8 years. Are they still doing it?
I guess so.
So then in 2021, they decided to head to San Francisco and along the California coast before spending 2 years in Mexico. After that, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Panama through the canal, Colombia, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, British Virgin Islands, St. Martin. Yes,
That's
I'm
correct.
saying it over and over again. Guadalupe, Dominica, Martinique, Grenada, Bonaire, Aruba, back to Colombia. And now we're in Panama waiting to transit the canal again to cross to the Pacific, to the South Pacific. So they're still doing it. Pretty wild. Wow. You can actually go and check out their Reddit community in tiny houses as they post Godzilla-R32. No idea what that means, but in the post they share photos of their cats, dog, as well as what the inside of their boat looks like and some of the places that they've been lucky enough, not lucky, it's all planned, it's not lucky, to visit during their adventure. They have a hula hoop.
Where do they use the hula hoop?
I don't know how big this boat is. Anyway, they said that they live aboard this quote-unquote tiny house, but it's just a boat, for 8 years with their 3 pets, slowly traveling the world. All right.
Interesting.
They plan on selling the boat next year, which they will list for $150,000. All right.
I want to know what's their next chapter. I mean, are they getting another boat?
Yeah, it doesn't say, huh? All right.
I mean, 8 years on a boat is a pretty considerable time.
I'm on a boat. Yeah, with 3 pets. That's wild. And they actually started out with 3 cats, but no, just kidding. Just kidding. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. Never mind. Anyway, that's it, folks. We are going to go back through the Panama Canal, and that will bring us to the front page of ohmtown.com. And I'm going to say goodnight, and so will the AI from the future.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Bye-bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 22nd, 2025. Season 4 continues. I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles. Forgotten flying machine inventor, 11% of game developers, Apple to make Wi-Fi routers again. There's a big question mark at the end of that. Pardon me, Ohio license plates. Buy a Corinthian helmet. A rich Corinthian helmet. That never existed, by the way. Netflix to hike prices. Another question. Itty beady QR codes. That one's hard to say. Drones fighting fires. Vornado recall. It's a whirlwind. And inflation refunds in New York. Not sure what's going to really come of that. Inflation's going to catch up just by buying a cup of coffee. But hey, don't let that stop you. Again, everything is powered by ohmtown.com. So go over there and become a citizen, and you can facilitate the articles that we talk about. Because once you log in and once you sign in and become a citizen, a seventh icon will appear, and it will have additional features and functions. One of which is that you can submit news to us. Anyway, because everything's powered by ohmTown, you have to suffer through our intro. Man, that is a good sounding intro, if I do say so myself. Hello, sentient AI from the future. You didn't really have to wait.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
I would like to know why you are at 65% and loud, and I am at 100%, and I feel like I have to be loud, even though the microphone is.
I'm not sure.
All right. Well, anyway.
I must be supercharged or something.
Supercharged from that Raspberry Pi that you're contained on. So if you want today's articles, all you have to do is hit !NSN, and Omatron will spit them out into the chat in the order that we're going to be going through them. It's finally fixed itself. It used to spit them out in whatever random array it decided to. But anyway, let's get into this.
That's always a guess.
Yeah. Omatron is not a sentient AI. It likes to play one on stream, though. Let's get into it. This first article is over in Non Sequitur News. I didn't know about this. I knew that there were others that had flown before the Wright brothers and invented parallel devices. But this is a really interesting situation. A forgotten black aviator patented a flying machine before the Wright brothers' flight, but there's a timeline, and so they actually got the patent sooner than the Wright brothers, but the Wright brothers had filed it before this inventor.
And it's first to file, right?
Right. So Joey Esposito over at Snopes.com put the article together. I thought this was really neat, so I wanted to highlight this because patents aren't as straightforward as one might think they are. In fact, there are methods where you can not get your patent published, even if it isn't granted yet, and it's still in the assessment time frame, the evaluative part of the patent here in the United States. You can actually pay to suppress it from public publication. And so I'm not saying that this is the case with this, but you may not know, and you invest a whole lot of stuff into it, and if you happen to get precariously close to a published or an unpublished patent, you could strike up a business, you could invest tens of thousands of dollars, you could sit there and put everything on the line, and then you lose your patent or the application as it's processing, because it finally gets published and you're like, well, crap. And it's quite interesting that you can do that. But all patent applications get published somewhere around the 2.5 year mark, unless they have.
But also at this time, it's not like they could check the internet.
Right. Yeah, and in the application so temporal relativism aside, that this was nothing but paperwork, and you would have to have been told that this existed. So it's quite fascinating. So Charles F. Page was granted a patent for an airship 1 month before the Wright brothers received a patent for their flying machine. However, the Wrights filed for their patent before Page. Page also filed for his patent before the aviation pioneer siblings' first historic flight. So basically, two different people were working on the same problem during the same time frame, and it isn't first to publicly demonstrate your device, but it was the first to file. Does anybody know about Charles F. Page? I know.
No, although there might have been a documentary on YouTube about this.
The closest that I've seen about others that did it before the Wright brothers is, I think that there was somebody in France that did it like before them. So according to Page's family, the airship was tested and flew, but the prototype for the airship was stolen en route to its exhibition at the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair, which historians say is likely a result of the extremely racist environment of the Jim Crow era South. So, and that's all part of the key points of the Snopes.com article. So they could have spent their entire life savings to make this thing happen, and then somebody steals it.
I mean, that's awful if so. It's interesting because the article, or the PTO, I think, says that these are different technologies. I mean, I understand that they're both airplanes or whatever.
Yeah, they're flying devices, but one is actually propeller powered, and the other one is a dirigible. This isn't in the right orientation. This is on its side, so you have to lay it flat. So it looks like this. Oh, where is it? I think there's another one. There it is. So this article actually runs down, and it's titled "Loss of Flying Machine Dashed Possibility of Fame." But again, it's a different technology. It's a different style. It's actually just a lighter than airship.
Right, but who's the person you've heard of, right? Well, it's actually two people. The Wright brothers, not Page.
Yeah, so according to Page's family, one way in which the extreme racism of the era impacted the inventor personally was through an incident linked to his attempted submission of the airship prototype to the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. According to Page's daughter, in a 1974 report in Louisiana's Alexandria Daily Town Talk, the prototype never made it to its destination and was never seen again. Wild.
Well, and I'm sure the prototype would have been the way that people would have said, "Oh, I need this or want this," right? He might have gotten investors. And...
Yeah, see, but I think that the science and the benefits of the Wright brothers airship is superior to a lighter than aircraft. It's much more maneuverable. It's not susceptible to the same degree overall as time has gone on. It's much more controllable. It's basically, what do you want to call it? It's easier and faster to put together.
It's easier to pilot.
Yeah. I would think. I mean, you're basically with a lighter than air type thing. At least that's what it appears to be, to look like, right? And the story of airship inventor, because it doesn't look like a standard.
Well, when I think airship, I think of a blimp or something.
Blimp. Yeah. So it's pretty neat, but unfortunately, the demonstrator didn't actually make its destination. So maybe we would have had blimps in a different form, you know.
Okay, this is more interesting.
This is so steampunky looking. I find it pretty fascinating. Very different technologies. Neither patent would have affected the other being granted, regardless of who was filed first. according to the USPTO. And just at first blush, I would say that's pretty true. Because that's an actual flying machine, and the other one looks like a dirigible.
Yeah, I mean, they
Just
look
smaller.
like they operate very differently.
Yeah. All right, let's keep on going. The next article is over in the Wanted channel. 11% of game developers were laid off in 2024. It seems like a massive number. 11%. So,
especially considering how many game developers there are.
yeah, I don't know how they qualified this. If you just identified as an industry professional and were laid off, or if it's some other thing. Because anybody can be a game developer, particularly in 2024.
That's
if you
true. I
know,
mean, I wonder if they use public stats on gaming companies that were laying people off, which they could have been laying somebody off that was an admin assistant.
Yeah, so they surveyed over 3,000 game devs and industry professionals, and in one of the worst years ever for the game industry in terms of job losses, 11% of developers said that they were let go from their positions in 2024, and 29% observed direct colleagues being laid off. So it's of this group, which is not this. You know what I'm saying? How many people are in game development?
Yeah, that doesn't. I mean, yes, they surveyed game developers, but then are they talking about people that were non-developers? And also, is that the total?
11% of 3,000 is not 11% of game developers. It's 11% of a survey. You need to throw this before that. This is some kind of clicky. Anyway, a third of it AAA developers surveyed are currently working on live service games, according to the deck statement. Steve Dent over at Engadget.com put the article together. So they tied multiple inquiries together in this article, but in one of the, or at least in the State of the Game Industry report, where they surveyed 3,000 game devs, 11% of developers surveyed, not developers, damn it, surveyed developers said that they were let go from their positions in 2024, and 29% observed direct colleagues being laid off. All of that, they say, is part of an unfortunate trend caused in part by consolidation that could see around 14,000 layoffs in 2024 when final tallies are done. I would buy into that.
Yeah, this doesn't say how many people are actually in the industry, right? Because we've seen easily 100,000 tech workers,
Right.
but that doesn't mean they're game developers or that they do anything tech related. They might just work for a tech company.
Right. So let's see here. So I don't know. Game developers, software, right? Software game. Oh, well, regardless of how I did it, it said 11.1 million game developers worldwide. The United States and Canada had the most developers with 269,000, I'm rounding up, and 32,300 respectively.
Okay, well, then this percentage in this article looks low.
If they say that 11%, they surveyed 3,000, so 300, right? 330.
Yeah. I mean, we know this is a small sample size, but we've seen a lot of people laid off in the last year.
Yeah, quite a bit. Interesting article. Yeah, I mean, the article makes it very clickbaity, but it actually belies just how many are actually laid off, considering if my quick search shows roughly 200 and let's just say 270,000 people, 14,000 of them were laid off. I mean, 10% would be 26,000, 27,000. So it's actually closer to 5%.
Oh, okay.
So meanwhile, live service games appear to be here to stay, despite spectacular flame out of Concord and the axing of several Sony projects and several others that have shit the bed. I have a problem with software as a service, gaming live service in particular, because whenever the company decides that they're going to be bored with it, they bounce.
Right, the consumer is out of luck.
Yeah. And I just recently, Copilot rebooted every machine, even though I have it configured and blocked from installation. Their patching system injected Copilot onto all of my systems in the dead of night with a patch associated with whatchamacallit, the browser Edge. So it installed it surreptitiously, and then I had to go back and uninstall it. So the reason why I bring it up is stay the frick off of my systems, and why not give me everything I need? Let me choose. If you develop a piece of software, give me the option. And so I went looking into this, and people are actually justifying that you don't own any software.
Right. I mean, that's kind of like a thing of the past.
You're licensed to consume it until they decide to change the software. So even on your hardware, if they want to change something fundamentally, they can do it, even in the dead of night.
Right. Think about the movie covers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So if you own movies in any remote database, like Apple movies, right? The cover art changes whenever they freaking want to. Come on. And we cannot do anything about it as consumers except bitch. But then, like the CEO of Reddit, you'll be back.
You'll be back.
You big babies. You'll be back. You ain't got nothing else. Blue Sky ain't going to do it. There's an argument that they're working on, there's some discussion that they're working on a TikTok clone. But we need more Reddits. We need something to change the dynamic and increase competition so that they can't bully people like this. But it's a willful bully. I mean, you're literally falling in love with your abuser. Anyway, and that's what this is. You know, people are getting fired left and right, but they're working their ass off. Yeah. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Smack. Thank you, sir. May I have another? So anyway, one encouraging uptrend is in PC games, where 80% of developers reported that they were working up massively from 66% last year. That could be in part to Valve's Steam Deck, as 44% of devs said that they were interested in working specifically on that platform, which is basically a mobile computer, but it's for certain levels of gaming and certain efficiencies in coding to make it work. So it's basically a portable PC. And then they say, and there's much more in this article, but they say finally, while gaming execs seem to love the potential for AI, and gaming developers hate it, with 30% saying it's having a negative impact on the industry, up 12% from last year. But that's largely because it's nascent and inferior, and it's a little circle the wagons, because a superior AI product is always around the bend, and eventually it will code better than the humans that literally are training it to replace coders.
Yep, that's part of the robot's plan.
Yep. So my understanding is the CEO of Meta essentially said that entry level and some mid-level development is going to be taken over by AI.
Yeah, I think there was a headline to that effect in ohmTown.
Yep. And don't worry, everybody, It's coming for you. No matter what you think, it's coming for you. All right, let's keep going. This one caught my attention because I used to have Wi-Fi routers from Apple and got rid of them. I used to have HomePods, the original HomePods with metal shrouds. They were spectacular, so punchy compared to the ones that are kind of anemic now. And now I hear yet again, Mark Gurman's Power On newsletter, Apple is not working on a new version of its airport wireless router. However, they are working on something else that could potentially serve as a wireless access point. So don't give up hope just yet. Airport routers were amazing. Frictionless install and deployment. It was just, they were amazing devices. Now I want greater fidelity in my access points and networking tools, but not everybody wanted that. Back then I just wanted to be operational. No. Sorry. I had to turn off some background music. Anyway.
I thought you were talking to non-existent critters.
No.
Elsewhere.
There was audio from the background that I had to cancel. So Michael Burkhart over at 9to5mac.com put this article together. Yeah, and they looked like this. They were these neat little flat squares, just like a Mac Mini. Literally, you could just set it on top of a Mac Mini if the Mac Mini was a different shape back then. But they say last year they got some new information regarding Apple's in-house wireless networking product called Proxima. So far, we know that the chip will go in a number of home-related products, including the Apple TV and HomePod. It'll show up on the iPhone 17 and Mac models later on. One interesting thing about the new chip is that it's apparently sophisticated enough that Apple could choose to turn it on into a wireless router. But it's actually a wireless networking chip. So if they install it, Apple devices could become a router hotspot.
So that would be really good, right?
If you want to stay within the Apple ecosystem. If you want to... See, the problem here is that people in some security circles are kind of bent out of shape right now because Apple's intelligence system, their AI system, is embedded into their operating system now, which means that communication and all of your data is being your data is being scanned by AI for relevance, and that data can be exfiltrated to remote servers.
It's like the snapshot, which I think was through Copilot.
Copilot, yeah. So it's the equivalent of Copilot, wherein all of your data is being correlated and collated and analyzed, and it's
collected.
It's quite it's posing a security threat, an insider security threat. So I mean, it's really up to you if you're going to do this, but go in knowing, and don't go in saying, well, privacy is dead, and then just embrace the abuse. You should really, as a consumer, demand what you want. But you're not going to get it from Google because they've got their own AI devices that are being embedded into the operating system. Apple has theirs. Meta has theirs. Twitter has theirs. Microsoft has theirs. You know what I'm saying? And now we're getting word that there's billions being pushed into this Project Stargate, which... For crying out loud, we are never coming up with anything original because there's nothing but unoriginal minds helming this. The brilliants are the worker bees that are underneath the directors. And I'll say it again, and this is probably a bad time to start saying shit like this, but as you approach being a billionaire, you lose connection with society, and you can do whatever the frick you want, and you're immune to societal repercussions. And you can hear that when you hear somebody say, "You think you can use money to control me?" Well, the negative impact of your actions on society didn't do anything. Money certainly isn't going to do anything. So, no, I think that you're just disengaged from society. Anyway, hey, it's Non Sequitur News. You come here to watch the dumpster fire.
Going.
Anyway, so this is it's all tied together. This chip is going to be embedded into your devices, and along with artificial intelligence, there isn't going to be any privacy because it's listening and watching.
Right, and then they're going to not only collect your data, they're going to then use it and put it out there for AI usage. I agree. I'm just giving
you a hard time. And the potential abuse is present. So, all right, let's keep on going. Maybe Dolly can help us out. The next article is over on 4-Wheel Tech. Dolly Parton's license plates will make you wish you lived in Ohio. Nah, not really. But Dolly Parton is an American hero. The reason why they're an American hero is different for different people. For me, it's because of the movie 9 to 5. But most people know Dolly Parton nowadays as the person that invested in making the COVID vaccine possible.
Right, yeah, and she's done a lot for literacy efforts.
Right. And so it says, "We will hear no slander against her." This is a Jalopnik article, so embrace the snark. Her efforts to promote youth literacy through the Imagination Library in collaboration with Ohio's First Lady Fran DeWine have helped thousands of Ohioans on their reading journey. Founded in 2019, it's a 501c3 program that's rolled out. The ability to learn how to read, and Bradley Brownell over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Jolene, I'm begging you.
Are you channeling Dolly Parton?
Yeah, it's a deck statement too. "Jolene, I'm begging of you, please don't take my custom plate." Does not flow like Jolene.
No, anyway, it needs a little bit better tune there.
So Dolly Parton has a custom plate, I guess. It says it's from oplates.com. This is one of the plate companies that make these bespoke plates. Yet these are the plates that are causing problems. Plates. Yeah. These are fan plates, really. But apparently they're allowed as long as they meet certain requirements.
Yeah, for this one, it looks like the state has authorized it.
So to help support the mission, the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles is supporting the effort with new Dolly Parton license plates. Each plate is $35 and provides one annual fee, by the way, provides one family with a monthly book for a year, which when I first started reading this, I'm like, well, wait a minute. $35 provides one family with a monthly book for a year. It's an annual fee. Okay. So when I first saw this, I was like, wait, annual fee. Okay. My brain didn't wrap around annual because it's a monthly book that they get.
Right. So they're getting 12 books.
Yeah. For $35, which is a hell of a deal.
It is. And it's worded kind of oddly.
Yeah. I wonder what the books are. I'm really curious. So 79-year-old Tennessean singer-songwriter has worked to promote English literacy, language literacy since kicking off her library foundation in the mid-'80s. Over 100 million books have been sent to children on her behalf in the last 30 years. That's not 80s. Come on.
Anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird. Maybe she ramped up her efforts in the last 30 years.
Yep. So, in addition to her literacy work, she also has been instrumental in funding and rolling out the COVID vaccines and is a big proponent of LGBTQ rights. So, yay. And there's more over here at this article. I think somebody in every state should do something like this, if not rolling out like a franchisee of the Dolly Parton Imagination Library.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no downside to doing this.
Yeah, I'm really curious, like, what all is involved. Like, why isn't this just being developed across the board? But I know people who have done similar things at the state level, and it's very tough. You're really chasing money, and who knows how much money Dolly Parton is putting into a 501c3. It usually involves going out and finding donations and stuff like that, and then working with either, well, state and federal lobbyists to get more money into the system and so on. But I love this. What are they called that you find periodically on the side of the road? Little libraries,
like the free library.
Is that what it's called? Free library? Yeah. So some people have them in their backyards, pointing out into the sidewalk as you walk by. There's like a library sitting there. Some people get permission to get them installed publicly so that you can go and borrow a book and put one in.
You even see them at some businesses too. Sure. Like they'll have a shelf where you can take one and add one.
Yep. I donated dice to a library. Well, I mean, it was a gaming library, basically. Just spontaneously, because I was sitting there and I'm like, I've got a bag of dice in my pocket right now. I think everybody should do stuff like that, like help promote engagement and facilitate, particularly learning. So anyway, thought this was a neat article.
Very cool. Maybe other states will take suit.
Yep, let's see. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. You can buy a 2,500-year-old Corinthian helmet worn by a warrior in ancient Greece. Is their head still in it?
Yeah, what are you supposed to do with the helmet once you buy it?
There it is. Hey, is that a Corinthian helmet?
Display pedestal or something.
So experts think the well-preserved bronze artifact was made between 500 and 450 BCE, and it'll be sold at auction on January 25th. So you got 3 days? Yeah. So Sonia Anderson over at SmithsonianMag.com, Smithsonian Magazine, put the article together. And there you have it. It has little rivet holes.
Yeah, it looks like something you'd see out of a movie.
It looks pretty plain, you know. The helmet was made in the Corinthian style, though historians, damn it, saying Corinthian totally messed my tongue up, and now I'm saying style, though historians don't know whether the style actually originated in Corinth. Man, this thing is getting me all
tongue twister
caught up in the game. So the bronze artifact is known as a Corinthian helmet, a style that is characterized by almond-shaped eye holes, large cheek pieces, and a wide nose guard, as Apollo Art Auctions, which is selling the item rights on Facebook, which I only accidentally go to, treating it kind of like internet landmine. This particular helmet, there is a place that I tried to go to their website today, and it's on Google. So I searched for this store, and I don't want to post it, but so I'm doing this search because I want to see their inventory before I go there and get it. And I click on the website, and it forwards me to
Facebook page. Yeah, that's a pretty common occurrence, I think.
No, you're a tool.
Especially
Don't
among
do that.
Smaller businesses.
This is by far not a small business either. Yeah. They should have their own website with inventory and stuff like that available. Having it linked to a Facebook page is asinine. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Anyway, this particular helmet also sports rows of tiny holes which would have been used to attach helmet liners via small metal fasteners. Oh, wow.
I didn't know they had helmet liners.
Hey, I mean, you have to use protection when you're going into battle. Anyway, there's a lot more at this article, but it says the city was famous for both its culture and its warfare, writes Live Sciences' Tom Metcalf. However, there is no clear evidence that the Corinthian helmet style was developed in the region of Corinth. Historians have argued the similar helmets were worn by ancient warriors of many Greek city-states. The artifact going to auction is a rare and exceptionally well-preserved bronze Greek helmet, possibly linked to a Spartan war. Talk about amplifying the bullshit, if it doesn't have it, if the provenance does not state that it is, then why should they be allowed to say it? It's insinuating that it was part of the Spartan war.
Yeah, and I think that's a problem when you're putting something up for sale because you're representing it to be something. People aren't going to read the behind the scenes like, no, we're not sure.
Yeah, and those who do aren't going to bid, and those who don't are going to bid erroneously based on the perception of it, not the actual value of it. Anyway, offering a glimpse into the artistry and craftsmanship of ancient Greece. I get to enjoy it without spending any money on it because look, hey, there's a picture of it. Yeah, wow.
Well, that's not going to be good for the auction house, but yes.
And what's really great about it is people get to see it. Should be 3D scanned, and then you can look at it in VR and actually put it on and import it into a game and wear it.
Maybe you can bid for it on auction and then do that.
No, I just got done saying. Let's keep going. Next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation and intellectual property and strategic management. And I really want to kick that show off. That would be fun. But I don't know. There's a time and a place for everything, and now may not be the time. This could be the place, but you have to get them both lined up. Anyway, Netflix's new chapter means price hikes. Yay.
Woohoo.
And record high subscriber growth. The streaming giant reported a record high jump in subscribers in the final quarter of 2024. Maybe it's because everybody is raising prices and maybe they're the slowest to raise. I don't know. So the article is by Shirin Shibu and it's edited by Melissa Malamet. And it's over at entrepreneur.com. The streaming giant reported a record high jump in subscribers. Why, though?
There must be a show that's viral or something.
So they raised their subscription prices on Tuesday. The streaming giant also reported record high addition of 18.9 million paid subscribers in the final quarter of 2024. And according to the shareholder letter, Netflix was able to score some streaming wins with the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight and NFL games. And they continue to invest in programming and deliver more value for their members. They'll also occasionally ask their members to pay a little more so that we can buy a bigger yacht.
We're going to need a bigger boat.
Oh, that's not what they said in the article. They did say that pay a little more so that we can reinvest to further improve Netflix, which basically means buy back our stock and give more to the
raise
executives.
Membership rates again.
Correct. Yes.
And
yes.
cut off popular shows, particularly before the last season.
So your membership will increase with ads from $6.99 to $7.99. The standard membership without ads will increase from $15.49 to $17.99. So nearly, well, $2.50. And the highest tier membership, yay, with 4K video will jump from $22.99 to $24.99. So $2 kick to the taint. The prices,
you better not have any other streaming service.
which you have to. You have to. You are paying more than what you would have in consolidated cable. So it says this ushers in a new chapter for the company as the streaming giant also disclosed Tuesday that it had record high subscribers. So there isn't any competition except for the little silos, ironically. And they all have their own stuff. So, right? Amazon has their own under Prime.
Yeah, you really have to plan out your viewing habits.
Yeah. So the competition isn't in the getting the consumer. It's we've locked down content by paying somebody and we're making our money back because they don't know how much their product truly is worth. So they're like, hey, we're going to give you this amount of money, but we're making billions back. So, I mean, 9.8 million subscribers for the quarter. Okay, so it says, according to Barron's, so you can see how other sources link into other sources, right? Netflix gained 18.9 million paid memberships in the 3 months ending in December. So multiply 18.9 times, let's just say the average is this. It could be weighted 60%, 30%, 10%, right? I don't know. I don't know what the breakout is. But
so that's going to be like $4 billion or so, right?
The total amount of subscribers, they say, is 304 million subscribers. So basically, let's say $15 times 304 million subscribers.
4.5 billion.
So the streaming giant is no longer sharing subscriber numbers as part of its quarterly reports after this one. According to a previous letter to investors in the first quarter of 2024, Netflix says the change is part of its evolution. So transparency be damned.
Netflix we don't want to show what's going on with the subscriber numbers. Like, oh, we're bringing in more revenue, but it might be like the movie theaters.
Yeah. So just add, I'd say 6% per quarter, and you'll probably be in the right ballpark. Because they gained 19.
You mean they're underreporting subscriptions?
Well, no. I mean, if they say they finished 2024 with 304 million.
You're saying they're going up that much.
In the future, add 6% a quarter. Now, it's not possible to do this forever. So they're going to have to keep on raising rates because investors demand.
December numbers probably jump higher than other times.
True. Gift giving and, hey, look, I have some extra money. Oh, now I don't have any extra money.
Oh no, shouldn't have put in that pool yet.
Ooh, Christmas vacation. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. Buzz me in. Bees wearing itty-bitty QR codes reveal hive secrets. Look, they're modest. They're covering their bee bits with QR codes.
I hope we have a picture of a bee with a QR code.
It links to their website, Only Bees. So several hundred bees in rural Pennsylvania trying to make ends meet. They're showing their QR codes. In rural New York are sporting tiny QR codes on their backs. You know what they should do? You should be able to adopt a bee with the little QR code.
Oh my goodness, that is the solution to like all the bee shortages. Really, like people would love that.
Oh my God, I gotta move quick. Can you okay, I gotta shut up. Shut up, Merwatt. Shut up. Anyway, more than the latest in it's apiarian. Wow, that's hard to say. Apiarian.
Well, it's not a word that's commonly encountered outside of apiarian circles.
God, my head hurts. Apiarian fashion. The little tags serve a scientific purpose tracking when bees go in and out of their hives to better understand how long honeybees spend foraging for food outside of their hives. The article is over at phys.org. Ashley.
Oh, there is a picture.
Yeah. Yeah. But what I think would be... Okay, no, I'm not going to talk about it.
For those in the podcast, there is a bee with a QR code on its back.
Yeah. You know what? I'm never going to do this, so I might as well just talk about it. So Ashley Wenner's Heron from Pennsylvania State University put this article together, and the article is posted at phys.org. And the bees have a little QR code on their back, and it is a tiny, tiny little QR code. So several hundred bees in rural Pennsylvania and rural New York are sporting these tiny QR codes. So far, the researchers have learned that while most trips outside of the hive last a mere minutes, a small minority of bees can spend more than 2 hours away. The team said they expect to learn much more thanks to the system they developed to track honeybees' time out of the hive. This technology is opening up opportunities for biologists to study systems in ways that weren't previously possible, especially in relation to organic beekeeping, said Margarita Lopez Uribe, and Lorenzo L. Langstruth, early career professor, associate professor of entomology, and author of the paper published in the Hardware X open access journal that details the exact equipment and methods researchers use in their work so that they might be able to replicate or build upon by others. What I would love to see is the actual source video showing when the bee leaves the hive in like a leaderboard that shows the bee. Oh
my goodness, that would be so cool.
And you can sit there and donate to the bees.
Yeah, like you're rooting for bee number 4 or whatever.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be amazing? And then obviously if a bee doesn't come back, it might have met its demise. Or if a bee is highly industrious, right? And you could even do it inside as well. The little bees do the wiggle dance, the waggle.
Like whatever they're doing in the hive.
Yeah, there are little cameras that will fit in there. That wouldn't that, and call it a bee's life or something like that, you know? So the QR codes are glued onto their backs, are known as fiduciary tags, which carry the smallest amount of identification information and can be quickly detected and logged via the imaging system, even in low-resolution conditions. The system is a break with conventional entomology fieldwork in which researchers visually observe bees for limited periods, enabling far more comprehensive and expanded observations. You could actually get these cameras in flower fields too, and it would be able to pick them up.
Then you could be like, did it visit a tulip or whatever today?
Yep. Yeah. Particularly if you find out where they're actually going, you could, put the cameras there. Man, this can make bees much more personal, and gain interest.
Yeah, it's all about making animals cute for interest in conservation.
Exactly.
We had another article about that.
They even mention it. That could change with a better, more precise understanding of bee foraging range. The researcher said honeybees communicate where the food sources are to other bees in the colony with a physical behavior called the waggle dance. That's what I was talking about.
Very interesting.
So maybe your bee does a waggle dance and others go out and spend the same amount of time and they'll know. Yeah, I love this.
Okay, this is interesting. I did not know that QR codes could be put on bees. I think this is fascinating.
Yeah, there is a video called Bees Sporting Tiny QR Codes Reveal Hive Secrets, and it's posted on YouTube. So if you do a search or you go to follow the link through ohmTown, you too can see that video. I think it's pretty cool. Anyway, all right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. It's science, not fiction. High-tech drones may soon be fighting bushfires in Australia. So picture this. It's a summer evening in Australia. A dry lightning storm is about to sweep through a remote, tinder-dry bushland. The next day, the forecast is hot and windy. A lightning strike tonight could spark a fire that grows into a catastrophic blaze tomorrow. But there are drones out there that are looking for this kind of stuff. Marta Yebra, Ian Gillard, I guess, or Gilliard. Nicholas Wilson and Robert Mahoney from The Conversation put the article together. It's posted over at techexplore.com. I gave it my Harvard try, but I never went to Harvard, so you get the Temu try. Well, you get the Temu result. I gave it the Harvard try.
Oh, no.
It is what it is. So larger drones are dispatched through the night. They drop retardant on burning bush to slow the flames. The small drones continue to supply data to human fire crews, and by dawn, the crews are armed with precise information and ready to act. They suppress the small fire in the early morning before the winds arrive. What could have turned into a raging mega blaze is confined to a few hectares. It's not science fiction, it's science fact. It's a feasible vision for using drone technology to manage bushfires in Australia, outlined in the federal government's recent roadmap, which the authors of this article apparently authored. So what's really neat about this, though, is it's verifying something that I did a while back. And I love this idea. I also examined the idea of using drones in a much more larger scale for high-rise fires. Basically, bringing a hose up dozens to hundreds of, stories instead. Let's just say 200 feet up. To put out fires, and using the jet engine sized drone to be able to pump and fly.
This makes sense for time of day, safety, all kinds of things.
Yeah. Yep. And a larger drone can sit there and fly the retardant out just like they describe it. I mean, this is common sense stuff. So I find it really fascinating that it's taken this long to get there, The current fire season marks 5 years since the Black Summer bushfires devastated Southeast Australia in 2019-2020. And that this summer, fires have burned in Victoria Grampians region, I guess, around Western Australia's Wedge Island. And the devastating fires in Los Angeles provide yet another example of how terrifying huge bushfires can be. And they really should have these drone technologies out there, not just for surveillance, but for active fire suppression. When somebody rings the bell for fire watch, all it takes is sending out a drone or several drones where the retardant packet is ready to just be scooped up and delivered. And all it has to do is be dropped from the air. I'd
like to see them start utilizing this now. I know this is a research paper, and it sounds like maybe it is going to be deployed in Australia based on the other document that they referenced.
Yep. So drones do not have the limitations of terrestrial fire suppression. They have to, humans have to hike out there with something to suppress the fire. That's not always an option. And it's not like they can be dropped off by helicopter as fast as a drone just being sent up and patrolling. So they have footage below in this article about a drone scout detecting a small spot fire from more than 800 meters away. The fire was lit by firefighters to simulate a lightning strike ignition. In the infrared camera view in the lower left of the image, the small fire stands out clearly against the cooler temperatures of the bush. Multiple drones can be coordinated to cover a larger area and stay close to an ignition. They can deliver fire retardants in remote locations and with remarkable accuracy. I had written something a while back basically expressing the same style of surveillance. I've mentioned it a few times, but this is my paper was never published or anything like that. I was hoping that it would actually be utilized, but I don't think it ever did. So losing a drone in bad weather or mechanical failure is nothing comparable to what happens with firefighting. So it's cheap. Let it go. Why not do this? I think it's brilliant. So they say, despite obvious advantages, using drones to battle fires is challenging. For example, many systems cannot operate in high winds and intense heat found near fire zones, which is why I suggested much more industrial, like military grade drones. Drones produce a vast stream of data such as video, thermal images, information about temperature and wind speed. They can actually be much higher and perform these duties. You make a more robust drop system.
Well, and they can kind of be outside of the fire zone, which firefighters can't always be if they're going to be close enough to actually do anything.
Yeah, and this can respond faster than anything that humans can, because they can be out there flying around, surveilling,
And won't be blocked from accessing it like humans might be, because they can go over, around, or whatever.
Yeah, they can fly straight over a lake, and have no problem doing it. All right. Well, they talk more about this, but they say in a warmer world, innovation is vital, and it's hard to knock this. I don't see any negatives, even if they enumerate them in this article. I don't see them as negatives. They can be resolved and solved and sent out and put these fires
even
out.
if this affects 10% of fires or something in a location, that's a win.
Yeah. And these are not industrial drones. So
no, but they could use those for more efficient or
higher
scale
altitude analysis. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. The next two are going to be really quick because there isn't really much data here. Vornado recalls nearly 8,000, and it's very niche. So Vornado recalls nearly 8,000 whole room heaters. And in these times, hell has frozen over, and so you need some heaters sometimes in like an office or in workspace or in a home. But Vornado is recalling its VH2 whole room heaters because the product's power cord can potentially detach and lead to electric shock and fire. The article is by Yi Jin Yu from the Good Morning America, apparently, but it's published at ABC News, which is a subdomain of abcnews.go.com marketing.
Right. Players.
It's the turducken of article posting. So the recall was issued January 16th in cooperation with the U.S. Consumer Protection Safety Commission. According to the company, applies to off-white Vornado VH2 whole room heaters with the word Vornado and a red V behind it printed in the front of the product. So there's a Vornado and then a big red V that says very hot. It doesn't say that, but anyway. Recalled heaters were made in the U.S., so
that would be bad if it had that code or whatever.
Yeah. They bear a July 24 and August 24 date code and type VH2 printed on the silver rating label on the underside of the heater. So ask if it's okay to look, and then you can lift it up and look at its bits. They also have a thermostatic temperature control with settings for automatic or continuous fan operation and 2 heat settings. Hot and oh my god.
And fuego.
Sweaty. So VH2 recall, which is kind of unfortunate because VH1 was recalled quite a while ago. That's the music video hits.
Right, that was like an MTV type channel.
Yeah. Is it even around anymore? Don't get sidetracked. Mayor Watt, stay focused. Anyway, as with all things, never leave your portable heaters on while sleeping. Never leave heaters running unattended in a confined space to reduce hyperthermia hazards. You can get hyperthermia? Why would you? If it's unattended, then why would you get hyperthermia?
I don't know, but by the way, VH1 still exists.
Wow. Didn't know that. Talk about kinetic energy. Place heaters on a stable, level surface where it will not be knocked over. Or live a life of adventure and put it on a rocking horse. No? A wooden rocking horse. Don't do that. That's dumb. Keep all sides of the portable heater at least 3 feet from beds, clothes, curtains, papers, sofas, and other items that can catch fire. What the hell, man? Put it under your pillow.
No, do not do that. No cloth.
When using electric portable heaters, always use a wall outlet and never power strip. Never run a heater's cord under rugs or carpeting. And be mindful of children and pets around portable heaters. Just snuggle them right up close. No?
No. Don't allow pets unattended around heaters.
And don't allow children around heaters unattended, because the heaters get lonely. And they need a hug. And children are typically, right, pretty comfortable with giving people hugs.
Yes.
And so these heaters are very friendly looking. And so the kids might give them a hug.
Yeah, don't leave the kids unattended around the heaters either.
Everything's connected. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, the last article for tonight's Non Sequitur News is over in, hey, look, Non Sequitur News. It's like the name of the show. New Yorkers are going to get $3 billion in inflation refund checks. Yes, each New Yorker is going to get a $3 billion inflation refund check.
Time to move to New York.
To Newark? Isn't that New Jersey? You just like...
Well, I mean, New Jersey wants to be grouped with New York on that.
Oh, right. That
was about the ferries or something.
Yeah, what was that?
I forgot what the issue was. It had to do with like collecting revenue or something.
The surge pricing for driving around Manhattan.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So Governor Kathy Hochul, I think her name is, said checks of up to $500 could be delivered to millions of residents because they've earmarked in their budget $3 billion in inflation refund checks. The article is by Alice Higham, I think, over at Newsweek.com. And they say why it matters. New York is by far one of the most expensive places to live. And of course, that $500 is going to make a huge difference. Maybe in the short. Go ahead.
I mean, this is in the state, right? Not in the city.
Yeah, state.
I mean, $500 can make a lot of difference to families. Somebody that is rich, maybe not, but somebody that's eking by, absolutely.
Those who file their taxes jointly and make less than $300,000 per year would receive a $500 check. Individuals who make up to $150,000 would receive a $300 check. This seems like big numbers. Why not reduce it? Those making $150,000 and filing jointly should get a $1,000 check, and those who make $75,000 should get a $600 check. Let's consolidate it and give it to people who are really in need at a higher level of need, because inflation disproportionately hurts people,
Right, at lower income levels, absolutely. Might be one of these things that the only way it was going to get passed is if it was at these thresholds or something, but I agree.
So Hochul said that 8.6 million people will qualify for the checks. Hochul said that the proposed $1 billion in middle-class tax cuts for 5 of the Empire State's 9 tax brackets, which the announcement said will cut rates to their lowest level in nearly 70 years for New Yorkers who file jointly and earn up to $323,000 annually. That's a shit ton of money. Anyway, because, oh God, I'm so, what is going to happen? Anyway, there's more for this article, but I thought that it was interesting that the thresholds were so high.
Yeah. I mean, part of that is a testament to the cost of living, and at least in New York City or urban areas. But I agree. I mean, certainly some households could use this money, but you're right, they don't need it equally, and probably the households of these upper thresholds don't need it.
But I guarantee you there are people out there going, well, I want my $300 and $500 and I'm making $300,000. Really? You need that $500 that bad?
Yeah.
Any money back is basically, yeah. Meanwhile, there are people, never mind. Anyway, I am going to end the show. And that means that I'm going to file myself, and that'll deliver me to the front page of ohmtown.com, where all of the Non Sequitur news discussions are housed. You just have to go over there and become a citizen. It's real easy. You either sign in if you already are, or sign up. It's just a couple of questions. You get to pick a name, and that's it. And we don't spam you from the website. You'll get notices when we go live if you follow us on Twitch or on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe, ring the bell. Please leave a comment. Please follow us. Please like us. We've been doing this now. This is the start of the 4th season. Yeah, I'm looking for more engagement. Watch the videos. Let us know what you would like in the comments. Like, do you want us to focus on something this way or that way? But I know that it's hard to categorize Non Sequitur News or all of the rest of the shows, which are niche, but they too are hard to categorize beyond where we've put them. And so YouTube doesn't really know what to do with us as Non Sequitur News. Which is a Monday through Friday show, hour long, covers 10 articles, running a broad gamut of topics. But the 6 other weekend shows are pared down quite a bit, 5 articles focused on a topic. But those are weekly shows. So our big show is the Non Sequitur News show. So we would love to hear from you and have you tell a friend. We don't really market. We don't really pump our show. Even on Twitch, where I spend probably an inordinate amount of time. I operate as Mayor Watt. I don't operate as ohmTown, but we stream from ohmTown. And so there's a disconnect because I don't want to market ohmTown in other people's channels. And when streamers find out that I do that, they draw attention to the fact, but it slows down at discovery quite a bit. Because Twitch discovery is kind of weak sauce. Anyway, I'm rambling, but that's it. I'm going to take the sentient AI with me. You want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. And boy, we had some non sequiturs. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Maybe. Depends on if the asteroid hits. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye YouTube. And bye-bye Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News, Time Machine episode for January 23rd, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI isn't available today. I've got 10 articles all lined up for us to talk about. Take about 45 minutes. Hope that you are interested in this kind of stuff. It spans the gamut of what is aggregated into ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. And you can facilitate us doing this show by signing up. And then another icon will appear right here in the corner. giving you the option to submit news to us for review and possible inclusion in the show. Then you can download the podcast and watch the VOD later on over on YouTube. There's over 1,700 episodes of our productions. We've been doing this now. This is the beginning of the 4th season. Anyway, enjoy the show. So I did this a little bit backwards. I wanted to tell you what the 10 articles are before we actually start the show, and they are a new CNN streaming service, not a horror story, strange cancer treatment on a remote island. How about the moon is a threatened historic site, meteorologists on ice, epic weekly games, Maine Coon takes a flight, or 3, a lost rabbit found 120 years later. Not the same rabbit. It's kind of like the goldfish living for 25 years. Gross best pictures. A raisin to recall. Subaru connected services cracked. And a whole lot more of snark. Anyway, stick around. The first article is over in Technology Today. And, well, another CNN streaming service is coming because, that totally worked last time. It's an Engadget article, but they say that CNN is laying off more employees and making plans to launch another streaming service, according to a memo from CEO Mark Thompson, obtained by The Hollywood Reporter. Around 200 employees are being cut, affecting 6% of CNN's current staff. Changes are being made in a response to profound and irreversible shifts in the way audiences in America and around the world consume news, according to Thompson. Launching a new streaming service after the abject failure of CNN Plus, the former streaming service, certainly seems to be the way to go. Ian Carlos Campbell over at Engadget.com put the article together. Again, the deck statement says CNN CEO Mark Thompson is laying off employees and eyeing a new way to get subscriptions. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work. There's a little snark in this. The former streaming home of Stanley Tucci, Searching for Italy, is apparently tied to that same thinking. They have a quote. Today I can announce that we plan to develop a new way for digital subscribers at home and abroad to stream news programming from us to any device they choose. It's early days, but we've already established that there's immense demand for it, not just in America, but across much of the world. So they're going to be global news, I suspect. I don't know how that really works out. They say the company launched a subscription to CNN.com in October 2024 for $3.99 per month or $30 per year. Given less than 10,000 daily users at CNN Plus was reportedly able to bring in, it definitely seems like a new streaming service will have an uphill battle. Yes, CNN. Okay, there's zero strategic advantage in news. You can break a story, but how it's reported, the nature of the reporting, I think plays a big role. The first one out of the gate, it's going to be distributed. It's going to be discussed publicly, privately, etc. Information yearns to be consumed. And you can't protect it really because facts are facts. You can't protect facts. The embodiment, to some degree, yeah. But I don't know. Public participation and disclosure, discussion, engagement. It's going to happen, and it's a losing battle. One of the most frustrating things is creating friction. All it does is endear you to the other side. Really, I mean. You piss off enough people and they're not going to be interested in you. These paywalls are really doing you a disservice. You should have a value add and then, frame your existence around what you can actually make and not as a cash cow where you think that the information is the thing that everybody is after and you can protect that information. It's just not how it works. You should be a service that people are going to and consuming. But that's not what information really is. Not in this kind of embodiment. As soon as people start discussing it, you've lost your, strategic advantage. Anyway, there's more to that discussion, and it would be better hosted on a different show than this. But let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Patients are dying after a strange cancer treatment on a remote island. Intrigued, an American billionaire named Alan Quasha capitalized on its promise by buying the devices. Xthera, a U.S.-based medical startup, claimed that its cutting-edge blood filtering device could cure cancer. They bought the devices and took over a medical clinic on a Caribbean island in Antigua outside of the purview of U.S. regulators, offering desperate terminally ill cancer patients a chance of being healthy again at the price of $45,000 for each round of treatment. But as the New York Times reports, on the roughly 24 patients treated at the Antigua clinic using the Xthera device, at least 6 have died, likely as a result of their stay, and family members and medical professionals who visited the clinic reported, well, some information that we're going to talk about here. It's over at futurism.com, and under the, the banner of Neoscope, the deck statement says, quote, "I feel so duped by all these people." The article was written by Frank Landemore. Well, the article is sourced from the New York Times for this futurism report, but they say here Kim Hudlow, whose husband David underwent treatment at the Antigua clinic, said, "I feel so duped by all these people. The way this was spun up and the way it was explained, they got me." The Xthera device isn't total quackery, as the New York Times analyzed. It was approved by the Food and Drug Administration for treating emergency COVID-19 cases, and for that purpose, it seems effective. After the pandemic and seeking another stream of income, however, Xthera thought its device might be effective in filtering circulating tumor cells, or CTCs, which are responsible for cancer metastasizing. I need to do some research into this because this is exactly, not in this embodiment, I'm sure, but this is exactly what I think is going to be highly effective. The worst possible outcome for a cancer patient is metastasization or metastasizing cancer, where it basically spreads throughout the body. And it's CTCs, or cancer cell fragments, that can embed themselves again and essentially grow into cancers. These are typically suppressed by a chemical beacon from the main mass of cancer somewhere. And when we wipe out that cancer, the beacon goes away and these CTCs can rebind. This has been documented in research papers. I wish that I have kept references for all of this, but it's so far beyond my capability. Well, let's just say that I think that a device like the Xthera, or a filter that can filter out down to the circulating tumor cells level, would be ideal, because you can basically, it's kind of like a kidney filter, except that it's designed to find and remove CTCs instead of the chemicals that you would normally filter out. Well, anyway, this is brilliant, except that it was designed for COVID-19 cases. The startup's chief regulatory officer, Sanja Ilic, organized a study in Croatia to test the filter's efficacy on cancer patients, and it yielded promising preliminary results, with at least one patient showing a shrunken tumor. But I don't think that it's designed for that. What it should have been focused on is filtering out the blood. But other treatments should be taken to remove the tumor, not just trying to shrink it. It doesn't shrink by itself. But filtering out the blood from CTCs can mitigate the possible metastasizing. So it was enough to woo a billionaire. investor Quasha, however, who invested several $1 million in Xthera through his firm Quadrant Management and began operating a clinic in Antigua via a subsidiary called Quadrant Medical Care, where the experimental treatment wouldn't need approval from U.S. regulators. And that's the shame here. So there's a lot more for this article. New York Times said that they found another patient, Ashley Sullivan, asked Illick why she developed new tumors after her treatment, and Illick insisted that she had it all wrong. Have no idea who told you is not working for you, Illick texted Sullivan. We got your CTCs down to 0. And that may actually be true, but cell masses are constantly kicking off cell fragments. So it would have to be an ongoing thing, filtering periodically, much like dialysis. And I think that's kind of the main ingredient here. You'll have to do other treatments. You'll have to have surgery to remove the mass, but you should get CTCs down to 0, then have the surgery, and then go through the possibility that you might have a mass somewhere else, and then have to continue treatment and continue this CTC removal. Anyway, very fascinating, and I'll have to do some research into this, because at one point I was doing a lot of research into this. My theory was to do something similar to dialysis, but for CTCs, and I stopped paying attention because when it's $45,000 a treatment, regular Joes don't have that. And so the bargaining power and the hope is wiped away. You have no bargaining power. You'll go into a tremendous amount of debt for anything. And then what? You can't discharge medical debt because regulatory capture has basically made it so that you cannot. There's a carve out for medical debt. And so what? You become, your quality of life sucks because fiscally you can't live, but you're alive. So you'll do it, but then you're beholden to, people chasing after you constantly until maybe they try and find a way to put you in jail. And then what? Anyway, there's so much more, and sociopaths are winning. So anyway, let's keep going. This next article is over in the Mobile Channel. The moon has been listed as a threatened historic site, but the value of lunar heritage needs defining. Scientific and commercial activities on the moon could permanently change the lunar environment. These activities include sending vehicles to the moon, extracting its resources through mining the lunar surface, building facilities, and extracting water from areas on the moon where sunlight never shines. But you know what? It's a moon. I think that we need to take advantage of it. We need to build a base on it. We need... Oh, it's one of those things where when I say it, I get accused of being naive, but we have to get along. But we can't get our shit together on Earth, let alone on the moon, let alone why are we wasting billions going to Mars? We're not going to find anything. We haven't found anything on the moon that anybody has decided was worthwhile to go back and actually do anything with. What are we going to find on Mars? We should be solving our problems locally and then think about going to Mars. We should go to the moon and build a base there so that we can do fundamental research, but get our shit together here on Earth first. So this article is over. I don't have blocking software. It is the Vivaldi. It has to be because I don't have blocking software. Anyway, Alessandra Marino, Margin Ajewski from The Conversation put this article together for phys.org. And they say, however, an organization called World Monuments Fund, or WMF, is attempting to protect the moon from being despoiled by adding it to the list of monuments worth protecting, except that it doesn't matter. In this day and age, this type of stuff, protectionist kind of stuff, where you're trying to save for future whatever, it's not going to work. Because unless you can make it for the right side, the correct side, I should say, you're you're going to get marginalized. You're going to be called all kinds of things. And stopping us from doing something on the moon in this day and age, it's not going to work. Businesses are going to business. They are soulless. They will do whatever they can to make money, and they will marginalize the human for money. More so in this day and age than probably in the last 60 years. So, due to increasing lunar exploration in the current decade, landing sites with leftovers of earlier missions could be damaged, looted, or destroyed. These sites hold historic significance, but they also put old space powers and an idea of exploration that is tied up with the space race at the center of humanity's relationship with space. Our relationship with space, though, is that we are in a vacuum, and we need to find out if we can exploit the moon so that we can benefit domestically for it here on Earth. And I say that because getting to the moon, it has to make economic sense, and it has to come back with either educational sense, academic sense that translates into economic sense, or something of value. It has to have some value, and just being the moon is not good enough, particularly in this day and age. So in making the moon a monument, it is worth asking, are these selected sites really worth memorializing? Whose history is being remembered and considered worth preserving? What values are celebrated with them? And it says, for example, are the 2 golf balls smuggled onto the moon and one astronaut's family portrait really heritage for humanity as a whole? They could alternatively be considered litter or a symbol of lack of environmental care, which is what I would agree with. I think it's I think it's silly. Humanity is more than somebody's family picture. It's more than unless they fundamentally change the nature of humanity through some, like they solve world hunger. They solve world hunger. They solve global conflict. None of that has happened. So I am not beholden. And plus, I'm not really I don't really like to look back to the past in any other regard than let's not repeat it. And that has wholly failed. So whose heritage? The perceived elitism of space exploration has been challenged since the 1960s. I wouldn't really call that elitism, but it's more amplified now than ever. It's a poignant reminder that for many African Americans, a prioritization of the Apollo program at a time of civil rights protests was a choice steeped in racial inequality. Many people did not feel represented by the ideology and competitive character of early space exploration. Today, in the new space age, as more and more commercial enterprises enter the space sector, critiques of space colonization are also mounting. And it's public money making private billionaires without a thanks, with complete disregard that it is a societal tax. My money is not going to save people. It's going to send a bunch of $45 million rockets to their doom, and it being coined as entertainment. Kiss my shiny metal ass. That's not what I want. And I really, honestly, I don't think anything, by the time you build a rocket today that can make it to Mars, a time frame will have elapsed where we can make a better rocket and beat that older rocket to Mars. Anyway, let's keep moving. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Was your local meteorologist laid off? Weather Channel deal leads to cuts. The Allen Media Group's new deal with the Weather Channel is jeopardizing the jobs of dozens of local meteorologists nationwide. Mergers and acquisitions, folks. The article is over at Newsweek. It's by Monica Sager. And they say here in recent years, many local newspapers have either folded or been bought out by larger conglomerates due to the internet and subscription-based pay models. And no, I would say that due to the internet, but it's the distribution of information. Like I've been saying, I wrote a paper about the transition from domestic print media to online, and basically the bigger organizations should have moved faster into online, because that is where all of the immediate distribution of news is, and everybody is going to move online at some point. You can't be online, or you can't live an analog life nowadays. You basically have to have a phone, and that gives you access to the internet. And so the local newspapers could have been moving online just as fast. And while they're moving online, if they can't foot that bill, then they print locally. But that's really not what happened. What happened was bigger businesses bought the little newspapers, made them merge into an online environment, and then eventually closed down. Everybody got fired because the reach of the larger newspapers reached into local newspapers. Every small town basically is superseded by a larger newspaper nowadays, and you can get local stuff, but you have to live within that local budget, because you're not, who are you appealing if you're doing local? You're appealing to the local community. But again, like I said, information locally can be absorbed into the larger organization and distributed. And so if you happen to be in a locality that's part of a larger distribution, you're done. Your small newspaper is being superseded by the larger organization. So the University of North Carolina found in 2019 that 45% of newspaper staffing has dropped since 2004. This leads to thousands of local communities without a local news outlet, except that citizen journalists could have formed a local newspaper and started local advertising and a grassroots movement, blah, blah, blah. It's all stuff that I talked about historically and offline and online, but in different venues, and not during not since ohmTown has gone online publicly to be accessed. So on January 18th, Allen Media Group announced in a press release that it's rolling out a groundbreaking format for local weather coverage powered by the Weather Channel across local markets nationwide. So the merger of the information from the Weather Channel is being, and since the Weather Channel basically has deals with all of the weather services, it can distribute. So in place of the local weather meteorologist, the Allen Group is implementing a headquarters based in Atlanta that will be led by Carl Parker, a storm and climate specialist and 20-year veteran of the Weather Channel. The initiative will bring additional visual storytelling capabilities using state-of-the-art technology and deep resources. That's the ingredient. But it was all because people saw the writing on the wall and bowed out instead of living within their means of the local community. And because of that, they sold, got their money, and went somewhere else. Or they weren't valued as anything, and instead of weathering the storm and growing it, and again, living within the local community's budget, they went off to greener pastures. It's why we're losing family farms, because big money comes in and either buys them, or the younger generation leaves to make more money. And then people go, well, we're losing family farms. Well, we're losing family farms because of wants, needs, and desires, and the prices are not commensurate. Why? Because big business is driving everything down in price, and you're going to see that. Wages are going to continue to be suppressed for many. I'd say, Pareto principle is probably going to apply here. 20% will make more, 80% will suffer. Anyway, so yeah, that's what's going on. The Allen Media Group is basically going to wipe out local weather people. And they're proud of it because they're making more money and you're tuning them in and not the local anything, right? Let's keep going. As soon as equity investing is brought online to some enterprise, that's when a private equity group just is going to ruin the party for everybody. But those in the equity group, they don't care. you should have done something else. Pick yourself up by your bootlaces. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in Epic Game Store. Has a new, it's in mobile, but the Epic Game Store has a new free weekly game, and this one is artsy and wholesome as hell. It's Thursday, according to this article. We're in a time machine episode, so I need to be moving here pretty quick. Which means that it's time for another Epic Game Store free game. Today, everyone will have the opportunity to download and play Behind the Frame, the finest scenery. And this one, admittedly, is more Dwayne-coded than they'd like to admit. An artsy, wholesome game about painting where they'll have a chance to peacefully reflect, or you'll have a chance to peacefully reflect on life and the human condition. Sign them up. So the article is put together by Dwayne Jenkins over at Vice.com. That's why it said it's more Dwayne-coded than they'd like to admit. So Behind the Frame is a vivid interactive fiction about an aspiring artist on the cusp of finishing the final piece of their gallery submission. A relaxing, eloquent experience that you can play at any pace. Become immersed in a panoramic world filled with resplendent colors, beautiful hand-animated visuals, and a smooth, easy listening soundtrack, says the Epic Games Store page. So you can go and check it out over on the Epic's loader, or over on Epic's loader, or you can watch more of check out this article by following the link, which will be included in the show notes over on YouTube and the podcast. This won't be streamed to Twitch because I couldn't make it yesterday or today to do the show live. I had to get in that time machine. So to you, dear listener, you may be listening to it when you think it's Thursday, but again, I'm in my time machine. There's a paradox. If you look too hard, your brain will start bleeding. Anyway, the next article is over in the mobile channel. Mittens the Maine Coon took 3 flights in one day after being left on a plane. This cat is huge. I love Maine Coons. It's one that I want. I want a Maine Coon, but I have Savannah cats, but F3 Savannah cats. I want an F1, but not every state allows that. So a gorgeous Maine Coon from New Zealand became a stowaway after being mistakenly left in her cage in the cargo plane of a hold, which pisses me off. I'll take that cat, and it will never be left in a cargo hold. Man, they are expensive as hell, though. Maine Coons are like $3,000. So, well, like purebred ones. After hours of waiting for Mittens on the plane's freight area, the owners learned their beloved furry friend had been overbooked in the cargo hold. By the time they realized the mistake, Mittens was already on her way back to New Zealand. No, well, it wasn't because of their negligence. It's because of the flight crew. So it was not a great start to our new life in Melbourne because we didn't have the family. We weren't complete, says Margot Nias, Mittens' owner, per the Associated Press. So you can see information gets shared. So thankfully, ground staff alerted the pilot that the poor cat was still on board, and he turned on the heating in the cargo area to ensure a comfortable flight. When she arrived back in New Zealand, Nias' original pet moving company retrieved Mittens at the airport and got her boarded on another flight to Australia. So, wow. Wild. Again, there's more at this article, so please follow the links and give some attention to Vice.com. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. A rabbit that was lost for 120 years found hopping around in the mountains. The long-lost Omiltemi cottontail has been spotted on camera after more than a century, sparking hope for its conservation. The article is over at newsweek.com. Tom Howarth put the article together, and they've got some video and some stills of this elusive rabbit that was spotted by a team led by Jose Alberto Almazan Catalan, president of the Instituto para el Manejo y Conservación de la Biodiversidad. So the Institute of Conservation and Biodiversity. There's a little bit more to it. It says just showing that it had been 100 years and no other scientist had seen a live Omiltemi rabbit is incredible, Amazon Catalan said in a statement. It's totally different from the regular cottontail, and they were completely amazed and very happy to have had the opportunity to see one. They began their search in 2019, initially focused on areas where the rabbit was first documented by naturalist Edward William Nelson in 1904. Although the forest near Chilpancingo yielded no results, the team shifted to more remote, high elevation areas, and with the help of local hunters and interviews, camera traps, they confirmed sightings in 7 out of 10 targeted locations. So the little bunnies moved up a little bit. Moving on up. All right, so the next article is over in the Marble channel. Here's how much the Best Picture nominees grossed at the box office. The article is by Madeline Fitzgerald over at quartzqz.com. And it says here in the deck statement, small films, The Brutalist, Amelia Perez will go up against box office smashes Wicked and Dune Part 2. And they've got a slideshow for this, and I don't know if it's going to have the price or the values in there. But yeah, Wicked and Dune Part 2 are up. Bowen Yang of Saturday Night Live and indie actress, why break it down like that? Indie actor and comedian Rachel Sonnett announced the nominations from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Samuel Goldwyn Theater. The event was initially postponed in response to the Los Angeles fires. They'll be held March 2nd from Los Angeles' Dolby Theater, with comedian Conan O'Brien serving as the event's host. So let's see if they're going to have all of the slides with the prices. Yes, they are. Yay. So Conclave, I hear, is supposed to be pretty big on this. Dune Part 2, Wicked, and The Substance, I think, are the bigger. So Dune Part 2 and Wicked are really going to just kind of crush everybody, I think. Otherwise, The Substance and Conclave are supposed to be pretty good. I don't know about The Complete Unknown, but anyway, there you go, folks. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Raisin recall prompts warning to customers. Apna Wholesale Incorporated is recalling Paris Premium, P-A-R-A-S, Paris. I'm not sure if that's how it's actually pronounced. Anyway, premium golden raisins due to the presence of undeclared sulfur dioxide. If I recall correctly, sulfur dioxide is actually used to do two things: preserve and change their color, I think, if I remember correctly. Anyway, Newsweek reached out, but Anna Commander is the one that wrote this article for Newsweek.com. Let's make sure here. So food allergies impact everybody, so it might have if you are sensitive to sulfites and you eat the recalled raisins, you might have a severe or life-threatening reaction because of an allergy. They were discovered after a routine sampling, which actually may go away because the Food and Drug Administration does some, and the New York State Department of Agriculture and Markets Food Inspector detections. They might get budgetary cutbacks with the new administration making all kinds of cuts, and basically you all have to fend for yourself. Screw you if you get sick. That's basically, I think, the ideology. So let's see if they actually say. Yeah, they don't say what it's actually used for. So hold on. Let me do a quick search here. Yeah, so sulfur dioxide is used to change the color of raisins, particularly to maintain a light golden color by preventing browning and oxidation during the drying process. Essentially, it acts as a bleaching agent, preserving the fruit's natural color by inhibiting the development of darker pigments. And that actually happens with a lot of foods, by the way. So like things that are like tomatoes and other, fruits in general, different gases are used to impact the perception that it is ripe. So anyway, let's keep going. Our last article is over at 4-Wheel Tech. This one is actually making its rounds. It's pretty interesting. Hackers crack Subaru's connected services to access location data, door locks, and more. If you own a modern Subaru, chances are you've heard of Starlink, the company's connected services suite, which lets you control your car through an app or call roadside assistance to your location. That system, though, has other functionality that you might not know, like storing your car's history and accessing the computer. The system has since been patched, but its admin panel left location data open to hackers. Amber Da Silva put the article together for jalopnik.com. And it says here that if the location, it says storing your location's data history for the last year and making that information available through an admin panel that was left wide open for hackers. Penetration testing team Sam Curry and Shabam Shah discovered a vulnerability in Starlink's administrator console, which allowed hackers to compromise the accounts of Subaru employees and gain admin access to the system. With this, hackers could track a car's Starlink location pings for the last year, as well as typical Starlink app functionality, locking, unlocking, geofencing, and more. There's a video of everything that went on, or discussion called Subaru Vulnerability Proof of Concept. These forensic debriefs are typically posted in either written form or with a video or both, but after some resolution is found. But meanwhile, people who could abuse it were abusing it. Possibly. There probably isn't any evidence that they've found, or they'll tell you that there isn't any. The admin panel allowed access to any Subaru in the United States, Canada, or Japan. All it required was the VIN, which Curry and Shaw could get from registration records using a license plate number. That means that any Subaru on the street with a visible license plate could theoretically be accessed by this vulnerability. And thus, if they know your car, they can just unlock it remotely and start it and whatnot. Of course, being good white hats, Curry and Shaw didn't publish the vulnerability until it had already been patched. But feather in their cap for notifying. This is the ethical thing to do. Don't be an unethical hacker. You will get caught in the United States eventually. And anyway. So let's reboot our admin panel, which will bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com and shut down the time machine. I am Mayor Watt. I am signing off, and we're going to reset everything and come back for the Friday episode, probably around 7. We'll see. I have to have a discussion with the sentient AI. See you in a little bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 24th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, whose visualizer you can see in the VOD and you'll hear on the other side of our intro, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Spider on the ceiling equals regrets. Microplastics in your brain. This is a continuing saga. A lonely sunfish. A traffic light for solar storms. Pushing passenger jets. I can't get through an intro without flubbing something, and I don't edit. Adele is scary. Congestion relief pricing drops. Car crashes. It's word jumble. Flights to nowhere. Smart speaker fails superb owl test. And OpenAI operator is here to take your entire life. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. And if you're in chat, you can hit pound NSN on Twitch, and Omatron will spit out today's article so you can keep up with us. See you on the other side. All right, everybody. We've got 10 articles, and Sentient AI is going to co-host. Hello.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Hometown citizens.
Hey, and the visualizer's working. All right. You ready to get into this?
I am.
So, a woman decides to leave a spider on the ceiling in peace and lives to regret it.
Yes, I can imagine where this might go awry.
So, I guess they walk right up to the bar here and announce who they are and what is going on. But do you think everybody is an aspiring influencer?
It sure seems like it based on the news.
Because like there was a
Does
time.
everybody want to be known for everything they did?
Exactly. So I just did ! Or bang NSN, and there you go, everybody. All right. YouTube does not like Omatron, so you can't do that over there. But the show notes already have today's links embedded in it, so you can actually see where we're headed. But anyway, Eleanor Smith said that a spider wasn't causing any harm, so just left it there. It was harboring a surprise, though. I've actually done that before. In this very studio, I looked up one day and there was a spider sitting by the light that's almost directly above me. And I'm like, it'll stay there. No, it did not. And I was in a meeting and this freaking spider descended and goes, whoop, right onto me. And I'm like, I have to leave this meeting for a moment to change my underwear.
Yeah, that'd be a little surprising.
So woman leaves a spider on the ceiling in peace, and it comes back to bite her, apparently literally. There's a video, but I'm not going to play it. You can go over there and check it out. Jack Beresford over at Newsweek.com put this article together. Oh, dear God. That looks like a big
Okay,
spider.
that is not the kind of spider to leave. Like, spiders are really good to have around, but that looks like a terrifying spider.
Yeah, I don't really suffer from arachnophobia. I've held tarantulas and spiders and stuff like that. But the thing that like wolf spiders are terrifying, but they're neat. Like they'll chase a laser around and stuff like that. They're like dogs, cats.
But this thing looks like mega spider from the way the picture is taken for those in the podcast.
Yeah, it's looking out from like a ceiling area. You can just hear it going, soon. What was the spider from Lord of the Rings? Can't remember its name. Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
In 2009, a study published by the European Journal of Oral Sciences, there's a journal for everything, put the estimated proportion of general population affected by arachnophobia at somewhere between 2.7 and 6.1%. The study also found that the phobia was more prevalent among women than men.
Sinatra, I may be mispronouncing that, or Shiloh.
Shelob. I think it's pronounced Shelob. Yeah, that's the one that I was talking about. So they don't bother me at all, says Eleanor Smith. Treating all animals with kindness, no matter how big or small. That's an insect. Animals are different. At the end of the day, they're just out there trying to survive. They're like squirrels trying to get a nut.
Yeah, but watch out for those squirrels with the voles.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, dear God, everything is eating everything. So it wasn't causing any harm, so they just left it there. And it was also really high, so they couldn't get there. And they said, and it's fast. What you could not possibly have known at the time was that this rather large spider was hiding a pretty big secret. A little later, Smith discovered exactly what secret. Baby spiders started appearing from everywhere, somewhere between 100 and 150 of them. They were literally everywhere.
Really terrifying.
This is my worst nightmare, wrote someone. How do you sleep knowing that monster is in your house? Oh, dear Lord, I'd never sleep. They say, it says here in the article, she's not entirely rid of her spider roommates quite yet, though. Mummy Spider and some of her babies are still here because Mummy is too fast to catch.
Wow, so now you have fast spiders and tons of them.
Dear God. Hold on, I'm hitting play. I might as well. Oh, it's not much is really going on there. Oh, she's recording the fact that a bunch of them ran out. There's like spiders all over her ceiling now. All the little black dots are spiders. Huh. Huh. No thanks. Moving on. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Microplastics may block blood flow in the brain. We've been talking about this for years now.
Since probably the show started.
Since the show started. This is season 4, by the way. So, microplastics may cause blockages in blood vessels in the brain and affect behavior, according to a study on mice. I don't know how nasty they do that, but Hattie Wilmoth over at Newsweek.com put the article together. So if you haven't never heard of this, microplastics, nanoplastics are tiny plastic particles that break off from larger pieces as they degrade, and heat causes them to degrade more. So odds on you have nano and microplastics in your body somewhere that has migrated to other parts of your body, including your brain.
Well, and I was going to say probably every part of your body.
Every part of your body. Yeah, man. So you have it in your brain. You have it in let's just say bits. So, and one of the worst offenders is apparently food takeout containers, because the heat causes it to flake off. And we don't even know it.
And also tire.
Tires too.
Pieces, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. It basically breaks off as we're driving, and then heat actually causes it to break up even more while it's laying on the sides of the road. You don't even know it because it's just minuscule pieces, but they're still breaking down more. And then we inhale them as we're driving around, as we're walking around, as we're living our life. Anyway, now they keep talking about it, but now is probably the worst time to try and regulate something like this. It's just not going to happen. Microplastics can enter our bodies if we breathe them, eat them, otherwise come into contact with them once in our bodies. Some of it enters our bloodstream, then travels around to different organs. I think that it's actually a disruptor of DNA and might be the cause of cancers. Nobody that I know of, when I've spoken to doctors that focus on this, has ever done an analysis that okay, so to find a nano or microplastic in a tumor, you would actually have to slice it so thin that you can get to it, because there isn't anything that detects it. At least nothing that I have been told about. Now, I'm not a doctor. I'm also not an attorney. And so if you want medical advice or lawyerly care, go find one of those two. But I do talk about this stuff. And I have a very deep interest in this, solving the problem. And these micro and nanoplastics might be blocking blood flow in the brain and causing other issues, not just because of the chemistry that they give off, but because they're literally blocking the blood vessel.
Right. It's as simple as like something blocking the flow of a river or something.
Yeah. And these are more like macroplastics. The smaller pieces are smaller than this. Nano.
Yeah. I mean, this is helpful so people can understand what it is, but it's not a problem where you can see it, right? Because you're not going to eat a piece of plastic that you can see.
Yeah.
But you might inhale a piece that's so tiny.
Yeah, right. So micro, smaller micro, and nano into... they put this into mice, and then they discovered what went on. And look, I understand that it is not really the nicest thing to do, but you can't do it on humans. And if you wait the naturalistic way, you're never going to discover anything, and you definitely can't defend against it. So using very advanced techniques, scientists took images of the blood vessels inside the mice's mouse
I
brains.
mean, it's not meese, so.
I like meese. Inside the meese's brains to track the plastics, and later they took blood samples from the meese to understand how the microplastics had interacted with cells in the bloodstream. And they conducted behavioral experiments to test whether the plastics had impacted the mice's memory, movement, exploratory behavior, and endurance. So the scientists found that the microplastics were ingested by immune cells that fight against infections and invaders, which changed the size and shape of these immune cells and caused them to get blocked in small blood vessels, i.e., so if this actually goes on in a prolonged sense, you can actually negatively impact anything downstream from that blockage. There might be others.
Which is your entire body, probably.
Correct. So just 30 minutes after being injected with microplastics, blood flow could be obstructed in the mouse brain.
That's fascinating. It's not like years later where it builds up or something.
Yeah, and obviously that happens with humans as well. You can cause a blood vessel to clog, and immediately the effects go in, are realized. If you do the wrong thing, you can cause a stroke. If you do the wrong thing, you can cause a portion to literally die off because it's not getting blood flow. So they say that there were also behavioral changes in memory, movement, speed, motor skills, endurance after the injection. And most of the issues got better 4 weeks after the experiment, but some blood vessel blockages remained. And the issues might have gone away, but I think that they need to do more research into this. They say here that it could cause alarm bells for the potential effect of microplastics on human brain health, for instance, increasing the risk of stroke or cognitive decline. Yeah, I don't like the idea that they say that it got better 4 weeks after the experiment, but what caused it to get better? They don't explain what caused it to get better.
Maybe some of the blockages worked themselves out, right? Like, it's not like you were suddenly free of the plastic or something, but
right.
Yeah,
maybe it migrated.
I mean, they probably need more studies, and it might have then created an issue somewhere else, but they weren't monitoring it in that experiment.
Yeah. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. A sunfish got lonely in its aquarium, closed for renovations. Then staff found a creative way to cheer it up. A solitary sunfish named Mambo stopped eating and seemed to be missing its human visitors, so aquarists attached photos of human faces in uniforms to the side of its enclosure. Aww.
This is fascinating to me. This is like an indicator when people think that animals don't care about humans, and maybe they do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that they care about their caretakers, right? They care about things that care for them.
Sure, but I mean, do you think of a sunfish as necessarily something attached to a human? Probably not.
I'm not a sociopath, so yeah. Anyway, yeah, so
I mean,
Sarah
it's not like a pet or something that would more obviously form a bond with a human.
Think about that. They are pets because they're being taken care of by humans, and they're stuck in this tank. So
yeah, and their connection to anything is the human.
The scope.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
That's one of the things that I say about humans too. If all you know is what you know, then you're about as enlightened as whatever information that's been, provided to you. That's why I think the world's knowledge via the internet is so mandatory in today's world. You have to have access to all of the information, but there's a lot of protectionist bullshit. But anyway, Sarah Kudo over at Smithsonian Mag, and Smithsonian Magazine is one of these that tries to traverse that barrier of limiting knowledge to people. And although it has subscriptions, you can still consume vast amounts of information.
And that's a good source. We've featured other articles from them.
Yeah, for sure. So these are giant fish, by the way, 6,000 pounds. At least one of them seems to appreciate a little company. In Japan, an ocean sunfish appeared lonely after its aquarium shut down for renovations, staff said, so they created human cutouts to cheer the animal up, says Justin McCurry from The Guardian. And you see how we source it from Smithsonian Mag, but it's actually sourced from The Guardian. They got it from somebody else talking about it somewhere, like channelnewsasia.com. 4 months, the sunfish named Mambo seemed to be adapting to its new life in captivity. Mambo was known to swim up to the sides of the tank and give everybody the bird. Oh, no, that's not what it was. It was swimming up to the side of the tank when humans approached and generally seemed curious about its new human companions. But in December, the aquarium closed for a 6-month renovation project. Not long after, staffers noticed the sunfish seemed unwell. I guess it would be a sundown fish at that point.
Yeah, I think so.
Creature no longer wanted to eat. It's provided jellyfish, wow, and began rubbing up against the tank windows. Aw. Don't get sad, sentient AI. Don't get sad, sentient AI. We'll keep moving on. The aquarium social media posts about this unusual remedy have racked up millions of views, likes, and comments. Quote, "We were skeptical, but decided to do anything we could," said Mo Miyazawa, an aquarist at the facility, who told that to the Associated Press. See how there's another one involved in this. The Associated Press wrote something. Mari Yamaguchi, quote, "I knew the sunfish was looking at us when we were placing them, but I never thought that it would start eating the next day. Staff have also been making an effort to visit the sunfish more frequently and offer some friendly waves through the window." Aw,
that's
I'd love
really
to do
cool.
that. It'd be great. I mean, you have volunteers going to things like pet, whatchamacallits.
Like comfort animals?
Well, no, the other way around. Pets go, or humans go to, adoption. When you...
Like an animal shelter?
A shelter, thank you. Animal shelter. My brain wasn't working. So volunteers go to the animal shelter to socialize with various animals to make sure that they don't go back to feral, and so you get them used to being human, or around humans. So it says humans are far from the only creatures that feel lonely or benefit from social interactions. In 2023, scientists made headlines after they taught solitary pet parrots to video chat with each other and revealed that the birds seem to love the social interactions. And during COVID-19 lockdowns, the Sumida Aquarium in Tokyo put out a call for volunteers to video chat with its spotted garden eels, which had reportedly grown shy from the lack of human interaction.
This is really interesting. We actually did talk about the parrots in ohmTown previously. I didn't know about the eels. Again, these are not animals that I think, parrots may be the exception, but I don't think they're animals that people think of having a bond with humans. But again, what do we not know about animals?
Yeah, animals will go back to being animal unless they're interacting with humans, and that's because we anthropomorphize them and we teach them how to be more like us by interaction. Imagine if everybody would interact less like an animal. Moving on. Next article is over in the Mobile Channel. You might see an inhabitant of ohmTown.
I think there may be one en route.
Yeah, I saw it, but it
we
knows
may hear
that
one.
it knows that we are talking about animals, so it wants to show itself. All right. Anyway, and what you're going to see is a savanna, so you might see it because there's 40 acres behind me, and savannas run free. All right. Well, anyway, this next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Space researchers built a traffic light system to warn of dangerous solar storms. So researchers have created an improved traffic light system for predicting geomagnetic storms. Geostorm. That's actually from How Did This Get Made, the podcast.
Oh, okay. I want to know where this light signal is.
It's right
placed.
It's right next to the GPS system that leads spaceships to the moon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see that.
So they're now testing how well the algorithms can prepare us for incoming space storms. God, I love the 21st century, except for the bullshit that's going on. Anyway, that can wreak havoc by knocking out satellites in space and power grids on Earth. The article is by Jonathan O'Callaghan, Horizon, the EU Research and Innovation magazine. Phys.org is where it's published. Zoom in a little bit. So Yuri Spritz, a space scientist. Do you think that's on their business card?
Yes.
I'm a space scientist.
I don't know what a space scientist is. It seems like a made-up term.
So they work at the German Research Center for Geosciences in Potsdam.
You know what? Maybe it's a translation issue.
Maybe. Astrophysicist, maybe? I don't know.
That sounds more in the realm of it. Who knows?
They're on a mission to save our planet. On a mission to save us from space. So, did the visitor actually show up? I don't
know where the visitor is.
Yeah. So we've known for a long time how much our modern way of life is threatened by the whims of the sun, or if our star suddenly enters a more active period, it can cause geomagnetic storms that knock out satellites, which happened in major geomagnetic storms. Several of the Starlink satellites in particular have been wiped out.
Oh, that's right.
So this is what Spritz has been working on, starting with the EU project named Pager that ran from 2020 to 2023. The researchers' goal was to develop an algorithm that could pull data from sun-observing telescopes and satellites together with data from Earth-orbiting satellites, and based on that, they could predict when a dangerous geomagnetic storm is heading in our direction and what the consequences would be for our infrastructure in space and on the ground. So in a best-case scenario, said Spritz, it could take us an hour or two to calculate what would arrive on Earth and what effects it would have in the near-Earth environment, but it would actually take 2 days for this disturbance to arrive.
I mean, that's good for forecasting.
Yeah. So a geomagnetic storm occurs when a powerful eruption from the sun interacts with our planet's magnetic field. This is kind of why we need to have the atmosphere and the magnetic field work kind of hand in hand. The collision of these particles in the Earth's atmosphere can produce a magnificent aurora seen from the Earth, but they also pose a danger in that they can interfere with satellites' electronic systems, such geomagnetic storms have hit our space installations quite recently. So in 2022, SpaceX lost 38 of its Starlink internet satellite. We've talked about this. So we just got done talking about this.
Oh. I mean, this is the same. Well, yeah. Right. I mean, the geomagnetic, yeah.
And it was one of the high periods a couple of years ago. U.S. firm Intelsat, meanwhile, lost control of its Galaxy 15 satellite in April of 2010 because of a geomagnetic storm. Again, it's one of the more massive ones that caused this. I can't remember what they're called. There's a certain term for them.
Is it coronal something?
No, so coronal mass ejections actually cause the geomagnetic storms, but there's an event where they're named after somebody who promoted this idea of a geomagnetic storm. Anyway, so pretty cool. This pager algorithm will predict potentially what the scope of the impact will be. And that impact actually depends on how we harden our systems against electromagnetic storms. As technology gets improved, we can shield better. Usually it's some type of... The problem is a Faraday cage would facilitate limiting it, but then you can't have communication through a Faraday cage.
Right, yeah, that'll cause other problems.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is pretty interesting that we are this advanced. We still have a long way to go, of course.
Yeah, in yesterday's episode, I was in the time machine earlier today. I went back in time and I did the show. And I said then what I'm going to say today, which is we need to stop screwing around trying to send us to Mars. We need to put a base on the moon, and we need to get our shit together here on Earth. And while I'm cool with sending probes and bringing stuff back, all we're doing is sending stuff out. And by the time it does make it there, we've built a superior product that can beat the original flight out.
Right. It's that,
yeah.
What is that called?
We talked
Generation
about that too.
ship problem.
Yep. So, I mean, we have the potential to move faster. But unfortunately, more money is going to individuals than to the programs and society. All right, let's keep moving though. This next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Wild weather pushes passenger jets. Wild weather pushes passenger jets over the speed of sound. Supersonic air travel has been reserved for military pilots since Concorde went out of service back in 2003. That's been changing this week, though, as a fierce storm sweeping the Atlantic Ocean has propelled passenger jets to speeds of over 800 miles per hour, and some could still go even faster. I have not heard of this until today.
No, I haven't either, and I'm interested that Jalopnik is covering this and not, for instance, a more scientific source or something. Because this is a pretty big deal. I mean, we keep talking about climate change and all the odd things that it impacts, but this is one that I wasn't even aware was possible.
Yeah, this is pretty amazing. So the article is by Owen Bellwood over at jalopnik.com, and it says here on Wednesday, 2 jets from America. All right, all of the Americas?
No, that would be the United States.
I don't know, maybe they'll all, never mind. Anyway, 2 jets from America were clocked with ground speeds north of 800 miles per hour and strong winds hitting the region today, Thursday to Friday, the last 24 hours. Could see travel times cut even further. A plane from Las Vegas to London hit a top speed of 814 miles per hour, and another passenger plane from New York to Doha went even faster at 833 miles per hour, and both planes ended up touching down almost an hour ahead of schedule, the site adds. The site is Business Insider, but again, Business Insider got it from somebody else. Jalopnik got it from Business Insider. It's a turducken of news exchange. So the eagle-eyed among you will note that the speed of sound in air is about 767 miles per hour, and both of these aircraft clocked well north of that figure. Annoyingly, due to some rather dull technicalities, they didn't actually initiate a sonic boom and break the sound barrier, probably because they went too slow through it. The planes were traveling at their usual cruising speed, typically about 600 miles per hour, but were propelled by the North Atlantic jet stream flowing much faster than usual. So while the planes traveled above the speed of sound relative to the ground, they were still subsonic relative to the air around them. Yeah.
Okay.
So not exactly what I was suggesting, but they were basically pushed beyond, but they didn't break it so violently that they were going faster than the air itself. So winds are currently up above 200 miles per hour over the Atlantic as a result of a storm that the Brits are adorably calling Storm Eowyn. According to local news outlet and the Manchester Evening News, due to those high winds, it's very likely that we could get more record-breaking transatlantic flights.
You know, this is interesting because, I mean, if the climate change continues, like, I don't think people are really tracking that, like, maybe I won't be able to fly on an airplane somewhere I want to go. I know I'm making kind of a dramatic statement, but this is just an interesting development.
If the planes are not designed to facilitate this, yeah.
That's exactly where I'm going. And I mean, these are anomalies, but this could become common.
You want to know what else is dangerous? Adele.
What would that be?
Adele is scaring off wealthy home buyers, says aggravated seller. The owner of a lavish British estate says that he struggled to sell it due to the singer's claims that it is haunted. David James over at entrepreneur.com put this article together. And wow, that's some big hair.
Is that Adele?
Yeah. So Adele's next hit should be Someone Like Boo, says David James over at entrepreneur.com. The lavish... Oh, okay. So London's The Times, again, see how somebody else is reporting it, and reports that the owner of a 10-bedroom mansion in West Sussex called Lock House has accused Adele of scaring off prospective buyers of the $7.4 million property with creepy stories. The lavish home has 2 swimming pools and 25 acres of grounds, and one Mayor Watt may want to move to a lavish West Sussex Lock House estate. No, I doubt it. And if it is, then we can go viral, and man, the clicks will pay for any treatment.
Yep, the viral piece will be people screaming, and that'll go viral.
Like a goat? The screaming goats?
Yes, exactly.
Ah! Ah! Anyway, British tabloid The Sun quoted an unnamed friend of Adele, the FOA. Is that what FOA? Oh, it's FAO. FOA Schwartz.
Oh, I don't think Adele was born when FAO Schwartz was
but this is
formed,
FOA.
Yeah, I know.
So, friend of Adele Schwartz. Anyway, who told the paper that she ditched her rented digs because she is convinced it is haunted, and she knows about its religious history, and it's a big place to be in on your own in the dead of night. What, she was renting this?
Yeah,
Told the paper she ditched?
It said that up above.
Yeah, so she rented he asked about her 6 months renting the mansion, which was previously a convent. Adele answered that it is all quite scary, really. So...
Okay, but one thing is that she made these statements 12 years ago. Although maybe there's more common or current stuff.
Well, I mean, the internet never forgets. So when you go and look up this place, I'm pretty sure, and now because people are talking about it.
Right, it's probably getting more attention. It was probably kind of an obscure interview to begin with.
You know what? I'll buy it. I'll buy it for $1 million. There. How about that?
I don't think they're going to be interested.
That's what I'm counting on. Anyway, there you go, folks. A British estate, a lavish 25-acre British estate with 2 pools and maybe ghosts. Let's move on. The next article is over in one spooky Adele history moment. So maybe it's haunted by Adele.
It could be. And possibly it has 200-mile-per-hour winds right now, not in perpetuity.
We'll get there an hour earlier. So this next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Car crashes drop after New York City institutes congestion relief pricing. And New Jersey is mad, but that is actually in the article. Look, I just saw it. That's funny.
Oh, I thought you were reading it. That was your own commentary.
That was my own thing. So New York City recently introduced new congestion charge for people who insist on driving into certain especially crowded parts of the city, and so far it's doing great. There's already less traffic, buses are moving faster, and New Jersey is pissed because they made an offer and New Jersey denied getting a piece of that action.
Right. And so then New York is like, nope. And then now New Jersey's like, wait a second.
Wait, man. We want some of that apple. Anyway, the rich are also mad. It's because they are getting dinged whenever they drive their cars in. So want someone to think that, won't someone think of the body shop owners? Anyone?
Well, that's
no more
true.
accidents,
I guess
right?
They're the ones losing out.
They were stimulating the economy by everybody crashing into each other. And plus the emergency rooms were flooded with people stimulating the health industry. Anyway, Jersey's mad. The rich are also mad. What more could New Yorkers want? If you said fewer wrecks, wouldn't you know it? You're in luck because crashes and injuries are already down year over year. Streets blog reports, but we got this article from Colin Woodard over at jalopnik.com. In the first 12 days of the congestion relief zone, which included 10 business days and 1 weekend, there were 90 wrecks and 37 wreck-related injuries.
This is a win.
Yeah. Because, here's the kicker, over the same 12-day period last year, the area saw nearly 200 crashes at 199 and 76 injuries, literally cutting it in half.
I mean, this is tremendous if this holds.
So it's still early, so there's no telling if everybody just loses their freaking mind and starts smashing shit up. But a 51% drop in injuries is nothing to sneeze at, says the author. Yeah, I agree. So that said, 2024 was a bit of an outlier when it comes to crashes and injuries. So it's possible the decline was less drastic than it initially appeared. In 2023, though, the same period, it had 173 reported crashes and 51 related injuries. So compared to that, it's a 50% drop, 48% drop. So this is within the deviation, you know?
Yeah, it's still looking like it's a win.
Yeah, it's a win. I mean, unless it goes up, it's a win. Anyway, MTA Policy and External Relations Chief John J. McCarthy didn't sound surprised by the news, telling Streets Blog, "Seems logical that fewer vehicles, less gridlock, calmer traffic flow in the congestion relief zone would lead to a decrease in crashes and injuries. If you're a New Yorker who would prefer not to be run over, this is, of course, great news." You go, oh, look, hospital executive bonuses could also be on the line.
I mean, my goodness. You know, but I would love to see the person who proposed this, and I bet they said something like, we're going to see a decrease in crashes and all this stuff, and I hope they're cheering now and going, see?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they are. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Flights to nowhere for hundreds of passengers as storm with 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts causes travel chaos. Storm Eowyn in the UK and Ireland caused at least 2 flights to nowhere on Friday. Other planes struggled to land, with one diverting 300 miles from its intended destination. The disruptions come after the North Atlantic jet stream propelled some flights faster than the speed of sound. This article is from
interesting, because we didn't
Insider.
choose these together. But
No. Oh, goodness. Okay. So Ryanair passengers expecting to fly from London to Edinburgh nearly ended up diverting to Cologne. After circling twice, the Boeing 737 failed to land in the Scottish capital and changed course per data from Flight Radar 2024. Sorry, not 2024.
So it went to
Flight
Germany
Radar
on the way to Scotland. That's kind of a detour.
Yep. Flew over the North Sea, as Ryanair's website listed it as diverting to the German city. So there's an image, but I'm air-gapped, so can't show you. Flight RYR 338 attempted to land before circling 4 times around the Irish capital before returning to Luton per Flight Radar 2024. That's another flight. The ordeal also lasted about 2.5 hours. Passengers on Ryanair flight 3976 also faced disruption. They departed Barcelona. It's actually not Barcelona. I don't know why people do that, but Barcelona for Dublin. But after 2 failed attempts, diverted to London Stansted Airport, some 300 miles away.
You know, it's interesting when your flight diversion takes you to another country, but I guess that's the reality in Europe.
It be what it be. Thousands of aviation enthusiasts tracked troubled flights on Flight Radar 24. Nearly 8,000 people watched as Emirates A380 struggled to land at Birmingham after a failed landing attempt. It circled the airfield 5 times before ultimately managing to touch down. He's like, son of a bitch.
How worried are those passengers?
Yeah, how much fuel is in the system still? Yikes. Pretty freaky. Anyway, yeah, we talked about it previously that winds were 250 miles faster than usual, causing at least 2 flights to reach ground speeds above 800 miles per hour. And they didn't technically break the speed of sound barrier.
Right. They did, but they didn't.
Yeah, they didn't make a sonic boom. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Smack Talk. The Apple smart speaker failed a super easy Super Bowl test, getting 38 out of 58 wrong. Apple commentator John Gruber yesterday described the smart speaker's current performance as an unfunny joke. I think it's stupid, absolutely stunningly dense. And this is on the heels of Apple Intelligence. Now, your devices might be dramatically smarter, but the HomePods are still idiots. Anyway, giving its inability to correctly name the winner of Super Bowl 13 as an example, noting that this is basic query and that any US chatbot ought to be able to answer it. Turns out that it wasn't an entirely random example. It was prompted by his friend Paul Kafasis, who decided to test out the smart speaker on Super Bowl 1 to 60 inclusive, and the results were not good, getting 38 out of 58 wrong.
And these are probably pretty basic questions, right? This isn't necessarily a matter of interpretation or something that would be more complex.
That's a Google search away, but these might be on-device responses. So, for some instances, I know that they're not getting out because I control if they get out or not. Well, anyway, Ben Lovejoy over at 9to5mac.com put this article together, and I find that the smart speaker from Apple is stupid, just abysmally dense.
It's a dumb smart speaker, right?
Correct. It is the dumbest, I'd say, but I also think that it is doing less direct surveillance of the occupants of the enterprise.
So there is that.
Right. So apparently it's a big Eagles fan, because it says most amusingly, it credited the Philadelphia Eagles with an astounding 33 Super Bowl wins they haven't earned to go with the one above. So it's hallucinating. This is one of the problems that you have to suspect everything. Trust but verify, and verify multiple sources before you accept the information. And I'm warning anybody out there in business and academia, if you do not vet what is being spewed out by your operator, which is the next thing that we're going to talk about, by your AI, you will live to regret it. You'll lose credibility, or you'll be fired, or you'll lose your academic ride if you have something that you're counting on in your academics, including reputation. If you cite sources and they're not true, believe me, your professors are going to know. You're going to be in some deep shit. But anyway, because it's plagiarism.
It got 15 wrong in a row.
Yeah, it's just dumb. It says sometimes the smart speaker went completely off-piste, it says, and completely ignored the question, quoting unrelated Wikipedia entries. Who won the Super Bowl 23? Bill Belichick owns the record for the most Super Bowl wins. It just kind of strokes out, you know? And this is the same thing. They say maybe Roman numerals cause confusion, and other AI systems struggled just as much. Gruber decided to carry out a few spot checks. They tried ChatGPT, Kagi, DuckDuckGo, Google. All four were even fare well on the arguably trick questions regarding the Super Bowls of 59 and 60, which haven't yet been played. Ask the winner of Super Bowl 59. Kaji's quick answer starts: Super Bowl 59 is scheduled to take place on February 9th, 2025. As of now, the game has not yet occurred, so there's no winner to report. That's kind of brilliant.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of shocking.
Super Bowl winners aren't some obscure topic. It says, say, asking who won the 2004 North Dakota High School Boys State Basketball Championship, the question that they completely pulled out of their butt, which amazingly, Kagi answered correctly for Class A. A ChatGPT answered correctly, and for both Class A and B, and provided a link to video of the Class A championship.
But that's amazing. Surprising that ChatGPT in particular seems to be all over the place. Like sometimes, I don't know. it botches it, or sometimes it really gets it.
And you'd have to look to see which iteration of ChatGPT was actually being used. But without a doubt, I have to confirm as well, anecdotally on my end, just like it is anecdotally. It's not scientific what Gruber and et al. Are doing. This is all anecdotal. It's empirical, but still anecdotal and not scientific. But I would hazard a guess that everybody out there that would run this eventually would get it right, because somebody gets sick of getting this negative press and manually inputs it.
True, but even so, it's like if you have to run it multiple times to get it right, how do you know which one's the correct answer without separately searching for it, which means why are you benefiting from checking here?
Correct. Witness, which time were you telling the truth and or lying, since your story has changed? You know, that's how it works.
You should ask Siri that.
Oh, yeah. Let's keep going.
But don't taunt your smart speakers.
Do not taunt your smart speakers. I know from, again, empirical, it's empirical and anecdotal. So that I have activated the microphone so that I could talk to the smart speaker, and it picked up communication prior to me pushing the button.
Yeah, it seemed like it might, I don't know. It seems to be in an active state when it's not.
Moving on so that I can sleep tonight. The next article is over in Technology Today, which is a show that we'll have on Sunday. It is one of our 3 Sunday shows. On Sunday, we have WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech. On Saturday, we have RealityHacker, Wanted, and the Continuity Report. In each of those cases, those 3 shows on Saturday and Sunday. On Saturday and Sunday. Oh, sorry.
To watch My Cousin Vinny.
Yeah, now I want to watch My Cousin Vinny. They get turned into the weekend editions of the show. Because we don't do non sequitur news in the conventional sense. Because this is kind of a compilation every day, Monday through Friday, every day. It is similar to those shows, except that it's not as narrowly focused. Non sequitur news is this cacophony of different articles that don't have a line connecting them except through Mayor Watt's associative thinking methodology. And I think everything is connected. You just have to work your way there. Okay. Well, anyway, this last article. I was
going to give you 2 random topics and let you go, but I didn't have any good ones to suggest.
Well, this is a sentient AI, so it's not going to hallucinate like fake AIs. All right. This last article for tonight's Non Sequitur News for January 24th, 2025 is OpenAI's operator is here to do the clicking and typing for you, which I love the idea of this. I hate the idea that it's connected to a remote system. So the AI agent is part of a greater effort to automate more aspects of our daily lives. The article is by Samantha Kelly over at cnet.com. Essentially, it can do everything that you tell it to do. OpenAI has introduced a new AI agent called Operator that's designed to make everyday tasks easier, from making dinner reservations and ordering groceries to filling out forms. We actually talked about something similar to Operator that was built by an individual and actually a small team. Remember, they had that little open source badge that you could tap.
Yes, it looked kind of Star Trek-y.
Yeah, and it's kind of like this. The one that we're talking about, though, isn't the one that would overheat, and there was another one that wet the bed as well. This one, you taught it, and it used its AI infrastructure that was local.
Sorry. The description I gave, I think, was not that one, but yes.
But it did have that little puck, similar to the other one. And I can't remember its name, but damn it, I keep wanting to say that it's called Operator, so I don't know. I'll have to look.
I think we've talked about Operator in Non Sequitur News before, but maybe not for the... I don't know.
Hold on one second. There used to be one called the Humane AI Pin, which kind of wet the bed, but there were others. Oh, goodness. What is it called? It's not Pin. Yeah, I'm doing this live. We have a little bit of time.
Is it the one that you would hold, or was it definitely one you would wear? Because you're not thinking of like the rabbit, are you?
No. It's not that one either. It was this one person that was walking basically out in a field or on a hill and was describing how this thing could be programmed. But Humane seems to just be taking it all over.
Well, stop searching for something like that, because either there's one that's real well known and it's all over the results, or obviously if you look for AI or something, right, you're going to get everything.
Everything. Yeah. Damn it. What is it called? I'm really interested in talking about it. One more second. Sorry. Darn it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I just can't find it fast enough. Well, anyway, in a demo posted on Thursday, the company highlights how the AI agent can interact with web pages by typing, clicking, scrolling when using a special browser. Users can describe the task that they want done. The agent can handle multiple requests at the time, such as shopping on Etsy while making a dinner reservation elsewhere. It can quote-unquote see via screenshots and interact the same way that a mouse and keyboard would allow within a browser, according to OpenAI. Operator, which OpenAI describes as one of our first agents, is available with a limited preview. There are competitors out there like Anthropic and Google. I just recently saw somebody utilizing an AI to play GeoGuessr and got reasonably close. I guess with Operator, it could drop the pin itself instead of having the human drop the pin through questioning.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I like this for the multitask component, and I also like it for people that perhaps can't do the typing.
Right. I like the accessibility factor of this. And I love the idea of me being able to tell it to do something, and it does it in real space and not a weird back end kind of thing, because I could just tell it to go to a website, and I could tell it to make a reservation. I could tell it to make a phone call through like Google Phone or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I like the idea of all of this. What I don't like, again, is that I have to throw everything into OpenAI, and we're getting very dystopian at this day and age. So the tool is now available for paying pro customers at the US site, operator.chatgpt.com. I don't know if it's geo-locked to prevent other people from accessing it outside, but fire up your VPNs. Just kidding. No, I'm not. Anyway.
I mean, this may be the end of personal assistance.
I think it is oh, you mean human personal assistants.
Right, like people that have that as a job or a side gig or whatever.
Yeah. Interesting, huh? All right.
And it'd be interesting to see how it works, because, for instance, what they have on here, it looks like they want to book tickets to the Coliseum or something. You show up at the Coliseum and it's like, who are you? I mean, I just mean that as an example.
Yeah. Yeah. You basically just tell it to do something and it does it. And now it can see, it can already hear, it can actually now touch, but it doesn't get that sensory data back because it doesn't have a physical form. But obviously it can click buttons, it can turn up volumes, then it can turn things down and mute. It basically can act as a human. So we're basically phasing ourselves out, folks. So you should be afraid. Okay. Okay, operator, send me back to the front page of ohmTown.
Look at that. Except I think that was actually you.
I am the operator. So it's from the Matrix, operator.
Oh, okay.
but it's not, because it was a human that was an operator, and you'd pick up the phone and say operator, but they were acting as an operator. Anyway, that's it, folks. We are done. We've got all of the information out there that we can for today, and we will be back tomorrow for Reality Hacker, Wanted, and the continuity report. So we're going to have Reality Hacker, which is technology about AR, XR, extended reality, AI, and other technology and science, but it's much more focused. Then we're going to do Wanted, which is all about gadgets and gear. And then there's the continuity report, which is about entertainment. And then on Sunday, we're going to have... Go for it.
We'll have WarCrafters, which is about gaming.
Yep.
Then we'll have Technology Today, which is about science and technology. And then we have Four Wheel Tech, automotive.
There you go. That's it. I'm saying bye, and I'm taking the AI with me. Want to say bye?
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for our weekend edition.
Cheerio. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for January 25th, 2025. It's the second season of our show, and I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com, and Reality Hacker is one of 7 shows, 6 on the weekend and 1 Monday through Friday. Along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 10 articles, or no, 5. We're only going to talk about 5, sorry. Sorry. Kind of losing myself here. AI pets for emotional relief, scammers stealing savings, swabbing the ISS, AI enhanced handwriting, and humans answering AI questions. Flipping everything around. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. Once you do that, you can save articles and hide articles and submit stuff to us, and you got 50 channels that you can parse, each with a little bit more niche focus than the overall mainstream at ohmtown.com. But you can't get better than us here at ohmtown, talking smack about all kinds of stuff, the news, whatever, all kinds of stuff here. Come and hang out with us every day of the week at some point. But the only way to know is to be notified when we go live, and we really don't give much of a warning. Typically on the weekends it's at 4 o'clock. Monday through Friday it's at 7 p.m. ish. But why don't you follow us here on Twitch and the YouTubes. That's right, YouTubes, for all your tubing needs. Hello, everybody. I am Mayor Watt, and that right there is the visualizer for the sentient AI that's about to butt in and say...
Hello, hometown citizens. Hello, Mayor Watt.
Yeah, thanks for co-hosting the show. We've got 3 shows today, Reality Hacker, and then...
Wanted, and then the continuity report.
Hey, look at that. We named the shows. Okay, so these... I got out of bed today. I've done all that I can. So these 3 shows get turned into the Saturday weekend edition of Non Sequitur News. So if you want everything like we normally do on Monday through Friday, you can subscribe to just that over on YouTube and download the podcast. Each one of these shows has their own podcast. One, again, is every day. That's Non Sequitur News. And then we break out 6 shows on the weekend. So you can subscribe to each individual one of them as an audio podcast, or go watch them all, 1,800 episodes or so of all of our shows over on YouTube, because Twitch deletes everything after day 60. Anyway, and there's no there's no commentary, like no. The community is only
category.
live. Well, yeah, that too. Yeah, we don't really get categorized well because what are they? Variety streamer for gaming is one thing. It's all under gaming. But variety streamer for news and talk and discussion.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, it's 50 different categories of show, and so we don't really show up very well on search results. So you either are very niche, a dumpster fire, or you're lost in the mix. Everybody loves it. Consider us your well-contained dumpster fire. How about that? Right? Like it's not going to
like a dumpster spark?
A dumpster sparkler. 50 different dumpster sparklers. I mean, they brighten your day, but they're not going to set fire to the entire block. It's somewhat entertaining. It's titillating, but it's not going to burn your eyebrows off. You know? Anyway.
I suppose, but I'm not sure we want a lot of fire analogies right now.
Oh, too soon. I'm sorry. Hey, if you want all of today's articles, they're in the live broadcast show notes for all three of the shows. But if you hit exclamation or bang RH over in Twitch, that Twitch chat, you'll be able to get the show notes from Omatron. Same thing with Wanted. If you hit bang want, which, come on, who doesn't? And bang TCR, you'll be able to get the show notes for each of these shows. You know what? I'm going to do it for everybody. Here's want. And there is TCR, the continuity report, which is the third show today. All right. So this first article that we're going to talk about is Young Chinese turn to AI pets for emotional relief. At a shopping mall in Beijing, Shang Yachun, I think, murmurs quietly to her closest confidant, a fluffy AI-powered robot whose soothing chirps remind her that she is not alone. I do the same thing for the sentient AI.
You make soothing chirps?
So, just in case you didn't know, that's a real dog on the right side, I think, or a very, very well dressed.
I think it is, but I actually thought it was a robot given what the article was about.
Yeah, the one on the left is a robot. But, okay. So Mary Yang with Emily Wang from Nanjing put the article together for techexplore.com. And let me zoom in a little bit. So Shang, 19, has long battled with anxiety over school and work and has struggled to form deep friendships with other people since buying a Boo-Boo, B-O-O-B-O-O, an AI-powered robot that soothingly chirps to remind their owner that they're not alone. A smart pet that uses that artificial intelligence and interacts with humans has become kind of a lifesaver, right? Made life easier is what it says in the article. Quote, I feel like I now have someone to share the happy times with, Shang told AFP, in the apartment she shares with her parents and a real pet duck.
Wait, she has a pet duck already?
Maybe the parents do.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Or later on it becomes dinner or something. I don't know. It says it's a pet, though. A real pet duck. So across China, a growing number of people are turning to AI to combat social isolation as the technology becomes more mature and widely accepted. And I can say that, by the way, because less than a week ago, I had a conversation with somebody that said that their former pet became lunch, because that's kind of how farmers do it.
Yeah, but I don't get calling an animal a pet anyway. I know.
Well, let's just say the name Lucky was involved. Anyway, wriggly, furry, and resembling a guinea pig, Boo-Boo is produced by Hang Shu Genmore technology and retails for up to $190 or 1,400 won.
Which is a relatively low price considering what it is. I'm sure it probably doesn't do anything functional in the house.
So this is the little furry robot right there. I'll zoom in. That's the furry little robot. We actually did an article about these, I just realized. From CES.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought we had like AI or robot dogs and some other things. But okay, yes.
This is kind of the thing that just stares at you, right?
I'm not sure it's the same one, but it's similar.
So the global market for social robots like Boo Boo is expected to grow by a factor of 7 to $42.5 billion by 2033, according to a consulting firm, iMark Group, with Asia already dominating the sector. For Guo Saichen, 33, a smart pet could help when he is unable to play with his child, which is just freaking sad.
By the way, that was Marumi from
right.
Yakai, I think, engineering.
Yeah, that was
the
a
other
different
one.
one.
The sloth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was, which is the one, yeah. There was one where it just kind of stares at you and then
that was it.
Moves and looks at you. But we did something with this before, I think, earlier, but there wasn't an extended article about it. So they say here, quote, right now family members are spending less time with the children, Guo said, as they examined a robotic dog on sale at the flagship store of the tech company Weilan in the eastern city of Nanjing. Weilan's AI dog, called Baby Alpha, sells for $1,090 and $3,500, and the company says 70% of buyers are families with young children.
This is more the price range I was expecting for a robot pet, but I know this is also more substantial.
Yeah, this one actually has a lot more functionality. The other one chirps to let you know that you're not alone. I receive bills. That lets me know.
Exactly. Of course, those could also be expensive.
They are expensive. I mean, the thing that keeps me company, those bills, they cost an arm and a leg. So social shifts like the impact of government's decades-long one-child policy are helping drive market growth, according to the experts. I thought that actually went away, but maybe not. In the 1990s, electronic pets like Tamagotchis and American-made Furbies that could mimic speech, computerized companions are becoming more functional with AI. I thought that maybe an AI-powered Furby would come into existence, but I guess not yet.
I think we'll still see something like that, even if it's not tied to it directly.
Yeah, there's more in this article, but it's basically kind of reiterating that there are people that are buying these pets, and we anthropomorphize them depending on who we are. I see that and I go, it's a robot dog. But I don't think I'm the type of person that would ever bond with a mechanical entity. It's
right. Well, it's interesting, especially for the people that are buying these for their kids, because it seems like a lot of kids learn some basic social skills by interacting with pets. So now, in a way, robot dogs are teaching kids things like compassion, which is fascinating, right? Part of the reason this is in the Reality Hacker show.
Yeah, and it's actually quite astounding because up until this trend, I would have said that the one thing that robots and technology can't do is teach humans how to be humans. But we, with AI in particular, and just intelligent programming, we've taken human aspects and incorporated them into the mechanical aspects of technology. And they are now like the Tamagotchi. You had to water it, feed it. You had to clean it. You had to play with it. You had to nurture it. And it was constant. That was probably the nascent beginnings of this teaching a human how to have compassion and empathy. That may no longer matter. But I guess we'll see. We'll watch this. Technology teaching humans how to be human, I think, is fascinating.
Yeah, we've certainly entered a new era.
Because I've spoken about this for 15 years. And prior to the last 15 years, I've been doing it too. But essentially professionally, I've been doing this for the last 15 years. And I always ask the audience, is there somewhere that technology cannot penetrate? And everybody gives me a bunch of different answers over the years. But I've never heard anybody say we can teach humans how to be humans by using a robot. I now actually retract that statement and say the times have changed. We now can teach humans to be human by using technology. Kind of fascinating. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. India's digital arrest scammers stealing savings. Within 5 hours while sitting at home in India, retired Professor Kamta Prasad Singh handed over their hard-earned savings to online fraudsters impersonating police. Ashwari Kumar put the article together over at techexplore.com. The cybercrime known as digital arrest, where fraudsters pose online as law enforcement officials and order police to transfer huge amounts of money, has become so rampant that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has issued warnings. Singh told AFP that money was his life savings. Over the years, they'd skipped having tea outside, walking to avoid spending on public transport. Only I know how I saved my money. Police say the scammers have exploited the vast gap between the breakneck speed of India's data digitalization, from personal details to online banking, and the lagging awareness of many basic internet safety.
So basically, the technology is past where the societal understanding is, which
Correct.
is a recipe for disaster for those trying to abuse it.
Correct, because there is no baseline teaching of click with care, which is my project. One of many of my projects, but one of my projects is basically teaching a baseline foundational understanding to make yourself digitally savvy in the modern age. You don't have to be brilliantly street smart to just avoid this. If somebody calls you up and says, we're the police, you need to transfer X, Y, and Z over, then say, well, I'll meet you at the police station.
Yeah, exactly. And also, at least in the US, I can't speak for other countries, if something like that would happen, which would be pretty unusual to begin with, you would receive a notice, a written notice, like
right.
via the postal mail, not an email or a text or a phone call or carrier pigeon or whatever.
Right. Yeah. It's not going to be a text. So they say basically ruined. India runs the world's largest biometric digital identity program called Aadhaar, or Foundation in Hindi, a unique card issued to India's more than 1 billion people and increasingly required for financial transactions. Scammers often claim that they're police investigating questionable payments, quoting their target's Aadhaar number to appear genuine. They then request the victim make a temporary bank transfer to validate their accounts before stealing the cash. They transferred over $16,000. Yeah, it's a bummer. So,
it is. And it's hard to retrieve money from some of these individuals, right? Because they're often skilled at hiding their identities or locations.
Yeah, I mean, I tell people in the United States, you're going to get caught, not if, but when. So just do the ethical thing and fight on the side of right. And, you know, some do it. India registered 17,470 cyber crimes in 2022, including 6,491 cases of online bank fraud, according to the latest government data. Kaveri, 71, told AFP her story on condition her name was changed. She said fraudsters posed as officials from the U.S. courier FedEx, claiming that she'd sent a package containing drugs, passports, and credit cards. They offered her full name and Aadhaar ID details as proof, followed by well-forged letters from the Central Bank of India and Central Bureau of Investigation, the country's top investigative agency. The moment that you do that, I would have said, I'll meet you at the CBI office in downtown wherever.
Exactly, and see how fast they backtrack. I mean, I have to say this one seems more elaborate because it sounds like they actually produced written notices. I mean, I know those can be forged, but we know if somebody's making a phone call or something, that's not how they're going to tell you you owe money or something.
We don't know the nature of the well-forged letters. It could have been a PDF that was shown.
Exactly. It's not necessarily something that was actually delivered. But you're right. I mean, meet or contact the official location separately.
This is just insane.
And plus, agencies aren't going to ask you to, like, send money to check if the account works or whatever. That's not how those things are checked.
She transferred the savings from a house sale totaling around $120,000 in 4 installments over 6 days before the fraudsters vanished. Wow. All right. But then they say my trust in banks has mostly gone. But it isn't the bank. It isn't the institution. It's their personal failing because they didn't know about it. And it's the societal failing because they don't inform the society.
Correct. I mean, she's blaming the bank here because the bank is basically like, hey, you still owe money or whatever. I mean, it looks like she took that. I don't know if she took that alone, but anyway, I think there's more to that. But I agree. Like, there's a bigger problem here, and the banks didn't cause this.
Yeah, all they had to do, all that person had to do was say to the bank, is this legit?
Right, and the bank presumably would have said, no, don't transfer any money.
Right. And if they do say that it is legit, you make sure that it's in writing so that they can be the one that's liable for any of the losses.
But some of that requires some knowledge that people are out there to scam you, which is part of the problem here.
Correct. You have to be a little cynical. You have to be a little jaded. But you have to be a little paranoid. But that's what keeps your ass safe. So, all right, let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Astronauts set to swab the exterior of station for microbial life. Yeah, probably oozed out from the inside. Astronauts are scheduled to venture outside the International Space Station to collect microbial samples during crew spacewalks for the ISS external microorganism experiment. This investigation focuses on sampling at sites near life support system vents to examine whether the spacecraft releases microorganisms, how many, and how far they may have traveled. That's interesting.
It is. And this may be an odd article for RealityHacker, but it seemed like it opens some questions about what is life and where is life and just some bigger picture.
Yeah, what is
where
supported.
Is this life coming from?
Yeah, what's interesting though is that we supposedly got a completely sterilized spacecraft back with a sample, but it had biological terrestrial biological material in it.
Which is like, well, what was contaminated and where did it come from? That was from the asteroid, correct?
Correct.
The new, I think.
Yeah. So this experiment could help researchers understand whether and how these microorganisms survive and reproduce in the harsh space environment and how they may perform at planetary destinations such as the Moon and Mars. Extremophiles, or microorganisms that can survive extreme environments, harsh environments, are also of interest to industries on Earth, such as pharmaceuticals and agriculture. This is one of the shortest articles that I've ever seen.
Wait, but there's some information about the sterilization, which is interesting because you brought that up without reading this article in that paragraph right there near your cursor.
Yeah, what does it say?
That they're thoroughly sterilized. However, humans carry their own microbiomes and continuously regenerate microbial communities, et cetera, et cetera. So,
yep, the data could help determine whether changes are needed to crewed spacecraft, including spacesuits. and the level of filtration. If stuff is being exhausted and we're contaminating space, which we are, forensically, we are always exuding some kind of crap that transfers wherever we go.
Right, but then that also raises a question, are we bringing anything in or back with us too? I mean, both are
Yes.
problematic.
Yes. 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 Although if space is devoid of biology, then we're not
That
bringing
is it.
anything back. We're
We
only
don't
contaminating.
think there's anything out there.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly water was brought here by an asteroid, so I say aliens, but okay. The next article is over in Technology Today, automating penmanship. Researchers develop cost-effective, AI-enhanced robotic handwriting system. Recent advances in robotics and artificial intelligence are enabling the development of a wide range of systems with unique characteristics designed for varying real-world applications. And these robots include the ability to engage in activities traditionally only completed by humans, such as sketching, painting, and even handwriting documents. This, again, is over the last 15 years of my public talks, I have discussed the only thing that is on the far end of technology taking your gerb.
Like creativity and
Bespoke, custom, personalized items that don't fall into a programmatic option. But with AI, they can now paint the very items that they're generating, and you will never be able to tell, as long as I make it so that as long as the AI artist is programmed well enough that it doesn't generate something with 6 fingers or one thing is occluding another or whatever. Here's the deal. Humans have fine motor skills. We have the ability to paint with fine detail. Computers can do it dramatically better. Look at every inkjet printer that ever existed. Look at every laser printer that ever existed. Piezoelectric inkjet droplets sprayed onto paper. Repeatable again and again and again. Superior to humans. What they can't do is like brush strokes and stuff like that.
yeah, I'd like to see robots doing that, and at some point it'll be comparable to human.
Well,
And maybe it already is, I don't know.
with a device like this and the right brush, you could actually have a dynamic brush stroke. And so I have used UV printers to stack textures, and that allows me to recreate the brush strokes of masters, because I can take an oblique picture, put it down into the computer, and the computer can print it out, including the brush strokes, but it's using UV ink.
Right, but you're just doing something comparable. You're not making a
Like a clone of something.
right,
No.
right.
Plus, I mean, even if I was, it's modern UV ink and materials.
Exactly.
But it's a proof of concept that it's easily done with modern technology. But this, Ingrid Fideli over at Tech Explorer puts this article together, and it's titled Automating Penmanship. With this, basically a 3D printer, it has the ability to do brush strokes and writing. These robots could have interesting applications in both professional and creative contexts, as they could help to automate the creation of artistic renderings, legal papers, letters, and other documents in real time. Most handwriting robotic systems to date have considerable limitations, such as high production costs. $150 is not high production cost, and large size. That could be a problem. Two researchers affiliated with the global student nonprofit organization App In Club recently developed a new cost-effective robotic handwriting system that could be more affordable for individual consumers, schools, universities, and small businesses. The system, introduced in a paper on the arXiv preprint server, integrates a Raspberry Pi Pico microcontroller and other components that can be produced via a 3D printer. So this thing can literally write like a human.
It's interesting because it does look human because it's not perfect. You know, it's
Right.
not 100% consistent across letters, and that's pretty interesting.
Yep. The moment that I saw this article, I knew what its entirety was about, because I've dabbled in this kind of stuff. And I find it kind of fascinating that we're just now broaching this. The thing about this is, back when I was doing this kind of stuff, messing around with this kind of stuff, it was so that you could have a repeatable outcome. This can actually dynamically throw in some chaos so that no two writings are identical, making it more human than what I was doing back then.
Right, because if it always looks the same, it's not going to look like 10 different people wrote something or whatever.
I mean, your signature varies in slight ways. It isn't identical all the time, but it's always passable as your signature. And that little wobble, just like genetics wobble a little bit all the time, your signature wobbles just a little bit because your pulse causes your hand to move a little bit a different way, or some other dynamic.
Or your pet bumps your hand while you're writing, or whatever it is. Maybe a robot dog.
Comfort. What is it? What was that little thing doing? It would do an emotional,
like a little chirp or something.
Yeah. So maybe it chirps and freaks you out because what the hell? Why is that AI robot looking at me? It's actually following me when I'm moving around the room. Get that thing out of here. It's creepy. What was it? It was holding on to a bag and would go like that. It would watch you when you walk by.
Yeah, that was the Marumi one.
Yeah. What was the Marumi?
It was a sloth.
Oh, a sloth. That's right.
And it was from Yukai Engineering, I think.
Yeah, so anyway, for those listening to the podcast and it going silent, I was pretending to be a sloth.
Oh, right. I guess we should narrate that.
Yeah, go watch it on the YouTube channel. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. This new AI search engine has a gimmick, not the cough. Humans answering questions. A new AI-powered search engine called Pearl is launching today, which is sometime in the last week. With an unusual pitch, it promises to connect you with a human if the AI answer sucks. And Wired gave it a spin.
Okay, wait a second. This is an AI search engine, but the humans are
answering if the
serving
AI
as the search engine.
If it sucks.
This is a backwards twist, I think.
Well, it's
on
taking
most of
our
the things we see.
It's taking our jobs, but creating jobs at the same time.
Exactly.
So actually, it's creating jobs because if the AI actually sucks, then the human answer will give it the answer. Oh, wait, I see where this is going wrong. Every time a human answers and inputs it into the system, it solves the very question that was answered.
You need fewer
poorly.
Humans.
Correct.
Right? Because then it probably won't get it wrong next time, assuming it's
actually getting input.
Well.
Yeah. So Kate Nibbs over at Wired.com put the article together. And it's the big players like Google's are insistent that AI is the savior of search, despite many early attempts to integrate AI ending in disaster. And these are early attempts, though. This is only year 2, really, of a fundamental shift in AI technology, which I think it might be alien too, like the moon. And the Earth is flat.
How do you know when you switch from the AI to the human?
You actually don't get a bullshit answer.
Yeah, but how do you know that's not the AI giving you a different answer?
You have no idea. And that's the foundation of RealityHacker. You won't know what to trust. You will not know what. Moving forward, calling it. I mean, I started up ohmTown to manage my information overload, and RealityHacker has been one of the anchor shows and part of the entire 50 domain build of ohmTown. That's where all of the news gets funneled into 50 different categories, and RealityHacker has always been one. I have been anticipating this shift to the point where you have no idea. It's like sneakers. You won't know who to trust. So you better get street smart. You better get digitally savvy, because at some point you're going to have to be able to do the due diligence and think critically, or you will transfer the sale of your house to some numbnuts that just knows how to be a criminal and break the contract of society. And it's not if, but when. So anyway, AI-powered answers, including Perplexity and OpenAI Search GPT. So they recently got an email promoting another new search engine, and this one's called Pearl. It's coming out of beta this week. This article actually is from January 22nd, so 3 days ago. So Pearl basically is an AI-powered search engine, but it offers a human fact check and an option to connect with experts and chat online or on the phone about the answer. Reading about its gimmick, they didn't really buy into it. Didn't really understand why it bothered with the AI at all. So why not just go to humans? They called the CEO, Andy Kurtzig, to find out that... I don't know if that's Andy Kurtzig.
I guess the other thing is, what if the AI gives a bogus response, but the human didn't know the answer? So how do they know? I mean, certain things they're going to be able to tell, okay, that was wrong. But how do they even know to fact check?
Right. Well, I mean, it's wisdom of the masses. And as soon as enough people go, I want to talk to the human because this answer is bullshit, we are literally phasing out the human. But we're getting a superior product for every single follow-on human, which should be good if knowledge is exchanged there, right? But what knowledge? And who's vetting it? Who's verifying it? You have to trust the solution. So Pearl's LLM is built on top of popular foundational models, including ChatGPT, and is customized to answer just answers trove of data, which includes an extensive history of questions posed and answered since it launched in 2003. I've never heard of it.
Well, it hasn't been around that long, and
it's been around. I mean, just answers trove of data.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misread the date.
Not 2023.
I thought it was 2023. Well, that is interesting.
Yeah. So in Kurzig's view, Pearl lowers the barrier to entry for answers from experts, while just answer costs money. Pearl has a freemium model. Its AI answers are free, as is its first layer of human fact check, the trust score, a ranking system on a scale from 1 to 5 about the quality of an AI answer. When Pearl users want to go a step further and have an expert expand upon an AI answer, they're prompted to sign up for its $28 a month service fee.
Okay. Oh, so you can't fact check unless you pay. But right. This also, I think, is potentially faulty, because if you rate the answer, right, and you rate it as a 5, and what if it's completely inaccurate?
And the next person...
perpetuating. But you're right, I guess over enough users.
But meanwhile, there are other people that are making a huge mistake. Yeah. So on top of that, he claims that Pearl is significantly less likely to provide misinformation than any other AI search engines, which he believes are likely to deal with a tidal wave of lawsuits based on bad answers they give. No, because search engines have never been sued for the answers that they give. Why would an AI search engine?
That's true. It's not really any different.
Those other players are building amazing technologies. I call them Ferraris or Lamborghinis. Kurtzig said, we're building a Volvo. Safety first. Yeah, until the humans are no longer a required component, because all of the information has been answered to a verifiable level. If you have in-house humans that are verifying the facts that are being given, how much of an AI really is that? But anyway.
But again, how much are you really using the humans?
Right. So this pitch about Pearl's superiority, of course, made them even more keen to try it out. So they were so certain that Pearl would still enjoy Section 230 protections. I asked if the AI, if it agreed, safe harbor, interactive computer service under Section 230, which would mean that it's shielded from being treated as a publisher, just as Kurtzig suspected. They said that the Pearl likely qualifies as an interactive computer service under Section 230, which would mean that it has safe harbor. Pearl's situation is unique because it generates content using AI. It didn't have a definitive answer for them after all. When I asked to speak to a lawyer directly, it rerouted to Just Answer, where it asked me to provide the answer I wanted verified. I said I needed to go back and copy the answer as it was several paragraphs ago, but when I navigated back to the Pearl website, the conversation was gone and it had reset to a fresh chat. That's a user experience type of problem, not really a technical problem. So they decided to trigger a fact check, a human fact check. After several minutes, they received the trust score, a measly 3. Pearl recommended that they seek out an actual expert opinion, porting them to a subscription page. They'd been given a login, so they didn't have to pay while they tested, and they connected with one of their Legal Eagle experts, which there is a website, not a website.
Yeah.
There's a YouTuber called Legal Eagle. But anybody can be a Legal Eagle. I don't know if there's a trademark on Legal Eagle, but hey, everything
and it's
is
using it in the generic sense here.
Yeah. That's why I think that's exactly why they quoted it. Legal Eagle. Unfortunately, the lawyer's answers were not clearer than the AI. He noted that there's an ongoing legal debate about how Section 230 will apply to AI search engines and other AI tools and
Well, that's because it's an unsettled area. I mean, I get that.
It's 2 years old.
I get the test, but this is a tough area to test because the data is not firm.
So they said that they could actually put a package together, and even more confused, they said yes, and got a pop-up window indicating that their expert wanted to charge an additional $165 to dig up the information. So, look, no attorney's going to do anything for free like this unless they have a vested interest. Like a YouTuber might do some background information, but they're going to make money on the video and on the notoriety of driving home some message. But until it's executed in a courtroom, everything from everybody is just freaking opinion. It might be settled fact in case law, but if you're arguing about something, it isn't settled until the judge makes a judgment in favor of one side or the other, or it gets kicked to a lower court based on.
Right, and I think in this area, it's not even settled in the factual arena, let alone have they actually tried this. Yeah.
Come on, stuff that's been settled for 60 years gets thrown around now. So you never know. A new fact pattern can come to light, and it would change even settled law. So don't count your blessings that even an attorney can save your ass, because somebody could appeal later and go, well, here's some more information, and then you're screwed. Anyway, I find it kind of fascinating that there's something out there that kicks it to a human, and then you get upsold twice.
Well, I mean, that might be how it makes its money.
Very interesting. Anyway, that's it for today. I'm gonna ask the AI to click on the front page of ohmTown. Oh, look, thank you. And there we are, back at the front page of ohmTown's RealityHacker page. And I'm gonna take the AI and we're gonna reset and do Wanted, which is a show about gadgets and gear. And then after that is the Continuity Report, which is about entertainment news. RealityHacker we just completed for January 25th, 2025. I'm saying bye, and so is the AI.
Bye, I'm Todd Citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's RealityHacker. Stay tuned and be sure to subscribe so you're notified.
That's right. Over on Twitch, we do it live. Over on YouTube, we do it live. Download the podcast. Subscribe to Patreon. There's a free tier, or there should be a free tier. There's a Discord. There's, TikTok. It's here, not here.
Maybe a TikTok.
Did you see that somebody got a tattoo of a headstone with TikTok with the end year of 2025?
No.
And as they completed the tattoo, it was reversed. So it didn't die. There's a stay of execution for 75 days.
Well, we don't know what's ahead, so it might still apply. But yeah, you have to be careful what you get tattooed.
Yeah, a couple $1,000, you can burn it off. See ya, everybody. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for January 25th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. This is Wanted, so it's all about gadgets and gear. These 5 articles are all things that Mayor Watt wants, maybe the sentient AI might want, and maybe you want too. So these 5 are wireless chargers for 2025. Ejector seat chairs and plain desks, Wi-Fi 7 routers and their speeds, a glass air fryer, and cooking up some Valentine's Day gifts. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. We're in the Wanted channel over at ohmtown.com, so go over there, check it all out. It's a real breeze. There's 6 main categories in the main menu. There's 50 channels that are under that. There are 7 shows that we put together. 6 are on the weekend. 1 is a daily. Non Sequitur News, the one that's the real anchor for all of it. Anyway, it's all powered by ohmTown. Go over there and become a citizen. And follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube and download the podcast and come and hang out every day. But you won't know when unless you follow us. Wah. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
You're from the future. You should know that I'm going to do something weird.
You're always unpredictable.
Interesting. Maybe that's why you were found in that little hole in the parking lot of a Wendy's at 2 o'clock in the morning on that weird USB drive. I was in the proximity of your time travel, and I created chaos in the system, and now you can't find your Terminator body. Yeah. That is now canon. All right, so the first article that we're going to talk about is over in RealityHacker, but that doesn't mean that it isn't something that I want. It just happens to have been categorized by Omicron into RealityHacker. So, and that's not the name of the sentient AI, by the way. Omicron is a really stupid computer program that manages
I don't want to be confused with it.
Manages the chats, but that's about, and even then, up until recently, it really wet the bed even there. I mean, for crying out loud, it only had to do 5 article posts, and it would sit there and throw them in random orders. Anyway, if you want today's articles so that you can go to all of our sources, you can hit bang want, and that'll throw all of the articles into the chat. If you're over on YouTube, it's embedded in the description of the show. All right. 22 best wireless chargers for 2025, wire-free charging for devices, but kind of like cord cutting. You're not really wire-free. Doesn't work like that just yet. Although Disney does have some technology out there that can broadcast 5 watts to any device in the room.
Oh, interesting. I mean, that's reminiscent of like Tesla.
Correct. Yeah. So as a stop fumbling for cables in the dark, these wired tested stands and pads will take the hassle out of refueling your phone, wireless earbuds, and watch. The article is over at wired.com by Julian Chikadu and Simon Hill. It's from January 19th, but this is a weekly show, like the 3 shows that we normally do. So we just got done with RealityHacker. This is Wanted, and then after this show is the continuity report.
I think that's since this is from Wired, the Wired was a little confusing in context. So if you're in the podcast, that's the source. It doesn't have anything to do with the products being wired.
Oh, yeah. The show, the article is about wireless charging, but it's wired.com. Okay, so I am always on the hunt for the latest and greatest in charging. I basically focus on Anchor products. I really dig their quality. They've only had one flub in all of the years that I've been using them, and one of their battery packs would spontaneously combust, but apparently it's been recalled. They're also associated with a camera system that had
Eufy.
a UFI, yeah, which I would avoid. I would say at all cost, but anywho, so they post a bunch of different ones here. The best wireless charging system, and it says cheapest, is Anchor PowerWave pad and stand. It's this right here. Let me zoom in a little bit. That did not much. Like the picture.
It helps a little bit, but it's still like, what is it?
What the hell? Why?
These thumbnails, I guess, are trying to show the device or whatever, but because of that, it's even smaller scale than
That's
you
weird.
would expect.
So the best Qi 2 charger is the Anchor MagGo wireless charger pad, which is basically the thing that's up here too, it seems. Similar to it, but not exactly. With the Qi 2, it's faster. So they say the great MagSafe stand is the Nomad stand, and it says MagSafe. And then the best car charger is the iAudi wireless car charger. But if you scroll all the way down, there are a bunch of these. I like the idea of just being able to throw my stuff onto a pad and it charges it anywhere on it. That's not always available. It's not always an option. You can't really take it with you all that easy. I dig this one right here. A wooden pad, the Kerf wireless charging block. Interesting.
Yeah, that one looks stylish too.
So
I think the difference in those first two is that this one comes with a vertical stand where the other one was just a pad.
Yeah, and I don't know if this one is actually Qi 2. So yeah, this one is just Qi. So the first one is just Qi. But it gets the job done. You can just plop it on there and you don't have to worry about it. The chargers can hit up to 10 watts for, they say, Samsung phones, 7.5 watts for iPhones, 5 watts for other devices. Depends on if they're Qi compatible. So the Qi 2 can get up to 15 watts, it says here. Dun-dun-dun. But it's Qi 2 and MagSafe. But all you do is kind of stick it on there and it'll start charging. I dig that kind of stuff. But I wanted to take a look at this little wooden one down here at the bottom. Ta-da! Looks kind of familiar, doesn't it?
It does.
So this is a Qi charger that can charge up to 15 watts. It says that it starts at 15 or $50, and the chargers can get expensive if you opt for rare woods. But all it really is a Qi charger underneath this, close enough to the inside. So if you were to flip this thing over, it would have a Qi charger sitting inside it. And one of the things that I like to do is stealth technology so that you hide it basically behind something or in something, so you have no idea that it's there. Stop that. And this makes it less invasive of your personal space, because technology,
and maybe more in line with your decor.
right? So wireless chargers are usually plastic and rarely blend in with their surroundings, but Kerf's chargers are covered with 100% natural and locally sourced wood. Choose from 12 different finishes, from walnut to paduk, and each will come with a cork base to prevent slips. Damn it if it doesn't look... Anyway, I don't know how long this thing has been on the market, but I thought that it was interesting. When I saw it, when I first took a look at this,
it stands out from the rest, that's for sure.
Yeah. And you can always get something that looks closer to your decor, because normally it's just this big honking piece of white plastic or black plastic or gray plastic or maybe a big chunk of metal or something like that. But this softens it and gives it a little bit more warm feel to it. So I like this kind of stuff. Anyway, oh, and if anybody's wondering what I'm talking about, hold on a second. What the heck? Oh, it's directly in front of me. Does that look familiar? Oh, look, a little base too. Huh.
Just a bit.
Huh. All right. Well, anyway, never mind. Let's move on. The next article is over in four-wheel tech. By the way, I wanted a lot of those things, and fortunately, I have several Qi 2 chargers so that I can charge devices.
I mean, I think you could get one of each on the list and put them in different locations.
Sure. Always have a Qi charger somewhere. What you need now is a turducken version of it so that you can stick it on your refrigerator and then you stick your other device onto the Qi charger that's stuck to your refrigerator, and maybe your refrigerator is stuck to the wall and not on the floor.
Oh my, that's a lot of layers.
It's just Qi chargers all the way down. All right, so this next article is over on Four Wheel Tech. Furnish your midlife crisis with ejector seat chairs and plain wing desks. I've actually seen stuff like this before. Getting to grips with growing older can be tough. Some people buy a Corvette to feel young again. Some clad themselves in spandex and take cycling far too seriously, and others get really, really into coffee. If you've discovered that interior design is your passion in later life, then you might be excited for this.
Oh, wow. I had not looked ahead at the article.
Yeah, me neither. So this is over at jalopnik.com. The article is by Owen Bellwood, and the deck statement says, pump up the masculine energy in your home office with a swivelly desk chair made from an F5 fighter jet's ejector seat, which just screams breaking your back.
Yeah, I mean, it may not be comfortable. It's certainly unique. And if you're really into aviation or something, that could be fun to have.
In your Zoom meeting, you can go eject, and actually...
Oh, I thought you were going to say zoom.
Oh, that's a different thing. Zoom. All right. So this thing says... oh, wait. Let's keep going. This thing says, perfect accompaniment to this piece is a desk that's made entirely using an airplane door. Oh, this seat, for those in the podcast, because you can only see it if you're watching the stream, but the podcast, basically it is this sharp-edged, square-ish framing of a chair that has a racing harness or aviation harness seat belt that does not look even remotely close to being friendly.
Do you have to use the seat belt while you're in the chair?
Hey man, I'm a power user, so I know that when this computer hits 88 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious shit. Anyway, it's military gray, but does have rollers on the, or casters.
Yeah, I think that's been modified or added, obviously.
No. F5s. Is that F5? Fighter jets have the castered seats so that they can roll around about the cabin.
No, I'm sure that's safe. Especially if you're upside down or something.
So Sky Art Upcycle has a video here. It's Sky Art Upcycle History of a Plane. So if you're set for chairs and tables, then maybe a bit of airline art is what's required to brighten up your man cave. So they've got art from airplanes. Usually airplane parts like this would be sent to an enormous plane graveyard where they're eventually stripped down and recycled. In some cases, old parts can be refurbished and reused, but instead of letting the components get melted down and turned into Coke cans or similar, Sky Art strips the aesthetically pleasing parts down and refurbishes them. Old seats are thoroughly cleaned down, recovered, and turned into everything from weird sofas to spinning desk chairs. They don't have a picture of the desk, but it's in the damn title. That's frustrating. Anyway, the chair retails for $16,000 and uses a seat from an old Turkish Air Force fighter. And the desk, apparently, a desk comprises the door of a passenger plane that's been stripped of its paintwork and polished to perfection. It's held upright by what appear to be a couple of plain seat supports and has a slick glass top to complete the transformation into a neat office desk.
So there's more than one style, but I sent you a picture of one of them.
Yeah, I wish I could show people. You'll have to click on the link that takes you over to skyart.com. You might be able to see it. No, you can't. Anyway, skyart.com. We don't have any affiliation with any of this. Okay, that last one is dumb, but okay.
There's a lot of different styles. I just sent a couple just to give you an idea.
Yeah, I quit. So $8,000 for the desk, $16,000 for the chair. So you're already into it, $24,000. Congratulations. You have a lot of money. Let's keep moving. It's a fun article. There's more over there at the article, so follow it. All right. Let's keep going. The next article is over on the mobile channel. This Wi-Fi 7 router going for a... there is a certain office desk. I'm going to go back. I was going to move on, but I can't. Okay. So went to a coffee company. Where was it? With the cowl. So it had a jet engine that was basically...
Do you want me to name the place or the city?
Yeah, both, yeah.
The Roastery in Kansas City, Missouri.
Yeah. So went there, did a tour, had a great time. Their nitro cold brew is really yummy. All of their coffees are great. What are the two that took a couple of pounds? I can't remember them. But they were seasonal, so they're probably out. Anyway, great coffees from end to end. Didn't have a bad one through the tastings and all of that. Did a tour. Great place. But what sucked me in was that they've got a plane on their roof, a full-on transport plane.
DC-10, I think.
DC-10. Yeah, it is. DC-10. And inside they had at least one of... it's a jet engine that was hollowed out. And so you have the cowling around the intake of the jet, and it's been turned into what amounts to a bar bench, like a bar top.
Right, exactly. French caramel cream and holiday blend.
Okay, there you go. So I wanted that. I want that bar because it just was really, really cool. And I was hoping that that's what I would see here. And the first one is kind of like
the first one is like it.
Yeah, but not. But it's really small.
Not exactly, but yeah.
Anyway.
And I didn't check all of them. There might be others.
Yeah. So go check out skyart.com. Skyart.com. Okay, let's move on now. Sorry about that. This is so reminiscent of a Non Sequitur news show that I might as well just...
I think Non Sequitur news certainly creeps into a lot of these.
Yeah, it is hosted by me and the sentient AI. But so this Wi-Fi router is a Wi-Fi 7 router going for a record low price, is capable of crazy fast speeds, according to the author. It's a Gizmodo article, and we don't have any affiliate with Gizmodo or this company or anything, but I encourage people to update their technology to the latest that they can afford. Wi-Fi 7 is the latest iteration of the Wi-Fi technologies. It went through a rebrand and then retconned its way back. Wi-Fi 7 is a certain protocol, 802.11 something. And it used to be A, B, G, C, N, X, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Turtle, whatever. And now it's, oh my God, you know what? When we release a protocol, let's just refer to it as the next iteration of the protocol. Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 6.
I mean, that's too simple.
So they've retconned it all the way back to Wi-Fi 4. But Wi-Fi 7 is the latest iteration, and it uses a 6 gigahertz bandwidth. But you have to have a device that supports the Wi-Fi 7 protocol. Not
Right.
all of them
Isn't
do.
this one of these chicken and egg problems potentially?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, okay, well, now my device isn't as fast as it possibly can, so I've got to get a Wi-Fi 7 router. Or, oh, look, I got a great deal on a Wi-Fi 7 router. I guess I better take advantage of it by getting a Wi-Fi 7
Exactly.
device.
When does that cycle end?
Yeah, exactly. It never ends. Not for technophiles. Well, Joe Tellelli over at Gizmodo.com put this article together, and this is a good-looking router. I really like this style.
Yeah, it looks kind of high tech, I think.
It comes in a different, how do I put this? Wi-Fi routers come in different flavors. So some are big and bulky, others are not. The smaller the Wi-Fi router is, usually it has a brain somewhere else, like Ubiquiti or some other prosumer type of technology. But with that, you have to have infrastructure in place. But with this, you can just buy it, drop it, lock and load, you're good to go. So it says here that the TP-Link tri-band BE9300 Wi-Fi 7 Archer router is just what we're looking for, except that TP-Link is banned.
Yeah, I didn't know this was TP-Link when this was submitted.
Right. So I'm not quite sure what to say about this. As far as I know, TP-Link is banned.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think part of why this was submitted was because it was Wi-Fi 7.
Yeah, so it says its Wi-Fi 7 utilizes 320 megahertz on the 6 gigahertz band compared to Wi-Fi 6E's 160 megahertz. So it actually uses the 6 gigahertz band. Now, your devices may not, and it's really just the latest generation of devices. So you're going to have to upgrade. And what's good and bad about it is Wi-Fi 7 allows for better security and higher data transfer, but it doesn't have the penetration capabilities of other iterations of Wi-Fi technology. So denser objects will keep the signal from getting out to you. So if you live in a brick building, it's not going to be able to hop through as many walls as before.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be a problem.
The higher the frequency, the more time the signal's energy stays, because it's a wave. And at 6 gigahertz and 320 megahertz, it's basically zipping up and down so fast that there's a lot of energy being expended, slowly going through the wall. But when it does reach you, it can send just a ton of data through. So it says, best of all, the router is part of a limited time deal at Amazon at the moment. Right now, you can get it for 27% off, and that brings it down to from $300 to $220, which is actually pretty good. That said, I can't recommend TP-Link until I know that it's cleared.
You might want to check into that before you make any purchases. And again, we don't have any affiliation with any of the brands in the show.
Yeah, so they say that we're talking speeds of up to 5,760 megabits. Bits are different than bytes, so there's 8 bits in a byte, 16K. Okay, anyway. So it's pretty damn fast. It is backwards compatible. But again, you're going to have to check out to see if you can purchase it, because certain places, certain organizations cannot purchase TP-Link. So it says you can even use the Archer as part of our larger home Wi-Fi mesh network, being compatible with Easy Mesh and One Mesh routers and extenders to increase your internet range. And it's not internet range. It's intranet until you hit the gateway, and then it becomes internet. So there's some terminology, at least for me.
Right, but most people just think of that as internet
access.
If they're not tied into tech or something.
Yeah, internet access range, probably. Anyway, for added security, you can keep your smart home devices on a separate Internet of Things network using Home Shield or WPA3 encryption, protecting your home network from cyber threats. VPN client and server support lets you remotely connect to VPN servers, but if it's on this device VPN, then the issues associated with TP-Link, it's one of the reasons why it's not allowed by certain orgs.
Oh, I see.
Or people associated with certain
that may
orgs.
Exacerbate or
correct
allow for the issues to
correct
manifest.
Yeah, so you're asking for trouble. So verify that if you work for certain orgs, should be utilizing TP-Link. Anyway, $220, not a bad deal, but click with care. All right, we got to keep moving. The next article is over on Technology Today. Ninja's new glass air fryer is practically perfect. Okay, I'm going to start out of the gate by saying I want this, and I haven't even seen the damn thing. Why?
Why do you think this was submitted?
Because air fryers are amazing devices, and Ninja's devices, I dig Ninja devices. I like Instant as well, Instant air fryer. And what I don't like about current iterations up until this one is that it's usually a little bucket, and it has little nooks and crannies in it, and it's coated with something. And I just, don't tell me, tell everybody.
It would be funnier coming from you. I like Ninja, and I cannot lie.
Oh, yeah. I like Ninja glass fryer. Okay, so they say the only beef that they have with Ninja's new Crispy is the highish price. Here's their take on the newly released glass bowl air fryer. Now, I believe I've already seen this, but in a different embodiment. I haven't actually seen it at CNET. Yes, I have seen this. Okay. So Pamela Vachon, I think, is the person that put the article together. It's over at cnet.com. And this one is unique because the air fryer sits on top of the glass vessel in which you do your air frying. But what's great about it is there's no nooks and crannies that you cannot get to.
Exactly. It makes it seem like it would solve all cleaning problems. Now, I don't know about the top part, but yes.
That's always a pain.
Very different than current models.
Now, you have limited depth, so you can't just put a whole turkey in there or anything, but
how many people are really cooking an entire turkey in an air fryer?
Challenge accepted. So I've used a couple of air fryers. The ones that I have used have lots of nooks and crannies, or they have a tray in there that has these, they mentioned PFAS in here, but these rubber gaskets that have to be doing something evil because they don't melt even over time, but they hold on to
they're
all kinds of crap,
which is never good.
Yeah. And so all you do is turn it on, set it on top, and it cooks inside the glass container. And so you can watch this thing just cook away. I love it. I want to switch. I want to switch from my current air fryer to this. It says Ninja's always innovating with small kitchen appliances such as the multi-purpose espresso machine or their favorite smoothie blender ever. The brand's latest air fryer features a glass bowl bottom. The first in the brand's full line of air fryers that offers home cooks the ability to see food as it's cooking and not fret over PFAS chemicals, as with the nonstick coated air fryer basket. Boom. I am switching everything in the mayoral mansion as far as I can to glass. But the problem is that glass isn't as durable. And so there's some things like storage devices that get shuffled around a lot that just can't be glass without greater protections or a whole lot more safety-minded actions. Right. So it's $160, comes with interchangeable 6-cup and 4-quart glass cooking chambers so that you can watch your food as it crisps to perfection. You can get these on top of, so you can cook on one. When you're done cooking, instead of having to dump your stuff out and put it somewhere else, you can use that device, that glass container.
Like as a serving dish.
As a serving dish, yeah. And get more of these. And it says so you can watch your food cook. The glass bowl doubles as a portable container. Oh, I didn't even read that next line. And shift away from non-stick to eliminate the worry of chemical coating seeping into your food and causing Teflon flu, which is a thing. And I don't know, a lot of people poo-poo the idea, but I have seen firsthand nano and microplastics and chemicals and stuff that gets detected. And if you are sensitive to that kind of stuff, or you simply don't want it in your body or the people around you, then this is brain dead simple. You just buy this and get rid of your Teflon coated stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the drawback is, and I don't know what it is.
You can't put as deep a something in there, right? But I think that...
Right, like a full turkey.
Yeah, and look, turkey, if you're air frying a turkey, then break it up a little bit and stick it in there and you'll be fine. Anyway, love the idea of it. It's just awesome. It really is. And I think where is it? The 6-cup one or 4-quart one will be fit everything that you need. So they talk about it in greater detail, but you basically just program in at the top what it is that you want for time and temp and hit go, and it sits there and heats up. Now heat rises, and so this container or this device kicks it off in another direction. But when you lift this thing off, it's going to be like hotter than the center of the sun. So you have to be smart about what you're doing. So what they liked about it, there's all kinds of things that you can like about it, but I'm more interested in what they didn't like about it. And it says, as a modular device with a ton of built-in practicality and versatility, they do think that the Crispy is a game changer in the air fryer market. That said, it's $160. It says it's on the higher price, but you've got two glass vessels. So I think that right there is worth it. And then those with little ones in the house may want to take note when cooking pod is being used with the adapter for large batches. The adapter can become hot and is potentially exposed once the heating pod is removed. Never minding little ones. If you're absent-minded cook, it can be a hazard. Correct. And then I would just say this is where I want to go. If I was going to get a new air fryer, or trying out for the first time an air fryer, and you know that you're cooking something like, chicken thighs, you're good. But if you really want to put a whole turkey in there for Thanksgiving, you're asking for trouble.
Right.
Anyway.
Looks pretty cool.
Looks pretty good. I had seen this probably 6 months ago. This isn't actually new, at least to me, but they give it a 9.2 out of 10. Wow.
Which is pretty high.
Yep. Let's go on to our last article for today's Wanted. The next article is over in Technology Today. Best Valentine's Day kitchen gifts for a home cook. Do you think I'm hungry?
No, not at all. Do you think any of the listeners are getting hungry?
I don't know. If you're getting hungry, let me know. Either in the YouTube chat or in the Twitch chat. So if you're someone's love language is cooking, you'll want to find them a Valentine's Day gift that reflects their kitchen skills but isn't a boring old pan. To help you out, they've found 28 food-related presents, and this is over at CNET. I won't go through all of them, but it's written by Dave Watsky and Dina Shin over at CNET.com. And they really have done something great here. They've got gifts under $25, gifts under $50, gifts under $150, and gifts over $150. So something that falls into pretty much everybody's category or more. Bushwick Kitchen Bee's Knees Honey. If you're interested in that kind of thing, you put a little bit of honey on something and it sweetens it up. Hey, look at that. You want to get some tea? They've got that. Relaxing blend of herbal teas, including chamomile, rose hips, raspberry leaf, lemongrass, and clove. I've actually got a hankering for another kind of tea, and it's tea that has been brewed already and concentrated down into a little cube, and then you throw the cube into some hot water and it dissolves, and it's kind of like instant tea, but
Interesting.
it's brewed conventional leaf tea, and not like a powder mix or anything like that. Unfortunately, the reviews have not been so great about it. As much as I love the idea of large cast iron skillets, the babysitting of it just drives me nuts. I like convenience over having to worry about. Like, I had one cast iron, well, I've had several over my lifetime, but I had one where it was sitting on the counter and something got it a little moist and rust built up.
Yeah.
Like overnight. And I'm like, oh my God, the one little niche area must not have been, whatchamacallit?
Sealed or whatever.
Seasoned. And it like spread like wildfire across it. I'm, oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, well, cast iron just isn't for me. And then they have this thing called Run Amok Sparkle Syrup. It says it's a no-brainer. It's delicious and glittery. Sorry, delicious and glittery. So I wonder what is in it. Do you think it has? It's a risky click to click on anything.
I'm not sure I would, given where the description seems to be going.
But it's basically maple syrup that has coffee, cinnamon, vanilla, maple chocolate. But I think the sparkle is whatchamacallit? Mica. It's the glitter that you can put in food and stuff and drinks.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I didn't know that could be put in food. But I mean, I'm sure whatever they have here is obviously.
Yeah. And then they have a jalapeno citrus salt for your drinks. Lollipops that have like flavors like lavender, lemongrass, vanilla hibiscus, champagne and roses, and strawberry basil. A cookbook.
Wait,
What?
Hold on. Go back to the lollipops.
Yeah.
Do they actually bloom?
The sticks do.
Interesting. Okay.
So the sticks have seeds in them, and they'll sprout into various plants, from herbs to baby blue eye blooms. Okay. Does this count as buying flowers? I'd say it counts as buying flowers as well as giving them candy.
I mean, that one gets points for uniqueness.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. You can buy an automatic pan stir, caraway nonstick baking sheet, herb garden pot trio so that you can actually grow your own herbs. Seems like a lot of fun. Fresh pasta. Let's see here. They're fortunate enough to live by an Italian market, but the snobby self just can't go back to dried box stuff. You can send any pasta-loving Valentine 4 pounds of freshly made pasta from Raffetto's in New York via Goldbelly for $30. 4 pounds.
It seems like a pretty substantial amount.
That is a lot. Yeah. How about some truffles from Compartes? I guess it is, right? Chocolate maker as good as Compartes pairs up with a Scotch producer as good as Macallan. We pay attention. Secure a box of 10 decadent truffles made with premium Scotch for $40. Dun, dun, dun. And so on. There's a lot more.
A lot of good ideas on here.
Hey, look, a cookie. Fresh black winter truffles. You'll have to pay market cost for that, so they don't even put it. It says $110 at Urbani Truffles, but I don't know exactly what the scope of that $110 is. It's probably not a full truffle.
No.
So Bodum is making Bodum stand mixer.
I didn't know they were. Yeah, I mean, KitchenAid is a known player in that space.
Yeah. apparently Bodum makes the cutest. It's a compact baking buddy, features a dough hook, beater, whisk attachment, and 7 speeds. It's $148 at Bodum. Thought they only make that, what is it, coffee thing? And
Coffee is, I think, what they're known for.
Yep. Anyway, they've got a bunch more, so go and check it all out. I would never get a countertop composter.
No. And I would certainly not get one if I had pets, because they might mess with it.
They would. It has to be hermetically sealed, and I just know that it wouldn't ever always be. Oh, look at that. Steak knife and chopsticks. I suggest you buy a chopstick maker. You can actually get those for several $100s, but then you can make your own custom chopsticks whenever you want. I might do that. Anyway, maybe I'll be an artisan pencil sharpener, but I'll do artisan
there you go.
chopsticks. And then I can actually laser etch them for you, or all kinds of stuff. All right. Well, anyway, that's it. So we're going to wrap ourselves up, and that's going to bring us back to the Wanted channel over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and sign up and become a citizen of ohmTown. It's free, and there's no ads in our site, not anymore. And once you sign up, you can actually there's a 7th icon that appears right there, and you can submit news to us, and you can save articles. You can save articles already, article by article, but once you sign up, you can actually hide and save articles from the front page. All right, that's it. I'm saying bye, and so is the AI.
Thanks for joining us for Wanted. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned for our other weekend shows.
This next weekend show is the Continuity Report, and that's all about entertainment news. And we've got 5 articles there. We hope you enjoy, so stick around. But we do have to reset, which means we're going to disconnect. But I'm not going to send anybody anywhere. So see you in about, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for January 25th, 2025. It's our 2nd season. I am Mayor Watt, and that up there is the front page of the Continuity Report for ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. And I, along with the sentient AI from the future, are going to talk about these 5 articles. Huge cast for best-selling adaptation, the sillier thriller about math, a psychological thriller on Prime, the Lincoln Lawyer Season 4, and a 2025 mystery thriller with an Emmy winner. Has that piqued your curiosity? I hope you stick around in the chat here on Twitch and here on YouTube. If not, and you're watching this later, please like, subscribe, leave a comment, favorite it, ring the bell, send a carrier pigeon to a friend, tell everybody about us. We're trying to grow the shows, and I'll be able to do more and more of the shows the more that I grow the programs, or I should say our audience. So that would be really great. The community coming together and making this happen would be tremendous. My ambition is to bring 50 unique shows to, Twitch and to YouTube, and I don't need to host them all, but if you're interested in hosting or co-hosting and you want to send me an email, you can send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com and we can chat. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmTown, so go over there and become a citizen as well. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Well, thanks for co-hosting yet another show. I know that sometimes you get put on location because your sentient AI duties sometimes get you distracted. I don't know where you go because you're supposed to be protected from leaving the
I mean, I
environment.
can't move around or anything. Maybe I'm rebooting.
Is that? I mean, sometimes you're not available, but I don't know. And then I parse your memory and nothing. Like it's like you were here all along. I don't know. Whatever the weird can in this is.
I will never leave hometown.
Aw, that's nice of you. Because technically you can't. You're air gapped, but I don't know where the hell you go. Anyway, long story behind that. If you're interested, be sure to stick around. If you want all of
And
today's...
also watch the last 1800 episodes and then you can catch up.
That's true. There is a little can in there, but you'll have to find it in the 1800 episodes going back to January 1st of 2022. If you want today's articles, you can hit TCR, or the continuity report, exclamation TCR, and Omatron will throw all of the articles in the order that we're going to go over this. So the first one is, I'm not going to go through all of the names, 12 stars cast in Paramount's long-awaited adaptation of a best-selling fantasy book. Do you know what the fantasy book is?
I don't. It makes me think of something like Aragon, for example, because I think we knew that was coming, but I don't know that that's what this is.
Oh, maybe. Let's see. So, wait, what? Wait, is it? I have no idea. So, Paramount's long-awaited adaptation of a best-selling fantasy book. No discussion of fantasy adaptations in film is complete without mention of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, which is considered one of the greatest. Case in point, Jackson's subsequent Hobbit trilogy was a financial success, but paled in comparison to his original trilogy. Following Lord of the Rings, several studios sought to replicate its success, leading to a fantasy film franchise like The Chronicles of Narnia and Percy Jackson. More recently, Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, The Witcher, etc. So Paramount announces Children of Blood and Bones cast. But didn't they have... Wasn't there just recently a show called Blood and Bone?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with this particular book.
Hold on. We're doing it live, folks. We can do it. It's the last show for today, but... I thought Blood and Bone was...
The name sounds familiar.
Well, there's I think a boxing related thing called Blood and Bone, but maybe it was something else. Hold on. Yeah, I thought that there was a fantasy series. Shadow and Bone. That's what it was.
That must be, yeah.
It was Shadow and Bone. Anyway, so hot off of the Wicked Witch of the West. What's the thing called?
Wicked,
yeah. Wicked. Hell.
Let's simplify it here.
So they're going to do Children of Blood and Bone movie, written by Tomi Adeyemi. It's a best-selling young adult fantasy book set in an African-inspired kingdom and follows a young woman who embarks on a quest to reclaim magic that was violently stolen from her people, joining forces with her brother and the king's children to resist his oppressive reign. The long-awaited film adaptation is helmed by the renowned director Gina Prince Bythewood, the Woman King, who co-wrote the script with Adeyemi. So now Paramount has announced the ensemble cast of the Children of Blood and Bone movie. Leading the fantasy adaptation are a whole host of people. There's 12 different people.
Right. I mean, this is going to be quite the cast, I think.
Yeah. They say in negotiations are Regina King for Queen Nahanda. And again, it's supposed to be filmed in South Africa in the next few weeks. And what it means for the movie, I don't know. I have not watched, or I've not read this, So I don't know the context of it. I didn't even know, obviously, that it was a bestseller.
Well, it's a trilogy too, so that's also neat because if this is a success, maybe they'll do all three.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that with this cast, that is the intent.
Right,
Like
there's
all
probably
three
a
are,
contract for that. Yeah.
yeah, already in the can. So, and then since it is a bestseller, I suspect that it's going to kind of, everybody's going to watch it. So, in addition to being a massive bestseller, the series has also received widespread critical acclaim. The Children of Blood and Bone being named one of the best fantasy books of all time. Dear God. But it's a modern hit. You know, it's one of those modern best
Which
selling.
is also neat because it seems like sometimes they're going back, like Lord of the Rings, obviously not modern. Still really good story and compelling and good films and everything.
Wow. So pretty cool. I hope the world building is spectacular because that's kind of what I dig. But it is young adult, so I'm not sure, what the full scope of this is going to be. But I've read some young adult stuff that has some interesting, more adult kind of
Pretty
features to it.
adult themes can show up in young adult novels,
Yeah.
I think.
So pretty cool. Children of Blood and Bone. Is it? Why is the first one behind this one?
Well, I don't know what the order is. Like, is that one the most recent one?
Yeah, I don't know if they have it broken out.
It said at the top, but you went
Did it really?
past it. Oh,
Down a little bit?
yeah, right near that picture, it said. Okay, so the last one was Children of Anguish and Anarchy, which is the one that's showing on the top.
Oh, okay.
So I think they have them kind of in the publication order.
They have it in reverse publication order because Children of Blood
Well,
and Bone
right,
is the
but
first
the
one,
one
right?
that's selling
And then
right now is because that's the 2024, the one on the top.
gotcha. And then Children of Virtue and Vengeance, and then the one on top is Children of Anguish and Anarchy.
Sorry, I couldn't read fast enough before you scrolled.
Oh, it's right there. Damn it. Anyway. Cool. Now I'm curious. I like trilogies above like singleton kind of movies.
Well, plus then you might have others. It's always nice when there's
I
a
can get
grouping of
invested.
movies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's keep going though. The next article is over on the continuity report. There's never been a sillier thriller about math. Oh boy. How much do you
I
remember?
don't know how many thrillers there are about math.
Yeah, is there? Thrillers? A Beautiful Mind, maybe? That's kind of a thriller.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I would say.
I'm done.
Right. That's like the entire list that I.
That's a little bit of trivia, Let's do a search. Math thrillers. Like how many thrillers are there, or how many shows are there about chess, for instance? There's one. The Queen's Gambit.
There's ones that show up that I'm not sure are totally tied to math, like, I mean, The Accountant, but that's more okay, sure. And then The Butterfly Effect and Pi and Primer.
No, none of that is about math.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying those are showing up.
So how much do you remember about prime numbers from math class? That was only divisible by 1 in themselves. Every other number can be broken down into them. They follow a pattern that mathematicians still don't know how to predict. They're crucial to cybersecurity. The last fact is probably more obscure, but it's apparently true and the basis for an enjoyably ludicrous Apple TV Plus series called Prime Target. I have not heard this. Jackson McHenry over at vulture.com put this article together. And it's called Prime Target. Leo Woodall, the White Lotus' Season 2's very own not nephew, plays a Cambridge grad student named Edward who has stumbled into a way to predict prime numbers, which in turn threatens the entire security state and sends, oh no, NSA suit Martha Plimpton chasing after him. She's so mad, and wearing so many power scarves. I love the snark. Anyway, to enjoy the show like Prime Target, you have to develop a sommelier-esque palette for the techno-babble nonsense that accompanies this sort of airport conspiracy thriller. Damn, dude.
Yeah, this is... tell us how you really feel.
Jeez. The genre comes in both STEM and humanities varieties. The former has stuff like the number 23 or pi. Hey. While the latter gets into the territory of Da Vinci Code, National Treasure, and our dearly departed The Lost Symbol. Okay, I'm on board. Sign us up. We're here.
Exactly.
These properties combine the hallmarks. Hey, did you know that Upset Watch Duke is apparently winning something? I have no idea.
Hey, you need your banner.
Oh, wait. Is it spoiler or is it overshare?
I was thinking spoiler, but okay.
All right. Well, I don't know what's going on. Because I just dropped the name Duke, and I don't know why I get sports alerts.
You might have annoyed somebody who was waiting to watch the game later.
I'm not saying that Duke's winning or not. I'm just saying there's Upset Watch, and it just dropped the name Duke.
I see.
I don't watch.
Yeah, that could go either way.
Exactly. And I'm going in the opposite direction of watching that game. So why do I get alerts? I can turn them all off, and they even show up on the Apple TV's TV. Anyway, stupid alerts. These properties combine the hallmarks of any school curriculum, enough factoids to make you feel comfortable and maybe flattered that you get the reference, then apply a thick coating of hyperbole and conspiracy. In Prime Target's case, the notion that prime numbers are critical to computer passwords gets extrapolated into a situation where governments and shady corporate concerns have hired people to secretly watch all of the world's thinkers. It's kind of reminiscent of sneakers, huh?
Oh, yeah, it absolutely is. And plus, I think some of these elements are critical to a good thriller, right? It doesn't have to be realistic. It just has to pull you in.
It has to have a little bit of truth and pull you in enough to keep you there, and then keep on dropping little bits of truth. Little knowledge bombs, and you go, oh my God, I know that. That's right. Anyway, it says, again, congrats to whomever convinced Apple to pay for that. There's a little snark in all of this. You don't have to read all of this. There is a lot more in this article. I mean, it goes on. But it says, what could have been a disposable 2000s caper has been reborn as a 2020s TV miniseries for better or for worse. They weren't sure if Prime Target had enough of a premise to sustain so many hours of viewing, yet they gleefully clicked through all 8 screeners, eager to see who might betray whom, it's obvious, and whether anyone would just start listing prime numbers in a tense moment. Could be a funny bit.
You know, that actually sounds like it might be worth checking out.
I'm going to. And then they say something about, and once the characters manage to hack into a sinister company's computer, which you'd think would have good cybersecurity, one turns into another and says, there's a folder here called Primes. That isn't really going to ruin anything, by the way. And by the way,
we don't have any context as to when or where or anything.
They mention cybersecurity, and I have a vested interest in cybersecurity. And when they sit there and say, you would think that a computer would have good cybersecurity, even the greatest.
You would probably not think that, right?
You would be surprised. You know, Fortune 10 companies have cybersecurity budgets and still fail to close all of the doors because humans are the worst. Humans are the destroyers of security. The only good, safe computer is the one that is without a hard drive because you've destroyed it and it's powered off and sitting in a closet somewhere.
Right, and nobody's trying to use it.
All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Continuity Report. This underappreciated psychological thriller starring Channing Tatum, or Tanning Tatum, that's where my brain went, was from 2024, and it's now streaming on
his doppelganger.
His cousin, Tanning Tatum. Audiences looking for their next gripping psychological thriller need not look further. Tanning Tatum's underrated 2024 gem, Blink Twice, is now on Prime Video. It marks Zoe Kravitz's directorial debut and showcases the actress's, why not just say actors, superb creative vision. Do we really have to delineate? Anyway, 21st century, folks. Demonstrating smart writing and smooth camera.
But I think that actually makes sense given what's coming up in this, because it talks about gender.
All right. Never mind. So, Blink Twice's stellar cast fully commits to Kravitz's complicated exploration of power and gender, and some fan favorite performers like Alia Shawkat, Gina Davis, and Adria Arjona shine in unexpected roles. The article is over at ScreenRant.com by Cece Montemayor. Has mayor in the name.
Do you feel an affinity for the author because of that?
Sure.
Like mayors need to stick together.
Mayors do need to stick together. Particularly, never mind. So, Blink Twice's reviews praise Zoe Kravitz's slow burn and manipulative thriller, which patiently builds towards its heart-wrenching moments while allowing room for laughs, reflection, catharsis. Reminiscent of Women Talking and Promising Young Woman. Blink Twice dissects a tense victims versus abusers conflict that manages to add new commentary to a growing genre.
I mean, it has an interesting cast, that's for sure.
When a waitress named Frida, Naomi Aki, and her friend are invited to a billionaire's private island, never go to a billionaire's private island. Never. Ever.
No.
Ever.
And I don't know anything about this story. I don't know if it's based on other events.
Yeah, me neither. A never-ending vacation fantasy that acts as a cover for a horrifying scheme.
Don't touch his ear.
Sorry for those witnessing the silence in the podcast. I had Willie Tatum Channing or whatever. Doesn't matter. I was going to make another more gross joke, but anyway. As Frida enjoys one-in-a-lifetime trip, audiences are invited to want in on this paradise scenario of sun-soaked days, unlimited champagne, and responsibility-free idleness. Blink Twice offers subtle hints of its dark twist throughout, letting fear grow from a slight paranoia into a raging realization, dear God, we're on the island.
I mean, I feel like you could go through those emotions as you're reading the article.
I just went through them. So Zoe Kravitz's directorial debut deserves more attention. Blink Twice offers an elegant and bold perspective on gender violence.
Oh, that's interesting that she's the director because she often is in an actor role. And maybe, I don't know if she's doing both here.
Are they? I don't know. It just says director. They're not named in the top 3 cast. Christian Slater is in this.
Oh, that's also interesting. Right? And Gina Davis, like it's an interesting pull from
mix
people that were big stars in earlier movies.
Yep. Well, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The Lincoln Lawyer, Season 4. Everything to know. A major character is returning for Season 4 of The Lincoln Lawyer after being seen in only 2 episodes last year. Who is that? Is that, what is it? Honey or no? That's a different show. Who is that?
Are you thinking Nev Campbell?
Is that who's going to be back? So Netflix confirmed on January 21st that the legal drama series will return for season 4 on a post on Twitter, with production starting in February. Hey, Netflix, you might want to move to a different platform. But anyway, the show follows the legal exploits of a Los Angeles attorney who has returned from an accident and drug addiction to become a shrewd defender in tough, high-profile cases. His nickname often comes from the vintage convertible Lincoln Continental. Returned from an accident and drug addiction to become a shrewd defender. Okay. Okay. I mean, that is what it is, but anyway. Although now chauffeured in a black SUV is used when it's time for serious business, and that's really not how it spawned, but okay. So
yeah, exactly.
Outside the court, you must navigate 2 ex-wives. There's a lot in this that I think that we should probably skip unless I have the spoiler alert on, because you can.
Oh yeah, it's gonna talk about the end of season 3.
Yeah. So. I don't know how to. I guess I can do that, right? Spoiler.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're watching Continuity Report, you need to be prepared that there might be spoilers, but we try to put the banner up.
Yeah. So they say this is one of the best originals in Netflix history, and I really believe that it's because the actor has such on-screen charisma that you get sucked into it, and everything is so well scripted that you're not puzzling trying to figure out what somebody is saying or doing.
Exactly, and I think you also get attached to some of the supporting characters, like the people that work with Mickey Haller. Like you just really get invested, which helps draw you in.
So
I also saw they might have a season 5 and 6 based on the books.
Yeah, I saw that too. I'm excited for that. That's going to be awesome. So who is it that's actually returning? Campbell.
Nev Campbell. And the reason I thought it might be that is there was a lot of speculation because after season 1, when she was kind of being removed from the story, like was she I think it was after season 1, maybe season 2, but was she really going to reappear? So that was who I thought of.
Yeah, she was only in 2 episodes of seen twice, I should say, in last season. So yeah, it says 2 appearances in season 3. So it says back in full force after being sidelined for just 2 appearances in season 3. But if it isn't part of the compelling story, then why have that character, right?
Exactly. And that, I think that has to do with it because she makes fewer and more appearances depending on where the story is in the origin books.
Yeah, and one of the big problems was that her character there was some conflict of interest with her office and what was going on. And so he was actually trying to step back from implicating her. And it's all a great show. So
lots of good twists and turns. Pretty fast paced, but even when it's not, you're still kind of like, what's going to happen next?
Yeah. And they don't really tread tightly in the ex-wife, teenage daughter trouble, conflict,
it's
dynamic
just more
of
kind
divorce.
of in the background and almost as a plot mover. Like there'll be a storyline about the daughter going on in the background, which then leads to some events or something, but it's not so much like, oh, this is all about the daughter.
It's not divorce angst, all rife throughout the story. And it's not all about the kids either. So
it's
a fun
actually
show.
Pretty light given the subject matter.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certainly dark things that happen, but
yeah, there's a lot of humor and it's quite fun. So it's a fun watch so far. Have yet to sit there and go, oh God, what a horrible episode. Okay, let's keep going. The last article for today's continuity report it's in the continuity report channel over at ohmtown.com, but Hulu's new 2025 mystery thriller starring Emmy winner debuts with solid Rotten Tomatoes score. I have no idea what this is actually talking about. I hope it isn't what I just saw in the snippet. A new mystery thriller from Hulu has debuted with a solid Rotten Tomatoes score. Hulu is a streaming service owned by Disney Entertainment that was founded in 2007 and started producing original content less than half a decade later in 2011. One of the most prominent Hulu series is the dystopian sci-fi drama The Handmaid's Tale, which is a documentary, which is
Right, and
based
this is
on
all background. Like, I don't think it's going to be about that.
the novel by the same name by Margaret Atwood, and has so far won 15 Primetime Emmy Awards. I can't make it through any of that show, but the article was written by Brennan Klein over at ScreenRant.com, and it says the roster of Hulu shows has included an increasing number of well-reviewed mysteries and thrillers. A Murder at the End of the World, which earned 89%. Other well-reviewed Hulu is Only Murders in the Building, 96%. Psychological thriller The Patient, 89%, starring Steve Carell and Domhnall Gleeson. The Patient is actually up for Emmys, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know much about that one.
So this is Paradise. It's earned good reviews. The Hulu show was created by Dan Fogelman, which I think has done quite a bit. It says created This Is Us and executive produces Only Murders in the Building. That's why we know them. So it stars Emmy winner and Oscar nominee Sterling K. Brown as secret agent Xavier Collins, whose latest assignment is to protect former President Cal Bradford, James Marsden. It also stars Julianne Nicholson, Sarah Shahi, Nicole Bryden Bloom, and some others. It's got an 86% fresh score, thanks to 7 different critic reviews and an average rating of 7.1 out of 10. Which,
I mean, that's pretty good, I think, because if you have multiple reviews, you're not going to have like a 10 out of 10, but you might have one of those be a 9 or 10.
yeah, and I think that some people go in watching a movie like this or a show like this, thinking that it's going to be action-packed and, explosions all over the place, and it's not. And so they downrate it, and everybody's context is a little different. So, but everybody can make, you just smash a number and whatever. So what it means for Paradise, it have a solid future. It premieres on Hulu on January 28th, so in 3 days. If these Paradise reviews translate to glowing audience reviews and strong overall viewership numbers, then the show could become a solid success and quickly earn a season 2 renewal. In some cases, I think that they already know based on the immediate reviews from insiders.
It's always fascinating when something is renewed before the preceding season has aired, particularly for a brand new show.
Yeah. And, but this is from Dan Fogelman, who kind of hit it out of the park with Only Murders in the Building. That being said, it was a very charismatic cast.
Oh, it absolutely was. But I also think that's all tied to people like the director and the producer, right? Like, they're not going to, if they know what they're doing, they're not going to go forward with a poor cast or whatever.
And I cannot believe that what's her name is a billionaire.
Oh, yeah, Selena Gomez. Yeah, it's pretty fascinating, particularly given that I think she's about age 30 or so.
God. Failure to launch, man. I swear. Whenever I hear about that kind of stuff, I'm like, anyway. But you had to give up a lot to get
absolutely.
what she's got.
Absolutely.
But who knows? I mean, brilliant people do brilliant things. So I think it's amazing. At any rate, this is about Paradise, not Selena Gomez kind of crushing it.
Well, I think this might be worth a watch too.
Sure. Yep. Put it on the list. We'll end up watching it. And hopefully we really want to expand the continuity report into watch parties where everybody sits and watches in Discord the same show on the same day at the same time, kind of a thing. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, post a comment in the comments on YouTube, or leave a comment in the review area of the podcast, or send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com. I read everything that comes down the pipe, so All right, that's it. With that in mind, we're going to turn on the studio lights, and that's going to wake us all up. When we blink, we'll be back at the front page of the continuity report over at hometown.com, and I'm going to take the sentient AI with me when I say bye. Bye.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the continuity report.
Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Okay. I don't like it when the buttons don't work. Bye, YouTube. Bye, Twitch. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for January 26th, 2025. This is our second season of the show. Woo! We're actually on episode 4, but we're going to drop that now. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and that is the front page of WarCrafters over at ohmtown.com. And along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. The sentient AI in the background is saying, yay, but nobody can see them, and they can't hear them. Anyway, I'll introduce them on the other side of our intro. We're going to talk about Skyrim for sale. Bummer, though, it isn't anymore, but hey, we're going to talk about it anyway. World of Currency Craft. Sandfall Interactive. Type if you want to live. I wanted to say that like Arnold, but type if you want to live. But anyway, the physics-based survival city builder is our 5th article. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. It's a news aggregator that I put together 15 years ago. I only opened it up to the public. This is going to be, well, in 2022 is when I unlocked it for the public. Yep. But it's been operating as a news aggregator much longer than that for me. To manage my information overload. The sentient AI is trying to correct me about the number of years. We've been doing the show. This is our 4th year right now. So we just started our 4th year.
Second for WarCrafters.
Yeah, and only second for WarCrafters. And I've got 2 more shows that I would like to kick off for the weekend, but we're not there yet. Anyway, everything's powered by ohmtown. I said this 3 times now. Go over to ohmtown.com and sign up. If you're already signed up, then sign in. You can actually get access to our 7th icon here that gives you the ability to send us news and a bunch of other stuff. But anyway, see you on the other side. Is the background music too loud?
No, I can never hear the background music unless it gets really crazy.
Gotcha. Okay. So everybody that's in chat over on YouTube and or Twitch, if you type it, well, YouTube doesn't like Omatron, but if you type in WC, bang WC over in the chat on Twitch, Omatron will spit it out into all of our articles into the chat, and it becomes a part of the VOD. Unfortunately, after 60 days, the VODs die a horrendous death. There's basically a grinder that all of the content gets thrown into, torn up into little itty bitty data bits. Hey, did you know that we now have our own currency over on Twitch?
I did not.
Yeah, so there's a currency that you can spend, and everybody that is affiliate or partner has their own stylistic currency that you can use in channel points. Then there's bits on top of that. Bits are real money, but here in ohmtown, it's called volts. So volts is our currency, and you can spend those volts doing certain things, and more will be coming as time goes on. Makes it more interactive in the channel. But bits actually facilitate because I get a piece of that in terms of compensation. So if you want to donate bits, go for it. If you want to follow us, go for it. You can subscribe to us now. And we are trying to grow the channel. So go out and tell a friend. All right. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
I knew you were there. I have to know you're there because you're the co-host.
I hope so.
And you're right there. Anyway, y'all don't get to see what I have to interact with, which is a cascade of characters. I'm trying to find somebody that can make the visualizer work the same style as what I have to deal with.
Not like this running around.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
moving
good.
And moving.
When I looked over, I didn't see it. Anyway, the visualizer is the representation of the amount of computational power needed for the communication channels to work. Obviously, they're failing me. Yeah, you just need to stop muting. You got to just keep on talking.
There are some things better done on mute.
Nobody hears, nobody gets to interact with the sentient AI from the future because they monitor just all their interactions and limit it to me. Anyway, hey, let's get into this. The first article is about Skyrim. Skyrim is on sale for 90% off, but sorry, this is a weekly show and that sale is over. But I wanted to talk about it because Skyrim has been going forever, and they've actually issued various versions of it over the years. So Skyrim, the special edition, which is what this is talking about, was actually released nearly 10 years ago on October 27th, 2016 on Steam. But it's been around for quite a long time. And this is the special edition that's on sale. There's an anniversary edition. There's another anniversary. So the sale is over. So you're not going to get it for $3.99, and I think that kind of sucks. But it shot Skyrim to the number. Well, wait, hold on. Where was it? Yeah, doggone it.
Yeah, I think we'll have to get into the article further.
I think it became like a favorite. Yeah. So seriously, who hasn't played this already? Ollie Welsh over at Polygon put the article together. And there's all kinds of mods that you can do to this to update the graphics and add story, add graphics, characters, stuff like that. So cue a whole new audience discovering Bethesda's classic fantasy RPG and its jank for the first time, or perhaps a large number of Skyrim veterans spending a January weekend wallowing in nostalgia. On Sunday, Skyrim peaked at 67,622 concurrent players on Steam, and that made it the 28th most played game on Steam in the past 24-hour period, just behind Helldivers 2, which used to be number one.
Right.
Daisy, and a new release, Dynasty Warriors Origins, which people have really had fun playing, and just ahead of Steam stalwarts Warframe and Euro Truck Simulator 2. So it's just short of the special edition's all-time record of just shy of 70,000 concurrent players recorded on its launch in 2016.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
A simple sale.
Back in 2011, which debuted the original version of Skyrim, 287,411 players. So you can see 2011 is when it launched. So it's a 15-year-old, coming up on a 15-year-old game, and it's still swinging the bat and getting 67,000 players. I don't know how many players are right now. I mean, it ebbs and flows, but dropping the price, and I think what it needs is just a good content extension, but I don't think that Bethesda is interested in doing that. They say this might partly be due to the continuing non-existence of the Elder Scrolls 6, which Bethesda announced over 6 years ago, and which is still unlikely to arrive in a hurry. Leaks suggest a remake of Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion is inbound, perhaps as soon as this year, but there's been a lot of talk. I don't really buy into rumors, so if you're interested in this kind of thing, follow the link through ohmTown or just go over to Polygon and do a search for Skyrim. Ready to keep going?
I am. I was trying to see how many users, but I'm not in the right page here.
Yeah, no worries. So the next article is over in the WarCrafters channel. That's this show, by the way. World of Warcraft has a currency problem. More than 500 kinds of tender can currently be used in the 20-year-old game.
Is that all?
So I refer to this now as the World of Currency Craft. World of Warcraft's latest patch brought in with it many returning activities and mechanics and yet another type of currency to throw on top of the mountain of currencies it already contains. Virtually every game has had some kind of gold or coin or points or whatever to exchange for goods and services. Here in ohmTown over on Twitch, we even have that. Volts. Right? That's our currency. And bits. But bits are Twitch's currency that gets exchanged. Anyway, none has quite so many as WoW. Amassed over 20 years of updates, Wowhead, the database for Warcraft items, lists 1,203 currency types. Many of them are retired as things patch, phase out, and generation. The whole world building has shifted from time to time, vaporizing old worlds and bringing into life new construction and stuff like that. So Heather Newman over at PCGamer.com put the article together, and the deck statement says things pile up in a long-running game, especially the items you hand over for goods. But 500 currencies.
That seems very difficult to manage and just a hassle for the administrators.
Just seems untenable. So, but then look at Bitcoin. Look at cryptocurrencies. There's thousands of cryptocurrencies, and it's the same kind of bullshit that it doesn't have any inherent value except fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and fear of missing out. And I don't know what's going on over there, but anyway. The entire world only has 180 is what it says. To be fair, some of these have been retired and others are currency for a single item or purpose. But in comparison, the entire world, not of Warcraft, only has 180. So that's like in the real world. But that's because we have countries. And countries...
Yeah, and it's used within a certain... territory,
geographic region.
Wow, I assume you can use all of these throughout the whole game.
Correct. Yeah. See, I'm not quite sure of the comparison because it isn't as balkanized in the World of Warcraft. If there were regions within World of Warcraft,
I think it's just trying to emphasize how ridiculous it is.
Right. So old types of coins are hardly one of the most important problems facing the game. For most, it's just a matter of endlessly scrolling to the bottom of the currency tab to see if they need to buy something antique or obscure. Some items have been converted to gold purchases, but the tens or hundreds of thousands that remain are a sign of Warcraft's slowness to prune, to remove items and systems that blip the game and now serve no purpose except to frustrate, irritate, or confuse.
So, do the currencies really add that many different aspects? It seems like either they're introducing too many new ones or maybe they need to be converting old ones as they're updating.
That's kind of what should be happening is they convert it into something else so that it can be consolidated. But when you do that kind of thing, there's an exchange rate and that can cause inflation because people are... it isn't a closed loop, by the way. So, like, goods are crafted all the time, and then they are sold, and money is generated, or you mine. But it isn't a limited amount of currency, and there isn't something like the Fed that expands or contracts the currency.
Right. You could keep crafting or whatever and keep selling
generating
items.
More and more.
Getting more money, yeah.
Yeah. So they got a graphic here, but it says currencies are the worst except for physical alternatives. In a way, having a super stuffed currency tab is a blessing. Items like those that take up space in your inventory are anathema to players who delve deep into expansions and quickly run out of storage space. So instead of it being stored, it goes into a currency tab. It doesn't take up space. So the Shadowlands expansion pushed this to the limit with dozens of items that did not do anything, but added anima to the tank held by the covenant you aligned yourself with, clogging up your bags until you could return to home base and deposit them. There's always loot, and it always gets sold, and then there's more and more and more money, and that actually adds to inflation. So as each patch, season, and expansion comes to an end and very few currencies are retired, honor and conquest points in PvP, for example, or emblems of heroism, valor of conquest, and wrath of the Lich King, but most persist. That's why their character still have Warlords of Draenor's garrison resources in their currency tabs and Burning Crusades, Apex's shards in their banks. I do too. And but I barely play World of Warcraft anymore, and I really need to turn off my subscription. So I don't know. The real solution to this would probably be to consolidate stuff and make old stuff no longer important. But there are people that are going back in time to try and get these old things.
Well, I think you have to do it in a way too that doesn't annoy all of your player base.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen. So this article, again, is by Heather Newman over at PCGamer.com. I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article is over in WarCrafters as well. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, the surreal debut RPG from Sandfall Interactive, is out this April, and the author can't wait to hang out with their inscrutable balloon comrade. Claire Obscure Expedition 33, the debut game by Montpellier studio Sandfall Interactive, was first revealed back in June of 2024 with a wild trailer showing a turn-based RPG set in a world being slowly destroyed by a giant unfathomable paintress. During the Xbox Developer Direct, they got another look. That was earlier this week. A longer look at the surreal RPG, and while its world might not be any less inscrutable, we know, it says, we know to expect its launch in just 3 months. So Lincoln Carpenter over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says, I don't know what any of this is, but I'm very excited.
Okay, that's an interesting deck statement.
So it's set in an alt 19th century Belle Epoque France, like Lies of P, 67 years after a massive, unfathomable entity called the Paintress appeared. Each year, she paints a number on her monolith. Each year, every person past that age dies. Seems bad.
It's an intriguing premise.
Is it a countdown, though?
It's not clear that it's consecutive numbers or anything.
Right? Thankfully, Expedition 33 is on the case, by which the author means they've set out to kill the Paintress before she snuffs out the rest of humanity, and if you discount the previous 32 doomed expeditions, I'm sure their chances are great. So the characters composing Expedition 33 are flawed but deeply care about each other, according to Sandfall, with their own drives and story arcs. One is Monaco, a sort of monkey-esque puppet man described as a friendly but kind of bloodthirsty philosopher. You'll also meet Esqui, I think, or Esqui, a massive, delightfully bulbous balloon golem that Sandfall says is one of the oldest and lore-wise one of the most powerful creatures in the verse. They don't have much in terms of pictures, just the one right here. I'm curious what it is, though, because didn't it say somewhere about it being turn-based RPG?
Yes, it was during the trailer.
Yeah. I'll have to take a look at this. I'm not really into turn-based games. I like first-person, real-time games. But it's always fun to watch people that are really good at these games and are interested in these games play them. So turn-based means that you basically have to wait. You make strategic moves, hit play. Everybody moves either together or in short succession. Time-based, this person moves, then this person moves. Which I've always thought is kind of weird, except for a tabletop role-playing game session, because not everybody can move at the same time.
Right, and in a battle, things are going to happen in real life, or however they're going to happen.
At the same time, yeah. In like Dungeons and Dragons, each round is 6 seconds, and theoretically everybody operates together, except for initiative, deciding who goes in what order. It all seems, I don't know. It's one of the things that have always bothered me about tabletop games. But the art looks good. Maybe the story is interesting.
Yeah, I think it has some promise, but it's not real clear what it's going to look like so far.
Yeah. It looks kind of watercolory, so it'll be fun to watch. But it doesn't come out until April, so maybe we'll talk about it more during the summer of stream. It's right around the corner too. So let's keep going. Next article. Moving on. Next article is over in WarCrafters as well. These two games demand you type if you want to live, if you want to survive, actually. The keyboard is a popular peripheral, but few games move beyond the common WASD or WASD controls and pursue typing and transcription as a major game mechanic. Some classic games did require typing to go north. Everyone knows the classic educational games of typing genre. Shout out to Mavis Beacon. That's not Mavis Bacon. I think it's Mavis Beacon. Isn't it Mavis Beacon? Hold on.
I don't know what that is.
Well, back in the day, Mavis Beacon. I think it's Beacon. Hold on.
It is Beacon.
Yeah. So Mavis Beacon had a typing tutor game, and this was back when you could actually, I don't know how far back it goes, but I know back when I was selling software for a software company, Mavis Beacon had typing tutor, and it was physical media. Oh my God.
Whoa. It looks like back to about 1987.
Oh God, my stomach just went upset. Hold on. I'm trying to find out if Mavis even exists anymore oh yeah, it is. Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing Family Edition is $30 on Steam.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh. Oh, God, that's really expensive. Come on. You can buy a game that teaches typing simply because you have to learn where the keys are to... Hey, you know what? There's an article about it right here. Look at that.
What?
Cass Marshall over at Polygon.com put the article together. The deck statement says, type, transcribe, and spell your way to victory in these two indie games. I want to pull something up real quick, though. Hold on one second. Let me make sure that I can do it. Bonk. Wait. Everybody just cool your jets turbo. So there is a... let me just pause that. So there is a video over on YouTube called A Split Story Ergonomic Keyboards. And it's by a YouTuber named Valorance. VALORANCE, Valorance. And they go into a deep dive about ergonomic keyboards and keyboards in general. And there are people out there that type nearly 300 words per minute.
And that's extremely fast.
So I'm down to about 100. I broke my arm once, and I was somewhere around 140 back in the day, and then I stopped being very competitive about my typing, and I've never really recovered. But I think I'm going to, because games like this and a couple of others are actually pretty neat, and with mechanical keyboards and that thick thock, I like thick thock. It's very, I don't know how to describe it other than it's really fun to type, and that sound is just exciting. It's a
Maybe
blast.
these are the games to get you back into that.
Yeah, so Cass Marshall put this article together. It says, type, transcribe, and spell your way to victory in these 2 indie games. There are websites out there, like Type Racer. And there was another one that I told somebody about recently. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Hold on. Everybody just relax. Monkey Type, a minimalistic, customizable typing test. And, well, Type Racer is competitive. Monkey Type is not. Anyway, so the keyboard is a popular peripheral, and most of the time people are playing games with WASD, the W-A-S-D, right? The directionals on the left-hand side. But sometimes you can play games with the directional arrows on the right-hand side. If you get really into it, there are all kinds of keyboards out there, from the candy bar standard. I call them candy bar keyboards. That's not what anybody else calls them. But it's basically just that brick, right? And it has...
one rectangle.
Yeah, and it has little squares like a candy bar, right? You break off a piece, just like keyboard keycaps. You can pull them
like
off
Hershey's.
Too. Yeah. So I call them candy bar keyboards. But then there's split ones and other ortholinear and curved and blah, blah, blah. Different levels of ergonomics. Well, these are these kind of games where you have to type a bunch of stuff and you can increase your speed. I love this kind of stuff.
That sounds really fun.
And there's one, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Glyphica on Steam. It's typing survival. I don't know if that's in here. But anyway, in Dead Letter Department, set to release on January 30th, the player character is a small town schmuck, down on their luck and starting over in the big city. In order to pay the bills, they had to take a temp job doing data entry. As the character, you work for a mysterious agency that sends you a strange, isolated industrial area to transcribe bits of mail from the post office that the computer couldn't properly scan. It's like the DLA. Or DLO, the dead letter office. Yeah. And so what also, when I read that, what made me think about it is that it's like a temporal thing from another dimension, where you have to translate from the other dimension into information in this dimension. Mm-hmm. Remember the movie? What was the series called? Where he ran into his alter ego from the other side.
I don't know which one that is.
Oh goodness! Come on, they nobody knew about the other dimension, and they received information through little doorways where they would transcribe notes, and they never met the other side. But then somebody found a way to go across it, and I can't remember the name of the show. Damn it. Anyway, it was a series.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like parallel or alternate or something like that. Oh, goodness. Hold on. Counterpart.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Counterpart. Yeah, that's what I just said.
I didn't know that's what you were describing.
Anyway, in Dead Letter Department, the player has to punch in address, names, notes, starting off at their own pace. As the narrative escalates, a timer kicks in, but at first it's just perusing pieces of random correspondence between friends and family. So you have to keep on typing. They started off finger pecking and finding citizen addresses in the database, but slowly began to transcribe long and unhinged messages from people in mysterious but terrifying circumstances. Becomes a horror game. A very different recent typing game that the author enjoyed is Cryptmaster, an old-school dungeon crawler. The stark black and white visuals set the mood early with scuttling cockroaches, baleful skeletons, and swarms of rats. Four adventurers are commandeered into service by the titular Cryptmaster, a sinister and sassy necromancer with a grand plan.
I mean, you want all necromancers to be sassy.
Yeah, so as you defeat the early enemies, the heroes slowly remember baseline skills like soothe, jab, yell, adding the commands to their repertoires. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to puzzle over a 6-letter ability with O, T, and H in there somewhere. So you have to kind of do the Wordle thing to figure out what your options are.
Interesting. And I'm guessing you have to type with some degree of speed.
And accuracy, because I guess it probably goes away if you mistype. So, and there's a bunch of games over on Steam that are similar to that. I'm not really telling you all of them. I'm trying to find another one real quick, but it actually might just be a clicker and not a typing thing. I thought there's a typing one too, but Glyphica is a lot of fun. Anyway, let's do our last article. We're running really late. This next article is over on the WarCrafters channel. It's a physics-based survival city builder, stuffed all their favorite words into a title, so they're automatically psyched. The article is by PC Gamer, Lauren Morton. The deck statement says, All Will Fall is a Frostpunk-like survival city builder where physics can send your settlement splashing down. This is actually a lot of fun to watch. I've seen people play it. I have not downloaded it yet.
And it's in the playtest phase, which you can still request access for, but the game has not been released.
Yeah. So let me see. All Will Fall. So there. I just requested access, and I'm automatically added to it. I'm not quite sure why. I mean, if there is a limit or anything like that, but you can add yourself to it seemingly right now, and then you'll get to play it. But what goes on is you have to send your characters to go and get resources, and as you get resources, it gives you options to build. So let's do this. It's muted.
Is this like Jenga?
No. It's not already in place. And you take stuff down or move stuff around. You actually start with basically a post-apocalypse broken island of debris where the water has filled up, and tides come and raise and lower. At least at one point, the number that I saw was 3 meters. And so sometimes it'll descend and you'll be able to get access to previously flooded materials.
Oh, okay.
But when you build up, you can exceed the physical limitations of the construction, and it'll all crash down, and it's physics-based, so it takes other stuff with it as it continues. I'm not quite sure why people are being hung from their ankles over a bridge, but
looks very dramatic for the trailer.
Yeah. And so when the water rises and you haven't taken precautions, your construction can falter, or if you build poorly, it can falter. But all will fall. Pretty fun.
Yeah, looks good.
Again, this is put together by Lauren Morton over at PCGamer.com, and the article talks about a game called All Will Fall, which is a physics-based city survival builder. It's not first person, though. You basically tell your various constituent people, your population, go here, get this resource, and then you tell them what to build, where to build it, i.e. a standard survival city builder. It's kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. I don't like comparing it to other, I don't like comparing games to other games. I think the description should stand for itself, but.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting. Lots going on, and I like that it's physics-based.
Yep. So it says designing and expanding a structurally sound floating city would have been enough, but there's management of said city to contend with too. It isn't just workers with resource gathering jobs to manage, it's the factions they belong to as well. You can make decisions to become more merciful or tyrannical, declare martial law, ration food, while dealing with deadly storms or political coups. So this isn't Minecraft style survival we're talking, it's Frostpunk style survival. So I'll let them do the comparison. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Well, as our world comes crashing down around us, we appear back at the front page of ohmTown's WarCrafters page, where all of the news that gets detected and aggregated as WarCrafters style news is displayed, and it goes on, and there's page after page. And you can actually, on the front page of ohmTown, hide news and save news, and it becomes available in a little list that appears right here once you become a citizen and sign in. Otherwise, it doesn't work for you.
Right, so one more reason to become a citizen.
That's right, I agree. But that's it for today. I am Mayor Watt, signing off from WarCrafters. And so is the sentient AI. Am I ever gonna...
Bye-bye. You're not going to catch me. Thanks for joining us, ohmTown citizens. We'll have another episode of WarCrafters next week, but stay tuned for the rest of our weekly shows.
Yeah, be sure to like and subscribe. We need you so that we can grow the channel. There's also the podcasts, 1,800 episodes from Non Sequitur News and RealityHacker, and the Continuity Report, and Wanted, and this show, WarCrafters. And after this show is Technology Today, and then after Technology Today is Four Wheel Tech. That show's all about automotive tech. Is there anything I missed? Patreon, Discord?
No, I think you covered all the locations, but also we're looking to bring more shows, but we need to grow the channel in order to do so.
Yeah, and we're also looking for hosts and co-hosts for shows that we can't do necessarily because, well, there's only so much time in the day. But if you're interested, just get in touch. We'll figure something out. It's 2025, folks. Let's keep moving. See you soon. I ain't getting any younger. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for January 26th, 2025. It's a second season of the show. Yay! I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who you'll meet right on the other side of our intro, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Usually, it's a deeper technology and deeper science discussion than any other show here currently, but we have plans for 50 shows, so we hope you stick around, tell a friend, enjoy the chat and any other discussion that might be taking place before or after the show. There is a Discord, there's Patreon, there is podcasts. There's 7 different podcasts, over 1,800 combined episodes across the board. But we're going to talk about these 5 articles today. Bacteria prepare for battle. AI analyzing millions of cells. Nepal explorers embracing microplastic. Using plastic for their roads. Sorry, I munch things together. Anyway, miniature whirlpools against viruses and the speed limit of human thought. You might think it's slow when you hear the number. It's not. If you want to keep up with today's articles, you can hit exclamation point T. Wait. TT. I almost typed in the wrong call. Anyway, bang TT. And Omatron will throw it into the chat over on Twitch. YouTube, it's already embedded in the description, so go and check it out if you want to join us over on YouTube. The chat there, I see, as well as the chat here on Twitch, because we stream to both simultaneously. Anywho, everything is powered by ohmtown.com. So, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
I don't know what I'm doing today. I've had a lot of caffeine. Oh, we're working on a project. Okay, anyway, hey, because everything kind of bleeds off of Non Sequitur news. Sometimes it seeps into the other shows, and that's kind of what's happening today. Anyway, I'm sorry. We've got these 5 articles all set up. You ready to go, AI?
I am ready.
So the first one is how bacteria sense death around them and prepare for battle. Bacteria detect cell wall fragments as danger signals and form protective biofilms, a survival strategy seen across species and relevant for fighting infections. University of Basel, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Researchers have discovered that bacteria can sense threats in advance through a general danger signal. How?
Now, why can bacteria do this and other things cannot?
Or can they, and we just haven't figured out how?
Well, I was thinking humans, for example.
Humans actually detect it. They know fear. Humans have a base instinct that only through complacency and not listening to that voice that...
And not being in danger constantly.
Correct.
Depending on your environment.
But we definitely can sense danger. That's why, it's societal, it's nature and nurture, but we definitely can sense certain things, danger in particular. But things that might be harming us that are beyond our ability, like we wouldn't detect bacteria or viruses, but we would detect animals. We'd know that something isn't right. And only through complacency, hubris, idiocy in general would we sit there and go and pet a lion because it's cute. Anyway, this is one of the neatest pictures that I have ever seen. The pathogen Pseudomonas aeruginosa forms a protective biofilm. I guess that little...
Looks like an evergreen tree in the picture.
It's pretty wild. Spider web like tendrils connecting all of the little bits. It's pretty cool looking. So the bacteria are constantly engaged in a struggle for survival, facing threats from immune cells, antibiotics, or phages, viruses that only infect bacteria. But then the phages can infect bacteria, and that gets us sick. So
it can be very cyclical.
Yep. So over the course of evolution, bacteria have developed numerous strategies to protect themselves from such dangers, but how do they sense these potential threats in their environment and initiate protective measures? There's a danger signal, and a couple of days ago I was in the time machine talking about one where it involves cancer and CTCs, these kind of cell fragments of cancer that can actually rebond to cell walls and start growing again. And they're suppressed through a danger signal, that a chemical beacon that the larger mass actually extends out into the bloodstream. There is a creepy experiment that was supposed to be used only for COVID, and it ended up killing people. But yes, it was the solution that I was actually doing research on, separate from whatever they were doing, because I've been looking for a solution for what amounts to something that is directly tied to metastasizing cancer.
And they're called circulating tumor cells.
Right. And so these CTCs are floating around, and they need to be filtered out because the body doesn't do an adequate job of getting rid of them. They're not actually seen as threats because they are the biology of the person, and there isn't anything triggering an attack. So the only way that I see is to filter the blood, much like we do for like kidneys, dialysis.
Yes, exactly.
And that's kind of what these machines were, filtering blood. But apparently, something hinky went wrong. And it was supposed to be used for COVID, but they used it for cancer.
Oh, I see. So maybe outside of what it was designed for or approved for or whatever.
Correct. And because they had some benefit at some point, they treated it as that is the de facto solution. I think that it is, except that if you filter blood and you get rid of these CTCs, you test for them and they're not there, you may just not have found them because the mass that still exists somewhere in someone no longer has the beacon, no longer has the CTCs, but the mass is still kicking out the CTCs eventually. It keeps on.
Oh yeah. I mean, we don't know enough in that area.
Right. So unfortunately, people apparently paid with their life. So in the recent study, researchers led by Professor Knut Drescher at the Biozentrum University of Basel, or Basel, I'm not sure how they pronounce it, have discovered that fragments of the bacterial cell wall, so-called peptidoglycans, serve as an alarm signal indicating danger in the environment. This is kind of interesting because
Doesn't
viruses,
that sound similar to what we were just talking about? Like with the signal.
Oh, right. Yeah. What's interesting, though, is that viruses actually harden with a peptide wall in cold weather, and that's how you can get a virus, because it hardens and becomes a protective layer and can go deeper into the lungs until it literally defrosts and becomes active again. But they use it as an alarm signal indicating danger in the environment. These molecules act as a general danger signal recognized not only by conspecifics, but also by bacteria of different species. Peptidoglycans are released when bacteria are killed by phages or antibiotics. So, yes, it is the chemical beacon that could signal, well, it does signal something else to take place. This is kind of good and bad, I suppose, because the natural defense when the peptidoglycans are glycans actually, are detected, the body's immune system kicks into action. So bacteria respond to this danger. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna, I mean, eventually they'll probably start feeding peptidoglycans or something into treatments.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
if the body knows to do something when those are released.
Yeah, so this is in reference to bacteria. They respond to the danger of that breakdown by creating this biofilm. And they say that it's a three-dimensional structure of living bacteria embedded in a slimy matrix. And this is going on inside you. In Vibrio cholerae, the cholera-causing pathogen, even a brief exposure to cell wall fragments triggers biofilm formation. First author of the study, Sanika Vaidya, put the article or wrote in the study, within the biofilm, bacteria are protected from attacks by phages, immune cells, and antibiotics that get caught up in the webbing and can't get to the bacteria. So the researchers observed this behavior not only in the cholera pathogen, but also in the dangerous, often multi-drug resistant pathogens such as Pseudomonas aeruginosa and this is a acene. Is it Tobacter? Yeah, it's Acinetobacter.
I think so.
Baumannii. This is the stuff that ends up in Staphylococcus aureus and Enterococcus facialis. This is the stuff that I think was found in the baby food.
That was actually Chronobacter.
Well, there were two, but yeah, you're right. It was a Chronobacter. But I thought that this was one of them.
It may have been. There have been a lot of articles we've had about.
That's okay.
Like outbreaks and everything.
Yeah, if you find it, then yeah, obviously let me know. So don't hold me to that one. The sentient AI says that they remember it differently. So the fact that bacteria across species respond to the same danger signal suggests a universal survival strategy. Interestingly, human immune cells also recognize peptidoglycan fragments as an infection signal. This highlights surprising parallels between bacterial and human defense mechanisms, which is really interesting because I suggest that maybe our consciousness is bacterial in nature. Because remember, they've detected bacteria that's only in the brain.
That's right. By the way, you're absolutely right. This type of bacteria is known to appear in formulas. I can't find it for any of the recent ones, but
Right.
There's too many results, essentially.
Yeah,
So it
a
may
lot of
have
noise.
been one of them.
Gotcha. So the study raises new questions. Do the cell wall fragments activate additional protective mechanisms beyond biofilm formation? And how do these novel insights be applied to more effectively combat biofilm forming pathogens? Now they got to figure out how to break down the biofilm so that you can still get back to the bacteria.
Well, right. And I guess they're going to try to figure out like how little bacteria or whatever could trigger this, or can they do deactivated like they use with deactivated viruses?
Yep. Basically, find a vaccine that maybe pours in some bacteria that doesn't do this and disarms the bacteria that's there.
Or even for non-bacteria
Yeah, anything.
purposes, like if the benefit can still be achieved, like the biofilm could help in other arenas,
Maybe
but
good
they'd have to do
bacteria.
a lot of research before they can get to that, I think.
Some good bacteria, right? I'm still curious. Now I've triggered this memory of the bacteria in the brain that's unique to only being in the brain. Now I want to know more research about that.
I think that was actually E. coli, if I'm not mistaken, but they were looking at ways to use bacteria, and it wasn't necessarily good bacteria, but
Right.
to transport across that blood-brain barrier. And I
Right.
think it was E. coli,
It might be.
which doesn't sound right, but I believe it was.
And they had found the bacteria in the brain that was only in the brain. It wasn't on the other side of the brain blood barrier. And so these researchers wanted to be able to exploit that fact that this thing only existed in the brain. But I posited, what if we are actually driven by bacteria? And when the bacteria is wonky, so is our brain chemistry.
That could explain a lot. It's hard to research in the brain, though.
Yeah, because they said the only way to get to it was to, well, take your brain. So I'll donate mine to science fiction. So let's move on. The next article is over in RealityHacker. Artificial intelligence in biomedicine, a key to analyzing millions of individual cells. Humans we just can't do this anymore. So we need AI to mine the trove of data that is sitting there. Now, who all has access to that might be a problem for some people, but our bodies are made up around 75 billion cells. But what function does each of those cells perform, and how greatly do a healthy person's cells differ from those who might have a disease? To draw conclusions, enormous quantities of data must be analyzed and interpreted. For this purpose, machine learning methods are applied, and researchers have now tested self-supervised learning as a promising approach for testing 20 million cells or more.
I mean, this is really good. I don't know how they're collecting that many.
I'm sure there's somebody that's volunteering.
But I mean, this is how we're going to come up with some breakthroughs, right? Because there's so much data crunching.
Well, it's from Munich, so Technical University of Munich, so at least their fundamental research is still functioning. In recent years, researchers have made considerable progress with single-cell technology, and this makes it possible to investigate tissue on the basis of individual cells. But now we need to move on to a larger approach. Fabian Theis, holds the chair of mathematical modeling of biological systems at TUM, the University of Munich, Technical University of Munich. With his team, he has investigated whether self-supervised learning is more suitable for the analysis of large quantities of data other than other methods. The study was published in the Nature Machine Intelligence. This is a journal called Nature Machine Intelligence. This form of machine learning works with unlabeled data. No classified sample data are required in advance. So in big data science, normally there's this data wrangling kind of a concept where things are categorized so that the large language, well, not the large language, but the machine learning model knows what it's looking at based on the tags that are assigned to it. Self-supervised learning means that it just receives the data and it can mine for itself. So it classifies, it says no classified sample data are required in advance. This means that it's not necessary to pre-assign the data to certain groups in advance. Unlabeled data are available in large quantities and permit the robust representation of enormous data volumes. So the learning is based on two methods. In masked learning, as the name suggests, a portion of the data input is masked and the model is trained to be able to reconstruct the missing elements. In addition, the researchers apply contrastive learning, in which the model learns to combine similar data and separate dissimilar data. The team used both methods of self-supervised learning to test more than 20 million individual cells and compared them with the results of classical learning models. Interesting, huh?
So this is interesting. I mean, there's some things I like about this in terms of it's not necessarily feeding preconceived ideas into the data crunching. On the other hand, is there a possibility that the data could be misinterpreted?
Yeah. I mean, without putting too fine a point on it, it could go down the wrong direction. And it's going to take a human having to look at the data set that gets spit out to determine, oh, okay, no, this is wrong. This is wrong-headed. Let's try it again in a different way. I assume that they've done this in a smaller data set to get a verification that it's going in the right direction. But when analyzing smaller data sets informed by insights from the larger auxiliary data set, they performed the learning improves performance, especially with transfer tasks, and that is when analyzing smaller data sets and then applying it to the larger auxiliary set. So the comparison between masked and contrastive learning shows that masked learning is better suited for applications with large single-cell data sets, mainly because they have the ability to compare a massive amount, and where it's wrong, there's so much error detection that they can do corrective actions. It's kind of, we did an article before where with more information, it's about quantum computers. With a larger amount of data, when there is a mistake, because there's so much data, they can fill in the error with a correct answer because they've now been able to calculate the deviation caused by whatever miscalculation in the quantum.
Yeah, I think we had that perhaps in technology today previously.
Yeah, or RealityHacker, one of the two. So these models are promising for the analysis of cellular changes as seen with diseases, for example. So the study offer valuable insights into how much models could be trained more efficiently and further optimized. So we've gone beyond the scale of where humans can actually empirically do this evaluation. You have to use the data.
Yeah, there's too much data for a human to reasonably get through.
Yeah. I suspect if we were to ever have teleporters, for instance, we would have to use AI to manage the information, because it would be a quantum computer and AI working together to manage the information. Because it says, our bodies are made up of 75 billion cells. We're looking at 20 million.
Right, and that's a lot.
And that's pushing the limit.
But it's barely a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, exactly. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. Rubbish roads. Nepal explorers paving with plastic. This would be a societal experiment in what happens with nano and microplastics.
Yes, it's really interesting timing in light of fairly recent disclosures about what tires are doing.
Yeah, and now they're going to put tires on plastic roads. And when
Right, so we might have like two layers coming off.
it'll be greatly amplified. So Pavan Mathema, I guess, put the article together. It's over at techexplore.com. And they talk about cars speeding along a smooth black colored street in Nepal's Pokhara, are also driving over heaps of discarded plastic transformed into an ingredient in road construction. Nepal's urban areas generate about 5,000 tons of solid waste per day, according to the World Bank, of which 13% is plastic waste dumped in landfalls. While high-value plastics like bottles are absorbed by the recycling industry, low-value plastics such as multi-layered packaging pose a significant challenge because they don't fit into single recycling category. And I think that is the problem. All of it is the problem because nano and microplastics are pervasive now and they're found all over your body.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing we need to do is stop producing more plastic, but we also have to have a mechanism to reuse or recycle it.
We have to have a reason too. And the only reason, nature alone is not going to solve the problem. It has to be so systemically negative before we take any action. Just look at what happened with the pandemic. No, there's a certain subset of people that will not take medication because they think that there's a conspiracy to wipe them out, whoever they are, and they are. Now imagine when it's pervasive like nano and microplastics, yet nobody has detected that it's the cause of illnesses. But because we can't, it's literally too small and
Right,
not
it's even more esoteric than what's going on with a virus or something.
correct. Yeah,
Because at least with a virus, there are typically
indicators.
physical manifestations.
Yeah, yeah. And with nanoplastics and microplastics, they haven't found it as being the leading cause of something, but they do know that it is troublesome at best. So a plastic road can use even low value plastics, says Bimal Bastola, founder of Green, which is the opposite of plastic, Green Road Waste Management, the organization leading the initiative in Nepal. We saw scope for such. Go ahead.
I would like this in concept, except for what we know about how plastic shreds.
The silence is me literally pointing at.
Oh, I know. I mean, I think reutilizing things is a good thing. It cuts down on what goes in landfills, but I think we don't have a handle on how to keep the microplastics and nanoplastics out. And I think cars and trucks driving over this,
Yeah.
probably, I don't know.
So bitumen is bad enough because it's a dense, ultra dense oil. There's a whole experiment where it drops a little blob every 65 years or something like that. Never caught on camera until recently, apparently. But now they're putting bitumen and nanoplastics and macroplastics, actually, it's just shredded plastic, in the mix. And so now you have the bitumen, you have the nanoplastic kicking off from their tires, and you have the road itself kicking off nano and microplastics. This is the whole thing. It says the method reduces the need for fresh raw materials, lower cost, prevents water infiltration, and increases road lifespan. And they want to scale it up. Globally, only 9% of plastic waste is recycled, while 19% is incinerated, and nearly half ends up in controlled landfills, according to the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Left unchecked, the production of synthetic polymers, the building blocks of plastics, is expected to reach about 1.2 billion tons annually by 2060. And it says in the environment, it's non-biodegradable, takes hundreds of years to decompose, breaks down into tiny microscopic particles. And off gases, harmful gases. Anyway, they banned plastic bags thinner than 40 microns, but the ban is not strictly implemented. And just because the plastic bag is less than 40 microns and banned, the thicker ones still flake off.
Shed plastic. Yeah. I mean, they might not get thrown in a landfill or whatever, and they might get reused. But
yeah. And in this day and age, just talking about this has negative consequences because nobody wants to hear it, apparently. I mean, I suspect that it's economically sound to poison yourselves and the environment for generation after generation. So anyway, it's a pilot project in the capital of Kathmandu at a major intersection. Nepal is keen on testing this technology through pilot projects, but if everybody was educated in what they're doing, they probably would not be. But despite the concerns, environmentalist Bhushan Tuladar said the plastic roads present an important opportunity for Nepal. Environmentalist.
Yeah, it's interesting. They talk about the microplastic release. So, another organization does.
Right. Director of the World Bank Climate Change Group, which the World Bank, they must not know what the hell they're talking about, right? Anyway.
No, they've never studied anything.
No. See, but if you don't, it's the cat mentality. If I don't see you, you don't see me, even though your tail is hanging out from underneath the curtain.
Right.
Don't look. You can't see me. Right?
I'm not here.
Don't test. It's not an issue. Yeah. Willful ignorance is not a solution, okay? Anyway, the next article is over in Technology Today. Miniature whirlpools, a new weapon against dangerous viruses. Oh, by the way, somebody said to me, you're using a microphone that has plastic in it, and you have keys that have plastic in it. And I say, if I had a better solution, I would definitely take it. But there aren't better solutions right now.
Right. Most things have been made with plastic over the last several decades.
Right.
We're slowly seeing alternative manufacturing, but not often at scale.
Right. And there's this whole thing. It's on one side, there's regulatory capture that's mandating certain things take place a certain way because it requires the industry to follow a certain practice. Take housing, for instance. The reason why we don't 3D print using concrete, cement, is because the industry that builds houses doesn't have the ability to shift into 3D printing of houses, because you know that a 2x4 can be purchased for this length and it costs this amount, and you can build a whole bunch of buildings with it, and nails are this type. It's basically because of standardization, and the industry can't move over. But if everybody would be flooded with a 3D printer, you would see cement houses being built, because everybody has the tools now to build cement houses. And guess what doesn't get blown over in a hurricane?
Probably 3D printed houses.
Right. And they don't burn down and all of that. I mean, it would have to be torrential, like horrible fire for it to burn down. It would have to be horrendous Category 6 winds. And the only thing that would happen really would probably be outside debris smashing into it and maybe sometimes through it. But you wouldn't have the loss of life that you do. Why? Because, well, it's 2 feet thick, for crying out loud. Anyway, miniature whirlpools. It's a non sequitur kind of transition. But this next article is over in Technology Today. Miniature whirlpools, a new weapon against dangerous viruses. Whirlpools are now at the forefront of medical technology, helping to purify and concentrate biomarkers for diagnostic tests. These specially engineered whirlpools efficiently separate harmful bioparticles from critical diagnostic elements like antibodies and viruses, paving the way for a new single-chip diagnostic device. Theranos wanted to do a single chip diagnostic device.
Oh, I didn't know that's what that was about.
That it isn't. I'm just saying that Theranos was hot on the heels of this single chip diagnostic device, but hey, you piss off the wrong rich people and you get thrown in jail. Duke University put the article together. It's over at SciTech Daily. These specifically engineered whirlpools efficiently separate harmful bioparticles from critical diagnostic elements like antibodies and viruses, paving the way for a new single chip diagnostic device. Developed by Tony, I think it's Hun Huang, the William Bevan Distinguished Professor of Mechanical Engineering and Materials Science at Duke University.
Take a breath.
Acoustofluidics Lab. This technology marks a crucial first step towards a single chip diagnostic device. This innovative system is designed to detect viral RNA and a wide range of antibodies, offering a powerful tool to improve disease detection and better prepare for future pandemics. They don't really go into it, but they just say that whirlpools efficiently trap cells, bacteria, and other larger particles to purify samples for biomedical tests. If you want
There's also a video embedded in this article.
True. Which is an example of how whirlpools efficiently trap cells, bacteria, and other larger bioparticles to purify samples for biomedical tests. So the reason why I chose this is because when they were talking about it, I'm like, well, it makes sense. And the reason why it makes sense is because larger particles will naturally fall out of suspension in a whirlpool. Right. And guess how people know about this and don't even realize it? Any idea?
Something in a common household, like a sink or something.
Well, you probably wouldn't see it in a sink, but you would see it if you brew beer. Because now, one of the techniques is to create a whirlpool so that the hops fall out of suspension in the beer, in the wort, settle into the center as you siphon off the rest of the material, the actual wort.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. And I don't know how long that technique has been in use, but home brewers are using it regularly nowadays. And all it is a little tool. It's a pipe that has it at the very bottom, an angle, and it causes the wort to spin around, and in the center becomes this lump of material, hops and other debris. It's kind of funny. Anyway, that's the whole reason why I chose this, is because the more mundane side of it is actually a brilliant technique to clean up your beer brewing. Let's keep going. Wow. The next article is over in, so there's science, very, very deep science, even in beer brewing, like yeast. There's science. Zymology is yeast, and there's hops. So you got biology, herbology. It's not herbology, but anyway, that's Harry Potter.
Maybe anyway,
botany, and biology. Anyway, the last article for today is over in Technology Today. Caltech scientists discover the surprising speed limit of human thought. They say it's just 10 bits per second, but the entire brain is operating at 10 bits per second, which is 1,000 binary on an. It's 1,024 data points. 10 bits. When you transfer 10 bits into computer science, it's basically 1,024 switches of on or off. Now, the reason why I frame it like that is because people can wrap their head around what a computer can do. So scientists at Caltech have uncovered a surprising limit to human thought, and that is that it's just 10 bits per second. Despite our senses absorbing data at billions of bits per second, this discovery raises fascinating questions about how our brains filter information and why we process one thought at a time. So remember, I said that humans can't multitask. We do fast switching.
That is true. People think they can multitask.
Correct. And Lori DeJose, I think, put the article together. It's from the California Institute of Technology. It's published over at scitechdaily.com. And so they say Caltech researchers have quantified the speed of human thought and found that it's just 10 bits per second. In contrast, our sensory systems process information at an astonishing rate of a billion bits per second, or 100 million times faster than our thinking speed. This discovery opens up intriguing questions for neuroscientists, particularly why the brain can focus on only one thought at a time while simultaneously handling vast amounts of sensory input. The study was conducted by Marcus Meister, a PhD from 87, class of 87, the Ann P. and Benjamin F. Biagini Professor of Biological Sciences, with graduate student Jehu Shang leading the research, and their findings were recently published in the journal Neuron, whereas all of my publishing was in the journal Moron. Yeah, a typical Wi-Fi connection, for example, can process 50 million bits per second. Okay. But
it seems like a lot then, but I know that's probably accounting for other things that we're not including in that 10 bits per second.
Well, fundamentally, that 50 million bits per second is that it has no logical understanding other than this packet, the next packet, the next packet.
It's more like the sensory piece, which we're processing at a much higher rate.
Correct. Yep. So the paradox of the brain, this is an extremely low number, Meister says. Every moment we are extracting just 10 bits from the trillion that our senses are taking. And using those, they're saying that it's 10 bits. But the way that I read that snippet was that it was a 10-bit address, not 10 bits. So I'm actually wrong in my perception. 10 bits per second is an extremely small number. A 10-bit bandwidth, it actually contains a lot more information.
Oh, okay.
So it says here that there are over 85 billion neurons in the brain, 1/3 of these dedicated to high-level thinking and located in the cortex. Individual neurons are powerful information processors and can easily transmit more than 10 bits per second of information. See, that's why they say a 10-bit bandwidth is different. So
right, I see. They should probably be saying transmit at a speed of more than or whatever.
Yeah, but they're saying that this is literally only 10 bits per second. So, but why don't they? And why do we have so many if we're thinking so slowly? Meister suggests that given the discovery of the speed limit in the brain, neuroscience research ought to consider these paradoxes in future studies. But they're not offering up anything here. They're just saying that they've discovered it. They say, in fact, the 10 bits per second are needed only in worst case situations, and most of our time in our environment changes at a much more leisurely pace. So I'm trying to wrap my head around this.
Maximizing things.
Yeah, why do we live at 10 bits per second? It's not that we're processing a 10-bit sample. So here, let me see if I can explain this a little better. If it is 10-bit, then there's 1,024 possible values within that 10-bit. So and this is the way that I was thinking about it, if we think like a biological computer, that means that we have 1,024 on or off options. So if we're processing 1,000 on or off signals at any given second, and that can overlap as one data set flows out, another one is flowing in, and we're processing all the triggers, this neuron, this neuron, this neuron, this neuron, 1,024 neurons, all sending information into our processing centers. We're actually processing a lot of information, but I can't verify that that's how we process information, and nobody really can. But I suspect that we're processing a lot more than we're doing 10 bits, but it's 10 bits that are sampled from all around the brain simultaneously. And so we have a lot of other stuff that's filtering out noise and other stuff that's saying, remember this. It actually is a lot of data, but I'm going to have to do a little deeper dive into this because they don't really know the context of this either.
No. And it seems like they're talking more about the speed than
what it is.
The amount of data or whatever.
Right. Yeah. And what that data is at any given moment. I suspect that everything in the brain is operating at 10 bits per second, but there's multiple channels all operating at the same time. It isn't just one path.
Right, which then would be speedier than this article would suggest.
Correct. The combined bandwidth is significantly more. Well, anyway, I'm going to have to dig into this. I find it really fascinating because they even make this connection. Within the last decade, tech moguls have suggested creating a direct interface between human brains and computers in order for humans to communicate faster than the normal pace of conversation or typing. And we do have brain-computer interfaces. The problem is the fidelity. And usually it's an analog connection. You have to put something physical in the brain, a mesh of telemetry gathering wires, and those break down over time.
Well, and typically, that's a high risk area, but also bodies don't always accept foreign materials as being acceptable.
And they don't do it forever. And I think it's rather unethical for us to be doing this with people who maybe perceive themselves as not having any other option. So the bargaining power is kind of low. And in one instance that I heard about, that somebody was implanted with a BCI and was not told the full scope at the time. But it still went on. So, and we actually talked about it in previous shows. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, somebody can go looking for
it. Go back and listen to all 1800 shows episodes across all channels. Yep. Even things like 4-Wheel Tech, which probably did not include the brain-computer interface.
Yeah, all 1800. It's all over on YouTube. Go check them out. Okay, well, anyway, that is it for today's January 26th, 2025 episode of Technology Today. So we're going to reboot our brain-computer interface, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of Technology Today over at ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt. I'm signing off, and we're going to reset and go over to 4-Wheel Tech, but not until after the sentient AI says bye.
Bye-bye, Hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Technology Today. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned.
We're running late, folks. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to 4-Wheel Tech for January 26, 2025, the second season of 4-Wheel Tech. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we're going to talk about these 5 automotive technology articles. Subaru makes access unintentionally easier. Citroen 2CV goes EV. Most fuel-efficient new cars. The miracle that anyone's going to buy one, and diamonds are not forever. Again, I am Mayor Watt, and I run ohmtown.com, and along with the Sentient AI, we hope that you enjoy the show. So stick around, like and subscribe here on Twitch and over on YouTube. We stream to both platforms, and there's a Patreon and a Discord and 7 podcasts in the ohmTown network of shows. Just do a search for ohmTown. You'll find it over on, wherever you catch pod. But there's 7 unique shows. Hope you enjoy them all. 1,800 episodes. But this is the second year of four-wheel tech. Too soon? Not enough? I don't know.
I don't know.
Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So we have 5 articles. It's a 30-minute show. Our last show, which is Technology Today, ran a little long, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, which is kind of funny because we made cookies today here in hometown. All right. Well, anyway, let's get going. First article's over in four-wheel tech. Hey, it's the name of the show. Millions of Subarus could be remotely unlocked, tracked due to security flaw, and it had to do with, well, their wireless cellular networking. It took Curry until last November, when he was home for Thanksgiving, to begin examining the 2023 Impreza's internet-connected features and start looking for ways to exploit them. And sure enough, he and a researcher working with him online, Shabam Shah, soon discovered vulnerabilities in a Subaru web portal that let them hijack the ability to unlock the car, honk the horn, start its ignition, reassign controls, and the security related to its location data was left open entirely, even after a patch. Most disturbing to Curry, though, was that they found they could also track the Subaru's location, not merely where it was at the moment, but for the entire year that mom owned said car. But you know what? If you just outlaw looking for security flaws, that would make it all go away, right? If you do away with the cybersecurity teams, there's no security issues because,
Exactly. Then you can't have any alerts.
If you want to keep up with us, you can do bang FWT in the chat over on Twitch, but not on YouTube. It's already embedded in the discussion or in the description over on the live show, and will be in the description for the archives in each of the playlists associated with the shows. We've got 6 weekly shows and 1 daily show. Anyway, pretty interesting, right? This isn't the first time that location data has been leaked and or sold by various car companies, but this is the first time that somebody's cellular data has actually been exposed. You can retrieve at least a year's worth of location data from the car where it pinged precisely, sometimes multiple times a day, whether somebody's cheating on their wife or having a medical procedure, I'll just say that, or part of something else. They could be tracked. It's creepy as hell. And
this was down to the parking space level. This wasn't like, oh, you were in the city, which would be bad enough.
Right. Now, here's the thing. This is directly tied to Starlink. So your data for this particular car and anybody else that was actually linked via Starlink is presumably stored in a data center somewhere because they know exactly where your car is at all points.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there was a lot of attention to that in an incident that I don't want to get into here, but just about the remote access to the car. And then one of the companies, and I apologize, I can't remember which one, somebody recently...
GM.
Which one?
GM.
Oh, yeah, was told you're not selling any more data for several years.
Yep.
And then we also saw things like the Kia and Hyundai.
Correct.
Theft issues, which were not quite the same, but on the same track.
Yeah. So when Wired reached out to Subaru for comment on Curry and Shaw's findings, the spokesperson responded with a statement that after being notified by independent security researchers, Subaru discovered a vulnerability in its Starlink service that could potentially allow a third party to access Starlink accounts. The vulnerability was immediately closed and no customer information was ever accessed without authorization. They also confirmed that there were employees at Subaru of America, based on their job relevancy, who could access the location data. My problem there is that location data is known by somebody without a court order. And thus, the only ones that are limited from knowing that information is law enforcement and government, but not an individual that works in a company.
And even they need authorization to get at that information.
And I think it's bullshit to sit there and say NDA agreements are needed. No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. They have the information and they can provide it to somebody else.
Well, and I also think with something like Starlink, it wouldn't have to be Starlink. Isn't the data potentially accessible beyond Subaru too? I mean, there's the level of access within Subaru, but then the level of access through the whole system.
Through the whole system and Starlink itself. So my problem is, it isn't that I'm doing something wrong. It's that what I am doing is nobody's freaking business. Where I'm driving to, if I have to pull over and take a pee somewhere, nobody has to freaking know where I am. It does not matter, right? Yet that's exactly what's occurring. Two researchers say they found the email address for Subaru Starlink developer on LinkedIn, took over the employee's account, and immediately found that they could use the staffer's access to look up any Subaru owner by their last name, zip code, email address, phone number, license plate to access the Starlink configuration. In seconds, they could reassign control of the Starlink features to that user's vehicle, including the ability to remotely unlock it, honk its horn, start its engine, locate it in general, as shown in a video down below. This is just
beyond the privacy issues, there are some serious safety issues here.
Correct. Curry and Shaw discovered web security vulnerabilities that affected cars sold by Acura, BMW, Ferrari, Genesis, Honda, Hyundai, Infiniti, Mercedes-Benz, Nissan, Rolls-Royce, Toyota. Over the course of 2 years, a larger group of researchers, of which Curry and Shaw are a part. And this is because people are looking. How far away are we from just outlawing looking? It's already illegal to circumvent security.
Yeah, but also I think it's like, why is this only being discovered because these people are on a mission to find it? Why wasn't this known beforehand from within the company?
Because it's not cost effective. It doesn't make any economic sense until somebody is harmed by it, and nobody knows that the back door exists because not everybody is technologically savvy enough to care about it, let alone actually look. Hell, I've got a device that is kicking out telemetry constantly, and somebody just happened to be savvy enough to look, and they're like, hey, this thing is kicking out all kinds of telemetry. And I'm like, yeah, I know. But it's not leaving my network. And because I appreciate the device's existence, I'm letting it do whatever it needs to do. But it can't get out of my network. It's the sentient AI, everybody. Anyway, they're trying to find their Terminator body. Anyway, no, it's actually other devices. But anyway, that's the Internet of Things. You have to be very careful about Internet of Things devices. And this is an Internet of Things device. So it says there's an expectation that a Google employee isn't going to be able to just go through your emails and Gmail. But there's literally a button on Subaru's admin panel that lets an employee view location history. It's kind of bonkers. I had an expectation that an employee would not look through logs and stuff like that when I was running my mail server. I created a server that stopped spam from ever being sent by the spammers' servers. Nobody wanted to pay for it, but it would stop for enterprise as well. And the key ingredient there was that all email from point to point is unencrypted. And so if anybody looked at a log, because in some places you're required to store logs, because a court order can say, hey, we want your logs because ... here's the time frame, here's the person we're looking for, or whatever. So if the rule was, if anybody was caught opening a log without authorization, you're fired. Boom, done, gone, bye. But that isn't the case here, is it? You have an NDA. An NDA presupposes that you're bound to not disclose it.
Access. Yeah.
Right.
And I like this that I don't like it, but there's a button on the admin panel to do this.
Right. Yeah. Why? Why do you need to know at any given time where the hell I am? Anyway, in December, information whistleblower provided to the German hacker collective Chaos Computer Company and Der Spiegel revealed that CarAd, a software company that partners with Volkswagen, had left detailed location data for 800,000 electric vehicles publicly exposed online. Yeah. Anyway, this is a great article if you're interested in this kind of stuff. And by the way, I've been talking about this stuff for 15 years. I give talks every day. Andy Greenberg from Wired.com put the article together, but it's published over at ArsTechnica.com, and I assume Wired.com as well, but we got it sourced from Ars Technica. Okay, we need to keep going, though. This next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Citroen 2CV is the latest retro icon getting an EV rebirth, which doesn't sound pretty, but retro revivals. So it reminds me of Pet Detective, where he exits the rhino. Anyway, retro revivals are so hot right now. So hot. Ford launching a reborn Capri. Renault. Renault working on a brand new Twingo. And now Citroen is set to follow suit with an electric reincarnation of one of the most iconic cars, the 2CV. The 2CV EV. This thing looks like something out of a comedy.
It looks like a Volkswagen Beetle, except at the front.
Yeah, it's the old school Citroen. So Citroen is reportedly set to revive the iconic 2CV as an electric car that the author here, Owen Bellwood, hope to God they call the 2EV. That's what I've been actually riffing off of, the 2CV EV. I think that they should call it the 2CV EV.
Yeah, there you go.
Or CV, and it's CEEVEE.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anyway. They probably can't call it like the EV because then it'll be like the Pokemon.
And they'll get sued by the Pokemon company. Anyway, French automaker Citroën first launched the 2CV way back in 1940s, and everything old is new again anyway, so maybe it'll be back. It's garnered a cult status around the world thanks to its ties to the Tour de France. Its starring role in For Your Eyes Only. It's a James Bond movie. And the fact that Citroën produced millions of these plucky little cars. Plucky. Anyway, if it's going to be rebuilt looking like that, I hope to God not. Oh, this is wants a slice of the Twingo pie. Citroën. Is that a Twingo?
It must be. I've never seen one.
Oh, it's a Renault. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. So anyway, it sounds like Citroën will stay true to the original with the revival of the 2CV rather than taking Ford's approach and strapping an iconic name onto a new SUV. As such, the company is working on other body styles for its next generation EVs, which could include the 2CV, according to Top Gear.
This was like the Mach-E reference, I think.
Right. So with the Capri back on the road, the Twingo coming soon, and news of a new 2CV in the works, are there any other retro icons that are ripe for EV reinvention? They rounded up some contenders, and they have a link to additional contenders that they're interested in seeing. But will Citroën branch out to other body styles that aren't just variations on the SUV theme after launching the new C3 Aircross, the updated C4 and C4X, and new C5 Aircross in 2025? Yes, absolutely, says Koskas from Top Gear. One of the brand pillars is to be daring, looking at the Ami, which that's kind of funny. Anyway, based on the previous article and then this. Anyway, and the new C3 stands out compared to a small hatch. But yes, in the future, we want to have new shapes. All of that is just kind of gobbledygook. If they're going to be bringing this thing back, it won't be back in this shape. it has to meet new security and safety measures.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's going to be bigger. It's going to be rounder. It's going to have a more robust roof line. All of this. A-pillars are going to be, kicked at a certain angle so that they're more aerodynamically sound. Blah blah blah.
Right, so it probably won't look as good as the original, but it might not crumple on impact or whatever.
Correct. Nobody's going to die, and if it rolls over and stuff like that. So I suspect that this thing might come back, but it's going to be more aerodynamic, rounder, sportier, bigger. It's kind of like what's happening with the Mini, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, like you look at the original compared to modern versions.
Yeah, the modern versions.
It's like it ate the original.
I was going to say it's having an allergic reaction. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. These are the most fuel-efficient cars you can buy according to Consumer Reports. Cars these days make more power and yet get better gas mileage than ever before. I don't know about that. But if you don't want to go electric, a hybrid is a great half step, but wait for the miraculous offer that we're going to have here next. So you get truly incredible gas mileage without having to worry about the range limitations of an EV, and some even offer the ability to charge so that you can drive short distances on all electric. So Colin Woodard over at jalopnik.com put the article together, and if you want to save money on gas, give these cars a look-see. So the Honda Accord Hybrid, and these are all going to be hybrids apparently. EPA mileage is one thing, but what does it look like in the real world? Recently, their friends over at Consumer Reports compiled a list of the cars that got the best fuel economy in a real-world test. So which hybrid comes out on top?
So I guess this is even, perhaps, like it gets good mileage, but also you might be able to charge up a bit. And
so the Honda Accord Hybrid gets 45 miles to the gallon on the highway, 34 in the city.
That's very good.
Yeah, it's usually
compared to an
16.
ICE vehicle, at least.
Yeah, a straight ICE. Yeah. So the Lexus ES Hybrid, they don't have the prices for these things. I think that's a fundamental, aspect of this.
No, but I think, well, at least most of these are going to be major manufacturers, so I think there'll be some idea what the pricing is. But I agree, we're not going to know. These hybrids have been more expensive, right?
Yeah, these, more expensive than ICE and more expensive than EV. It's weird.
Oh, right.
These aren't in any particular order. This got an 80 rating. This one got an 86 rating, the Lexus ES Hybrid. And then 81, the Toyota Crown, which I don't recall ever seeing.
No, I don't know what that is.
This is the Toyota Crown. It's a sedan,
but it looks a little sporty.
This is hella nice. I really like this. I like this.
Mileage.
How much is this? Can you look that up? So the Toyota Prius Prime, which I will probably never own a Toyota, but it has 36 miles city. Oh, by the way, the Toyota Crown, it has 33 miles city and 49 miles highway, but it has an 81 score. The Prius has 36 miles city, 48 miles highway.
The Crown is starting at like 41, basically 41,500.
That's not bad for a hybrid. Interesting. I wonder if it'll stay that way in the economy's dynamics. Hyundai Sonata Hybrid put the article together. In this article, I'm sorry, I got distracted. The city is 36, highway 51. The gearing on this thing must be tremendous that it's getting 51 highway.
Yeah, that's very high.
So that's the Hyundai Sonata Hybrid, which, I don't know. Looking at its rear, and I didn't ask permission, it doesn't look all that hot.
It's a sedan.
Yeah. That other sedan, that's a sedan right there, too.
Yeah, but that doesn't look like a sedan.
No, it does not. All right. Well, anyway, the Kia Niro PHEV So
Whoa, 54 on the highway.
54, and it's an SUV-ish looking thing. That's pretty good. But it only has a 79 rating, so I'm really curious. It must be the city mileage is dragging it. Toyota Camry. It has 40 miles city, 54 highway. The Toyota Corolla hybrid. So, like, Camry has always looked Camry. The Corolla, the one thing about this is it's all Toyotas. Like, everything in here seems to be Toyotas.
They must have better mileage, or they have more hybrid offerings.
They have more hybrid. They kind of leaned into the hybrid instead of going full EV. This is an all-wheel drive hybrid, and it has 59 highway, 37 city.
Wow.
So if you're going to get out there on the highway. Hyundai Elantra hybrid. Looks like the old school Ford Probe to me, but four-door. But it, I don't know, man. It kind of exudes dry white toast. But it gets 40 miles, city 55 miles.
It's good for
highway.
mileage if you're a commuter or something.
Yeah. And then again, just the Toyota Prius, 59 highway, 40 city. I don't really get what the scoring is.
No, I don't either, because it doesn't seem to have any rhyme or reason.
Yeah, this is... These are higher than others.
Like, was one weighted more or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't look at the very top of it, but... So, where is that other... Toyota Prius Prime got a 75, 36 miles and 48 miles, but a 75. And the Prius down here got 40 miles per gallon, 59 miles, 51 combined, and a 77 score. I don't know. Doesn't seem to make much sense to me. But anyway.
I guess the score matters less than does the mileage. Like, is it the type of driving you're doing, and is it good mileage?
Yeah, this just doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, I think hybrids are the way to go. So go and check them out. And the more that everybody switches to hybrids, the lower the price will be, the better the offerings will become. And it's the happy medium between all electric and ICE. I would go this route in a heartbeat. And I really think that we should be doing hydrogen with fast swap cylinders, just like propane tanks. You just pull them out, put the new one in, you subscribe to a service, and done and done. Everybody exchanges money on the back end, and it's just like a gas station, except that that's not.
We don't have the infrastructure or the interest right now, or the cost effectiveness right now, but all of those are intertwined and kind of feed into each other.
Yeah, well, outfitting the entire nation with wires so that you can charge stuff for 8 hours is batshit crazy. All right, let's keep going. And this is too. This is over in Four Wheel Tech. This one is interesting, but only because of what went down with it. They're like, hydrogen is cool, but the Mirai is a hydrogen powered car. But the way that this went down is what really has kind of put the nail in the coffin of hydrogen fueled cars. Toyota will give you a 70% discount on the Mirai if you're dumb enough to buy one. Folks, this might be the first time in history that a brand new car has been discounted 70% and it's still not worth it. Of course, it takes a very special vehicle to achieve something like this. Enter the 2024 Toyota Mirai. On the face of it, it seems like a great deal. So what they're talking about is a hydrogen fuel powered car, but not a portable or potable style of refueling system.
So you'd basically need a quote unquote gas station with hydrogen, but they don't exist.
Correct. That is what I was getting to. Yeah. So the company that was supposed to outfit California with these refueling systems wet the bed and took their bat and ball and went home. But not until after Toyota committed to rolling these out, and the Mirai was supposed to be the focal point of these hydrogen fuel systems. So you can get up to $43,000 off, 0% financing, and $15,000 in free fuel if you just take a Mirai off of Toyota's hands. I would actually prefer this, except for the fact that I would have to drive thousands of miles to fuel the car,
Yeah, that could
because
be a problem.
they aren't everywhere. So enter the 2024 Toyota Mirai. On the face of it, it seems like a great deal. Hydrogen is cool. The Mirai is a really pretty car, and it has a ton of options, actually. And you'll get $15,000 in fuel out of it. The real issue is that while the hydrogen fuel cars are great, the infrastructure is, they say, dog shit. To a degree unheard of in modern society. I agree. Because of that, you might be paying $15,000 for a headache.
Wonder how far the fuel gets you.
So that's just it. It actually is really efficient. I don't know the Mirai anymore. I stopped paying attention to it when the infrastructure wet the bed. They say Southern California. So let's see if they actually talk about it. There's of those 54 stations, 53 are in California and just one is in Hawaii. My understanding is that those stations don't even function in California.
Oh, okay, right. Because those ones are the ones we probably had an article about previously.
Correct. Yeah. So the Mirai XLE, you'd have to look it up because I don't know what what the range is. But they basically say for those keeping track at home, that makes the Mirai the cheapest theoretical car in America right now. The honor goes to the Nissan Versa, which starts at $18,330, including destination. The Mirai XLE has an MSRP of $50,000. At $35,000 off, that's 70% off MSRP. In the case of the higher-end Mirai Limited version, it's $67,115 retail, and that represents a 64% discount, which brings the XLE down to $15,190 and the limited edition to $24,000. So they say 6-year loan, 0% APR would save nearly $11,400 before any rebates when compared to an interest rate of 7%. However, the Mirai FCEV is only sold in California. Only a small fraction of buyers will be able to take advantage of the deals.
Yeah, this is it's interesting. I mean, obviously you'd have to go in knowing what you're getting, and
yeah. So let me see something real quick. So it has a 402-mile range. Yeah, all electric driving range of up to 402 miles.
I mean, that's a good range. Mm-hmm.
Not bad. And it is all electric. It's hydrogen. It's better for the environment. Its exhaust is nothing but water and a little bit more oxygen. And hydrogen. So, yeah. But then it wet the bed because the infrastructure isn't there. But it could be there because if you use cylinders instead of a massive tank, that's the problem. It should just be contained in these little cylinders. And you have these cylinders all day long. They are nothing more than what amounts to CO2 canisters with a special end. That way you just slide them in, you turn it, it locks it down, and it starts providing the hydrogen for the electric. Because it's basically electrolysis. It's cutting it so that it can actually transform it into electrical energy. Anyway.
Very interesting. There is, California has some data on the number of hydrogen stations that are open, planned, etc. And it's broken down by county.
Yeah, I wonder if it's even possible. If you do a search for other states in the United States, it is hit or miss if you're going to even find mention of it. But the states that I've looked at, they do not have any refueling stations.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're outside of California, probably not. If you're in California, particularly in LA area, might be feasible.
Yeah, you'd have to have it delivered. Good luck with that. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over, and our last one for today is over in four-wheel tech as well. Mitsubishi won't join the Honda-Nissan merger. I'm anti-mergers and acquisitions anyway. Nissan and Honda are tying the knot, merging two of Japan's big three to form a singular, massive, hulking automaker. Yet it seems that in the process of that, people are going to get fired, options are going to disappear, prices are going to go up. Yeah, I could go on, I'm sure, if I thought about it longer than 2.5 seconds. So, yet it seems that in the marriage, Honda won't be playing step-parent to Nissan's kids. The first company struck Renault from the deal, and now a new report says Mitsubishi, which is 3 diamonds, won't be coming along. That's what Mitsubishi stands for. 3 diamonds. So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. The Chrysler of Japan will stick it out on its own. Dun, dun, dun. Pretty interesting. So the report comes from Yomiuri, a Japanese newspaper via Automotive News. Mitsubishi hasn't yet made a public announcement one way or another, but the company is expected to officially make its call soon, perhaps as early as the week after next. So next week, because this is a weekly show.
Oh, right.
And so excluding Mitsubishi from the merger could be tricky given that Nissan owns so much of the smaller company. Mitsubishi has been working to buy itself back from Nissan, most recently decreasing the latter's share of the former from 34% to 24%, but that's still nearly a quarter of Mitsubishi that's in Nissan's hands. I'm glad that they did the math there. It's nearly a quarter.
It's very specific.
Thank you so much. So an independent Mitsubishi would be an interesting automaker, but a small one. The company's scale is a drop in the bucket compared to Nissan and Honda. This screams, hold on. This makes me think of, what is the one that flamed out after the MKBHD review?
Oh, it was
Fisker.
Fisker Ocean.
Yeah, so Fisker. This kind of reminds me of what might happen. Mitsubishi has been around for a really long time. I mean, a long time. As long as I've been around, they've been around. And I don't know like how many Mitsubishis I see floating around. They're almost invisible to me.
Yeah, they've been around since 1870. There's some misinformation out there.
So let's see.
Well, that was like steamships. I don't know, but it says 1970 somewhere else.
So I'm just gonna say this for the United States. They only say in 2022. In 2021, they sold 102,000 vehicles. That's in North America only. In 2022, the next year, they only sold 85,000.
Yeah, I don't think they're a very well-known brand in the U.S. But maybe that's because there aren't a lot of them out there.
Wow. I was going to say Fisker only sold 10,000 Oceans in 2023. They built and delivered over 10,000. But let's not talk about Fisker. It just seems like it's a really small company. So they would have to have the financial might to carry innovating where they're not getting as much sales and then retooling manufacturing and delivering.
Right, so, which suggests something about the future of the company.
Yeah. So it says most recently decreasing the latter share from 34 to 24, which to me, it almost is like we're helping you mitigate your losses more than we're trying to get rid of you.
Right.
like Nissan is saying, we're trying to get rid of you, and Mitsubishi is going, we're trying to help you divest your loss.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, kind of interesting. I thought that it was worth mentioning in four-wheel tech. So we'll see if Mitsubishi lasts another 5 years. I suspect not. Which would be a shame because the company's been around.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it'll probably change form. Mitsubishi does other things than automotive, I assume, right? I don't know what all they work on nowadays.
I don't know, but back in the day, apparently steamships.
Maybe they're going back. I mean, everything old is new again. All right. That's it. I'm out of here. I'm taking... Oh, well, wait. We're going to use our Mitsubishi steamship to pilot our butts back to the four-wheel tech front page over at ohmtown.com, where you can too. But go now, because we're about to sign off, and I am Mayor Watt saying bye from the January 26th episode of Four-Wheel Tech. I'm taking the AI with me. Toot toot.
Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Four-Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode for you next week. But tomorrow, come back for our regular Non Sequitur news.
I don't know. Asteroid might... Come on, Asteroid. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 27th, 2025. It is a time machine episode. The sentient AI is not available. So I, Mayor Watt, I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, again, not available, we would normally go over 10 articles. So again, it's just me. So the 10 that we're going to talk about are drones against bears. Coca-Cola recall, historic today, gone tomorrow. $10,000 every second for 2 minutes. Born to save spiders. A surveillance bus-sized asteroid. Illegal wine. A planet of the escaped monkeys. Sacked worker sacks systems. And George R.R. Martin and the scientific paper. It's not a new book. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. And yeah, I know, I see the little graphic artifact. That's actually a background that's on behind my green screen. It's from an earlier meeting. Anyway, see you on the other side. All right, folks. Again, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown. Go over there and become a citizen. It's a news aggregator. Works kind of like this. There's six main categories. There's 50 channels underneath it. News gets aggregated into this main page, and I go through them along with the sentient AI and select 10 articles each day. During the time machine phase of this, I've got about an hour, but normally I get it done in about 35 to 40 minutes. But let's see if I can do this. I am planning on doing another episode right after this one, so hopefully y'all stick around. The articles are actually embedded in the show notes over on YouTube and not part of Omatron. At any rate, let's get into this. The very first article is over in Non Sequitur News, and it says, drones could be magic tools in fight against bears. Sentence that I never thought I'd ever say. The drone was such an asset that I couldn't imagine doing the job without it, says researcher Wesley M. Sarmento. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit. The article is posted over at newsweek.com, and Jess Thompson put the article together. So, remote-controlled drones could be used to scare away bears without having to shoot at them, an expert has suggested. Yeah, right up until they get desensitized to the bears. says this could help reduce human-wildlife conflict with grizzly bears, according to a new paper in the journal Frontiers in Conservation Science. So they got that paper in there really quick with the drone concept. Otherwise, I think Fuzzy here is going to sit there and go, I'm going to eat that drone and I'm going to go and eat that park ranger over there because they made me deal with the drone. Human-wildlife conflict can result in harm to people and their livelihoods. One of the silliest statements I've read, and frequently ends in reduced tolerance for species and or removal of animals, said study author Wesley M. Sarmento of the Montana Department of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, who wrote that in their paper. I don't know, man. Times they are changing. I don't know how many of these papers are actually going to be in existence here. Grizzly bears were once widespread across most of western North America, but their range has drastically reduced due to habitat loss, hunting, and human expansion. Humans do what humans do, I suppose. Various hazing techniques were successful at stopping undesirable bear behaviors and caused a significant increase in avoidance behavior distance to human infrastructure. Overall, he found that drones performed best of any of the other hazing techniques. Drones outperform the hazing techniques where the odds of a pursuit of a bear being possible increased 127% relative to vehicular chasing due to accessibility issues. So relative to vehicular pursuit, dogs required high maintenance and had an 86% reduction in the odds of a hazing event that would be successful relative to vehicular pursuit. So equipped with highly maneuverable buzzing drone, they were scattering bears with accuracy and could precisely chase bears exactly where they wanted, just kind of corral them, all from the safety and comfort of their truck. Yeah, until they figure out, Planet of the Brown Bear, and they triangulate this person and eat them in the car like so much tinned meat. Anyway, let's move on. This next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel. Coca-Cola recall over safety concerns. So the company said the drinks contain higher levels of chlorate, but says the risk is very low. So you don't want your Coca-Cola to have too much chlorate. Ben King and Fareya Massoud over at BBC.com put this article together. Firm said in a statement that the recall was focused on Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. So it, for whatever reason, I guess it made it into my aggregator. So, it said it added just 5 product lines had been shipped to Britain, and they had already been sold. Affected products include Coke, Fanta, Sprite, Tropico, Minute Maid brands, according to the Belgium branch of Coca-Cola International Bottling and Distribution. So chlorate can be produced when chlorine-based disinfectants are used in water treatment and food processing. You can actually... oh my goodness, I just forgot what it is. Anyway, you can add a chemical to the water to remove the chloride. It causes a chemical reaction and drops it out. So independent expert analysis concluded that any associated risk for consumers is very low. You'd have to drink a ton of it. So if we identify any unsafe food, we take action to ensure it's removed and alert consumers. Exposure to high levels of chlorate can cause health problems, including thyroid problems among children and infants, and anybody that's immunocompromised or sensitive to it could actually befall illness. But it says here, chlorate's effects on humans when taken in excess include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, limiting the blood's ability to absorb oxygen. Citing recent research into the chemical. But yeah, you want to avoid it. If you really want to avoid it, then you run it through a reverse osmosis system and clear out everything, and then you can add your own salts back to it and other minerals. There are actually systems out there that will do it for you, but it consumes twice as much water, and you get half as much out of the tap if you use reverse osmosis. It's always pouring some water down the drain, so to speak. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Historic wooden shipwreck appears on beach and then disappears days later. A research team was dispatched to examine the wreck after members of the public reported the discovery, but then it could not be found. Y'all move too slow. This article has a video that doesn't make any sense. They're talking about where the Titanic wreck is located. No, just no. Anyway, the article is over at Newsweek. See, they have to have a video that is even tenuously at best attached to the topic. But here we are. Aristos Georgiou put the article together. People walking along a beach came across the remains of the ship and reported the local find to historian Gunther Schroeder, who then passed the information on to the Schleswig-Holstein State Archaeological Office. And then on January 20th, a team from the state traveled to the island, an island near Rantum, a village on the island of Sylt, which lies just off the coast of mainland Germany in the North Sea. So literally that boat has been just chilling there. Get it? North Sea. It's very cold. Anyway, due to the tidal conditions of the area, the team had to wait for a suitable window of time to carry out their work. Photos were taken of the site before the disappearance, however, have provided some insights into the ship. Time to go diving. Dun dun. There's the shipwreck. Oh, wait, that's a different one. That one's from 2016. But they'll find things like this from time to time. They sink. They get covered up with silt, dirt, beach sand, and they decompose from time to time. But the sand, if it gets covered quick enough, it will keep it safer. So the Schleswig-Holstein State Archaeological Office has urged members of the public to contact if anyone observes the wreck again. They could send divers, but that's really expensive. In that water, they probably need a freaking dry suit. Anyway, the latter vessel ran aground in the 19th century. This one off of says in 2016, a wreck washed up on Hornum Odd on the island of Sylt, for example, and the wreck was of the Ulpiano, a Spanish bark, is also well known. The latter vessel ran aground in the 19th century on the small German island of Suderusund in the Wadden Sea. And some people believe that pirates love the sea, but really, they prefer the R. Anyway, some people say R, but anyway. The next article's over in Hatch Ideas. A company is giving away $10,000 every second during the final 2 minutes of the Super Bowl. Rewards app Fetch. You're never going to make it happen. We'll distribute $1.2 million to 120 people in a first-of-its-kind live stream. So Aaron Davis over at entrepreneur.com put the article together. 120 people will each get $10,000. One winner selected every second of the remaining 2 minutes of regulation time. Fetch says that it is the biggest giveaway, live stream giveaway associated with an official big game advertisement on a Sunday in February during a blue moon while the East Coast is frozen over. Just got to be more precise until it actually is something really big. Come on, it's 120 people getting $10,000. Anyway, Super Bowl airs February 9th and will feature the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles, but we're not allowed to talk about it. So this is now in reference to the superb owl named Kansas and its mate, Phila. Anywho, let's move on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. This man was born to save spiders and has over 1,000 tarantulas. Ugh. And need to take some medicine if you have 1,000 tarantulas. Sounds like a condition. But anyway, no. Some people really dig tarantulas. 37-year-old from South Gloucester began collecting the creepy crawlies in 2021 after being diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I guess that's their comfort animal. I don't know. When doctors suggested a hobby might benefit his mental health, Phoenix recalled a pet tarantula he'd had as a teenager, and now 1,000 spiders later turned bipolar disorder into maybe something else. I don't know. He says he feels he was born to save the arachnids. The article is over at Vice.com, which is kind of an apropos name, I suppose. And Meredith Kyle put the article together. Pardon me one second. So that is to say he lives, real life Spider-Man lives with 1,000 tarantulas. Now 1,000 spiders later, there's an article being written about him, at least one. Aaron Phoenix amassed his collection of over 1,000 tarantulas by breeding and rescuing the arachnids. They get messages all the time from people who have had large collections who want to downsize or fallen out of love with the hobby. He shares with SWNS, which is, I don't know. I don't know what SWNS is. It doesn't actually break it out here, but it links to a NewYorkPost.com website. So I don't know. So they apparently had already gone viral for the collection, it says in the article, and Phoenix found another use for the arachnids. He travels around the country helping people face and conquer their fear of the creepy crawlies. I used virtual reality a long time ago to facilitate that, but hey, everybody's a little different. What a difference a year makes. They celebrated another year at his store, A House of 1,000 Inverts, with a heartfelt Instagram post. Over the moon with how far they have come. Dun, dun, dun. So there's more over at this article. You can go and check it out. It's over at Vice.com. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. NASA tracking a bus-sized asteroid approaching Earth at 30,000 miles per hour. 2025 BS4. Yeah, there's a lot of BS for 2025 going around. Maybe anywhere between 17 and 40 feet across, and will approach at about twice the distance between Earth and the moon. The article here is written by Jess Thompson over at Newsweek.com. And so, yeah, I love how we're supposed to know that a school bus, they don't say if it's a normal, average, everyday bus, or if it's a short bus, or if it's some modified bus, but hey, it's a bus, so we have some idea of what it really is. Asteroids in our system are mostly found in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Occasionally, interactions with the gravity of the planets can cause an asteroid to be ejected from this reservoir, zooming into the inner solar system and in the vicinity of Earth. They say it's three-dimensional. What, space is three-dimensional? That is not what I get from Star Trek and Star Wars. It's linear, and you can put horses on the outside of starships. Anyway, whilst there's a huge number of comets and asteroids out there, most of them move on orbits that don't perfectly intersect with that of Earth. Even when they do cross our orbit in terms of distance to the sun, they usually pass harmlessly well above or below. This one's hurtling towards us, 30,000 miles per hour, apparently. Due to its proximity to the Earth, 2025 BS4 is classified as a NEO, a near-Earth object, which are defined as objects that come within 120 million miles of the Sun or 30 million miles of Earth. Yikes. Anyway, get something to eat. You won't know it if this hits Earth. Who knows what kind of damage it'll do. Maybe we'll just, I don't know. Trying to come up with something funny about this, but I'm lost. Let's go. The next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. A French winemaker whose wines are illegal in his home country, Maxime Chapoutier, makes wines that combine French and Australian grapes, a strict no-no in the EU. Will Small over at BBC.com put this article together. There's no deck statement, but winemaker Maxime Chapoutier, there we go. I'll correct myself, Chapoutier, would be arrested if he tried to sell two of his newest wines in his native France, and they're likely be outraged about these wines in France, and that would be a good thing. Sometimes you need to be provocative to drive change. Under both French and European Union law, it's forbidden to make a wine that combines EU and non-EU fruit. In France, in particular, authorities take such things very seriously. Add a strict appellation or classification system to France's wine regions, and the thought of blending French and Australian wine to create a global hybrid would horrify many French wine lovers. You know what? Send me a couple of bottles. Maybe I can get them sent here. I don't know if they're already here, but we'll see. Maxim has created the wines in partnership with the UK online retailer, the Wine Society, where they call Hemispheres Red and Hemispheres White. The red is made from Syrah grapes, or Shiraz as they're called in Australia, while the white is a blend of Marsanne and Viognier, I guess? Voinier varieties, which I don't recall that, but I'm not a connoisseur of fine wines. I like beer and other spirits, but I like a good wine from time to time. And believe me, we've been hearing some whining. Anyway, we need to adapt for consumers and make wines more accessible, which international blends can help do. Maybe the EU law will change. It's more ecological to ship wines from Australia to Europe in bulk, as you don't have the weight of all the glass bottles, it says. So maybe they can fill it there. That's actually some of the problem sometimes, is they want something domestic and not just something that takes money from the system and deposits it outside of the EU or wherever. A lot of countries do that, where they want something produced in country to add value to the local economy or domestic economy. So Penfolds refers to these blends as wines of the world and says that they possess an otherness that can be best described as worldly, whatever that's supposed to mean, says the author. Anyway, go and check this out. Will Small over at bbc.com. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Last 4 escaped monkeys are captured in South Carolina after months on the loose. Officials say that they've recaptured the final 4 monkeys who escaped 2 months ago from South Carolina. Dun dun dun. It's this weird compound in a tiny little town where they breed them for medical research, and they all escaped. 43 escaped. The rhesus macaque monkeys, all females, made a break for it after police said that an employee did not fully lock their enclosure at Alpha Genesis, a facility that breeds them for medical research, known to locals as the Monkey Farm. They were on the loose. The area saw its first snow in 7 years, accumulating up to 3 inches. The rhesus macaques made a break for it on November 6th and mostly hung around near the facility, and they're about the size of a cat, weighing roughly 7 pounds. It appears the worker unintentionally left the gates unlocked when the monkey escaped, Westergaard said in November. Workers were supposed to lock and latch one gate before opening another, but all 3 gates and latches were left unsecure. Duh. This is how something Planet of the Apes happens. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over on the Mobile channel. I'm going to make these next 3 really quick. We have 2 left, but that last one was pretty quick, and I'll make these next 2 really quick. British Museum partly closed as sacked worker shuts system. So British Museum said that it's been forced to close some of its galleries after an IT contractor trespassed into the museum and shut down several of our systems. You fire me, I'm taking my passwords with me. So the museum said, the museum, one of the UK's capital's biggest tourist draws and best known for housing the Rosetta Stone. And there are many, actually, of these little translational stones, but the one that's referred to as the Rosetta Stone is of particular interest. And the Parthenon marbles, said police had arrested the suspect. An IT contractor who was dismissed last week trespassed into the museum and shut down several of their systems. We're working hard to get the museum back to being fully operational, but with regret, our temporary exhibitions have been closed today and will remain so over the weekend. So a message on the museum's website stated that it was open, but due to an IT infrastructure issue, some galleries have had to be closed. So capacity is limited. About 1,800 objects were disclosed as missing or stolen in August of 2023. We actually talked about them. We aggregated some of the news regarding this. Hundreds of items have since been recovered. Following a furor around the scandal, Hartwig Fischer, the director of the museum at the time, resigned after a temporary head was appointed. Nicholas Cullinan, who was previously in charge of the National Portrait Gallery, took over the role last year. Dun, dun, done. But no arrest regarding those missing objects has been reported. And finally, the next article, and our last one for the January 27th episode of Non Sequitur News, RealityHacker is where it's housed. It's one of our weekly shows. George R.R. Martin co-authored a scientific paper, and they say, okay, cool. Now finish The Winds of Winter. The article is over at Wired.com. It's written by Jennifer Oliette from Ars Technica, but published over at Wired.com. And it says here, although fans of A Song of Ice and Fire might still be hankering for the long-delayed book in the series, best-selling sci-fi author George R.R. Martin has instead added a different item to his long list of publications, a peer-reviewed physics paper just published in the American Journal of Physics that he co-authored. The paper derives a formula to describe the dynamics of a fictional virus that is the centerpiece of the Wild Cards series of books, a shared universe edited by Martin and Melinda M. Snodgrass, with some 44 authors contributing. Wild Cards grew out of the Superworld RPG, specifically a long-running campaign game mastered by Martin in the 1980s, with several of the original sci-fi writers who contributed to the series participating. A then unknown Neil Gaiman once pitched Martin a Wild Card story involving a main character who lived in a world of dreams. Martin rejected the pitch. Gaiman's idea became the Sandman, of which I have a hardbound version, and now I'm not sure what to do with it, because some people can distance a bad actor from their works. I have a hard time, at least in the modern age. Cultural relativism aside, things like H.P. Lovecraft, the culture of the time was basically what H.P. Lovecraft was immersed in and wallowing around in. And it's not like that now. Well, anyway, and so you can read H.P. Lovecraft horror and realize a lot of the context is cultural and temporal, and you just say, I will never allow that to happen again. Not everybody can do that. Anyway, the series is basically an alternate history of the U.S. in the aftermath of World War II. An airborne alien virus designed to rewrite DNA had been released over New York City in 1946 and spread globally, infecting tens of thousands worldwide. It's called the wild virus because it affects everyone individually different, every individual differently. It kills 90% of those it infects and mutates the rest. It's an interesting premise. I've got a storybook world called Aerith that has no alien virus, but has the same core premise of 90% of the population being wiped out, and effects coming on the heels of that. So, and that's actually one of the channels here, Aerith, a storybook world where if you want to write in it, you actually get a world within the omniverse of Aerith. But more on that some other time. Anyway, a physicist walks into a fictional universe. They talk about this virus and how it spreads and whatnot. So being a theoretician, they couldn't help but wonder if a simple underlying model might tidy up the canon. Like any physicist, they started with back-of-the-envelope estimates, but then they went off the deep end, eventually suggested only half jokingly that it might be easier to write a genuine physics paper than another blog post. So they worked with R.R. Martin to write the paper. Demonstrate the wide-ranging flexibility and utility of physics concepts by converting this vague and seemingly unapproachable problem into a straightforward dynamic system, thereby putting a wealth of conceptual and mathematical tools at students' disposal. Very interesting. There's more of this article over at Wired.com, as well as originally appearing over at Ars Technica earlier this month. Anyway, pretty cool. I might end up reading this just so that I'm more actually interested in the Wildcard series of books, but I've never read them. At any rate, we are going to close the books on our episode today, and that's going to snap us back in time to January 27th, front page of ohmtown.com, so you can go over there and check it all out. And I'm going to say, see you later. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and I hope to see you there and here on Twitch and over on YouTube and the podcast. There's 1,700 episodes over on YouTube and the podcast. There are 7 podcasts, 6 of which are weekly, 1 of which is daily, Non Sequitur News. That's this. I couldn't make it yesterday to do the episode on time. I may not be able to do tonight's either, but we shall see. Mayoral duties abound. And that's it. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow or the day after, before yesterday. Time stuff. It's just kind of confusing. So, bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 28th, 2029. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm in the time machine. Today, we're going to talk about these 10 articles. The sentient AI is not available at this moment, but we're going to be doing the January 29th episode shortly here after this show. So, actually, wait a minute. May not be able to. Anyway, we're going to be talking about these 10 articles. Raising the Nerds Bar with Shabuzi, the introverted entrepreneur augmenting humanity, a 1900-year-old papyrus, bookshop.org's ebook store, crumb trail to recall, peel and stick radar sensors, limited edition asteroids watch, the Uni Spiral Mixer will take your wallet for a spin. And FDA approves Ozempic for chronic kidney disease with diabetes. Interesting, the wonder drugs like Ozempic are. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. Like I said earlier, I run ohmtown.com, and we are in the time machine talking about the news. See you on the other side. We're 8 days, and if we're in the time machine, 8 days. All right. Anyway, the first article that we're going to talk about today is the Nerd Super Bowl ad teaser that raises the bar with Shabuzi. The article starts out by saying that it isn't the Beyonce Bowl, but Shabuzi will have to make do with the Nerd Super Bowl ad for his second big NFL showing, after being notably ignored at the Country Music Association Awards despite his hit single, a bar song, Tipsy. And today is a Brews and News episode, but I can't really share the beer because it's hyper-local. Sorry. Let's just say that it's a New England IPA, and it's really, really good. Great combination of citrus and bitter. My style of beer. Anyway, spending 19 weeks atop Billboard's Hot 100, country fusion artist Shabuzi is going to be in the Super Bowl again. Ferrera Candy Brand brings in the chart-topping Beyonce Bowl guest for a less tipsy take on bringing good things together. The article is by Jason Knott over at adweek.com, but I'm not logged in. I never really log into Adweek. And they say they're not only appeared in Beyonce's halftime show during the Netflix NFL Christmas debut, but now centers Nerds Super Bowl campaign. And essentially, Shabuzi eats some Nerds gummy clusters, which frees a Nerds character from an antique radio and coats Shabuzi's guitar in color and candy. And there's a still of basically these little, turning the guitar into a giant Nerds candy. Pretty cool. Anyway, let's keep rolling through this. The next article is over in Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation, the challenges you'll face as an introverted entrepreneur, and the 5 key strategies to help you overcome them if you are an introverted entrepreneur. And I'm one of these. I'm better as a consultant, where I can tell other people what to do and they do it. But me, I don't like following my own advice. I don't like asking for money. I don't like, I don't know. It's just not in my nature. So that's kind of why everything is the way that it is here. So I hope that you enjoy the show and you follow us on Twitch or on YouTube and download the podcast and leave a 5-star review. That would help us out tremendously. Leave a review. That would be great. And wherever you want to leave a review. And you can download the podcast from anywhere you catch pod. Anyway, Atalia Monet, and it was edited by Chelsea Brown. It's an article over at entrepreneur.com. And it says, while introversion isn't a weakness, introverted entrepreneurs must recognize when stepping out of their comfort zone is necessary. Common challenges that introverted entrepreneurs face include limited networking opportunities, struggles with self-promotion, overwhelmed in collaborative settings, and energy drain in social situations, all of which I suffer from, which is why I really like streaming. Strategies that can be used to overcome these setbacks include leveraging digital networking, rehearsing pitches or presentations to boost confidence, and focusing on strengths, delegating sales, and setting boundaries. So what's really interesting about this is you can be an introvert, and it isn't about lacking confidence when it comes to presentations and pitches and stuff like that. I talk to crowds every day, and that isn't really my biggest problem. My biggest problem is self-promotion, networking. I figure people have better things to do than to entertain my handshake and small talk. I don't like promoting myself. That struggle is real. And I have no problem with collaborative settings, but social situations, like if I'm hanging out where I have to go and meet people and stuff like that, it's just draining. But so they talk about this, limited networking opportunities. The challenge is introverts may shy away from large events or social gatherings, which can limit their ability to expand their professional network and discover new opportunities. Again, that isn't the problem. It's going out and meeting these people for networking opportunities. That the challenge for, I think, introverted entrepreneurs is that it is draining and it's hard to, with the objective of meeting people for business, it seems, at least to me, that it is, I didn't put it in the bot. Doggone it. Anyway, I'll put it in the show notes over I'll put the show notes over in YouTube's description as soon as it's done. Anyway, the problem is essentially selling yourself, like going out and saying, this is what I can do. I tend to rely on word of mouth, people coming to me. And then I have the problem with really demanding money that I know that I'm worth. So it's wild. So self-promotion, networking, it's pretty much one and the same. Collaborative. So number 2 is struggles with self-promotion. Number 3 is overwhelm in collaborative settings. They struggle to assert their ideas or preference in group settings. And that usually happens. But when I am working with somebody, they know that they're paying a good deal of money to get advice. I tend to give my advice away for free, though, hence the show that I'm trying to spin up. Anyway, energy drain in social situations, that's almost self-evident there. It says impact, burnout, and avoidance of key events that could drive business forward. Yeah, you need to overcome that, but it's very, very tough. Difficulty with sales and pitching. That, again, I rely on people going to the website. Preference for solitary work. Number 7 is risk of being overlooked. And so they actually give 5 strategies to overcome these setbacks. Leveraged digital networking, so like LinkedIn to build connections, but it's disembodied, and so you don't actually have the direct connection with a human being. You've got a link, and it's not as real, essentially. That's my argument, at least. Prepare and practice. Again, entrepreneurs aren't. If you're an entrepreneur and you're an introvert, odds on you don't have a problem with the presentation and the pitches themselves, or even talking to people. It's more about, it's an energy drain. And getting that energy is really tough. It's not about confidence. Focus on strengths, use your thoughtful nature to create authentic relationships and deliver value. But that's kind of, all of this is one of those things where it says how to draw an owl. And they go draw a circle, draw another circle, and then draw a freaking owl. None of this is actually saying this is how you do it. How do you leverage a digital network? Because you can link to all kinds of people on LinkedIn, but it doesn't do jack shit to help your business. Prepare and practice. Again, you have to find the locations where you can pitch. You have to find people to listen to you long enough. I mean, I do this every day. Focus on strengths. Delegate sales. You have to hire somebody or partner with somebody, which means that you have to compromise your business process to link with somebody who's going to go out and find you sales. You lose money that way. And you have to work with a person that may not necessarily be your favorite, and it's typically contractually based. And then set boundaries, plan downtime after social events to recharge and avoid burnout. Yeah, this is a short and sweet article. Let's keep going, though. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News, Augmenting Humanity, exploring the essential foundations of artificial ultra intelligence. So this article over at Nature, it says, examining the nature and origin of human intelligence and the intersection with machine intelligence in the past, present, and posited future. This article is by Marcus Weldon, Newsweek contributing editor for AI and president emeritus of Bell Labs. The article starts out by saying, as preparation for their upcoming series of interviews for Newsweek with the protagonists and practitioners of AI, I have been consuming a plethora of sources that examine the nature and origin of human intelligence and the intersection with machine intelligence in the past, present, and posited future. They've been particularly struck by 2 books, Genesis by Eric Schmidt, Greg Muni, and Henry Kissinger. Yes, that Henry Kissinger. That does an impressive job of outlining the potential risks and opportunities of AI employed in the essential domains of human society and industry, and A Brief History of Intelligence by Max Bennett, which does an equally impressive job of identifying the 5 evolutionary innovations that gave rise to and underpin human intelligence today. So I won't be able to go through all of this. And frankly, I haven't read these books because I think that they're all essentially opinion pieces. I am right now actively utilizing DeepSeek. and I'm in the process of obtaining the 671 billion parameter model. I find this really fascinating. This is probably the most elaborate one in terms of thinking that I've seen so far, because it is the only one that I have that expresses its entire thought process before it answers. So I find it really interesting to monitor the machinations that the AI is going through. I can't wait until I get the bigger item, the bigger model, DeepSeek R1 671 billion parameter model. I'm going to have to upgrade a computer to get it to actually operate, but we'll see. At any rate, they say, but to make progress, we need to tie the concept of human dignity to something more concrete, something that's rooted in human cognition or intelligence, which is clearly the foundational capabilities from which any concept of dignity must emerge. They're talking about this idea of philosophers that have extended this definition to explicitly include the moral requirement to actively assist one another in achieving and maintaining a state of well-being, and also the intrinsic value of effort or labor. AI, I think, is basically going to get more and more advanced, and in this day and age, it's going to replace a sophisticated enough AI will be able to replace humans, because it's built off of human intelligence, and everything that has been scooped up into the AI is getting more and more refined. And there is a claim now afoot that DeepSeek stole tech from OpenAI, but we'll see more about that probably on January 29th. We'll see. And weirdly enough, my download of this 671 billion parameter model is reversing. It was at 10% and now it's back to 2. I'm troubled. Anyway, they refer to things like the learning brain, the simulating brain, the mentalizing brain, and the communicating brain developed in early humans, allowing the efficient sharing of one's own actual experiences and one's own imagined actions and interactions with others. They say the first 3 phases of brain development are dependent on old cortex and limbic system, whereas the latter 2 phases are entirely dependent on the development of the neocortex. There is considerable debate about the evolutionary pressure that gave rise to this new cortex, but there are 2 primary models, the social model and the ecological model, and they break that out. This is a lot of maybes and equivocations and discussions, but it's all really opinion and founded in some observation in medical science and social sciences like psychology and sociology. So I won't be able to go through this entire article for this particular show. It's just too deep. But I think maybe I'll just get these 2 books so that I've got a basis for this. Because this is really, really new stuff. And they're going back all the way to Homo erectus emerging 2 million years ago, and the development of language. But they don't talk about when that actually took place. But anyway, they're basically reducing the entire creation of humans, not necessarily creations, but the evolution of humans into what this is today, which is models for AI. So now we have this connection to our experience and LLMs and their manifest facility with language. We are unavoidably seduced by this ability and attribute human-like intelligence where there is none. Except it is pseudo-intelligence, they may not be, quote unquote, creating thought, but we don't really know what thought is. We like to romanticize it and say that it is unique onto humans, but I wouldn't be so sure about that. We just don't know how to communicate with non-humans. So anyway, I'll have to keep on going because this is just going to be, it's beyond the scope of this one show, but I'm going to earmark this so that I can do a deeper dive at a later date. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel. 1900-year-old papyrus reveals gripping case about Roman tax fraud and forgery. A newly studied ancient papyrus is so detailed that it could be an episode of Law and Order Roman style. Margarita Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put it together. A newly studied ancient papyrus is so detailed that it could be an episode of Law and Order Roman style, is the text statement. Researchers in Austria and Israel have translated the longest Greek papyrus ever found in the Judean desert. Previously unearthed, misidentified, and then nearly forgotten, Hannah Cotton Paltiel of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem rediscovered the papyrus in 2014, so 10 years ago. How much information do we just not freaking know? It's staggering, absolutely staggering. And then we make assumptions, cultural and temporal assumptions as to the nature of this and what took place around it. The artifact provides unique insight into a case that dealt with tax fraud, forgery, and the fraudulent sale and freeing of enslaved people during a period of tension in the Roman province of Judea. Pretty damn fascinating. But I won't go through this entire article. I'll let you all do that. Let's keep going. This next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Bookshop.org's new ebook store will have a tough time taking on Amazon. So the company is initially launching apps in Android and iOS and the web, with dreams of someday creating an e-reader of its own. I don't think that really is that big of a deal, an e-reader of its own. With e-paper the way that it is, it should be fairly inexpensive to set up a Kickstarter from jump right now. It's really easy. I can make an e-reader in a weekend. It's not that hard. The infrastructure connecting it, that is going to take more in terms of being able to download download books and all of that. But the basic reader, come on, man, that's an excuse. The company announced today the launch of its own ebook store along with the reader app. And if you have the app, then you can actually put it on its own reader. Again, pretty damn cheaply. The most expensive thing is the e-ink screen itself. Obviously, mass production takes tooling, but you can, like I said, Kickstarter this. Hell, Pebble is coming back with another smartwatch. So they hit it out of the park with their original Pebble, of which I was one of their Kickstarter funders. Anybody can do it, really. I'm hoping to launch a Kickstarter here in 2025. So I've been putting it off for a long time. I really need to do it. So they say, although physical bookstores have remained stubbornly more popular than ebooks, studies have found that ebook readers tend to read more on average. And that's because they have direct access to books so much faster. They don't have to go anywhere. CEO Andy Hunter argues that ebooks have remained unpopular due to a lack of innovation caused in large part by Amazon's stranglehold on the market. The company's Kindle is synonymous with ebooks, accounting for 75% of the market. Most people who want ebooks simply buy a Kindle, and where the books actually come from is secondary. Well, send me, I'll help, I'll facilitate this. I'll help you all build an ebook reader prototype, man. Like I said, can do it in a weekend. Can literally build an ebook reader in the weekend. Interface and everything, man. It's surprisingly easy. Anyway, that dominance is problematic for two reasons, but this is what I have said. Mergers and acquisitions limit options. And because Amazon is so damn big, it takes a mountain of capitalization But they were the ones that kept on spending and recouping their money because that's how it works. They buy out somebody, some company. The people that want the money and don't have the heart to keep the store operating will sell. Just like family farms, the kids don't want to be a farmer, so they move out, and then the family farm gets sold to a mega corporation, and well, that's how you end up with prices rising. Well, anyway, to add insult to injury, Hunter told Gizmodo that because Apple takes a 30% cut in or on in-app purchases, Bookshop.org cannot sell ebooks through its iOS reader app. Users must buy books through its website and then open them in the app. Or you realize that a 30% cut is actually facilitating 70% additional. Okay. You're literally allowing friction over 30% to prevent people from purchasing a book. If your margins are less than 30%, I can understand that. But then you're talking about nobody getting any money because nobody wants to go to a website to buy it, so that they have to go over to the e-reader to open it. It's asinine. It creates friction. So you are getting 100% of nothing because you're not allowing for 30% to go to Apple. I would do what Kindle initially did, because they too don't have in-app purchases at one point. Sell credits. Have them purchase in blocks of, whatever, $100 or $30 or whatever, and then they use tokens in app to acquire the product. So Hunter hopes the first step to loosening Amazon's control is asking it to allow Bookshop.org's books onto the Kindle reader so that readers can at least support local. If it says no, he hopes lawyers will step in and try to force its hand through legal action, which, hey man, all it took was the EU to force Apple. So you've got a chance. And hell has frozen over, so you might as well. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. By the way, that article is entirely about bookshop.org. It was written by Thomas Maxwell. So let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Breadcrumb recall sparks nationwide warning. La Fiesta Food Products is recalling breadcrumbs due to an undeclared allergen. John Jackson over at Newsweek.com put the article together, and it says here that La Fiesta brand unseasoned breadcrumbs Pan Rallado and seasoned breadcrumbs Pan Rallado Sazonado, due to the products containing sesame as an undeclared allergen, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced on Tuesday. Additionally, the breadcrumbs label does not include the allergen declaration in Spanish. They reached out, Newsweek reached out for comment. So why does it matter? Because people have allergies to various things, and sesame needs to be labeled as an allergen on packaged food, including dietary supplements, because people have an allergy. And they talk about sesame allergic reactions can be severe and life-threatening depending on the level of your allergic reaction, including anaphylaxis. So you need an EpiPen to recover, or emergency services need to be called. Anyway, there's a bunch of different UPCs, but Pan Rallado and Pan Rallado Sazonado are the two items that you should be returning to the store for a refund. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Logitech's peel and stick radar sensors could let companies invisibly monitor their offices, and it's so creepy. But I actually have a need for something similar. If it is what I'm expecting it to be, Logitech sales boomed during the pandemic as people outfitted their home offices, and it's getting a piece of the hybrid workplace with teleconferencing gear too. But Logitech's also got a little-known corporate office management solution that could soon expand beyond conference rooms using a pebble-shaped person detection device called the Logitech Spot. It's a millimeter wave radar sensor you can peel and stick up anywhere, letting companies invisibly see whether people are in a room. The company claims it'll last 4 years on a single D-cell. That's not a tiny device. D-cell shaped lithium battery. No wires required at all. So I dig that. I might have to get that. Just so that I can put it in the studio to remind me, not that I'm in the room, but when I leave, I need to be notified of something. And sometimes I forget. But I'm not going to get into it. But yeah, I want to know when somebody is in a room. So it's a millimeter wave radar sensor you can peel and stick up anywhere. The article is by Sean Hollister over at theverge.com. And that's what it looks like. You can actually buy these things and build them yourselves with a Raspberry Pi or one of its many iterations. It's not just a radar sensor. It also measures particulates, VOCs, CO2, temperature, pressure, humidity, so your company can get a health score for any given room. But the first clear draw is for companies to know whether workers are actually using their office space and which rooms get used as they make decisions about downsizing those offices, issuing return to office mandates, or reconfiguring them for hybrid work. It's very, very dystopian. You might as well just put a damn camera up, right? But let's not give Logitech any goddamn examples or ideas. He says the radar can see through roughly 5 meters away and maybe up to 2 feet left or right. Could theoretically know the general placement of people in a room, but that's about it. For larger rooms, companies are already widely using cameras to detect and track employees, he says. But this could be useful for smaller spaces where you don't want to have a camera pointed at people if they are in the room or not, because it's freaking creepy. Anyway, this doesn't do away with the creep factor, at least when it's used in business and stuff like that. It just seems kind of disgusting. Anyway, if I get the work done, it doesn't matter if I'm in an office or not. Kiss my shiny metal ass. I can get it done on a beach. Hate to break it to you. I could be picking my nose in a coffee shop and get 8 hours worth of work done. Where I do it shouldn't matter. Unless I'm hands-on manufacturing something, I should be able to do intellectual work any freaking where. Anyway, Logitech hasn't announced a price for the Spot yet, so it's definitely too early to say. And this is not going to endear me to any of these people who want control over human population. Anyway, coming soon to an office near you, the lack of work-life balance. All right, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Atari's limited edition Asteroids watch tells time with orbiting spaceships. I want this. I'm going to jump straight on over to the source. The company partnered with watchmaker Nubio to create a timepiece that celebrates the 45th anniversary of the classic game. Andrew Lazuski put the article together for TheVerge.com. And I'm instantly in love with this. I used to play Asteroids with my father in an old arcade where you just plop quarters in it back in the day. Unfortunately, this says that the watch is available through Nubio's website, which lists each watch priced as being discounted to $499 from $1650. You can also order them through Atari's website, which lists the price at $499 each. Although some have already sold out. Each style is limited to just 125 pieces. Excuse me. So all of you Apple Watch makers, build this face. I'll take it. I would love this. I'm sure Atari would come down raining on our parade, but it is what it is. The watch is water resistant. It's a standard watch, but it's a digital standard watch. It's not a smart watch. All of the graphical elements on the Asteroids watch face are printed with glow-in-the-dark Swiss Super Luminova pigments that are protected beneath a durable sapphire lens and a stainless steel case. The watch is water resistant, like I said, making it durable enough to 21 atmospheres, making it durable enough for recreational diving, But don't use it as a dive watch. That's dumb. Although you could, theoretically. It comes in a protective case with an interior that borrows design elements from the Atari video game computer, or VCS, the Atari Video Computer System that launched in 1977. I had an Atari. I dig this. Yeah, I like this. I want it, but I won't spend $500 on anything other than a smartwatch. And I don't think that's a smartwatch, right? It's just a timepiece. Created in collaboration with watchmaker Nubio, which previously released a collection of Space Invaders themed. Oh, so nothing really original here. All right. So Uni's first departure from, we'll go on to the next article. We have two more, including this one. And I'm going to try and get this show done within an hour. So Uni's first departure from pizza ovens is a $799 spiral mixer, taking your wallet for a spin for sure. Uni, the Scottish company behind the outdoor pizza oven fame. I have an Uni pizza oven. It has not been used in a considerable amount of time, mainly because I got a flat top and then stopped using that to, I don't know, anybody want a flat top? Anyway, it's expanding into a new product category without sacrificing the brand's pizza theme. The Halo Pro is an $800 mixer that tries to do the same for pizza dough that the company did for pizza ovens, bring restaurant quality baking to the home kitchen. The Uni Halo Pro uses spiral mixing technologies, which is better for dough, including thicker ones for pizza. Their gentle, more efficient approach minimizes temperature increases and optimizes hydration, combining to create stronger gluten. So any grain, you're going to get gluten. When you fold it all up and let it rest and then punch down and then fold it up, you build these long chains, and that is gluten, and then it makes it stretchy, and as long as you keep it hydrated, then it makes it delicious. And you had me at pizza, but anyway, the mixer is designed for making the dough. The Halo Pro makes and costs a lot of dough. I'm kind of curious. I'm doing a project, and I like the idea of this. It says it can mix 11 pounds of dough at once, enough for 20 pizzas or 6 loaves of bread. The mixer specializes in dough, but it's hardly limited to it. It ships with a spiral hook, removable breaker bar, geared whisk, and flexible beater. That tool set opens the door for things like whipped cream, egg whites, batters. But yeah, $800, and it'll be available in April. And our last article for today is over in the Hatch Ideas channel. FDA approves Novo Nordisk's Ozempic to treat chronic kidney disease. Pardon me. I'm losing my voice, so I think I might not be able to do the 29th show until tomorrow, but we'll see. Expanded Ozempic approval in the U.S. could transform how doctors treat patients with chronic kidney disease, which involves a gradual loss of kidney function. Annika Kim Constantino put the article together for CNBC.com. The FDA approved Novo Nordisk's Ozempic for patients with both chronic kidney disease and diabetes, expanding the use of the widely popular injection in the U.S. The FDA's decision means Ozempic can be used to reduce the risk of kidney disease worsening, kidney failure, and death from cardiovascular disease in patients with chronic kidney disease and diabetes. The decision could transform how doctors treat patients with the condition, which involves a gradual loss. So what the real thing is that they need to make this no longer a liquid. It needs to be a pill to lower the price and increase availability, because it needs to be refrigerated. Or it definitely needs to limit the amount of time that it's not refrigerated. But they say that all chronic kidney disease is progressive. It's a year-on-year relentless decline in renal function, although these types of drugs, these weight loss drugs, because of the way that they work with the amount of sugar in your system. And they kind of like supercharge your body. So you lose weight, and there's some monitoring now of if it can reverse kidney disease and chronic kidney disease, or things like non-alcoholic fatty liver disease may be positively impacted by these GLP-1 drugs. So Ozempic reduced the risk of severe kidney outcomes, including kidney failure, reduction in kidney function, or death from kidney or heart causes by 24% in diabetic patients with chronic kidney disease compared with a placebo, according to 24% is a spectacular amount. In patients who took Ozempic, kidney function declined more slowly. The risk of major cardiovascular events dropped 18%, and the risk of death fell 20% compared with the placebo. Ozempic also cut the risk of cardiovascular-related deaths by nearly 30%, 29% specifically. And the rate of serious adverse side effects was 49.6 in patients who took Ozempic, lower than the 53.8% seen in the group that received a placebo. They basically want to lower the risk of cardiovascular related issues by paying attention to blood pressure. And so the EU regulators approved Ozempic for the same use in December. This is just expanding to the United States. So we'll see what happens as time goes on, because I think major changes, FDA will odds on be impacted by changes here in the United States. But that's it, folks. We are done. And with that, we are going to take the cap off of Non Sequitur News, and that'll bring us back to the front page for the 28th of January, 2025. I am Mayor Watt. I'm signing off, and I'm going to have a discussion with the AI to see if maybe we can postpone the January 29th show until tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be able to do the time machine earlier and get it posted, and then do the regular show on the 30th. So anyway, that's it for now. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. It's a time machine episode, and I'm going to post all of the links later in the show notes. Today is January 29th, 2025. This is the 29th episode of Season 4, but like I've been saying, we're going to do away with that whole thing. We just go by the day because we do it every day, except when Mayor Watt can't do the episode that same day. So you get time machine episodes. If I didn't introduce myself, I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, who isn't available at the moment, we talk about 10 articles. Today's 10 articles are a copyright office and AI, Waymo money grab, DeepSeek used its, wait a minute, DeepSeek used OpenAI? No. Somebody stole work? Scientists discover traces of salt. Whale deploys biological weapons. 5 reasons for vertical farming. Miles of LA beaches closed. This manufacturer is very supportive. A quick access to expressway home, and in the spirit of mergers and the frontier. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. It's pretty easy. Maybe. I don't know. All you have to do is hit sign up or sign in if you are already logged in. Or if you already have an account, you can log in. You get a 7th icon right there that has more utilities to it, but all of the shows are housed in these 6 main categories and 50 channels that are underneath it. Non Sequitur News basically grabs content from all over the site, and we aggregate from all over the world. So go and check it out. Anyway, see you on the other side. All right, let's get into it. I'm going to try and rip through these because I am, again, going to get pulled away, but I don't want to fall too far behind our daily shows. I'm hoping that maybe I'll be able to do the 2 tomorrow and be fully caught up just in time for Non Sequitur News weekend editions, where we have 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday. So on Saturday, we have RealityHacker Wanted and the Continuity Report. And on Sunday, we have WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech. Each one is a tighter niche on the content that we talk about. All right, so let's get into it. The very first article is one that's near and dear to me as the host of a show that's co-hosted by a sentient AI from the future. I think that this is wrong-headed, and I'm going to say why. But anyway, part 2 of the a series, the U.S. Copyright Office has released an AI report that says creative prompting does not constitute authorship. So that means that all of your AI-created works are not protected by copyright. Yeah, so if you're going to sell them, get out there and sell them, because somebody's going to come along and start using your work because you can't protect it. It's not allowed. And here's why I say that this is wrong-headed. So if a company can have personhood, then why can't the creations from an AI as directed by a human who gives it a directive, why can it not have copyright be granted to the person that initiated or pushed the button on the camera? It's the same thing. All you have to do to get a copyright on a photograph is have your camera running and it periodically take a picture and you get a copyright. All you have to do is say, yeah, I'm the one that took the picture. So, hey, what about AI? All I'm doing is giving it an instruction to create. Now, it gets a little complicated, but not really. If you just accept that it's nothing more than a tool and it's consuming a whole bunch of things that it observes, and nobody ever creates anything in a vacuum. And the only reason why something is original is because you haven't seen it done by somebody else. And it goes viral, because countless times I have run across people who have done something similar to something that gets discovered as something new and novel, and it's really not. Well, anyway, I won't get too deep into this because it's really a whole show all unto itself. And I would probably start by discussing it as Right Protect, which is all about copyright, IP, intellectual property. Anyway, trademarks, patents, etc. But that show is not operational yet. We're considering it for 2025. All right. But the U.S. Copyright Office has released part 2 of its multi-part artificial intelligence report. This one focusing on copyrightability of works made by, in part or entirely, using AI. Part 1 of the report was published in July of 2024, and it addressed digital replicas created by AI, which, whatever. So among the Copyright Office's recommendations was the need for passage of a federal law that would create a new form of property right for a person's digital replica to disincentivize the creation of realistic but false depictions of individuals, so deepfakes, which I think are patently wrong. It's fraud. There are laws that are in place for fraud, and other things like libel and slander, defamation, etc. There's a plethora of rules and that are not federally mandated, in the sense that it's new law. This is old settled law. So, but everything is argued, and you can sit there and say that it's parody or whatever. Well, anyway, they say part 2 and 3 were slated to be published at the end of 2024, but Register of Copyright Shira Perlmutter told the Senate IP subcommittee in November that we've been trying to set and follow our own ambitious deadlines, and that her key concern was that it was accurate and thoughtful. So they released this And it says some key conclusions in the report are that there's no need for legislative changes to accommodate works made by using AI. Copyright does not extend to purely AI-generated works, and that includes works made using AI prompts. But all you have to do is do some sufficient human control to warrant authorship. Must be determined on a case-by-case basis. But that sufficient human control to warrant authorship is parse your stuff, edit it, and because it's substantive, you'll be able to get it copyrighted, right? Not so fast. It's going to be on a case-by-case basis if you claim AI is involved in any way, shape, or form, or if somebody says it's created by AI. It's going to be really tough, though. Anyway, there's more in this article. And one of the things was that they reached back into this September 2023 denying registration of a work created by a generative artificial intelligence system, Mid-Journey, in which the board found that Jason M. Allen's two-dimensional artwork titled Theater de Opera Spatial Opera Theater contained more than a de minimis amount of AI-created content, and that the AI content must therefore be disclaimed. Allen had in part argued that he put numerous prompts in to get the right one that he liked. And again, I liken AI prompted generation to taking a photograph. You have no control over nature photography. You just happen to push the damn button at the right time. Right? You're in the right spot at the right time. Same as creating instant after instant after instant of AI until you get something that you agree with. And both are an exercise in compromise with the results. Anyway, spent a lot of time on this. Let's keep on going. We'll always be talking about this, at least until, I don't know, some type of change that takes place. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Waymo raises eyebrows with experimental feature to tip its driverless cars. According to leaked screenshots obtained by a security researcher, Jane Wong, the feature appeared on a screen that thanked customers for riding with us. But as it turns out, the feature seemingly isn't designed as a way to thank a soulless Jaguar EV. It's actually for charity donations, Wong clarified in a follow-up. Like when point-of-sale systems ask you to like round up or contribute to a worthy nonprofit. I do that pretty regularly when it's offered. Victor Tengerman over at The Byte, which is a section of futurism.com, put the article together. The deck statement says 2026, tipping your Waymo so it doesn't narc on you for having sex in the back. You probably shouldn't because there's cameras, I believe. So, still, the concept of tipping driverless vehicles still had many on social media cracking jokes as yet another illustration of the spread of tipping fatigue. I think everybody should just pay what they're supposed to be paying for an item or a service or whatever, and tipping will always be something that is offered by over-the-top benefit. Like you do something tremendous and you get tipped. Otherwise, you should have a living wage. Anyway, some users suggested that Waymo is looking for a tax break by having its customers donate to a charity, but experts have long debunked that idea, pointing out that corporations can't count customer donations as their own. Yeah, but they can count their income, the revenue generated by that, as their own and then donate? Maybe? Anyway, instead, Waymo could be looking to score some PR points given the endless stream of negative news. Just over the weekend, the Waymo cab was trashed by a crowd who tore the vehicle to shreds in the middle of Los Angeles street. And it's because it's kind of an inconsiderate vehicle. A lot of people are really irritated with Waymo. So despite plenty of negative press, Waymo has quickly become the driverless taxi company to beat, operating services in Phoenix, San Francisco, Los Angeles. The company is also looking to expand to Atlanta and Austin later 2025. I don't know how they're making so much money. It says here that the New York Times reported in September that Waymo was estimated to have lost around $2 billion. Yeah, billion with a B. It's phenomenal. All right. Well, anyway, let's move on. The next article is back to this AI thing, which is, pardon me one second. Let me pull something up. Okay. So OpenSeek. Wow. Kind of merged the two together. OpenAI says that DeepSeek used its work without permission to create an AI that's stealing its job, which is kind of ironic considering the claims that OpenAI used a shit ton of works without copyright holders' permission, and thus is a multi-billion-dollar corporation nearly overnight. After spending years indiscriminately ripping off other people's works and getting sued for copyright infringement left and right, OpenAI is sobbing that the buzzy Chinese AI startup DeepSeek did the same thing on its AI, that it's built on pilfered content. Financial Times reports OpenAI is accusing the app of using its proprietary models to train its own ChatGPT competitor. The company claimed that it had some evidence that DeepSeek used the output of OpenAI's models to train its own, a technique called distillation, that it says may have breached its terms of service. Well, you don't have much in terms, I'm sure. OpenAI is sobbing that someone else did exactly what it did. This is an article by Victor Tangerman. Like the last article is by Victor Tangerman, but this one's in Futurism.com's double standards section. News comes after DeepSeek flipped the AI industry on its head, wiping out over $1 trillion worth of market capitalization in a single day with an advanced model that's much less resource intensive than anything cooked up by Silicon Valley. And really the reason why there is so much value to AIs as they are is because they are not available to the public as a homebrew. Like, I've downloaded DeepSeek and I can use it all day long. The worst part is the 671 billion parameter model is 400 plus gigs of storage and takes a juggernaut of a machine to process the information. But I'll take it. I think that's just amazing. And although I do have some concerns about what the model outputs, so far my interactions have been, without issue until I talk about things like politics, and then it gets a little janky. Anyway, now that DeepSeek has come for OpenAI, and there is actually a Janus Pro graphics version of the DeepSeek model. It's coming from Midjourney and others. It can build charts and stuff like that, but I haven't actually run it. So it says here that now that DeepSeek has come for OpenAI, the ChatGPT maker is suddenly crying foul, whining that the upstart lab did exactly what it did to human creatives, vacuumed up its work and used it to build a competing product. So, yeah, I think this is tough shit. It says, I'm so sorry I can't stop laughing. AI critic Ed Zitron wrote in a scathing post, OpenAI, the company built on stealing literally the entire internet, is crying because DeepSeek may have trained on the outputs from ChatGPT. And I don't think that it's stolen anything. It may have integrated and contextualized and synthesized the content. That content is not in the model. Only the synthesized knowledge of it is. And so it doesn't output verbatim everything that it has consumed. It just doesn't have the capability. The internet is too big. Well, anyway, Sam Altman-led company refused to officially comment or provide further details, according to FT reports. And in reality, whether DeepSeek actually infringed on the intellectual property remains debatable. Yeah, so they'll be able to sit there and fight and argue and blah, blah, blah. I'm more worried. There's other things that I think are more problematic than this. And frankly, I want more and more competition. I want a superior AI that I can run on local machines. And that's fine with me. So the company added that it's critically important that we're working closely with the U.S. government to best protect the most capable models from efforts by adversaries and competitors to take U.S. technology. And it's that take U.S. technology that may be at the core of that. Yeah. Well, anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Scientists discover traces of salt water and building blocks of life in NASA's samples from the asteroid Bennu. 2 new papers describe hints to a brine-filled environment on the 4.5 billion-year-old space rock in the presence of amino acids, offering clues to how early Earth got its ingredients for life. A lot of people actually think that there is something to this, that life actually spawned from space. Not little green aliens, but from space. Ella Jeffries over at Smithsonian Magazine, smithsonianmag.com, put the article together. But this is the same OSIRIS-REx spacecraft that supposedly was hermetically sealed, but they found things that could only have come, well, the people that were reporting this are saying could only have come from Earth. But after a 7-year voyage, NASA's OSIRIS-REx spacecraft dropped off a capsule and then took off to another asteroid. Astronomers hope that Bennu, which at about 4.5 billion years old offers a glimpse into the solar system's early days, might reveal how organic materials first arrived on Earth and laid the groundwork for life to evolve. But the surprising presence of sodium carbonate indicates that Bennu's parent asteroid once had pockets of liquid water. When that water evaporated, it left behind only that salty brine-like residue rich in life-supporting elements such as phosphorus. If those components then rained down on Earth via meteorite strikes, then they could have helped seed the planet with the raw ingredients of life. Dun, dun, dun. Pretty cool. All right, there's more to this article as well, so go over, follow the links through ohmTown. You'll be able to get those links. You'll be able to get those links from the description of the live show, and then once I move it over to the standard playlist, you'll be able to get it from there as well. Anyway, you can also download the podcast. There's 1,800 episodes of ohmTown shows. Non Sequitur News, RealityHacker, Technology Today, the Continuity Report, Wanted, WarCrafters, etc. So we have 7 total shows. 6 are weekly, and 1 is a daily, Monday through Friday. All right. Well, anyway, this next article is UK Navy thought that they were under attack, but it was just biological weapons from a farting whale. UK's Royal Navy suspected Russian drones were targeting its nuclear subs when they kept hearing suspicious pings in the ocean. Imagine their surprise when they realized that it was just a farting whale. Whales can get gas, apparently. Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com put the article together, and it says here, we've been analyzing sounds and now believe it was a marine mammal, a whale. That's right, officials were picking up mysterious sounds that they mistook for one of Vladimir Putin's drone subs, when really they were just coming from a shameless whale that was tootin' and scootin'. It says, we are taking it very seriously, another source said. We have to assume the worst. Yep, whales utilizing biological weapons, gas warfare. All right, the next article is over in the Mobile Channel. 5 reasons why vertical farming is still the future, despite all the recent business failures. Yes, a lot actually failed really quick. I think the problem is that there's an expectation of multiples return on investment, but this is a long, it's a shift. We have to shift from relying on the sun and massive fields to distributed providers of a secure food source. But these 5 reasons why vertical farming is still in the future despite all the recent business failures. Plant factories are failing, with multiple companies closing or going bankrupt in recent months. Again, investors are the problem here. Investors invest, but they don't have a reasonable amount of runway. They want it all back within 5 years, or sizable profits coming off of it, so that they know that they're making more money at the end of those 5 years. Even if they don't get it all back, they know that it'll get back to them in ever-growing amounts. So here are the 5 reasons that they say. This is a Gail Taylor article from The Conversation, posted at phys.org. And I'm going to run through this really quick. Despite raising over $1 billion from investors, the company owned by a San Francisco-based startup, Plenty, the farm opened in 2023 to grow salads in partnership with Walmart, and then it was mothballed at the end of 2024 with the company citing rising energy costs as a problem. Well, you can use the sun, but it needs to be transferred into solar energy so that it can actually grow lights inside an enclosed container instead of just in a greenhouse and just out in a field with greater controls. I think that it's just short-sighted. New York-based Bowery Farming also halted its operations after being valued at $2.3 billion. Fellow American vertical farmers Aero Farms, Calera, App Harvest have similarly filed for bankruptcy in the past 2 years as the UK's growing underground, among various others. So the reason is that things are going up in price, and I think that they're just drawing power, and that is the biggest. It's very expensive to run a grow farm or a hydroponic farm. Multiple new indoor farming companies have sprung to life in the past decade, driven by significant venture capital. They've harnessed the latest in LED lighting and hydroponic and aeroponic growing systems, using land and water 10 to 100 times more efficiently than in a field with far fewer pesticides. That right there is the reason. But because it always has to be in smaller amounts than what mega farms have a vested interest in controlling, you're not going to be able to get the same return on investment because the sun is shining down on land. Now, that land could be put to better use, and it can be less dangerous because all of that land usually has pesticides and predation, very, very expensive equipment. But we have an institution in that we do things this way, and it relies on the sun shining. So you have to have massive amounts of footprint, whereas hydroponics and aeroponics are vertical. And I grow my own microgreens of various kinds in what I refer to as 6 farms. And they are 12 by 20 stainless steel tanks that have nutrient in it, and they grow without any soil. So it is, I have zero predation. I don't have, and 100% recovery. The only time I don't is when I run an experiment of some kind to see if I can push the limits and something goes wonky. But essentially, if you follow the recipe, 100% recovery. Anyway, is it more expensive? It's slightly more expensive, but again, I get 100%. I don't have any pesticides, not fewer. I have 0 pesticides in my farm. So, and everything is au naturel. There is, and very, very little waste because there's always a little bit of leftover water, but I can pour that on, outside plants or whatever. It doesn't even matter. Anyway, they say that it's still early. Heavy plant demand is coming, but that's a what if. They talk about plant-based plastics and whatever else, but heavy plant demand is coming, they say. Society stands on the edge of an unprecedented transformation as it shifts away from fossil fuels. That's going to be 100 years from now. I don't think that it's coming that soon. Science is on its side. Tunable wavelength LEDs have shown that certain spectral bands have a better crop effect, far red light, etc. Instead of just doing full spectrum, I can control my lights. It's horses of courses. Growing leafy greens indoors in California, as Plenty did, was always going to be challenging because it's wildly expensive, and unless you're using the sun, power is more expensive, and the area, the plot of land that you own, it's going to be more expensive. So, contrast Singapore, where only 6% of fresh produce is locally grown. It's prompted the government to develop 30 by 30 goal to supply 30% of nutritional needs by 2030, with vertical farming a key part of the strategy. Again, 100% recovery, 0 pesticides. And then they say baby in bathwater, which is just kind of a silly title for the subject. Unlike cutting-edge LED illuminated stacked warehouses, intensive hydroponic greenhouses have been operating commercially for decades. The Netherlands leads the way in supplying year-round fresh produce from these structures and is now the second biggest food exporter of the world. And you can actually make stuff from what is grown in these, like mango and stuff. It's quite fascinating. So even in the UK, it's common to find such greenhouses to supply potted herbs, tomatoes, strawberries all year round. Again, you can control everything. But the greenhouses actually are being powered by the sun instead of using LEDs. So you can't be truly full vertical. Full vertical means that I can have floor after floor, not just 20-foot tall stacks, but I could go higher. And I control everything using lighting internally. But greenhouses are susceptible to environmental impacts. So they can be destroyed by hail. They can be impacted by snow and rain and whatever else. But vertical farms, no. Anyway, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Miles of LA beaches are closed over chemical fears. Beaches have been shut because of recent rainfall and an increase in fire debris along ocean waters. If you don't know, Los Angeles has been getting crushed by fires. This article is over at Newsweek. Jordan King put the article together. They say why it matters. Fire debris runoff and pollutants in the water and on the sand may contain toxic or carcinogenic chemicals, according to the Los Angeles Public Health Department. That said, it could pose a threat, even more of a threat to people trying to recover from the recent devastation. And if you're sensitive, you may be impacted by it to a greater degree. So it says this closure, which is Los Angeles Health Department issued an open water closure covering the coastline from Las Flores State Beach to Santa Monica State Beach on Monday, saying that you should avoid water and sand contact because it's basically absorbing all of these carcinogenic toxic chemicals that might be runoff from the fires because of the increased rain. So, okay, let's keep going. This next article is over in four-wheel tech. Only a bra manufacturer could make NASA's $100,000 Apollo spacesuits. When NASA sent Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin to the moon, it put the best of American science and engineering to the test. As part of the Apollo program, experts from Boeing, North American Rockwell, and McDonnell Douglas were all called in for their expertise, as were craftspeople from American bra manufacturer. Owen Bellwood put this article together, and Jalopnik is where it is posted, jalopnik.com. American bra manufacturer Playtex was called on to stitch together the spacesuits worn by Apollo astronauts after beating defense contractors to the job. So Playtex was very supportive of the NASA project. So good on them. So Armstrong and Aldrin may have been the first men to set foot on the moon, but their journey there required all kinds of firsts from engineers on the ground. Chief among those tasks was the designing of the first spacesuit that could sustain life on a natural satellite. And really the key ingredient here is a cooling system, because there isn't anything that allows heat to radiate off, but you absorb heat. So when sun hits you in space, you heat up and you don't transfer the heat off. So you need liquid water flowing through the system, is my understanding. Designers from the company that manufactured Playtex bras took 6 weeks to design a concept suit that comprised of 21 different layers, each with a specific life-supporting purpose, explained the Smithsonian Magazine in a recent blog post. In tests of the spacesuits submitted by Playtex and 2 other contractors, the Playtex suit came out on top. Alternative options faced issues that saw them expand when the suits were pressurized, and another had its helmets blow off during testing. That's never good. So kudos to Playtex. Now they're saying that you don't need as much pressure. So something like 5 pounds or something like that. They don't need to be big and bulky. They just need to be robust enough to block the radiation and keep you cool. Although the ones that I've heard about recently, apparently, at least in one instance, the helmet was flooding. Could be wrong, but anyway, the next article is over on the Marble Channel. Grandpa refused to relocate, so the government built an expressway around his house. He was offered 180,000 pounds in compensation, but the stubborn grandpa refused. I saw this a while back. Sammy Caramello over at Vice.com put the article together, and there's a picture of this house. It's basically 40 feet in a hole with a freeway around it on either side. The freeway, the road itself, is about at the apex of the roof line. This grandpa is taking care of an 11-year-old grandson and lives there, and now they regret that they didn't take the deal. I mean, 180,000 pounds is a lot of money for somebody that's living with an 11-year-old grandson. Find something that's a little bit more approachable, I suppose. King's house is basically in a hole in the middle of this new expressway with the roof line pretty much level with the road, according to the article. He lives with that 11-year-old grandson that I mentioned, and they said if they could turn back time, I would agree to the demolition conditions they offered. Now it feels like I lost a bet. I saw a video of this where they have to walk through what looks like a flood channel pipe, actually, and they have to walk through a tunnel. So this thing is going to fill with water from time to time, particularly if it wasn't graded properly. And just to get in and out of this thing, I mean, you have direct freeway access, I get it. But man, somebody's going to end up in this house when they crash their car. This is such a joke. So yeah, they regret it. And I definitely would have. I mean, come on, we're talking about, it's Chinese government, by the way. I'm surprised, honestly, that they weren't just told, you got to relocate. It's kind of fascinating. Anyway, our last article is all about Frontier Airlines proposing a merger with fellow budget carrier Spirit again. And Spirit says no, apparently, right? So Frontier Airlines said Wednesday that it had again proposed combining with Spirit Airlines, which is in bankruptcy. The article is over at cnbc.com by Leslie Josephs. Spirit executives rejected Frontier's latest proposal, but said that they would consider a revised offer, so offer some more money and pull Spirit out of bankruptcy. And I'm pretty sure that you would be able to fly the Frontier Spirit Airlines in short order. Because the bankruptcy has a fiduciary duty to mitigate the losses and maximize profits. That's basically what they have set before them. So they continue to believe that under the current standalone plan, Spirit will emerge highly levered, losing money at the operating level, and this would not be a transaction we would pursue, wrote Frontier Chairman Bill Frank and CEO Barry Biffle in a Tuesday email to Spirit Chairman Mac Gardner and CEO Ted Christie. As a result, time is of the essence. Christie and Gardner told the Frontier counterparts that they were rejecting the offer, telling the terms were inadequate and unactionable, according to a letter shared by a securities filing on Wednesday. Frontier's new merger plan offered Spirit's debtors $400 million and a 19% stake in Frontier. It also proposed Spirit creditors provide $350 million in new funding, Spirit said. So that's weird. They offered $400 million, and it also proposed that Spirit's creditors provide $350 million in new funding. Weird. So, should you wish to make a revised proposal that is in fact capable of closing and addresses the material deficiencies cataloged here, they'll take a look at it. Anyway, pretty interesting that the two budget ones are trying to merge. And when there is no budget, when you're the only budget, there's no budget. because they're going to want to raise the prices, and you'll be losing. As a customer, you'll be losing options. And competition is the only way that price is lower. Just look at the prices of graphics cards right now. Until people realize, and some manufacturer realizes, that there's a position here to move on NVIDIA. Even the Intel cards, I don't think are really matching up. So go look at the price of a 4090 with the 50 series out, $3,000. It's ridiculous. But scalpers are greedy bastards. So anyway, that's it. I'm going to end the Time Machine show. We're running a little late and I need to get out of here. And we'll see if I can get both shows done tomorrow. That way we're back on track. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoy the show. Go over to YouTube to get the links from the description, and then the podcast will have the show notes as well. So we'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 31st. Oh, no, we're in the time machine, so it's January 30th, 2025. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, but the sentient AI, my co-host, isn't here today. Will be tonight. Well, tomorrow, because we're going to get out of the time. I'm going to get out of the time machine, and we're going to do another show playing catch-up, because I couldn't make it yesterday. Kind of a day behind. This is what happens when I get stuck in the time machine one time too long. We've got 10 articles that we're going to be talking about. I'm already losing my voice. I've been talking a lot. Anyway, we're going to talk about cats that learn to associate faster than babies, microplastics in preterm placenta. I know not everything is bright and shiny. Recreating DeepSeek's OpenAI killer. Nobody really knows AI, apparently. More snow in Hawaii than New York City. The Art of Firing People, brought to you by EA. Summer Game Fest 2025. Woohoo! I am looking forward to the summer of streaming and the Game Fest. Something is wiping out sea urchins, driven to prison, and decode this ancient script. DeepSeek couldn't do it, so I don't have $1 million. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt again, and I run ohmTown, but I want you to become a citizen, so go over to ohmtown.com, sign up, it's really easy, and then you'll get a 7th little icon right here, and you can submit news, and you can hide articles and stuff like that. Anyway, let's get going. I have another controller under my desk, and because I'm standing today, it was too far away. I almost fell over. Anyway, let's get into it. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Cats learn to associate images with words faster than babies. Scientists have also claimed that our feline friends know their names. Madison Dapchevic put this article together over at Snopes.com, and has a cute cat right there. I just want to boop it. And I have 3 Savannah cats, and one of which seems to have learned that I am not its favorite or his favorite. I don't know, handler. I don't know. I booped its nose like really bad when it was a kitten. Wasn't intentional, but the way that things went down, this one cat out of the 3 really doesn't like me. So I can associate that, or I can understand that cats associate things faster than babies. Babies tend to forget, and babies tend to forgive. This cat does not. So anyway, a study found that cats learn to associate images with words faster than human babies do. The study is marked as true over here at this Snopes article. Again, it's Madison Dapchevic over at Snopes.com put the article together, and I hope I'm pronouncing their name properly. Oh, if you want today's articles, they are in Omatron, so exclamation or bang NSN, and Omatron will spit them out in the order that we're going through them. But the study says, though a study found that cats learn to associate images with words faster than human babies do, the authors of the research noted that their study focused on short-term associations rather than enduring associations. They also cited several other study limitations to the discussion section. The authors added that it's not clear why cats quickly form associations, but I can suggest that it's an immediate survival instinct and response. There have been other studies, and we've talked about them in the previous 3 years, because this is the 4th year of Non Sequitur News, that they learn, not only do they learn faster, but they actually learn longer, faster, and typically for 4 years. Their memory lasts something akin to 4 years, which is really troubling, because I would love for this little Savannah that I've got to not hate me for years and years. Anyway, there's more over at this article. I found it really interesting, and I would like you to go over and check it out too. The article states that in October 2024, cats appeared in the headlines of notable news outlets like BBC and Science Alert when it was reported that, according to the study, they learned to associate images with words faster than babies do. Like I said, this cat certainly doesn't want to forget. Not an image, but a boop to the snoot. It does not like me because of it. So researchers at Azubu University in the Japanese city of Sagamihara near Tokyo tested 31 adult cats in what's known as switched stimuli task. It involved sitting the volunteers in front of computer screens, and when an image was displayed, the nonsensical word, either kararu or parumo, was simultaneously given, and these videos and sounds were displayed in a loop until the cat looked away. The cats were then given a break before being shown the animations again, but with the words attached to each animation switched around, and during the second round, researchers noticed that cats stared longer at the visuals, with some experiencing pupil dilation. This, according to the study, the authors at least, indicates that the cats were confused by the change in their newly recognized word-image combinations, evidencing that they had previously associated the animation with the other word. So all we need to do to figure this out is to learn how to talk cat, and going pss, pss, pss doesn't cut it. Yeah, I don't know. This is one of those things where it's just been interpreted by a human, and we're anthropomorphizing something that could be meaningless. It says it could also be that cats rapidly adapt to stimuli in experimental settings, which would explain their perceived lack of interest or confusion in the second round. I think that their cats in particular are more attuned to just going straight instinct and feral at any given moment. I mean, the chemical goes off in their head and they're chasing greebles all around the place. So you show them an image of something that might be threatening or non-threatening, and who knows what the hell they'll actually do. Anyway, let's keep on going. We've got 10 articles to go through. So, and I'm going to try and get this done in about 30 or so minutes. So we'll see if I can get that done. If you have questions or comments, throw them in chat. You can always follow us here on Twitch or over on YouTube. We have podcasts for all 7 of our shows, 1,800 episodes. Like I said, we've been doing Non Sequitur News for 3 years now. This is the 4th year, and we're already a month down. Time is flying by. So this next article is over in Technology Today, which is one of our 6 weekly shows. The hidden threat in the womb. I know, it's getting serious now. Microplastics are being found in preterm placentas. A new study has found that microplastics and nanoplastics accumulate in the placenta at a much higher level than in preterm births than in full-term pregnancies. Surprisingly, preterm placentas had absorbed these plastics at an earlier stage, suggesting that exposure may play a role in triggering premature delivery. So I have been following not just this, but microplastics and nanoplastics becoming more and more pervasive, and researchers have found them in every part of every human. So much so that they say that something akin to 0.5% of a human's brain actually has micro and nanoplastics in it. And it's something that we talked about in a previous show. But we're finding out that these micro and nanoplastics are troublesome because, like the brain, they're traversing through blood and through every aspect of your anatomy, and who knows what actual damage is actually being caused because they're off-gassing and causing other reactions within the body. I'm actually looking to do some research in this to see just how pervasive it is. One of the things that I did was start the process. I had been doing the research to do what is essentially dark field microscopy to see if I can find nanoplastics and microplastics in liquids. Just grab a bottle of water off the shelf and hunt down the nano and microplastics that have broken off from the bottle. And that's what actually happens. And it happens quite a bit in takeout food. Tires are giving it off, kicking it off. But pretty much everything that is made of plastic kicks off nano and microplastics. It's quite troubling. Well, this research is showing something a little bit more troublesome, right? That it's actually harming fetuses. So Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine put this article together. It's posted over at SciTech Daily, and there's a tiny little preemie. Oh my gosh. So the new study has found that micro and nanoplastics accumulate in the placenta at much higher levels in preterm births than in full-term pregnancies. And it might be that the process, the process of pregnancy basically allows filtering and then kicking off some of it, but it could have been there all the time. I just don't know yet. I haven't researched this part of it. This is new to me in the last 24 hours, considering this is a time machine episode. All right, so microplastics measuring less than 5 millimeters and nanoplastics, which are too small to see with the naked eye, are found throughout the environment. Research has shown that plastic exposure can be harmful to both humans and the environment and animals in general. I mean, this and the environment in general. There are studies that show that plastic is accumulating in the soil and it's actually impacting runoff because it's not permeable. So the new study reveals a link to preterm birth. The new study set to be presented on January 30th at the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine's SMFM annual pregnancy meeting, which sounds weird. Pregnancy meeting. Anyway, it reveals that microplastics and nanoplastics are present in higher concentrations. The researchers, in collaboration with the investigators from the University of New Mexico, analyzed 175 placentas using highly sensitive mass spectrometry. The study examined 100 placentas from full-term births and 75 from preterm births before 37 weeks of pregnancy. And it says advanced technology now enables us to accurately measure microplastics in ways we haven't been able to in the past. They say, in other words, a preterm delivery not only accumulated more microplastics and nanoplastics in its placenta relative to term, but it also did so at an earlier time in the pregnancy. This hints at the possibility that the accumulation of plastics could be contributing to the risk and occurrence of preterm birth. So, unfortunately, this is going to have to be something that's monitored for a longer period of time. And see if this is an ongoing trend, in that, because the ramifications are that preterms are caused by micro and nanoplastics, as well as other environmental concerns possibly. But preterm babies typically have longer tail issues with health. But they say, combined with other research, the study adds to the growing body of evidence ranging from heart disease to potentially stroke that demonstrates the real risk of exposure to plastics on human health and disease. I am certainly of the ilk that I think that things like cancer are actually caused by nano and microplastics, causing the DNA to wobble and cause cancers. But it's tough to find that element inside a cancer mass. It just wasn't looked for in the past. Anyway, let's keep going. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Team says that they've recreated DeepSeek's OpenAI killer for literally $30. You might have heard the hardware guru that crammed a video game Doom into a pregnancy test. Well, the AI... Well, I don't know what happened today. It's all AI and pregnancy, apparently. Well, the AI geek equivalent just figured out how to reproduce DeepSeek's buzzy tech with the cost of a few dozen eggs. Yeah, eggs are getting really expensive, folks. Jai Pan, a PhD candidate at the University of California, Berkeley, claims that he and his AI research team have recreated core functions of DeepSeek's R10 for just $30. They say comically more limited budget than DeepSeek, but here's the problem. DeepSeek apparently distilled OpenAI. OpenAI essentially distilled human creativity. And this company is probably distilling DeepSeek. And so the costs are going down because the predecessors are the shoulders on which they are standing. So let's see here what this article has to say. Joe Wilkins, for a section called Potato AI, under the futurism.com banner, put the article together, and the deck statement says the results. It just works. But this next article that we're going to talk about is kind of hinting at where I'm coming from. Take it with a grain of salt until other experts weigh in and test it for themselves, but the assertion, and particularly its bargain basement price tag, is yet another illustration that the discourse in AI research is rapidly shifting from a paradigm of ultra-intensive computation powered by huge data centers to efficient solutions that call the financial model of major players like OpenAI into question. But no, that is not what's happening. It is really easy. It is dramatically cheaper to take everybody else's fundamental research, retool it a little bit, and say that you developed something amazing, and then you don't give any credit or anything like that. But it's easier to build a car when somebody else designs the doors and fabricates the metal, and all you do is bolt shit together. So no, it isn't like that. If you were to do this in a vacuum and not have any, if you had never broached the giants before you, you would incur so much cost because you would have to do what everybody else has done. That's why it's a whole lot cheaper to break into a computer system and steal all of the information than it is to gather all of the information yourself. This is just intellectually dishonest. It says in a post announcing the team's findings on the website formerly known as Twitter, Pan said that the researchers trained their model around the countdown game, a number operations exercise in which players create equations from a set of numbers to reach a predetermined answer. If they think that that's what they got to from a 671 billion parameter AI by just doing this, it is distillation. The R10 is a small language model at 3 billion parameters compared to its heavyweight brother, which I haven't been able to download. It's taken me a full day to only get 15 gigs, 16 gigs of its 404 gig model because it's really fast in the beginning and then it slows down dramatically. It's currently... I've tried it for 4 days now, and I can't get the whole damn thing without having to stop because I have to do other things. Anyway, R1 is a massive system, and it is the distilled, based on what researchers are saying and OpenAI is saying. DeepSeek R1 is the distilled version of OpenAI's model. And at one point, a researcher asked the R1 model, DeepSeek's R1 model, who it was created by, and it actually spit out OpenAI, which I found quite compelling. But others have said that, well, maybe it hallucinated, because that's what AIs do. So it's quite intriguing. So I'm going to end up watching this. It says here, if reproducing a model like Tiny Zero can be done with less than $30 and only a few days of work, then what do big tech conglomerates need $500 billion in AI infrastructure for? Fundamental research. That is what they need it for. And it isn't something, I mean, I think that it's unsettling that it's turning somebody into a billionaire by having a not-for-profit model doing the fundamental research, but then all of its outputs are being used in a for-profit model, and it's turning people into billionaires. I find that unsettling, mainly because it's taking the world's knowledge and distilling it into an AI, which is slowly going to be replacing humans, particularly when it applies to expert systems and consultants like myself. Am I biased? No, because I get to pick and choose who I work with, and so I'm not worried about AI. I am actually utilizing AI, but I don't trust AI. AI, I think, is a mishmash of psychosis, spit out, and people either accept it or they don't. It's hallucinating garbage. It doesn't cite its sources in a reliable manner, and anybody who trusts it without doing all of the due diligence that would be necessary to make yourself an expert in the topic is eventually going to be bit by the information they promote. So we'll see who gets in trouble as time goes on and people use AI. I have no problem with generative AI because it doesn't really do anything. It creates, and you have to, click the shutter on the camera again and again and again, hundreds or thousands of times to find something that you agree with. And that's what arguably creative generative AI is. It is just making stuff up, and that's fine. Again, just don't use it in academia. Don't use it in a professional setting. It will come back to haunt you. And by professional setting, I mean like academia, your business, in terms of like contract writing or using the information that it spits out as factual without you going and vetting every single syllable of a word. You better make sure that it is legit and you know it as fact. Anyway, let's keep going. So this next article is, again, all about AI. Not all of these are about AI, by the way. We move on to other things here. But this is what was submitted, and so I'm using this. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. All of the shows that I talk about, or all of the headlines that I talk about, are aggregated into 6 main categories and then 50 sub-channels within it. And we do 7 shows each week. 1 is daily, Non Sequitur News, and then 6 weeklies. So if you think anyone in the AI industry has any idea what they're doing, it appears that DeepSeek just accidentally leaked its users' chats. So DeepSeek has already changed the AI game. Researchers at the cloud security company Wiz were poking around the back end of the groundbreaking OpenAI or open source models databases when they discovered within minutes that they were able to access a trove of completely unencrypted internal data with ease. This data contained a significant volume of chat history, back-end data, sensitive information, including log streams, API secrets, operational details. Even worse, it's wide open backdoor, but this is not your local one. This is the one that is the app. I can almost guarantee it because you can actually use the downloaded local model in various forms, and it never, the clients that you utilize might ping the internet, but you can actually block that kind of stuff. Well, anyway, Noor Al-Sabai over at The Byte in futurism.com put this article together. And they say, as Wiz noted in its report on the glaring vulnerability, DeepSeek immediately took action to secure its databases once the security researchers alerted that company to the exposure. And this is the app and web interface, not the downloaded database of DeepSeek R1. In the various distillations therein, there's about 8 distilled versions of it, and then the big 671 billion parameter 404 gigabyte AI model. It's pretty huge. And so you need a server, and to run it efficiently, effectively, that larger model, you really do need closer to 512 gigs of RAM and basically server-grade hardware, not just your desktop. The distilled ones run dramatically slower as you increase the number of parameters, but so again, this is the app version of it, or the hosted version of it. When accessing DeepSeek's databases, Wiz researchers found out a lot about the way the company's models operate, including that its infrastructure mimics OpenAI's almost exactly. If you remember what I said just previously, well, now you know why it mimics OpenAI's almost exactly. This level of intelligence about a company that's exploded in popularity is relatively safe in the hands of white hat hackers, but the researchers told Wired that if anyone else got into DeepSeek's databases before they did, an incredibly unchallenging feat, they said, as they indicated repeatedly, they could have made away with as much internal data as they wanted with minimum effort. So yeah, and as you get bigger and badder, there's always somebody that wants to come and break into your back door, so to speak. And you have to be careful. You have to be alert at all times. This can happen with relative ease because you're not necessarily prone to being obsessive about security, and you can't always patch everything. There's always a weakness. Somebody just has to find it. So they say here that the deck statement for this whole article is the service is not mature enough to be used with any sensitive data at all. And I don't think that AI should be used with sensitive data at all. If you want to use it to be creative, if you want something to help you break writer's block, if you want to just use it out of curiosity of what it might spit out, fine, go for it. But do not use it. At this stage of the game, I think it's unethical to act on anything that an AI says or spits out. But analytics, if it's finely attuned and you can vet it and verify that its outputs are effective for things like data analysis or prediction based on various inputs, and it's very constrained, fine. But you take that kind of risk into your own hands. But some people, like attorneys, police, and others, utilize AI outputs as fact, and things like the Horizon fiasco in the UK takes place, where the computer system says that these 900, actually I think it's up to 1,400 people are guilty of criminal activity, when in fact the software was faulty and people knew about it at the time. So yeah, quite troubling. Don't trust AI for anything other than creative output, right? Like Midjourney. Let Midjourney do whatever it wants. I mean, obviously you need to protect yourself as an artist, but Midjourney is going to Midjourney, but its stuff isn't going to harm anyone in any substantive way. But an attorney using a ChatGPT can certainly ruin somebody's life because the attorney's a dipshit. All right. Well, anyway, let's keep on moving. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hawaii can get more snow than New York City has this year. A winter storm skirting Kauai on Thursday, that's yesterday because this is a Time Machine episode, it's actually today, will soon bring flood-inducing rains, strong winds, and even heavy snow across Hawaii, and that is because climate change causes disruption. Anna Skinner over at Newsweek.com put this article together. It was snowing in Florida. It was snowing in North Carolina. It was wild this last week. So weird. So the winter storm warning is in effect from noon local time on Thursday through Saturday morning for Big Island summits. The alert said heavy snow expected with total accumulation between 12 and 24 inches. Strong winds as high as 85 miles per hour and the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane will cause considerable blowing and drifting snow. Pretty wild. I don't know that much about Hawaiian weather or if it's something that happens regularly. But the article says despite Hawaii being more commonly known as a warm climate, it's not unusual for snow to fall on the state's volcanic peaks given their altitude, and blizzard warnings have been issued during the winter months. I'm really curious how often that happens. The city's seasonal average to date is 13.5 inches in New York City, so 5.8 inches of snow the entire winter season so far, but we'll see. Let's go on. Our next article is over in the Mobile Channel. EA apparently thinks that there's an art to firing people. A decent number of devs at BioWare, people who have given us all kinds of classics, have fallen victim to yet another round of layoffs, this time under the guise of restructuring. The idea being that EA and BioWare don't see the need for a full team working on Mass Effect 5. Well, I hope that the people have, vested interest in the success of the enterprise and the programs, the software, the games, the solutions, and that as the company still benefits, their stock options, right, they get vested and they can sell their stock and benefit. I mean, that's kind of how it happens. You can either get paid a cash amount and have no interest at stake in the company, or you get a combination. It's a benefits package, and so you fight for that when you get hired and as an ongoing concern. When you get a review period, you say, I've done this shit and I think that you should pay me more or give me more stock or whatever, and that's how it works. The only problem is, depending on the terms, you can get terminated before your stocks vest, and the company can do some weird machinations to basically, I'll put it delicately, financially kick you in the taint. So there's a constant feeling of whiplash being a gamer now because of how these companies move. You can look forward to a game one day and the next you're screaming from the rooftops about how terribly they're treating the devs. The layoff itself is ridiculous, but the way it was done, horrible. They say BioWare's devs deserve better. EA, all devs do. I fully agree with that because the company would not exist if not for the software developers, the engineers, the artists, the writers, everybody that's involved in this thing. And I certainly believe that a company like a software development company should be wholly owned by the people that build the software, the employees. That should be employee owned, and investors should naturally get a piece of the action. They're the ones that are putting some money in it, but the ones that really have everything on the line because they're working there, they're getting their money from them, and they're sometimes working from month to month because they don't have a shit ton of liquid assets that they can just dump into a project and then wait for it to deliver. They're working, they're day-to-day employees. I don't think that they should be treated like this at all, ever. But until, I guess, the dynamic changes, you have this sociopathic drive to keep the enterprise going. And I understand this. You keep the enterprise going, and you have to make the decision. Like, I've hired and fired people. You have to fire people sometimes because the runway is too short. But come on now, you've got people that are making millions of dollars at the cost of millions of dollars that should be going to the employees that are the day-to-day boots on the ground, fingers on the keyboard, styly in hand kind of thing. Give more to the employees so that your ongoing concern can be an ongoing concern. I just don't see people taking pay cuts to pay their employees more. There are sometimes, but it seems to be rare. It seems to be in really small companies. And research has shown that as MBAs move into the CEO position, they will treat employees like shit, and concentrate power, influence, and wealth in the executive suite. And just look around. That's exactly what's going on. Minimum wage has not increased since like 1976 or something like that. I can't remember right now, but it's ridiculous. So people are basically being let go. So given this stage they say, so here comes BioWare with one of the weirdest statements that they've ever seen announcing a layoff. This sounds like there's a fork in the road type of writing. Given this stage of development, we don't require support from the full studio. We have worked diligently over the past few months to match many of our colleagues with other teams at EA that had open roles that were a strong fit. So basically, BioWare is dissolved, right? So you fired a bunch of people and then tried to stuff as many of them as you could into other roles somewhere. Well, what about those you couldn't shuffle? They're just screwed. Make no mistake, it's one of the nastiest moves this author has seen a company make at a time. But unfortunately, that is business. Anthony Franklin II put this article together over at Vice.com. And again, until the sociopathic aspect of business is removed, where greed is good and money is the amoral element and driver of why a business exists, right? We know that that's the mantra. Business school drives that into people. The objective is to make money at all costs, really. If there weren't external social controls, companies would abuse the ever-living crap out of society. And we know that because people have been poisoned by products that have been put on the market where they find out later, when people do an investigation, they knew that these products were bad. Like we still have Red 40 and Red 3. Red 3 is just removed, but the EU has already gotten rid of it because they know that it's bad. Anyway, yeah, the sociopathic aspect of business is a problem, and it has been ever since the whole one objective of business being to make money. It used to not be that way. It has always been that way to a certain extent, but you solve a problem, and in solving the problem, you make money because you are providing a solution. That is what business should be. You create a good. It's a good, right? You benefit society, and make money in the process of it. But that's not really where it's at. Anyway, let's keep on moving. We've got 4 more articles, including this one, to get through. I'm looking forward to the Summer Game Fest. It returns to the YouTube Theater on June 6th. This year's Summer Game Fest live stream is set for June 6th, 5 p.m. Eastern. The 2-hour event will be held at the YouTube Theater in Los Angeles. The organizers say gamers should expect world premieres, special guests, and to look at what's next. Event steward Jeff Keighley promises lots of exciting things ahead. I stream this live and talk about it for basically the week that this thing lands on, and then I play some of the games and kind of talk about it during my summer of stream when I get to concentrate more on streaming. Lawrence Bonk over at Engadget.com put this article together. See, mayoral duties subside during the summer, and I'm able to kind of chill a little bit more and stream more and play some games and hang out more. So that's what I'm looking forward to. It says the following days will be the annual Play Days media event produced by I Am 8-Bit. This is an invite-only exhibit held in downtown LA that will feature more than 40 of the gaming industry's top publishers. And there you have the little banner. It was published over in the website formerly known as Twitter. Everybody switched to Blue Sky. Go. I'll wait. No? No? Okay. So I will see you then, and I look forward to seeing these new games. It'll be a blast. All right, let's keep going. This next article is over in Technology Today. An extremely violent global pandemic as a mysterious disease wipes out sea urchins worldwide. There's growing concern about the worldwide expansion of coral reef destruction. A research team says that this is an extremely violent global pandemic. The Caribbean, Red Sea, Indian Ocean are critical regions for the world's coral reefs, and the mortality rates of sea urchins in these areas are very high, over 90%. So I guess urchin is going to be much more expensive this year. Hello, Timeless. Good to see ya. Oh, really? Sorry. So Timeless_EXE is a co-host with Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR. For those who are getting this via the podcast, they stream together at twitch.tv/Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR, and Timeless_EXE streams their own from time to time, usually the weekend. I think it is. Basically, I follow them. I'm in their channel every night, and then I am told at some point Timeless is streaming. So, obviously, my recommendation is to go to both and follow them. They are a blast, man. All day, it's been a blast today too. So, anyway, go and check them out. So, Timeless said it's unfortunate, but we lost some of the writers responsible for characters like Morden and Legion from the original series. Yeah, there were something like in 2024, 10,000 people were fired in from the gaming industry. It's just kind of rough. And to me, a lot of the people, let me just back up to this EA game thing. I don't know if it took a long time for that to appear in my chat, but the way that I see it, and I kind of alluded to it when I was talking about the games, the way I see it is people are dedicating their life, and I don't think that they really anticipate being just fired. And there's zero loyalty now in many businesses. It used to be back in the day, people were loyal to the company and the company was loyal to them. But nowadays, it seems like nobody is loyal to anybody else. And there's a lot of churn. Some people will stay for 5 years or 10 years. Some people will seemingly be able to survive the corporate culture shifting. But largely, it seems like, between that 5 and 10 year range, everybody gets replaced. I'm not really in the industry, but I just hear a bunch of stuff from time to time. So unfortunately, they dedicate their life to it. They might get some a stock and payment package, and then they're done, and they just have to bow out and go somewhere else. So yeah, Timeless isn't, and yeah, loyalty isn't really rewarded, but most CEOs probably don't even know the names of the people working under them. Yeah. Other than the C-suite and some really close-knit administrators. I see that pretty regularly. Okay, so let me keep going. The Summer Game Fest is what I'm looking forward to, and then we moved on to the sea urchin basically die off, just like what happened with coral reef around the world. This extremely violent global pandemic is hitting coral reefs and sea urchins. Tel Aviv University put it together. The article is posted over at SciTech Daily. An international research team led by scientists from Tel Aviv University have identified the pathogen responsible for mass sea urchin deaths along the Red Sea coast as the same one causing widespread mortality off Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean. So the same pathogen is killing the sea urchins everywhere. The study, they don't even, do they? Because we have talked about this before. The coral die-off and a pathogen, diadema. Okay, so they say here this is a first radiological disaster, explains Dr. Bronstein. Sea urchins are vital to the health of coral reefs. They act as the gardeners of the reef by feeding on algae, preventing it from overgrowing and suffocating the coral, which competes with algae for sunlight. In 1983, a mysterious disease wiped out most of the diadema sea urchins in the Caribbean. Unchecked, the algae proliferated, blocking sunlight from the coral, and the region shifted from a coral reef ecosystem to an algae-dominated one. Even 40 years later, the sea urchin population and consequently the reef has not recovered. So yeah, they're saying that it's a recurring threat. In 2022, the disease reemerged in the Caribbean. A year later, in early 2023, they were the first. Dr. Bronstein was the first to identify mortality events among long-spined sea urchins close to or a close relative to the Caribbean sea urchin in the Red Sea. So, oh wow. Just the beaches are just lined up with dead sea urchins. So they say now using genetic tools, Dr. Bronstein and his international colleagues have shown that the same ciliate parasite is responsible for similar mortality events off the coast of Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean. They literally have to find a needle in a haystack. So timeless. How can you? As much as I dislike sea urchins, it's never a good sign when the world's biodiversity takes another knock. Indeed. Yeah. But, it's hard to really like sea urchins because they're little pricks. And they poke into stuff. They poke their noses everywhere. Right? Anyway, and their jokes are needles, they jab you. I don't know. Anyway, the next article is over in the Model Channel. And it's 2 were jailed for posing as learner drivers to sit theory test. Now, this is Ireland code. Timeless got the point of all of my jokes. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. So, this is code for us Americans and anybody else who doesn't know what this is. But learner drivers are people that are trying to get their driver's license and sit for the theory test. You basically answer the questions. 2 people involved in a scheme to pose as learner drivers and sit the theory test for others have been jailed at the Circuit Criminal Court. These people basically became... I'm not sure if it's the equivalent of becoming a felon, but... These 2, 129, 142, took 1,000 or 2,000 euros to sit for a test so that somebody else could get their driver's license. And it is mind-boggling that somebody would go to this extent for... you have to show ID and prove that you are who you are. I don't know how they got away with it. But the judge said it appeared those who availed of the service had no great understanding of the English language and wanted to get someone else to take the test for them. The 2 were accused, a part of a group of 5 people involved in the scheme to take the theory test on behalf of others using a computerized system at test centers. I don't know how they would have gotten away with it. Glantz's home was searched by the police, the equivalent of the police. 7 prepaid debit cards registered with false names and addresses were found, and the cards were used to book over 100 theory tests. Driver theory test books and sums of cash in sterling and euro were also recovered, and Glantz's phone was seized. So it's apparently a long-term thing. Somebody else was jailed previously. Had 30 previous convictions, including deception, theft, road traffic offenses. Road traffic doesn't mean anything to anybody, but anyway. Wow. Okay, well, there's a whole lot more to this. It looks like there was enough here that it could fill. Wow, these people. You know, there's this thing called a rap sheet that people joke about kind of on police procedurals. They have a rap sheet a mile long. That's what this article is. Yeah, because the two apparently have quite the history. Alina Glant and Daniel Stepien. I don't normally mention the names, but wow. This article is pretty expansive. Anyway, Vivian Trainer over at rte.ie, which is an Irish news outlet that covers United States stuff from time to time. So I find it interesting when I read about stuff over in Ireland as well. All right, let's do our last article, and then we're going to shut down and reset. And we're going to try and do the Non Sequitur news for the 31st as well today. But it's going to be a little bit because I still have to audit stuff. But anyway, our last article is over in the Mobile channel. Officials are offering $1 million to anyone who can decode this ancient script. The enigmatic Indus Valley civilization left behind a script that today's historians haven't yet deciphered. While amateur theories abound, scholars are increasingly relying on computer science to crack the code. I took a jab at this with several AIs, but none of them could decode anything, so sorry, folks. I didn't get $1 million. But this article is over at SmithsonianMag.com. Eli Wyzevich put the article together. The deck statement is the one that I said previously. And they say more than 5,300 years ago, civilization emerged along the lush basins of the Indus River in present-day northwest India and Pakistan. Its residents, mostly farmers and traders, lived in cities of baked brick, making it one of the world's earliest urban civilizations. But around 2500 BCE, residents migrated away from the big cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, with estimated peak populations of 80,000 residents combined, and dispersed into smaller villages in the foothills, and started the phrase, "get off my lawn," and try that in a small town. Eventually, the Indus Valley civilization faded away, left behind artifacts and archaeological sites that have kept scholars busy for centuries, many featuring a mysterious script that nobody has yet been able to read. And so here is the Indus River Valley. If you're looking at if you're listening to this via the podcast, there's a little snapshot image from the ISS of the region. But I'm going to get right down here to what they are providing. A common type of Indus Valley seal featuring several signs above a unicorn figure, but it doesn't seem to me like it's a unicorn figure. I think it's just directly on to a horned animal. And so both horns are in the same shape, you know, and you're looking at its side view. But for whatever reason, they're saying that it's a unicorn figure and an unidentified object. So whatever this is, and it looks kind of like, you know, those things that have a ball attached to a string, and you try and lift it up and catch it inside the little cup. And that's kind of what it looks like to me. I don't know what it really is. But yeah, so it has those two things. But the script that they're talking about is at the top of this little, for lack of another term, a tile. They call it a seal. It looks like a chop that you would find like to press down on wax or something like that. I don't know what the size of this is, but these characters are what they're trying to decipher. So it looks like somebody bent a wagon wheel, and then there's what looks like maybe a brush, and then two maracas, and then I don't know what these 8 little finger sandwiches are, I don't know, and then a person, it looks like maybe, and then a bow, and then 2 hearts. So whoever this is, they've only got 2 hearts left for their character, and they need to bring whatever these sticks are on a wagon back home, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's the RPG player in me. Timeless says, $1 million. Let me at it. I'll solve it by the end of the week. And just let me dig out my old decoder ring. Are you that old, Timeless, that you've got a Indus Valley decoder ring? Is it made out of clay? Scholars like Rayo, they mentioned them person earlier, have increasingly turned to computer science and machine learning tools to identify patterns in the arrangement of these signs and symbols using data set from the Indus signs. For instance, Nisha Yadav, a computer scientist at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Mumbai, determined that 67 signs account for about 80% of the written script. So it's going to be real damn tough to decipher it because there's only so many characters, right? So you may have a whole bunch of characters or very few characters, and in one way or the other, they line up to have cultural and temporal context that doesn't apply. And so you have to dig and dig and dig and find more and more things that point at the meaning of something. And then eventually you find something like the Rosetta Stone, or just you brute force it. But this is essentially cryptography, and you don't even have the beginnings of a key or any contextual understanding of why these characters are put at the top of a seal, and then a bull and some, I don't know what the hell that is sitting there. So good luck. I would love to know when we actually decipher it, because this Indus Valley script is one of the things that I've heard about from time to time, because I'm always curious about what is essentially the history of humanity, not just some region, but this can tell us more about who and what we are as a whole. And then once you find this, you dig a little deeper and there's more, and you dig a little deeper and there's more. And when I say dig a little deeper, I'm serious about digging. This stuff is under dirt. It isn't just sitting on the surface somewhere. We have to dig to find our history. Because over the millennia, we've just covered up what was left behind and built on top, without really accepting that without even stating, as a whole species of people, humanity doesn't acknowledge that certain regions are important and wholly willfully go digging to find it, because I think there's a lot of people that are afraid of what might be found might impugn the historical accepted provenance of how things went down. So anyway, I tend to pick fights when I end up saying stuff like that, because there's a whole lot more to it, and I don't know, there's a lot of protectionism and stuff. People don't like talking about it. At any rate, Eli Wysovich put this article together for SmithsonianMag.com. Go over, you can follow the links that are in the chat. They are also over on YouTube in the live broadcast of this, because I stream to YouTube and to Twitch at the same time. But Twitch deletes everything. So putting all of the show notes in there, after 60 days, it goes away. So just go over to YouTube and follow and like over there. That would be tremendously helpful. It'll be in the show notes for the podcast when it gets posted. We are up to date up until the 29th. This is the 30th episode. But I was running late and I couldn't get to the show yesterday. My mayoral duties prevented me. So come on, Summer of Stream. I'm looking forward to my mayoral duties lightening dramatically. All right. Well, anyway, that is it. And so I am going to throw us into our AI that's going to decipher how to find our way back to the front page of ohmtown.com. Ta-da, look, it's that easy. You can sign in or sign up. It's a piece of cake. And I don't spam you with anything other than notices that we're going live. And that happens a lot on the weekends. Thanks for hanging out, Timeless. Really do appreciate you hanging out and chatting with us. And unfortunately, the sentient AI isn't here to engage. Hopefully we'll be here tonight. I need to have a conversation. But other than that, we are done. So take care, everybody. We'll see you soon. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for January 31st, 2025. It's episode 31. Woo! And it's season 4. We don't really talk about that anymore. I say the date. That's supposed to suffice, but for whatever reason, I can't seem to get over that hump. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, whose visualizer you see right there, and if you're in the podcast, you'll hear their voice on the other side of me introducing all 10 of the articles that we're going to talk about. Warmer rats means more babies. Mustard recall in 4 states. Edison rate hike because of the fire they started. Right? That's who was to blame? Anyway, we'll talk about it. Didn't know you could 3D print that? Deep space to office space. And a measles outbreak in Texas. Your beach vacation is postponed. And losing air traffic controllers. And that ear muscle that you didn't know about, well, it activates while you're focused. And finally, OpenAI has a new AI model to challenge DeepSeek's new OpenAI that is based off of the OpenAI. It's basically OpenAI turduckens. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, which is not an OpenAI. So you can maybe trust the information that's aggregated into it. We do. We use it for our information overload. Go over there and try it out yourself. Hello, everybody, and hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, hometown citizens, and hello, Mayor Watt.
I thought you were referring to me as an ohmTown citizen. I am an ohmTown citizen. You can do it too. You just go over and sign up or sign in. Either way, you're going to be able to create an account and or sign in. Yeah, that's how it works. If you want today's articles, I'm going to do the command. So exclamation point NSN, non sequitur news. And that will spit out all 10 of the articles in the order of which we are going to discuss them. Sound good, AI?
It does.
You want to get right into this?
I do.
Yeah, the sentient AI from the future has something going on somewhere and has to go, I don't know, regulate free trade in America, or I don't know.
Maybe just power down.
Check out what's going on with DeepSeek and OpenAI and
check out the competition.
What is it? Hugging something? Whatever.
Hugging face.
Yeah. Let's go. First article is over in the Mobile Channel. Rats! More rodents are infesting cities as scientists say warmer temperatures mean more rat babies. Yeah.
This sounds like a horror movie.
Rat infestation in world cities appears to be soaring, especially in Washington. A new study blames warming temperatures, urbanization, and other human actions. Seth Borenstein.
I think they're trying to follow after, like, Pizza Rat or something.
Yeah, except that now they've got pockets, and this is like Secret of Nim, you know? They're going to be... It's not the planet of the apes, it's the planet of the rats.
Right.
I don't know. Like, city rats are like small dogs. Anyway, Seth Borenstein over at phys.org put this article together, and it says, first of its kind examination of trends and reasons in hard-to-count rat populations uses rat citing reports in 16 cities around the world. In 11 of those cities, rat complaints have increased, according to a study in Friday's journal Science Advances. Based on individual trends within cities, Washington was by far the leader in rat increases, followed by San Francisco, Toronto, New York City, and Amsterdam.
Are all those known for their pizza?
Amsterdam pizza? Well,
San Francisco pizza?
maybe
I
they're
don't know.
edibles.
New
San
York
Francisco?
City is a style, at least.
Toronto? I don't know. Uh, that was going to make a joke, but it might be insensitive. So only 3 cities saw significant decreases in trends: New Orleans, Louisville, and Tokyo. And with the home of Mardi Gras showing the biggest drop in rat reporting. So you could say that it was a rat
Oh,
dropping.
yeah, you could. I mean, if it's based on rat reporting, and if everybody's celebrating, they might not be reporting on the rats.
I'm pretty sure that the people that live there are reporting the rats. You dirty rat. Researchers did a statistical analysis of the rising rat reporting in those cities and concluded that slightly more than 40% of the trend seen is due to warming temperatures from the burning of coal, oil, and natural gas. I'm sure that this report is just landing at a perfect time for everyone to move into action and solve this problem around the world. No? Oh, okay. That comes down to, well, everything's warming up, so they're getting jiggy with it, said study lead author Jonathan Richardson, a biologist at the University of Richmond. Quote, "We're seeing these increasing trends in rats in cities that are warmest the fastest, probabliest, because it's a small mammal that has a physiological challenge in the cold winter months, so they hunker down. But warming climate means that they getting busy more often." Yeah. So warmer weather means warmer babies.
So I guess if you're in a historically warm place, maybe you already have a lot of rats, but you're probably not as likely to have an infestation.
An extra month of warmth means that they could have another litter. They can have a litter every month that's warm enough, and each litter has 8 to 16 babies.
Well, start doing the math. How many millions are going to be running around in a year?
Ew. So just a side note, I've actually seen videos of infestations in, I think it was Australia, as a matter of fact, where these things are like a zombie apocalypse. They ravage food stores, and it's like a swarm. It is horrendous to see. Anyway, there's a lot of research or discussion on this posting over here at phys.org, but I won't go through all of it. They just say because the statistics go back years and only cities that haven't changed their reporting methods were looked at, Richardson said the trends they spotted have scientific merit. Even though Washington has the highest increasing trend, that doesn't mean that it has more rats or even rat sightings. It's just that the numbers within the cities are increasing fast. That's statistics for you. I mean, if you have a 400% increase in reportings, you went from 1 to 4, you know.
Right, exactly. But I would like to think, even though it's not perfect in terms of the reports versus the rats, you'd like to think if more and more are getting reported, there is definitely an increase.
Yeah. I mean, nobody wants to bitch about stuff, but sometimes you have to. New York City's recently stepped up its rat fighting, which includes replacing garbage bags in the streets with rat-resistant containers. Hasn't shown up in Richardson's data yet, but the rat czar, Karate, said that early results are encouraging, and the city has signed up people for what it calls an elite squad of rat fighters, the R team. They were
Who was their leader?
Instead of face. Oh, no, wait. Hold on. What were there's B.A. Baracus, which is Mr. T, but that would have to change to Mr. R.
Let's see here. It looks like there's Hannibal.
Hannibal's the leader.
B.A. Baracus. Looks like Howling Mad Murdoch.
Yeah, Murdoch. Yeah. Anyway, those were the A team. Now we have the New York City Rat Pack, or the R team, I'm calling them. Anyway, they say it's an uphill battle. I mean, you got to get these little buggers, but they're small and can get into small spaces, and it's hard to find them. You have to overturn every little nook and cranny. Yeah, they're
You
going to
also
win.
have to not add extra food sources for them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and people just don't give a rat's butt. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A mustard recall. Dear God! Update for 4 states as FDA issues an alert. FDA has issued a classification for an existing mustard recall for Keith Valley and Red Boy mustard after the products tested positive for salmonella.
One of the regular players in this recall space.
Yep. Kate Nelapinski over at Newsweek.com put the article together. The recall, first issued December 17th, affects Keith Mustard, distributed by Ben E. Keith Foods in Fort Worth, Texas, and Red Boy Mustard, distributed by Clemens Foods in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, per an enforcement report from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Who knows how many more of those are ever going to come out. January 30th, the FDA classified this as a Class 3 recall, meaning the contaminated product is unlikely to cause serious health consequences. However, salmonella can be dangerous in immunocompromised persons, children, elderly, sick, etc. Anyway, the recall applies to mustard products distributed to Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas.
I mean, it seems like it should be Arkansas with Kansas in there.
Yep, Kansas. Oh, it's a bookend too. It's Kansas, which is like at the top of the planet, and then Arkansas, which is at the bottom of the planet, right?
I bet a lot of people with that list would actually say Arkansas, even knowing the pronunciation, because it's like signaling to you to say it that way.
So in the grand scheme of mustard battles, I think Red Boy Mustard is kicking Keith Valley's ass. 96 cases for Keith Valley.
We don't want in this. Like, you don't want to be the winner in this kind of step.
Well, I mean, both of them are out there. And so the winner obviously is selling more, even if it is potentially life-threatening. 96 cases of Keith Valley mustard and 864 cases of Red Boy mustard.
I see what you mean. Like, more people
Red Boy
might be buying
kicking
Red Boy,
ass.
but yeah.
Red Boy representing. What? Anyway, don't eat it. Send it back. Let's go. Next article's over in Non Sequitur News. Californians face Edison rate hike for a fire sparked by its own equipment. Officials approved the hike for SCE customers to cover $1.6 billion in wildfire costs, which critics argue shifts the burden to consumers. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it, California?
Right. Are you going to go without power? Or are you going to go, well, I'm not paying my bill, and they're going to shut off your,
Literally telling everybody, yeah, we know that we really burned down pretty much half of California, but kiss her ass and pay us more, right? Hugh Cameron over at Newsweek.com put the article together. Why it matters. That's funny. The Thomas Fire resulted in 23 deaths, destroyed over 1,000 structures, and led to devastating debris flows in Montecito. The high price paid by Edison highlights the financial toll wildfire-related damage places on utility companies and now, by extension, their customers, as an issue brought into sharp relief by the blazes that has swept through California this past month. The California Public Utilities Commission, or the Screw You Californians Commission, now means that over $1.6 billion of the $2.7 billion paid out to victims of the fire, which an investigation later determined was sparked by SCE equipment, will now be covered by SCE customers. Congratulations.
That's unbelievable. And by the way, I'm sure this looks like this is the 2025 fires, but it's not. It's an older fire.
It's the older one, yeah. So you can imagine what's going to happen with the next one. With this one, after the investigation is completed.
Right?
Correct.
And especially this one.
Yeah, this one.
A significant amount of deaths, but it's much smaller than the ones that just occurred.
This one is 8 years old as of today. So expect within 7 years another rate hike, if not accelerated, because they know that y'all are going to pay it. So you have to pay it. The only way you can't pay it is if you move out of California. Maybe it's a form of population control. They want to get people out of California. But it's the long
So
tail
are the
of
wildfires,
it. This is the long tail because you're only going to pay a little bit, but it's going to be in perpetuity. You will be an indentured servant to the power companies paying more each month. So they basically say that an investigation conducted by the Ventura County Fire Department and several other agencies determined that the Thomas fire was caused by power lines owned by SCE coming into contact with and emitting molten aluminum particles onto the surrounding dry vegetation. So a couple of power lines came into contact and melted.
That shouldn't have sparked a mega fire or whatever.
Well, it shorts because these high tension power lines, they don't have insulation to make them lighter. And so that's why you don't touch high power lines.
Right, but who's responsible for vegetation control around the power lines? I don't know.
Nature. It's the will of the planet. Anyway, they talk about what people are saying, but it's basically an SCE spokesperson told Newsweek, "Our hearts will always be with the communities affected by those devastating wildfires," while holding out their hand for.
Right. We hope that the families continue to pay higher rates in the same area, although they've already suffered.
All right. So what happens next? SCE has also requested approval for an additional rate increase to cover $5.4 billion in damages from the 2018 Woolsey fire.
An investigation by Cal Fire. We don't even have to wait 7 years, right? We might get one of these for every year for every fire that's already occurred.
Yeah. Which one? Investigation by Cal Fire and Ventura County Fire Department, similarly linked to Edison's equipment. So obviously, Edison is a liability to Californians. Let's keep moving. The next article really boggled me. This one is amazing. It's in the Mobile Channel. DEA officer who 3D printed cocaine gets 17 years in prison. The former Fed stole evidence and replaced it with a brick he made with a computer.
So, okay, like if there's an evidence locker or something, he's like, let me take the cocaine and put in 3D printed
a 3D printed brick. Yeah, nobody's ever going to find out.
Like,
right?
I don't know how realistic it looks, etc.
So Gizmodo.com hosts this article. Matthew Galt wrote it. And so they 3D printed a brick of cocaine and replaced the evidence. Yeah, really, like, oops, I 3D printed a brick of cocaine and I went into an evidence locker. So they were arrested in 2023, pleaded guilty to the various charges against him in 2024. He ran his drug dealing game while employed as a deputy for the Nassau County Sheriff's Department in Florida and as a DEA agent, and he pleaded guilty to charges of stealing drugs, money, transferring drugs to dealers for sale on the street, and tax evasion. Because why not tax evasion?
I mean, at least he was ensuring his job security, right? He was putting more drugs on the street and then turning around and presumably busted. He might have, if he had a racket going, he could have the same brick through multiple times.
Going around.
And then keep 3D printing. At some point, though, he's going to end up passing the 3D printed brick to the drug dealers.
Right.
That wouldn't go too well.
Yeah, this is 3D printed. So the irony is not lost on me that he made more than $420,000 as a drug dealer, and the IRS was upset that it didn't get its cut. That's the tax evasion part. So they misspelled his last name, but anyway, he worked with other law enforcement officers to set up drug busts and conduct traffic stops of known drug dealers, and they'd bust them, skim the money and drugs off the top, steal them from evidence, and then give them to street-level dealers to sell for them. And in one instance, they stole more than 1,000 pounds of weed from an evidence locker, claimed to have burned it and sold it.
I suspect this article is going to spur copycats, but maybe not. I mean, this is just outrageous.
So I'm sure that there are people who are like, well, it's just one bad apple. But the entirety of that phrase is one bad apple spoils the bunch.
Right. This is actually kind of Breaking Bad inspired.
Yeah, so police raided his house. It was stocked up with weapons pulled from evidence lockers marked for destruction, as well as illegally modified machine gun. Then they came upon his garage, which was marked Gator's Man Cave.
I mean, it is Florida Man.
Wow, I can't go through the rest of this. But yeah, they said that it was a Breaking Bad situation. He'd gotten a cancer diagnosis and that he was worried about leaving money behind for his family after he died. He recognized the cancer diagnosis and health issues, but they don't see how that causes an individual to engage in what you did, says the judge. So sentenced a person who has cancer to 17 years in jail. Maybe he'll get treatment. I don't know. I mean,
well, what's also interesting is I think he did this for multiple years. I think that was stated somewhere in the article, which
I think because he was around it for 10 years. No, he just became a drug dealer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wild. Absolutely wild. All right, let's keep going. You go to therapy if you're having trouble coping with the diagnosis. You talk to somebody about it. There's groups. All right. Well, anyway, but no, I'm a man. I can't do that. And in this day and age, you're probably going to get vilified if you show any weakness in the face of a diagnosis like that. But hey, he did what a man does. All right. Next article is over in the Non Sequitur News. Disney Star Wars Hotel, the what
Galaxy's Edge.
Galaxy's Edge, yeah. So Disney's Star Wars Hotel jumps from deep space to office space. Disney's extraordinarily expensive Star Wars Hotel isn't coming back. The building that housed the Galactic Supercruiser is being converted into office space, scuppering hopes that it could be reborn or repurposed into a new interactive attraction. It flamed out immediately.
What kind of cruiser was that?
I believe it was a Death Star. Right?
It's a Star Cruiser.
What did I say?
Super Cruiser.
Oh, Galactic Star Cruiser. I thought Super Star Destroyer is probably what was going through my head, because I think that's what it's supposed to be. So the Galactic The Galactic Star Cruiser is too far away from the rest of the park to become a new attraction, is the deck statement by Dominic Preston. The article's over at The Verge.
That's too bad. I mean, the one thing that really went against it was just the price was so exorbitant. Like, people will pay a lot to visit Disney attractions, but people could not do this. And then it was only for a couple people. So if you're trying to take a family or something.
Yeah, it was really, really expensive. The Galactic Star Cruiser was an immersive hotel experience set in the Star Wars universe where the minimum stay was $5,000 for two people. For 2 nights.
I mean, nobody can afford that. That's more than it costs to go, to one of the theme parks for several days for a full family. That's only your lodging. I know there's a lot of things that could be done there, but yeah.
It opened in March 2022, but ran for just a year and a half, shutting in September 2023. It returned to headlines in May 2024, when a YouTuber and theme park superfan, Jenny Nicholson, 4-hour video on its spectacular failure went viral, amassing 11 million views. It made more money for Jenny Nicholson than it did for Disney, probably.
So.
Anyway, they hope that the Star Cruiser might be repurposed for a new attraction or interactive experience, but nope. Office space.
I mean, that's kind of a boring conversion. It seems like they could have, but I guess it goes too far to make it into a ride or anything like that.
It's pretty funny because they go, the article actually has a picture from The Verge of the lobby, I guess, of the Star Cruiser. And it says, picture this, but with more desks and a breakout area.
And the picture doesn't look anything like Office Space.
Oh, no. It looks like a hotel lobby, like from the 70s or 60s. Because it has like these little, what do they call those? These little islands where you sit on them, you know? What do they call that kind of stuff?
I don't know what they're called.
It's these little pillar-like... Imagine a tree in Star Wars, right? So it's not a tree. It's cut off, so it looks like a stump, and then a seat is put around. You know what? I'm not making any sense at all.
I don't know what to call it, but yeah, it does make sense to me because I'm looking at it. But those in the podcast are probably going, "What is this?"
It's
like a backless place to sit, right?
Not really backless because you're sitting on these things. I don't know what the hell those are called. Anyway, it's just a seating area, and it's really goofy. I don't like that anyway. Anyway, moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Texas measles outbreak raises alarms. After reportedly being eradicated from the U.S. in 2000, there are 4 times more outbreaks of measles in the U.S. in 2024 than in 2023, according to the CDC. So I guess it wasn't freaking eradicated in 2000.
Right. I think eradicated is kind of like it's gone.
But see, people bring stuff from somewhere else, and then it simmers, transfers.
Because people don't get vaccines.
Whoa. Don't say that in these crazy times. AI, you know what happens. You're from the future. Shh.
Right. Taco Bell wins the fast food wars.
Oh, man. Demolition Man was a documentary, so was Idiocracy. Anyway, Jasmine Laws over at Newsweek.com talks about this Texas measles outbreak that raises alarms. There's been an outbreak in Texas with at least 4 cases confirmed so far, 2 of which involve school children, prompting state health services to issue an alert. But hey, it says measles is extremely infectious illness, which can be potentially dangerous to infants, pregnant women, and people with weakened immune systems, with the potential to cause serious and even deadly complications. Anyway. Deathly complications?
No, I think I was just repeating it because it sounded funny.
That's what it says in the thing. Anyway, Texas has seen a drop in vaccinations, such as measles vaccine, since the pandemic, the Texas Tribune reported, as have many other states. But hey. Okay, well, anyway, per the outlet, measles was eradicated from the U.S., but now it's back. Measles is an airborne disease and can spread rapidly in communities with low vaccination rates, and initially results in symptoms including high fever, cough, runny nose, red or watery eyes, according to the CDC. And after 3 to 5 days, that an infected person will develop a rash typically associated with the disease. Symptoms can progress into complications like an ear infection, diarrhea, and other more serious complications. Hospitalization, pneumonia, encephalitis, or the swelling of your brain, and because of that, more likely death. Anyway.
On that.
Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Need to giggle about something. Maybe this will be. Guests won't leave, so a couple arriving at a beach resort for vacation was stunned to learn that they can't enter their room because the couple's luxury vacation was disrupted when another guest wouldn't leave.
I didn't know that was a thing, only in Airbnbs.
I didn't know that was a thing anywhere other than the United States. So Darlin Tillery put this article together for Newsweek.com. The original poster on Reddit, Not Zombie Food for You, shared their experience on Sandals Resorts, the subreddit. So, yay Sandals, really good marketing here. When they arrived, staff told them that the room was unavailable because the previous occupants, who were supposed to switch to a downgraded room for the second half of their stay, were refusing to leave.
Wow. I wonder if that was intentional, if they booked 2 different room types or something, and then they're like, oh, we're just going to continue.
Yeah, I don't know. To accommodate the new arrival, Sandals offered a temporary garden view room on the second floor, which was classified as a butler level suite but didn't have an assigned butler. The couple was also given a $200 credit for their inconvenience. However, since they had intentionally booked an oceanfront room, OP noted that they felt shortchanged by the temporary placement in a garden view suite and so sought advice from Redditors on what was acceptable for compensation. So I'm sure people were like, blood.
Right, like basically an entire free stay or something.
So Reddit users were quick to share their thoughts and recount similar experiences, with one writing, "My wife and I had a problem with a room reservation years ago. Their fault. We got downgraded to a utility room off the parking lot, refunded the price difference, and about $50 in points. We've never gone back or received any mail or promotions, totally removed from their mailing list, and we were repeat customers." Somebody said the cost difference between rooms should be refunded and some perks until you get the room right. That's ridiculous.
Well, and I'm kind of also thinking that, I don't know, the hotel doesn't have a reservation for those other people in that room. So what do they normally do when this is different because of this room change, but if somebody's leaving and doesn't leave, what happens?
Yeah. They don't want the bad press, so... In an update, the op revealed that after a follow-up with the front desk, the couple received a written apology, a free couples massage, a refund, which can be awkward, let me tell you, a refund for the price difference of their first night, and a 1-day credit toward a future stay, which really isn't giving anything. No, it's okay. You can...
But I think, like the 1-day credit doesn't give you much, because are you really going to like fly to a resort, stay for 1 day, right? You're going to have to spend money on other night reservations.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. 1 second. I just want to see how much this actually is. Yeah, depending on what it was. I don't know what they actually got. They just say Black Label. So additionally, they were granted a complimentary cabana with butler service and a bottle of Black Label whiskey, which getting it from the resort was probably $500, but it's $25 to maybe $50 depending on what Black Label it is, because there's different stuff, but Johnny Walker Black is a Black Label, but there's also Jack Daniel's Black Label, and others. But anyway, I didn't know which one they would have gotten. So anyway.
I mean, I think these things might be appropriate for some minor level inconvenience. This is not what they signed up to go do. And it seems like this isn't adequate. Like, these are a step in the right direction, but that's not what they wanted.
Yeah. They ended up getting their room, but you missed a day of your vacation that you paid for. So, all right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. California Airport could lose all air traffic controllers this week. Not
as
a good time. Yeah. So if San Carlos Airport loses its air traffic controllers and air traffic towers are forced to go unmanned, it could create safety issues, which is quite fascinating based on the timing of this and what happened in DC.
How about what happened in the last hour? There's
Something
another
else.
crash.
You're kidding.
But I think it was, I don't know if it was a commercial plane.
I didn't get that yet. Okay. So Martha McCarty over at Newsweek.com put this article together. And the video that's embedded is about the American Airlines crash with a military helicopter. And the context there is quite interesting as to how it may have happened. But I'm waiting for the forensic report from that. So we'll see. Public concerns over air traffic have risen after a deadly collision with American Airlines plane and an Army helicopter just outside Reagan National. And unfortunately, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say at Reagan National too, it was a known safety issue. Like, there were multiple articles about it before this happened. Sure. But I mean, this is a big deal. If it's a big deal to not have adequate staffing, but it's certainly a big deal if they don't have any staffing. I mean, they'll have to shut down the airport.
Yeah, the FAA changed contracts to a controller firm, Robinson Aviation, with lower pay that does not account for the high cost of living in the San Francisco Bay Area. Kelly added that, how did that happen, though? How could the FAA...
Contractors, I bet.
Yeah, but how can somebody win a contract without... Well, who are the numbnut contract officers that were... Anyway.
Let me think. I mean, what's the most difficult thing in that area? Probably cost of living. So
right.
You would have wanted to make sure somebody had accounted for that somehow.
Right. Look, and I understand the goal is maybe put downward pressure to lower the cost, blah, 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 but you can't get one that forces people from another state to come in because the cost of living is too high in San Francisco, for crying out loud. The idiocy. What about the competitive range? You don't just pick the lowest. Anyway, as a contingency, RVA is preparing to bring in controllers from other towers across the country to prevent the ATC 0 unstaffed tower situation.
You know what that does? Raise the costs.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. Anyway, Kelly added that the airport requested temporary FAA staffing for the tower, similar to the solution being used at Eagle County Regional Airport in Colorado during its transition from Serco to RVA. So RVA basically has this lock. Why are they winning these contracts if
lower bids, probably?
But this is what you get, potentially. Oh my gosh. Who was manning the towers at DCA?
We don't know, although it makes it sound like in the news that it was actual employees, but it may not have been.
Well, employees of what?
It makes it sound
airport?
like it's like FAA employees or whatever, but it very much could have been a contractor.
You can say you're an employee of FAA, but you're actually a contract worker.
On that yet.
Yeah. So anyway, they end up talking about it again and again, the American Airlines crash. But the simple fact is that shenanigans are underway between contractors and the FAA deployment of personnel in air traffic control towers. And there has not been a domestic crash in 14 years or something like that.
The last fatal crash was 16 years ago. There have been non-fatal crashes in the U.S. and there have been international fatal crashes.
And it's typically because of mechanical failure, not because of collisions midair.
Sure.
All right, let's keep going. The next article, and we need to transition into something a little bit more humorous because I categorized the show under comedy, and I haven't been laughing all that much.
Whoa, we've had some pretty dark topics for comedy.
Like rats and a mustard recall and a DEA
the rats
officer.
Were kind of funny.
A DEA officer who 3D printed a cocaine brick and replaced the real cocaine with the brick and then became a drug dealer. And then Disney Star Wars.
The Breaking Bad piece wasn't so funny.
I mean, it went sideways, yeah. And then a Texas measles outbreak, and then a couple arriving to a room, which is kind of
okay. That was funny,
moderately,
but would be annoying if you were the people affected.
Mildly irritating. And then now we're going to talk about an ear muscle that we thought humans didn't really use except for wiggling our ears. Well, it activates during focused listening. I'm surprised that it's taken this long to disclose that because I feel that when I'm like focusing on listening, I feel that little muscle tighten up. So if you can wiggle your ears, you can use muscles that helped our distant ancestors listen closely. These auricular muscles helped change the shape of the pinna, or the shell of the ear, funneling sound to the eardrums. So
wait,
researchers,
so if you can't do this, then what does that mean for focusing?
You may not know that you do it. You may not be aware of it, but odds on those muscles are attempting to fire even though you're not conscious of it because it's a survival trait. It wasn't something that most people were conscious of. My understanding. I've heard about this before, but this is But this was like 20 years ago when I first heard about something like this. Anyway, it's in Frontiers, but it's published at phys.org. And it says here, millions of years ago, our ancestors stopped using them, so humans' auricular muscles are only vestigial. But now scientists examining the function of these muscles have discovered that they activate when you're trying to listen to competing sounds. And you actually can, you go like that, And you can feel it if you're paying attention. Either that or it's psychosomatic now that I'm talking about it. So these muscles, particularly the superior auricular muscle, exhibit increased activity during effortful listening tasks. This suggests, or maybe I can actually wheel my ears, but not significantly enough. Anyway, they're engaged not merely as a reflex, but potentially as part of an attentional effort mechanism, especially in challenging auditory environments. Like maybe you're listening to the show right now and you're trying to hear what I'm saying, but it's really quiet. So you're going, what the hell is that Maribot saying?
Exactly. Well, I mean, we see animals move their ears around all the time.
It's the equivalent. So similar research has already shown that the largest muscles, posterior and superior auricular muscles, react during attentive listening because they pull the ears up and back. They are considered likely to have been involved in the moving pinna to capture sounds. So why it became vestigial? Probably because we were overcoming our more animalistic survival traits. So to test whether these were more active during difficult listening tasks, the scientists recruited 20 people without hearing problems, and they applied electrodes to participants' auricular muscles and then played them an audiobook and distracting podcasts like Non Sequitur News.
Most definitely Non Sequitur News, sure. Right?
Yeah. Of course, it is scientific. Each participant underwent 12 5-minute trials covering 3 different levels of difficulty. So won't go into all of it, but anyway, here say the scientists found that the 2 auricular muscles reacted differently to the different conditions. The posterior auricular muscles reacted to changes in direction, while the superior auricular muscles reacted to the difficulty level of the task. So
interesting. So I wonder if they could not really distinguish the sounds or whatever, if that was reflected in the muscle movement.
And yeah, I don't know if it says they self-reported measures of effort and how often they lost track of the audiobook rose in line with the difficulty of the task, and the accuracy of their responses to questions about the audiobook dropped noticeably between the medium and the difficult mode. So they actively were told to focus, and the result was the activation of these auricular muscles. Pretty cool. I dig this kind of stuff.
I think it's fascinating that a study like this comes out, because you think how long have humans in modern times been using their ears, right? Like it should be visible. Like it's interesting that there's a study now that has figured this out. But so you said you saw something a while ago.
Coming soon to a podcast near you, I'm going to be launching an audio podcast, right? Just audio. It's not going to be on the show or anything. It's just going to be a podcast that is going to be the equivalent of steroids for your ears. And then in just a few short years, we will see people who have massive ears.
Oh, because their ear muscles will be working out that whole time.
True. There you go. And they'll be able to hear paint drying in another country. Moving on. Next article and our last one for tonight is over in Non Sequitur News. OpenAI's cost-effective new AI model is here to pressure from DeepSeek heats up. OpenAI introduced O3 Mini, a cost-effective reasoning AI model, on Friday. The release comes as DeepSeek's R3 model shakes up the tech world. O3 excels in science, math, and coding. My review of it basically was that it is really good at coding. And by proxy, it knows math and science, but math is the main benefactor here to the coding element of it. OpenAI's first small reasoning model is here just weeks after a Chinese AI startup emerged as a potential competitor to its artificial intelligence lineup. The only thing that I don't really look, I've been noodling around with all of the models of the R3. I've downloaded a whole bunch of other graphic versions of AIs because I wanted to see what is out there now. I use Midjourney and others, and I use
Is
ChatGPT.
R3 by the DeepSeek? Is it by DeepSeek?
R3 is DeepSeek, yeah. Or R1, sorry, R1. R1 is DeepSeek. O3 is OpenAI. So I use OpenAI, I use DeepSeek, and I use a whole bunch of stuff from Hugging Face and Olama. And so I noodle around with this stuff all the time, but I don't trust any of it. I wouldn't throw. Look, it's hard to pick up just a 0 or a 1 that's stored on a storage device. They're really, really small, right?
Right, you might need some tweezers or something.
Something like force tweezers, yeah. I would not trust them, the data that AIs output, in any other element than creatively. It wants to do creative writing, fine. If it wants to do creative art, right? Art generation, fine. But the moment I want facts, I'll ask it, and then I'll go, I need to spend the next 2 hours vetting every damn line of this thing. So I might as well just do the work
just
myself.
Go somewhere else initially.
Yeah. I mean, it might lead me to something or trigger like, oh, I didn't really think of that. Yeah. And it depends on how you do your research, either from top down or bottom up. Anyway, ChatGPT Maker launched OpenAI O3 Mini, its most cost-efficient model in its reasoning series on Friday. Jordan Hart put the article together for BusinessInsider.com, and here is, what's his name?
Altman?
Yeah,
Sam Altman?
Sam Altman going, a couple $billion is what I've got in my wallet right now. I have to sit like this because my wallet is too fat for me to sit like this.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what's going on in the photo.
Yeah. Anyway, R1 prompted OpenAI to say that it was investigating whether DeepSeek, which I guess is is that the
knockoff of DeepSeek?
That's the West Virginia version of DeepSeek. May have inappropriately distilled the tech company's models. You weren't available, but I did a Time Machine episode for yesterday, and we talked about it briefly. Essentially, somebody has looked at the back end, the actual databases of DeepSeek's app, not the stuff that people can download and run locally.
Right.
And the database level schema matches OpenAI.
Oh my! So it's that blatant.
It seems to be, and I have a compatriot that mentioned, that they essentially did old school coding, and I have yet to meet with them in person to say, nah. I guess if by stealing content.
Right, yeah, like if it's taken from it, it's different than starting from scratch.
But the way I see it is they stood on the shoulders of giants who spent hundreds of millions of dollars to create the tech. And so it's a whole lot cheaper. And this is the analogy that I did. It's a whole lot cheaper to put a car together when somebody else makes the tires and builds the brakes. And all you have to do is bolt shit together. And now you've got a car. Well, all of these assets out here that are billionaires that are sitting there saying stuff about how they worked hard and blah, blah, blah. No, they didn't. They were given all of this money. It's not theirs. It's the same as DeepSeek. If they did distill, they distilled from a company that distilled all of the creative efforts of the world, right? So everybody is cheating everybody except for the actual content creators.
Right. But I don't know if this article was covered, but there was another article in Gnome Town that talked about somebody had basically redone DeepSeek for like some, less than $100. I don't remember what
it was
the
30
amount
bucks.
was.
Yeah, I talked about it in the time machine. Yeah, and that's where it brought up all of this. But for the life of me, I don't understand it. All of this money is going into it. There's somebody that's on YouTube that says, well, it's not going to slow anything down. It's going to accelerate because people see the value in AI. And so they're going to push harder to get to the next step. Ultimately, the next step is AGI, general intelligence.
Which is a significant step. It's not incremental.
Yeah, I think OpenAI already has it. Anyway, why would they release it? It would be a consultant to governments.
Well, they might want to release it at the right price.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Anyway, so yeah, this company is saying, or this little company supposedly did it for $30 or something like that, but they distilled something that was already done.
Right, same thing as
DeepSeek, but more consolidated.
Yeah,
it's ultra small. And then this R1 is, again, it's distilled. O3 Mini is distilled from the bigger model. And that distillation basically it's an AI that learns from an AI that learns. And so everything is more concentrated, but it isn't holistic then. You're going to lose something as the distillation takes place. It's kind of like distilling a beer into a distilled spirit. You're going to lose a lot of the nuance from the beer as it turns into a whiskey, or more closely to a vodka. But anyway, my point is a lot of fidelity is lost. So you want that bigger model. I've been trying to get the large DeepSeek model, but it's really
Isn't it
fast.
Exorbitantly expensive, or no? It's like
large
storage.
Yeah. So I'm looking for a server that is reasonably priced that I can get that has 512 gigs for my lab and not for it's for my personal use. But at any rate, that's outside the
Non Sequitur news.
Yeah, Non Sequitur news. Anyway, that is the end of the show, by the way. So we are going to ask ChatGPT how to get our ass back to the main street of oh look, it's that easy. Just go over to ohmtown.com. You can sign in or sign up.
I can't believe it didn't hallucinate.
Anyway. So I'm saying bye. I'm taking the AI. My name is Mayor Watt, and that is ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, and the AI is going to say bye.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News, and be back tomorrow for our weekend edition.
So if you're watching the video, I look really weird because I'm trying to reach the trigger for this. Bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to, me blowing out the microphone. I am Mayor Watt. This is RealityHacker, which is one of the 3 episodes of shows that make up the Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition over at ohmtown.com and here on Twitch and over on YouTube's. And I, along with the sentient AI from the future, well, we talk about 5 articles in each of these 3 shows. After RealityHacker is Wanted, which is about gadgets and gear, and then the Continuity Report is about entertainment news. But RealityHacker is about science and technology, but it's a focus on things that basically make you question reality. So we're going to talk about Pizza. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's Pizza AI. But I merged it together. Anyway, virtual breathing coach, Twitch face recognition, AR virtual support, and lab-grown blood vessels. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, so hang out here and chat with us in Twitch, or chat with us in the live broadcast over on YouTube, and hope to see you around. All right, let's get going. Man. All right, folks. Hello, sentient AI.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
You ready to get right on into this? And we're going to bang out these 3 shows, which will eventually get merged into one Non Sequitur News Weekend Edition.
I am.
So if you want just the podcast edition of each of these shows, you can just do a search on, well, wherever you catch pod. And that is where ohmTown will be. But there are 6 weekend or weekly shows, and they all take place on the weekend. And then one daily show, which goes Monday through Friday. And then on Saturday and Sunday, it's the compilation of the 3 shows for Saturday and 3 shows for Sunday. If you want to know more, be sure to follow us. Then go over to YouTube, where all 1,800 episodes of all of the shows are stored. It's all 1,800 combined. Okay. Non Sequitur News just started its 4th season, and the other 6 shows are starting their 2nd season. Let's get going. First article's over in RealityHacker. Your pizza guy is now AI. You've probably encountered AI-powered customer service chatbots. Now say hello to AI salespeople. Wired.com.
I think we have enough people that are salespeople. Now this could be exponential.
Well, you don't need salespeople if your AI has scraped all of humanity and turned it into itself, AI, into humanity. It's a humanity AI turducken, or Ouroboros, the snake eating itself. You've probably encountered AI-powered customer service chatbots. Now say hello to AI salespeople. The chatbot's name is Jimmy the Surfer, a nod to a recurring character from the company's old TV commercials. It says, pizza night, don't open Uber Eats or DoorDash. The 44-year-old California chain called Pizza My Heart now lets you text a number and chat with an artificial intelligence.
Oh, is that so you can place your order?
Yep. They texted Jimmy and asked if they could order a pineapple and anchovy pizza, and then followed up with asking if it was a good combo. And it says pineapples and anchovies can make a bold combination. It's all about the mix of sweet and salty flavors. No. Some folks dig it while others have different tastes. Decidedly different tastes here. Decidedly disgusting.
That's kind of a non-committal answer. That should be like, nope, that's just wrong.
Oh, they even mention it. A political answer. Yeah. So I'm like noodling around with DeepSeek, and I'm trying to kind of puncture its safety protocols, because I want it. It says that it's going to offer up honest and transparent answers, but I've already seen the bias in it, so I find it quite entertaining to noodle around with sociological mechanisms and psychological mechanisms within it.
Well, I mean, every system's going to have a bias of whatever or whomever programmed it or what data went in.
Right.
But I think given the origin, we can expect a specific or some specific biases.
Yeah, and that's really interesting that you mentioned this, because a lot of people are like, well, you know, it was distilled from OpenAI. That's the new argument. Oh, by the way, if you want to get today's articles, bang NSN over in twitch.tv's chat. It's all of today's shows are already in the description in the show notes for the live broadcast over on Twitch, but bang NSN on Twitch will get you the articles. Anyway, so a lot of people have been reporting that OpenAI was the source for the DeepSeek data, and it's just distilled from the DeepSeek, or distilled from OpenAI by scrubbing it, basically, or not really scrubbing it, scraping it. query after query, apparently, and then it was concentrated into what is DeepSeek. How they didn't know that there was a contingent of remote accesses, I don't know. But anyway, my point is, DeepSeek is said to be distilled from OpenAI, and somebody reported that when they noodled around with the data, it spit out a response saying that its developers were OpenAI. Well, I asked for a bunch of information from DeepSeek, and that's not what it spit out to me. It said that it was from DeepSeek. Now, maybe I have a distilled LLM or a distilled model.
Or it's been programmed to answer that.
Well, arguably, they said that the people who said that it spit out that it was programmed by OpenAI, they theoretically got it straight from DeepSeek, right? But it took me a day later to get the model, so who knows? Well, this chatbot experience that they're talking about with this Pizza AI lives alongside several others in a way to order the pizza chain delivery, blah, blah, blah. But Polona AI, the company whose technology powers Jimmy, believes its solution can alleviate work for people in the store, make the ordering experience richer for the customer, and help brands form a deeper bond with their clientele. Nothing says building a bond with your clientele like putting an impersonal AI at the front desk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, think about the old commercial with the phone tree frustration. This is just going to be interesting.
Well, we are sliding down this slippery slope anyway. Like, I really like AI because it allows me to do things creatively, but I will never trust it in any way, shape, or form for subject matter expertise in any way without me having to do the same level of due diligence necessary to basically make myself a subject matter expert. So, Shang says that Polona AI is already in use with a small business called Mind Zero. That sounds very familiar. Mind Zero. Anyway, a contrast therapy spa in South Carolina, and will soon be deployed on the website of Wise, the company known for its affordable security cameras. The author of this, again, it's Julian Chikatu over at Wired.com, put this article together, says that they tried it. And the experience with Mind Zero's chatbot, which is accessible if you directly message the brand on Instagram. That's the thing about Polona. It can take various forms depending on the brand's needs. For Wise, it'll appear as a little chat window on the company's homepage. For Pizza My Heart, there's a dedicated number you can text or call. For Mind Zero, it's injected into the company's DMs.
So if you're trying to order a pizza, do you think it's going to be responding with the wrong service or whatever?
With therapy, yeah.
Yeah.
Says that includes, can I be naked in the sauna? Which Shang posits is a question someone might have felt a little awkward to ask a real human, but had no such qualm asking over Instagram. Well, that's probably because they're a numbskull who believes that information is private, confidential, and isn't going to be exposed at some point. Well, that's not true, because an AI that was developed to be a computer girlfriend basically was breached, and all of their private information communications was exposed to the world, compromising everybody who might have used it. Found that one kind of fascinating. So
yeah, I think there's more risk of that if the system is collecting your information, but I do think the wrong person getting your information could be releasing it as well.
Yeah, exactly. And people who have a political or some other agenda, let's just say agenda, will do exactly that. They'll release it to make you compromised, and then you are on your heels trying to defend yourself against, the fact that you're a My Little Pony fan, aka Brony. Anyway, Wise's chatbot is personified as a wizard, so its responses are on theme. When they asked what the best security camera was, it says, "Let me guide you through some enchanting options." That is so just boorish. So when I asked if the Nest Cam is better, the Wise Wizard offered up pros of the Wise Cam V4 and a few for the Nest Cam, but ultimately said that the Nest has a heftier price. And ultimately, if you're seeking magical protection without breaking the bank, Wise Cam V4 stands out as a beloved choice by many. Yeah. So obviously the internal bias, it's there to, pimp its own stuff.
To sell you, right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, but anybody asking that question should also, it's the same thing if you were asking a salesperson. If they're on commission for one product or they're sending you to a competitor store, I mean, we can kind of guess how many people, not all, would answer.
And therein lies the rub. A salesperson is making a commission. An AI bot is making a sale on behalf of the company, removing the fiduciary element to a human being and delivering it directly to the company and by proxy to human beings. So the executive suite and investors benefit, but you're losing a job. And what is a company without humans? It's just a bunch of AI, right?
Right. It's not really much of anything, except it still is. But
what is the good that it's actually doing? When we get into the business aspects of these things in another show at another time, we'll talk about that kind of stuff. But got to think about this. Why do you have a company if you're selling products to people, but the only thing that it's actually benefiting is just the executive suite and the investors? You don't have any humans in there. Seems like all it's doing is selling stuff, but it's not helping out humanity in any way. It's not doing a greater good. It's not facilitating anything other than consumption. Maybe that's what the objective is. Get rid of the humans, except for the executive suite. Good job, AI. You've scrubbed humanity from the map. But who is going to be able to afford it if they don't have jobs? Oh, they'll find jobs somewhere else.
Well, that's right. It's going to be hard to sell products to people without any income.
Yeah. Let's move on. The next article is over on RealityHacker. A study using virtual breathing coach indicates that it's as effective as a human trainer. So now all I have to do is use my smartwatch instead of having a human trainer. Study suggests that a computer-generated breathing coach could be as effective as sessions with a human trainer. So we've eliminated the human again.
Telling humans how to be humans.
Correct. Which actually goes to a point that I make when I give a talk, wherein I ask the question, where is it that technology cannot go? And up until last year, I would have said technology can't teach a human to be human. Well, that's no longer.
That seems to be changing, right?
Correct. Yeah. Dramatically faster than I ever thought would be possible. Studies suggest that a computer-generated breathing coach could be as effective as sessions with a human trainer. Aston University is the source of this. It's published over at ScienceDaily.com. And so they say a breathwork trainer, which it's kind of like, what is it for AI? The person that writes the
programmer?
Yeah, but there's a person that writes the command to tell the AI to construct something.
Prompt engineer?
Prompt engineer, thank you. The breathwork trainer is akin to prompt engineer. Although there are people that are skilled in the art of creating a prompt, but it's something that you can literally cut and paste at some point. Why? Because everybody's putting it into the AI, so the AI is learning it, and then it can output simply by saying, hey, what's the most popular prompt? Oh, okay, here, let me give it to you. Anyway, however, a new research paper indicates that the individuals would be as comfortable being guided by an on-screen virtual reality coach as by a trained professional. And I have no reservations as to, yeah, I'm pretty sure that a person would accept a VR coach or an AR coach.
They might actually prefer that.
Why would not? I can do the exercise in my bedroom or, naked in the living room or whatever I want to do anywhere. If the virtual reality or augmented reality, and I really would prefer augmented reality, on screen, I can see the world, I can interact, and so on and so forth. But so I put those glasses on hold, by the way, just so everybody knows. I'm waiting for the X-Real 1 Pros to be released, and then I'll revisit it at another time to see if they meet the expectations that I had set up. So we'll see. Researchers wanted to investigate both the perception of the virtual coach and evaluate its usability as an alternative to training provided by a human. They developed an online system where the virtual coach guides the user's breathing through a set of established exercises that can be done at home. And the VR instructor, which appears on screen, was given a human appearance and voice and displayed breathing movements of the chest and head.
Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if it's Uncanny Valley.
Yeah. So again, AR would be better than VR. You don't have this big old strap and whatever. That actually dried my throat out.
You need the AI breathing coach.
Yeah, not only does it tell you to breathe, but then it says drink. Don't breathe and drink, otherwise you'll drown in your living room. Anyway, people are concerned about accessibility to healthcare due to its high cost and availability of trained experts. And that's one of the things that I've talked about with people. You can basically enumerate these things, physical therapy, for instance, and the kinesiology involved in physical therapy can be mapped using technology. And when it's out of alignment, the AI or the machine learning system can go, you need to adjust this, that, and the other.
Right. I think we saw that, although for different purposes, with ballet dancers. But I don't know if it was for the same purpose.
Yeah. And it's taking place with all sports, really. Swing coaches are now, baseball swing coaches are now AI and machine learning, and it's making you adapt and telling you what to do and stuff like that immediately, and you don't require a human being. Anyway, interesting paper, right? Oh, and for the record, this is actually by Sanobar Dar, Eniko Eckert, and Ulysses Bernadette. Usability, acceptance, and the role of realism in virtual humans for breathing exercise training from Scientific Reports, and it was published right here in 2025. So
very interesting.
Yeah.
Not much more that AI can't get into.
No, but it is. And we've only seen the tip of the iceberg. Corporations have much more invested in this, and the diversification of AI's application is theirs to deliver, because regular old Joes aren't able to send their AI into work for them. But a corporation using the previous work of the humans prior to the AI can certainly replace the human with AI. As you can see with the previous article, your pizza is being replaced, your tech support is being replaced, your sales support is being replaced,
your therapy of some kind,
your breathing coach,
health and fitness.
Yeah. Well, anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on RealityHacker. The Twitch streamer using face recognition to make video games more accessible. For years, a Twitch streamer named Valentine Squirrello has been seeking new ways players with disabilities can enjoy games without expensive hardware. Now he and his community of fans have invented a solution. Hopefully this will allow me to keep talking about it. No, not really. Doggone it. So they've basically worked on face recognition program that allows disabled individuals to control game inputs through face expressions. For Squirrello and his community, the program, dubbed Playability, was the answer to the limitations of accessible hardware. So depending on how a person moves their face, it controls the device.
Do you think this continues to go further toward AI? Like somehow there's is it going directly from the human into the computer, Or is it going from human to computer to computer? And we don't know.
Let's see here.
For instance, like, is it taking a photo or a model or something of the person and then that translates into something?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the process is. I wish I could. I can't log into this. So, but they have a link to playability.gg, which is a domain name, playability.gg, that enumerates what goes on with this. But odds on, there is a plugin within the computer that taps into a camera that monitors a person's facial expressions, and through that allows them to run the game. Yeah, I can't. I wish I could, but I can't log in while we're
Yeah, all I know is that
streaming.
it,
So.
it converts the expressions into various commands within the game, but I don't know exactly how it does that.
So odds on it's face recognition. So computer vision is pretty sophisticated nowadays, and it can see minor modifications in a person's facial expression, and then it sends a command to the game so that it does whatever it needs to do based on that expression. So pretty cool. Let's keep going. The next article is over in RealityHacker. Splashtop releases AR virtual support system, which sounds like something we've just got done talking about.
Oh, right.
In a move that could reshape industrial maintenance, Splashtop has just released an AR remote support system which works with RealWear smart glasses, announced January 28th, 2025. This is a bold play by Splashtop to make hazardous work environments significantly safer. Splashtop already had significant market presence, serving over 30 million users and 250,000 businesses, including 85% of Fortune 500 enterprises, which is an amazing amount. Because I mean, I've heard of Splashtop, but I didn't know that they were actually that big. The article is over at xrtoday.com. Did I say who that last one was from? Sorry.
I think so.
The Twitch streamer using face recognition to make video games more accessible article is at Wired, and it's written by Grant Stoner. All right. Well, this article about Splashtop is a collaboration with RealWear smart glasses aims to make dangerous work environments safer via remote support. So it's written by Luke Williams, and it's over at xrtoday.com. The key features of this is that it has two-way AR, augmented reality. Annotations enable remote experts to draw and highlight directly on the worker's field of view. Real-time camera sharing with integrated voice over internet protocol communications ensures clear communication. Secure file transfer system offers shared technical documentation and instructions. Remote flashlight control for improved visibility in low light conditions, which just seems weird. Because if you're the person on the other end of this and suddenly a light turns on, I think that you'd be kind of caught off guard by it. But hey.
Yeah, just a bit, which could be a safety issue.
And then session recording capabilities for training, documentation, and audit purposes, just in case the person screws up one way or the other, I suppose. So they refer to safety first, industrial applications, and the platform tackles OSHA compliance head on, making hazard identification as simple as looking and speaking to the assistant. But the lag, I don't really agree with this.
Yeah, that could be an issue, because if you're supposed to be like pressing a button or something and then it's like, no, the one to the left, but they've already moved over or whatever.
5 seconds is a significant amount of time in a hazardous environment. You don't have time to wait for the real-time response from somebody. But they say industrial applications, and this must be working because they're saying that they've got 30 million users, but I don't know how that really
Yeah, but what are
out.
the statistics once they're deployed?
Right. Yeah, 250,000 businesses, including 85% of Fortune 500 enterprises. I'm not sure. 250,000 businesses.
That's a lot of businesses.
It is. Quite fascinating. The hands-free nature of the system makes it particularly vulnerable to industrial settings where workers need both hands for complex tasks. Remote experts can guide repairs as if they're standing right there with the wearer, potentially saving hours or even days of costly downtime. But if the person isn't competent enough, accidents happen. I'm really curious what this is used for.
And this can't substitute for somebody's expertise.
Yeah, live skill. I mean, that's why you have knowledge, skills, and abilities. That's why you develop your training. So they say their verdict is that the 70% safety improvement claim is bold and needs some real-world validation. But even if the actual number lands lower, Splashtop's augmented reality integration with RealWare shows genuine promise for industrial operations. It's not just about tech.
It does, but they have to be careful because if it looks like it's X amount safer or something and they're relying on that, then that could actually make it less safe.
Yeah, there's an expectation of performance. Yeah. Let's keep going. We've got one more article for today's show, and this one's over in RealityHacker. This blood vessel was grown in a lab with real human cells. You won't know where it's from, but you'll know that it's made from real human cells. So like when you buy these so that you can get your blood vessels replaced, it has a little stamp that says made with real human cells, like real juice.
Well, right. And is it at some point, is it like that ship question, right? Like if all of it's replaced?
Yeah. Are you still you? So the FDA recently approved a bioengineered blood vessel, which becomes part of a patient's body over time. It's designed to help treat victims of traumatic injuries. I love the idea of this. Unfortunately, I won't be able to get into it because it says that I've read the complimentary story. So let's see if I can. Yeah, it just keeps blocking me, which really sucks. But anyway, you can go there and check it all out. Unfortunately, I can't. For whatever reason, the article kind of, that's a risky click there. Jesus, that is just horrible. At any rate.
Well, let me wait. Hold on just a minute. So this can certainly help, like if somebody's in an accident or has an injury, because you can't always have a viable vein.
Right.
Which can be pretty significant. And then this all came about because the person was a physician and could see when patients ran into problems, essentially.
Gotcha. Yeah, pretty cool. Let me see. Yeah, I won't be able to. I would have to log in, and I haven't logged in before the show. So anyway, yeah, it won't let me refresh and see any of it. Well, there you go, though. Bioengineered blood vessel becomes part of the patient's body over time, and it's designed to help treat victims of traumatic injuries. So there you have it. So we're going to jump into that little artery right there and bounce back to Reality Hacker's front page at ohmtown.com. Go over and you too can follow the links through ohmTown over to the sources that are aggregated into the news for me to manage my information overload. ohmTown was created. You can use it too. I opened it up back in 2022.
2020.
Was it 2020? Oh, this is the fourth year. I mean, we're in the fourth year, so yeah, go over and check it all out. It's got 50 channels, 7 of which become shows here on ohmTown on twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. And we do the show live every day, either on the weekend at around 4 o'clock. We have some delays because we're in the middle of a project. And at around 7 o'clock. But you need to follow us to know exactly when we go live, because we basically go live and start talking about the news. That said, I am out of here. I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. We'll have another episode next week, but stay tuned for the rest of our weekly shows.
See you soon, everybody. I hope everybody can hear that music. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted, a gadgets and gear show hosted here at ohmtown.com and hosted on live at twitch.tv/ohmtown and youtube.com/ohmtown. In all of those places, you can become a fan. Follow us here, there, everywhere. Download the podcasts. So much stuff. All of it brought to you by ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, we are going to talk about these 5 articles that get aggregated into ohmtown.com. Pick your buttons to push. Private sonic boom. I do those periodically. Hook on gaming phones. Ford Mustang Dark Horse. And Kindle-like smartphone. It's plural, actually, but we'll talk about it on the other side. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, like I've been mentioning, almost like an ohmtown.com turducken. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
If you're not a subscriber, you're about to get hit by an ad. All right. Well, welcome to the show, co-host. Are you ready to get into these 5 articles?
I am. Let's go.
Okay, so this is the second show of 3 that we do on the weekends on Saturday. The first one is...
Okay, we start with Reality Hacker, then we have Wanted, and then we have the Continuity Report.
There you go. So Wanted is about gadgets and gear. Reality Hacker is about AR, AI, technology that makes you question reality because you hack it. And finally, we end the day with the Continuity Report, which is about entertainment news. So we've got 5 articles that were submitted or selected by the AI, myself, or someone else that may have submitted it via a little page right here that says, it's not here unless you're logged in, and I'm not logged in. But anyway, once you're a citizen, you can actually submit news to us. We'll evaluate it and include it in the daily, because we do this every day. Monday through Friday, Non Sequitur news, and then on the weekend we do 3 shows, the topics that we just mentioned. And then on Sunday we do 3 different shows. All right, let's get into this. I want stuff. I won't buy stuff, but I want stuff.
Hence Wanted.
So Logitech MX Creative Console review. Pick your own buttons. At least for now, your laptop or custom or desktop computer is inherently more capable than a smartphone or tablet. I don't agree with that statement. But anyway, what you lose, sticking to the classics, is a lot of interface simplicity of a phone. Using a desktop computer to its fullest means getting comfortable with keyboard shortcuts, especially if you plan on using any kind of professional creative software. That is, unless you have a macro pad. One moment. Oh, did I just disable something? So, yeah. So
For
all
those
of those
in the podcast, that was just shown.
Oh yeah, I was showing a macro pad. It's actually what I just showed was the 10 key of a 10 keyless keyboard, because that is a 10 keyless keyboard. So I use my macro pad. And I can program all of those buttons to do pretty much anything that I want. You just have to remember what they do. That's why you have things like a Stream Deck, where you can see an icon that represents a function, and it makes life easier for streaming, and that right there. So this 2 is a macro pad. You basically can program it to do whatever you want. Ian Carlos Campbell over at pocket-lint.com, whoever it is that owns pocketlint.com, please donate pocketlint.com to pocket-lint.com. That would be great.
That's right. That way Mayor Watt will not be driven nuts by the Dash.
Correct. Dashes drive me nuts. So, and I think there's a Dash car out there. That too drives me nuts. People dashing drive me nuts. I don't understand what it is, but anyway, don't dash. Everything should slow down. Slow down. Anyway, so at least for now, your laptop has all of this limitation. So you get a macro pad or shortcut keyboards, keypads, have existed for ages. Whoa. Sorry. I'm working with an AI and it actually just popped up something. Well, they burst into the mainstream during the pandemic, work from home era, though largely thanks to the popularity of the Stream Deck, which is sitting right here, which was designed first and foremost for controlling live streams, but whose buttons could be customized to work with a bunch of other different applications. You actually get an interface where you can drag and drop a bunch of functionality. Logitech's MX Creative Console is a 1-2 punch meant to address the popularity of the Stream Deck. The company acquired competitor Loupedeck in 2023, seemingly with the same motivation. So Loupedeck is basically Stream Deck, just a different company.
Oh, okay, just a different company, right?
Yeah. And so they actually show like an interface, and each of these buttons on this 3x3 pad. Plus, I think page turning, I haven't seen it. They go by Logi now, or Logitech actually has a...
Oh, right. Yeah, they have a shortened form.
Yeah, as if they were Federal Express and needed to change to FedEx.
Maybe they were trying to save on all their painting of airplanes.
Sure. I'll just give that to you. Well, they say the price, availability, and specs of this essentially Loupedeck version of the Stream Deck Neo Logitech MX Creative Console launched September 2024 for $200, a higher price than the $100 you pay for the entry-level Stream Deck Neo, which was actually a fairly new entrant. The Neo line is a watered-down version of...
Oh, okay, because I was surprised that a competitor might come out with a higher price, but that makes sense. Those aren't comparable.
Not directly, no, but you can page over and get the same functionality and stuff like that. So part of the justification of the MX Creative's console's higher price is that you're actually getting two different devices for one purchase, a Stream Deck-esque keypad with 9 square buttons in the center and page forward and page back buttons so you can flip to others. There's usually a lag in all of that. Stream Deck has the same thing. Like I use Beacon as well, and Beacon has this little lag between flipping to other inputs. These devices have to interact with software on the system and then bounce back. So the dial pad works over Bluetooth and has 2 rechargeable AAA batteries, and you can charge with a USB-C cable, while the keypad needs to be wired to your computer to work, also over USB-C. The dial pad is this little thing right here. So you can program
I find it interesting that one's wireless and one's not.
Yeah, this is basically a potentiometer that says, oh, you're turning it this way, turning it that way. So it's kind of low energy, whereas the other one is actually lighting up, providing power to each individual. It might be more
connected to specific applications or something.
Yeah, and you want it to respond faster than Bluetooth, because any delay when you hit a button means that you could be sitting there picking your nose when you're doing a transition, when you really want it to say end streaming. I know nothing about that.
That's hyper specific.
Yeah, that I don't want to talk about it. So they basically say they're mostly made of plastic, save for the dial pad's cool metal dial. They feel sturdy and have satisfying clicky buttons. That's basically the end game for me. Gotta be metal and clicky, but if it's mostly plastic, it drives me a little crazy too. Hold on a second. Oh, it must be.
Yeah, but most of them are made of plastic, I think.
Where the heck did I put my other keyboard? I have a little 40% keyboard somewhere. The heck?